In the summer of the 25th year of the Great Shao Dynasty, in Liangtu Bear Village, the eastern sky was turning pale, and the morning light was faint. At the foot of the mountain behind the quiet village, a small thatched hut was now filled with noise and shouting. Jiang Sun's wife. You've always mistreated Jiang Sun and his two younger brothers, and now you've even stolen their last bit of silver for food. You've betrayed your husband and planned to run away with another man. Such behavior is shameful. Our village cannot tolerate someone so wicked. According to our rules, you must be punished. The village head's words were firm, and the crowd immediately echoed in agreement. The village head is right. Jiang Sun's leg is crippled, and his two brothers are still young. They rely on that bit of silver to survive, and she actually stole it. Does she have no conscience? Conscience? If she had any, she wouldn't have betrayed her husband. Too bad the man she ran off with escaped. We only caught her. Let's carry out the punishment. Punish her. Punish her. Punish her. The angry shouts around her made Su Yu's head feel like it was about to explode. Where was she? What was happening? Why were the people around her dressed like characters from an old TV drama? Before she could figure it out, someone stepped forward. Her head was spinning, but she could still squint and notice that the man in front of her was very handsome. He lifted his chin slightly, his features sharp and elegant in the morning light. As his throat moved, his deep voice reached her ears. She is my wife. There's no need for anyone else to act. As expected, a handsome man with a good voice and a kind heart.
Suyu smiled weakly.
Handsome guy, thank you. But before she could finish, the man gave her a cold, disgusted look and turned back to the crowd. Once I divorce her, you may do as you wish.
Suyu.
How could someone so good-looking be so heartless? She wanted to argue, but her head was too heavy. She decided to stay still and hope this strange dream would end soon. She was upset with the man. The crowd was even more upset. The village head quickly said, Jiang Sun, are you out of your mind? She's still your wife. Only while she's your wife can we punish her according to the village rules. If you divorce her first, she'll get away free. As soon as those words were spoken, a child's voice shouted, Big brother, we can't let this wicked woman go. She's both cruel and cunning. It took me a lot of effort to catch her and that scoundrel together and call Uncle Li Zheng to bring justice. She deserves punishment. Another, younger child cried, Boo-hoo, big brother, she knocked out my front tooth. Cough. Because of his crying, the little boy's words were already unclear, and missing a front tooth made his speech even harder to understand. Su Yu, who had been waiting for the dream to end, suddenly felt a chilling sense of danger. For some reason, the dream felt too real. Almost instinctively, she said, I'm your wife. Protecting me is your duty as a man. The man clenched his fists, then said through gritted teeth, I'll write a letter of separation first. The village had stomped his foot in anger, but he had watched Jiang Sun grow up and knew his stubborn nature well. Even though his leg was injured, his spirit was unbreakable. He sighed deeply. Enough, enough. This is their family matter. Everyone go home. The villagers felt it was a pity, but as the village head said, it was a private matter. After some murmuring, they all left. A few women, as they walked away, glanced back at Su Yu and couldn't help but whisper, Ugh, that shameless woman caused such trouble, yet her husband still tried to protect her. How unfair. Don't forget, even though Jiang Sun's leg is injured, he's still the most responsible man in our village. If it were my husband, he'd have run away long ago. The village head said, Jiang Sun, write the separation letter by morning and give it to me. I'll have someone send this woman out of the village. Seeing Jiang Sun nod firmly, he glanced once more at Su Yu lying on the ground, sighed again, and left with his hands behind his back. When everyone was gone, the noisy courtyard returned to silence. Jiang Yan and Jiang Xian felt sorry, but they always obeyed their older brother. They glared fiercely at Su Yu, who was pretending to be unconscious, then hurried to help their brother up. After helping him sit on the stone stool in the yard, the two brothers exchanged a look and quickly got to work, one grinding ink, the other laying out paper, urging their brother to write the separation letter. They also kept a close watch on Suyu, ready in case she tried anything. The much disliked Suyu was suffering from a splitting headache. When the pain finally eased, her mind slowly became clear again. But then she was completely confused.
Had she
Traveled through time? She had been a food vlogger filming in the wild when a wild boar suddenly appeared out of nowhere and knocked her down. The good news was that, at that moment, her live stream had reached record popularity and gifts were flooding in. She even spotted several private jet icons among them. The bad news was that she couldn't collect any of it because she was gone and there was no going back. Since she was already here, she decided to accept her fate. Fortunately, she adapted quickly. Slowly sitting up, she began to sort through the memories of this new body. The person she had become shared her name, Suyu, 15 years old. No wonder the villagers wanted to punish her. This girl had truly been unbelievably foolish. It was as if her head was filled with water, enough to pour out a whole bowl. For years ago, the Jiang family's life had not been as miserable as it was now. At that time, Jiang Sun's father, Jiang Bei, was the head of the family. He was skilled and hardworking, earning money through escorting goods and hunting. The family of 5 wasn't rich, but in their small village, they lived quite well. However, during one escort trip, Jiang Bei suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a short note with 2 words, "Don't worry." After that, there was no news of him. The villagers said he had probably been harmed by someone. Back then, Jiang Sun was 14, his younger brother Jiang Yan was 9, and the youngest, Jiang Xian, was only 2. With the second brother still young and the youngest needing care, Jiang Sun, as the eldest, naturally took on the family's responsibilities. He left school and followed in his father's footsteps, becoming a guard for hire. He did it partly to search for his father and partly because the family needed money. But before he could find his father, disaster struck. During one mission, an earthquake hit. Everyone else in his group died, and only he survived, but his left leg was crushed by a boulder, leaving him disabled. To treat his injury, the family spent all their savings and fell deep into debt. Yet their misfortune didn't end there. It was as if a curse had fallen upon them. Trouble always found them. Later, the youngest, Jiang Xian, fell into the river one freezing winter day, making their already fragile life even harder. Although Jiang Xian was finally saved by the doctor, his health was badly damaged, and he had to rely on medicine for the rest of his life. Looking at her weak elder son and the younger one, their mother, Lin Hongyu, decided to work at the embroidery shop in town. But she worried about leaving the family unattended. She heard that the daughter of the Su family from the neighboring widow village only needed 3 taels of silver as a bride price. So Lin Hongyu quickly gathered the money and married Suyu to her eldest son. Why was Suyu's bride price so low? Naturally, it was because her reputation was not good. Suyu's parents had passed away 3 years earlier, and she and her younger brother were taken in by their second uncle's family. Living under someone else's roof, one would expect Suyu to be quiet and obedient. But she was lazy, selfish, and disrespectful to elders. Relying on her natural strength, she refused to work properly and often behaved rudely. Suyu was known for being overly fond of handsome men. Her dream was to win the hearts of all the good-looking men in the world. However, before she could achieve anything, she got herself into serious trouble. The first man she liked was the only scholar in Widow Village. She tried to approach him in an improper way, but the scholar's father, the village head, arrived with other villagers just in time to stop her. Fearing that she would ruin his son's reputation, the village head ordered the Su family's second branch to marry her off as soon as possible. The second branch was more than willing. They had only taken in Suyu and her brother because they wanted to claim the property left by her parents. They had long grown tired of her behavior. But since everyone in the nearby villages knew about Suyu's reputation, no one came to propose marriage. In the end, the Su family's second branch decided to lower the bride price to half the usual amount, just 3 taels of silver, and that was how the Jiang family ended up marrying her. Lin Hongyu had heard a little about Suyu's past, but being a simple and kind woman, she thought, she's just a young girl. How bad could she really be? Besides, her eldest son's leg was crippled. Given their poor situation, being able to find him a wife who could bear children was already a blessing. Especially when she saw that the girl couldn't take her eyes off her son's face from the moment she entered the house. That made Lin Hongyu feel even more at ease. She knew that although her son's leg was injured, his face was handsome enough that no woman could look away. 3 days later, after giving some final instructions, she went to work at the embroidery shop in town. But as soon as she left, Suyu showed her true colors. Suyu had always admired Jiang Sun's handsome face, but his injured left leg disgusted her. After she thought she had found a new lover who was both wealthy and educated, she began to despise Jiang Sun even more. She kicked him out of their room, and from then on, they lived separately. Not only did she refuse to do any housework, but she also ordered everyone around. Worse still, whenever she was unhappy, she would lash out at the 3 brothers. Jiang Xian even lost his front tooth because of one of her slaps. Jiang Xian was timid and easily frightened, so after that, he always avoided her. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, was stubborn. Even though he was always the one getting beaten, he never bowed his head. Once, he even risked his life to stop Suyu and her lover from doing something shameful. It took the village head and several men to finally restrain Suyu. Ironically, she tried to run away with the last bit of the Jiang family's money, but when danger came, her so-called lover fled faster than a rabbit. Suyu fell and hit her head, dying instantly. How ironic.
How satisfying.
Ha ha ha. You wicked woman. How dare you laugh? We 3 brothers together can teach you a lesson you won't forget.
Sudue.
She looked up at the 3 men standing united before her, and her smile froze. Ah, she had forgotten. Although she wasn't the same Suyu as before, she was now living as that very same hated woman of this time. She sighed softly and slowly stood up, wanting to say something, but her stomach growled first. Grr, grr. The sound wasn't loud, but it was enough for the 3 men in the yard to hear. I'll go cook. Timid Jiang Xian immediately ran to the kitchen. He couldn't risk giving this fierce woman a chance to hit them again. Jiang Yan opened his mouth as if to stop him, but said nothing in the end. Forget it. He could take a beating, but his older brother's injured leg and his younger brother's frail body couldn't handle it anymore. Anyway, since the eldest brother was already writing the divorce letter, he might as well let that troublesome woman act arrogant one last time. He would never admit it, but he had actually been beaten into submission too. He was only holding on with sheer determination. Jiang Sun glanced calmly at Suyu, then lowered his head again to continue writing the divorce letter. Looking at the 3 men with different expressions, Suyu couldn't help but find it amusing. When she caught sight of the words divorce letter written by Jiang Sun, her smile grew even wider.
Divorce her?
What a joke. Until she had somewhere else to go, this was still her home. Then she turned and went to the kitchen. Even though she was staying here thick-skinned, she wasn't about to eat and live for free. Jiang Yan frowned and looked at Jiang Sun. Big brother. Jiang Sun immediately gave him a look, signaling him to follow her. He had thought too kindly of Suyu. He believed she had only fought with his second brother, but if the youngest hadn't mentioned it today, he wouldn't have known that she had even knocked out one of his teeth. What a troublesome woman. Thinking of this, he sped up his writing. Meanwhile, Suyu entered the kitchen and frowned deeply when she saw how spotless it was. This is it? Are you cooking for ghosts? Hearing her voice, Jiang Xian's body trembled. The handful of brown rice he had just picked up slipped from his fingers and scattered on the floor. He glanced at Suyu, then quickly stepped back, crouched down, and carefully began picking up the rice. These grains, plus some wild greens, should be enough for one meal. After speaking, he coughed twice hard. Suyu knew Jiang Xian had an old illness. She was about to raise her hand to pat his back when a sharp voice came from behind her. Troublesome woman. What are you trying to do now? Turning around, she saw Jiang Yan enter. Suyu said, I just saw that little Xian was coughing badly, so I wanted to pat his back. Not only Jiang Yan, but even Jiang Xian, who was picking up the rice, froze in surprise.
What?
That troublesome woman felt sorry for him? Wanted to help him? Then, who was the one who used to slap him, and knock out his tooth. But Jiang Xian didn't dare say anything. Jiang Yan sneered. You, kind-hearted? You're probably pretending to help him just so you can hit him again, aren't you?
Suyue smiled lightly.
Do you think I would pretend? Seeing Jiang Yan at a loss, she finally felt relieved. She stopped paying attention to the two of them and decided to look for the wild vegetable Jiang Xian had mentioned.
Ding.
Wild vegetable detected. 1 pound for 3 coins. Would you like to sell it? Suyu was so startled that she almost jumped. A faint blue panel appeared before her eyes, a familiar sight. It was the well-known fair trade platform from her previous life. She glanced at Jiang Yan and Jiang Xian. One was tending the fire, the other washing rice, neither noticing her. That meant only she could see this trading panel. Looking at the listed price and weight of the wild vegetable, she decided to try it out. It showed 2 pounds available. She entered 1 pound and pressed yes. At once, 3 copper coins appeared in her hand.
Wow.
How convenient. And there was more. As she turned the coins in her hand, a pleasant voice sounded in her mind again. Storage need detected. Would you like to place the 3 coins into your storage space? 3 coins weren't worth much, but C was curious about this storage space, so she quickly pressed yes. The coins instantly disappeared into a small glowing box. This is your starter storage space, gifted by the system. 0. 1 cubic meters. You can expand it to 1 cubic meter for 10 taels of silver, or to 10 cubic meters for 100 taels, and so on. For reference, a cube of 0.1 cubic meters has sides about 46.4 centimeters long, quite small. Expansion would be useful later, but for now, filling her stomach was more important. Suyu slid the screen to the trading section again.
Rice, 3 coins per pound. Mille, 5 coins per pound. Sea beans, 3 coins per pound. Salt, 2 coins per pound.
All the prices matched those from her previous life. Only the currency had changed from yuan to coins. How thoughtful. After browsing for a while, she realized all the listed items were food. Suyu understood that this was one of the system's initial gifts. If she wanted to unlock other categories like daily goods or medicine, she would have to spend money to upgrade. Wait, Suyu suddenly realized there might be a huge business opportunity. She remembered that salt here was very expensive, costing more than 100 coins per pound. But just as the idea appeared, it was immediately crushed. Detected that the host has thoughts of speculation. Friendly reminder, gaining without effort will bring punishment from the heavens, Suyu pouted. No need for that. I was just thinking. Everyone knows I'm hardworking. She brushed away the voice in her mind. Seeing that the kitchen didn't need her, she stepped outside into the courtyard. She ignored Jiang Xian's muttering behind her. Huh? I remember picking a lot of wild greens yesterday. How come there's only a handful left? Suyu smiled slightly, then walked toward Jiang Sun. By now, Jiang Sun had finished writing the divorce letter. When he saw her coming, he said coldly, Suyu, your conduct is improper. You are dismissed. Take this letter and leave. Suyu took the letter, glanced at it casually, and said calmly, your handwriting looks nice. Still the same thought, divorce her? Not a chance. She looked at Jiang Sun's strikingly handsome face, smiled faintly, and tore the letter into pieces. As the fragments fluttered in the air, Jiang Sun frowned. Your heart isn't here, and the family has no money left. Why not just leave? Suyu leaned closer, startling Jiang Sun so much that he instinctively leaned back. His hands even moved to her shoulders, ready to defend himself if needed. Don't ask, he had learned his lesson from past fights. Suyu's body also remembered those fights. Her hand rested on his other shoulder, and with just a bit of strength, she could have thrown him off balance. So, the two of them silently decided not to move. In truth, the original Suyu rarely hit Jiang Sun. Although his leg was injured, he had trained in martial arts since childhood. His body was still strong, and his arms were quick and powerful. The original Suyu had suffered losses before, though Jiang Sun hadn't fared much better. Jiang Xian was a cautious child who tried hard not to upset her. So, the one who got scolded or punished the most was Jiang Yan. The worst beating left Jiang Yan unable to get out of bed for 3 days. Thinking of what the original owner had done, Siu gave a helpless smile. Then she gently patted Jiang Sun's shoulder and said, "Husband, your clothes are full of holes. When we have some money, I'll buy you new ones." She was the first to lower her arms. She considered herself a civilized person. Even though this body still carried traces of the original owner's temper, she couldn't bring herself to be violent. Violence should only be used against those who truly deserve it. The three Jiang brothers were honest farmers. They should live peacefully together. Jiang Sun's sharp eyes showed a hint of surprise. Slowly, he also lowered his hands, but still said firmly, "There's nothing improper between us. You should leave." Suyu replied, "I'll leave after I return the 1 tael of silver I owe your family." That scoundrel who ran away had even taken the original owner's silver before leaving. Although she disapproved of what the original owner had done, since she now lived in this body, she would settle that debt herself. If she ever met that man again, she would make sure he regretted it. When it was time to stand up for herself, she would never hesitate. Jiang Sun's expression was complicated. He clearly didn't believe her. And who could blame him? It would take a long time to make up for the trouble the original owner had caused. Just then, Jiang Yan and Jiang Xian came over carrying bowls of coarse rice porridge. Suyu knew Jiang Xian usually went to the mountains to gather wild vegetables during the day, so she said, "Xian, after breakfast, I'll go up the mountain with you." Jiang Xian didn't dare refuse. He nodded quickly, then looked to his older brothers for help. Help? Was this fierce woman planning to harm him in the mountains? Jiang Yan immediately said, "Is that really necessary? My brother has already divorced you. Go back to your own village and stop troubling our family." Suyu swallowed the rough porridge with some effort before replying, "Your brother changed his mind. He's not divorcing me anymore. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself." As she spoke, she even winked at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun's face darkened. He hadn't agreed to that at all. But for some reason, when he looked into her clear, bright eyes, he couldn't bring himself to argue. If she truly returned that 1 tael of silver, that would be a good thing. That money was meant for the youngest brother's medicine. Although his leg was injured and he couldn't do farm work, his handwriting was beautiful, so he sometimes earned a little by copying books. Together with their mother's wages, it was just enough to get by. They could barely afford enough food for the family and medicine for the third child. As for anything else, there was no hope. Seeing that Jiang Sun didn't expose her, Suyu continued to persuade Jiang Yan. "I know that since I married into this family, I've done some things that went too far. But I've changed. From today on, I'll live peacefully with everyone and work hard to earn money together. Didn't I take 1 tael of silver from the family? Within a month, I'll pay each of you 1 tael back. If I can't, I'll leave on my own." Jiang Sun frowned. In just a short while, that pancake had somehow turned into 3 taels of silver. He didn't believe her, but for some reason, he felt that this troublesome woman really did seem different from before. Even her eyes looked much clearer than they used to. Jiang Yan didn't believe her either. If this woman didn't hit them or steal their money, that would already be a blessing. How could she possibly pay them back? And 3 times the amount? Who was she trying to fool? Could it be that she was secretly planning to sell the third child? He thought he had figured it out. Jiang Sun had the same suspicion. So, the two of them spoke almost at the same time. "We're going up the mountain with you." The village was called Two Bears Village because behind it stood 2 large mountains that, from a distance, looked like a pair of bears. Suyu suddenly remembered a novel she had read before her death in her previous life. There had been a 2 dogs village in it, maybe even a 2 bears village. But she didn't think much about it, because reality soon hit her hard. She had imagined that the mountains in ancient times would be full of rare herbs and wild vegetables. But when they arrived, she realized she had underestimated how poor this place was. It was May, the hardest time of year when food was scarce, and the wild vegetables near the foot of the mountain had already been picked clean by the villagers. Suyu wanted to go deeper into the mountains to try her luck. But Jiang Sun stopped first. "We can't go any farther. It's not safe. Let's just look around here." After saying that, he sat down exhausted. His leg was getting worse. Every step brought sharp pain. When he rolled up his trouser leg and saw the twisted shape of his left leg, his brows furrowed tightly. Suyu noticed it too and frowned. Your leg is in such bad shape. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now you're just making things harder for yourself. When she frowned and looked at his leg, Jong-sun quickly pulled down his pant leg and said calmly, "It's fine." Why had he come here? Wasn't he worried about his two younger brothers? Suyu understood what he was thinking, but didn't respond. It was reasonable for Jong-sun to be concerned about the original owner of this body. So she said, "We should go to town one day and find a good bone doctor to check your leg. I think it might be a serious fracture. The doctor can set the bone and put on a cast. Maybe it can heal well." Jong-sun looked up at her in surprise, finding it hard to believe. She actually cared about his leg? Didn't she used to feel sick just looking at his injured left leg? When he didn't reply, Suyu said calmly, "You should rest here." Then she walked toward a patch of green not far away. It looked like she had found some flame ginseng. Would the old man accept it? Even if he didn't, it would still be good for her to keep it. Flame ginseng was known to help with digestion, ease coughing, clear heat, and remove toxins. It was very good for the body, especially for Jiang Yan. Seeing Jiang Yan still searching for edible wild vegetables nearby, she called out, "Little Yan, I found something we can eat. Come help me dig it up." Jiang Yan didn't dare disobey her, especially after hearing there was food. This time, he ran over with real excitement. "Sister-in-law, how do I dig it up?" Looking at the small, trembling Jiang Yan, Suyu frowned slightly. He was 6 years old, but because of poor nutrition and illness, he looked only 3 or 4. It made her heart ache. When Jiang Yan noticed her looking at him, he shrank his neck and said quickly, "Sister-in-law, just tell me once, I'll remember. I'll dig carefully. Please don't be angry." Then he squatted down right away, afraid she might hit him again. Suyu sighed softly, then crouched beside him. She gently patted his head and patiently showed him how to dig. Jiang Yan's older brother, Jiang Yan, who had just run over, was stunned by what he saw. Even Jong-sun, who followed behind, looked at her deeply. This woman really seemed different from before. When had she changed? It seemed to have started from the moment he crawled over to protect her that morning. Hearing the woman's gentle voice, he finally couldn't hold back and sat down heavily on the ground. "Shaoxian, the purple roots underneath are the real flame ginseng. It's very good for your health and can help with coughing. When we get home, I'll cook some for you." Jiang Xian looked up at her in confusion, feeling that the way she called him Shaoxian sounded so pleasant, just like how his mother used to call him. She even smelled as nice as his mother. Was she really planning to live peacefully with them? Gathering his courage, he asked, "Sister-in-law, if I eat this, will my chest stop hurting?" Suyu gently patted his small head. "It will help a little. When we go to town someday, I'll take you to see a proper doctor." Jiang Xian's cough had only been treated by the village doctor, and she guessed it might not have been the right treatment. Hearing this, Jiang Xian's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. "We don't have any money left at home." Suyu comforted him. "Don't worry, I'll earn some." She had a special system and good cooking skills. Once she had some savings, she planned to sell food in town. With her cooking, she wouldn't have to worry about finding customers. Jiang Xian didn't really believe she could make money, but as long as she said things like that, he felt happy. He sniffled and started digging faster. Suyu also began digging quickly. The two of them worked like little moles, and in less than an hour, they had dug up all the flame ginseng in that small patch. There were about 30 of them, weighing around 50 pounds in total. Suyu was delighted. Even if she couldn't sell them for money, just looking at them made her happy. And just as she thought that, the familiar voice in her mind finally sounded again.
Ding.
Wild flame ginseng detected. 1 pound for 15 coins. Would you like to sell it? This was exactly what she had been waiting for. Of course, she would sell it. She had already prepared for this, so half of what she dug up was placed in a pit on her left side, where Jiang Xian couldn't see. With a thought, the ginseng in the pit disappeared. 20 pounds in total, 300 coins. She stored them in her space. It wasn't much, but with those 300 coins, she finally felt a bit more confident. When she packed the remaining 30 pounds into her basket, she secretly sold another 10 pounds and earned 150 more coins. As for the last 20 pounds, she truly didn't plan to sell them. They would be perfect for making a cold dish or brewing tea at home. With 450 coins in hand, she felt much more confident. Happily, she lifted Jiang Xian into her arms and spun around in a circle. She hadn't really meant to do that, but she had so much strength that when she lifted him lightly, he was already in the air. So she decided to spin a few times to celebrate. Children loved being lifted and spun around. Jiang Xian was surprised at first, but when he thought about her promise of peaceful living and the food in the basket that could last for days, he laughed along with Suyu. In the distance, Jiang Yan, who was bent over picking wild vegetables, looked up and was completely fascinated by the scene. Jiang Sun also looked over in confusion, feeling that the morning sunlight seemed unusually bright today. Suddenly, he saw a bird land on a branch above Suyu's head. He quickly drew his bow and released an arrow. Whoosh! The bird had just spread its wings when the arrow struck it, and it fell straight into Suyu's basket. Suyu didn't notice at all. After playing for a while, she was ready to keep searching for wild vegetables. Then she heard rustling behind her. Turning around, she saw a large wild boar with sharp tusks. In her past life, she had been badly hurt by this very creature. Her pupils shrank in fear as the ugly black boar charged toward her again. She screamed, grabbed Jiang Xian, and ran as fast as she could. Jiang Sun, who was about to shoot the boar, felt a gust of wind as she rushed past. His arrow missed, only grazing the boar's belly, which made it even more furious. The boar was now too close for another shot. He gripped the arrow tightly, ready to strike at close range, but the beast ignored him completely and charged straight towards Suyu. His heart tightened. "Suyu, drop the basket," he shouted. He guessed that the blood from the bird he had shot must have attracted the boar. But Suyu was already far away and couldn't hear him. She was frustrated. Why was this stubborn beast chasing only her? There was no time to think. She just kept running for her life. After running for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, she was out of breath and desperate. She stopped running. Jiang Xian, who had been left behind the big tree, was dizzy and kept vomiting. Suyu didn't have time to care about him. Holding an iron shovel, she faced the wild boar head-on. "You stupid pig. You hurt me in my past life, and you think I'm scared of you now? Come on, today it's either you or me." The boar's white tusks gleamed as its hooves dug into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Clearly angered, it charged straight at her. Suyu was nervous, but she believed her current body was strong enough to take on a wild boar. After all, she had the strength of several men combined. Using her quick thinking, she dodged to the side just as the boar lunged forward. The boar couldn't stop in time and crashed headfirst into the tree, its eyes dazed from the impact. Seizing the moment, Suyu raised her shovel and struck precisely at the weak spot above its eyes, swift, accurate, and decisive. At the same time, a bamboo arrow flew through the air and pierced the boar's left eye. Hit by both attacks, the boar collapsed instantly without even making a sound. "Third brother," Jiang Yan shouted, his voice cracking in shock.
Ugh.
"Second brother."
Ugh.
Jiang Xian stumbled out from behind the tree, still retching. He hadn't eaten anything, so he could only dry heave, feeling miserable. Seeing that Jiang Xian was safe, Jiang Sun finally relaxed. Exhausted, he dropped his bow and sat heavily on the ground. He had run too fast earlier, and now his left leg was badly swollen. Seeing that their third brother was fine for the moment, Jiang Yan quickly went to help the eldest. "Big brother, your leg." Jiang Sun gritted his teeth and shook his head, signaling that he was fine, but he couldn't stand up no matter how hard he tried. Jiang Yan grew anxious. "Big brother, I'll carry you down the mountain." Although Jiang Sun was thin, he was still tall, over 1.80 meters, and Jiang Yan was too small to lift him. Suyu couldn't stand watching anymore and stepped forward. "Let me carry him." The three Jiang brothers had all grown up malnourished and thin, but Jiang Sun was the lucky one. When their family's troubles began, he had already grown tall, taller than most men. Jiang Yan and Jiang Xian, however, hadn't been so fortunate. Both were shorter than others their age. No need. Jong Sun, being a grown man, would never let Suyu carry him, but she didn't care and simply lifted him onto her shoulder. Being carried so easily by a woman made Jong Sun feel extremely embarrassed. He struggled and said, "Put me down." Suyu frowned and gave him a firm pat on the back. "Behave yourself." Jong Sun froze, his ears turning bright red. She actually patted him in public. Didn't she care about his pride?
Sujue.
He gritted his teeth and struggled even harder. "Let me," before he could finish, she gave him another firm pat. "If you move again, I'll keep doing it." After being patted 3 times in a row, Jong Sun finally gave up. He hung upside down on Suyu's shoulder, his face flushed red. Jiang Yen and Jiang Xian, who had just stopped feeling sick, looked at each other. This didn't count as bullying, right? They remembered their mother used to treat their father the same way, and he would end up looking just as red-faced. To be sure, they leaned closer to check. Yes, same color, same embarrassed look. Since the fierce woman hadn't really hurt their big brother, they felt relieved. But then, another problem appeared. Looking at the wild boar on the ground, Jiang Yen said, "Third brother, you stay here and watch it. I'll go get help." Hearing this, Jiang Sun, still red-faced, said, "No. The smell of blood will attract other wild animals. Put me down, I'll stay and guard it." As he spoke, he started to move again. Always so restless. Suyu said impatiently, giving him another light pat before looking down at the fat, ugly boar. She thought she could carry it herself, but since she was already carrying Jiang Sun, she said to Jiang Yen, "Go find some vines. We'll drag it back." Seeing their big brother hanging upside down with a red face, Jiang Yen and Jiang Xian exchanged a look and quickly went to find vines. Jiang Sun was mortified. His left leg was injured, and he couldn't fight this strong woman, he admitted that much. To avoid being patted again, he could only stay still. He had thought she had become gentler, but it turned out she had only changed her methods. She was even more troublesome now. Was a man's pride something to be treated so casually? He was starting to feel a bit warm from the effort. Suyu didn't think too much about it. It just happened to be the easiest spot to hit. After tying up the wild boar with vines, she tested her strength and was surprised to find she could actually pull it. Looking at her own hands, she chuckled softly. Well, this body wasn't bad at all. The 2 younger ones exchanged a glance, their eyes full of envy. If they had such strength, would their mother still be able to scold them so easily? But then they remembered that this woman didn't seem as bad as before, so they quickly stepped forward to help pull together. Their straw hut was at the foot of the mountain, on the edge of the village, so they didn't meet anyone along the way. But just as they were about to reach home, a loud, shrill voice suddenly called out from behind. Well, Jiang Sun caught such a big wild boar. Even with that limp, you're still impressive." The speaker was Aunt Fat, a well-known busybody in Liangtu Bear Village who loved taking advantage of others. When no one responded, she raised her voice again. "Jiang Sun, I helped you this morning, remember? Don't be ungrateful. You should give me one of the boar's legs." Jiang Sun stayed silent. If he spoke, he'd move, and if he moved, Suyu would smack him again. Earlier, only the 2 younger brothers were around, which wasn't a big deal. But if he got hit in front of Aunt Fat, that gossip would spread through the whole village before long. He still had his pride. Since he wouldn't speak, Jiang Yen answered for him. "Aunt Fat, we're not keeping the boar to eat. We're taking it to town to sell for medicine money." After saying that, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. A wild boar only had 4 legs, and she wanted one just like that. What nerve! Aunt Fat's eyes stayed fixed on the boar, clearly unwilling to give up. "Giving me 1 leg won't stop you from selling it. I even hurt myself helping you this morning. We're all neighbors. Don't be so stingy. Next time you need help, don't expect anyone to come." As she spoke, she stepped forward, clearly planning to take what she wanted. After all, the Jiang brothers couldn't really argue with a woman. Seeing this, Jiang Yen and Jiang Xian quickly stood in front of the boar. "No, we need to sell it for medicine money." Suyu was stunned. How could someone be this shameless? She let go of the vine and gave Aunt Pang a strong push, sending her flying several meters away before she landed hard on the ground. Oh my, you heartless woman. Are you trying to kill me? I'm telling you, you're in big trouble today. If you don't hand over that wild boar, this won't end well. Aunt Pang sat on the ground, crying loudly. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. She set Jiang Sun down, walked over to Aunt Pang, lifted her up with one hand, and raised an eyebrow. Come on then, if I don't give you the wild boar, let's see what you can do about it. With that, she threw her down again. This time, Aunt Pang was really hurt. She sat on the ground, unable to get up, crying even louder. Jiang Yen couldn't help twitching his lips. Don't ask, he had once been thrown around by this fierce woman too. He knew exactly how much it hurt, but somehow, watching it today felt strangely satisfying. Aunt Pang's cries soon drew the villagers over. Seeing the crowd, she gained some confidence and shouted, "Help! She's attacking people. The Jiang family's woman has already caused enough trouble, and now she's hitting me. She's an outsider who should behave herself, not act so arrogantly." Everyone in Liangtu Bear Village knew what kind of person Suyu was, and they began whispering among themselves.
Suyu didn't care.
She sneered and said, "You're older, but you don't act with respect. You tried to take our wild boar by force. Who's the shameless one here?" Jiang Sun quickly added, "Aunt Pang, my second brother already said that we need to sell the wild boar in town to buy medicine. We can't give it to you." His words confirmed what Suyu had said. The villagers, who knew both Jiang Sun and Aunt Pang well, immediately turned their attention to the woman on the ground. Aunt Pang always tries to take advantage of others. She must have seen they caught a wild boar and got greedy. Look at how the Jiang boys are guarding it. Aunt Pang, thick-skinned as ever, showed no sign of embarrassment. Don't talk nonsense. I wasn't trying to take their boar. Neighbors should help each other, shouldn't they? We helped the Jiang family this morning, and now that they've caught a wild boar, it's only fair they share a bit with everyone. Her words made the crowd hesitate. Well, she's got a point. Neighbors should look out for one another. It's a big boar, sharing a little wouldn't hurt. Jiang Sun didn't dare to speak again. Suyu gave a cold laugh and said, "This wild boar was hunted by me. You didn't even ask what happened and wanted to throw me into the pond, and now you want to take my boar meat? Dream on. No one can guilt-trip me. I hunted this boar, so I decide what to do with it. If I want to share, that's my choice. But right now, forget it. If anyone disagrees, come and try to take it. I'll make sure you regret it." After saying that, she looked around at everyone, then walked up to the wild boar. In front of the crowd, she took a deep breath and easily lifted the boar, which weighed over 200 pounds, carrying it into the yard. Everyone gasped in shock. With that kind of strength, who would dare to argue? They wanted to share, but they had to think carefully. Were they strong enough to fight her? Aunt Fatty, seeing there was no hope, slapped the ground and cried, "Oh heavens, is there no justice left? Jiang Sun's shameless wife hit me, for no reason. I'm going to find the village head to judge this." Suyu put down the boar and came back out. Seeing Aunt Fatty pretending to cry, she smiled slightly and walked toward her. Seeing the cunning look in her eyes, Jiang Sun actually felt a strange excitement. "Shut up." Suyu walked up to Aunt Fatty and patted her shoulder. With just one tap, Aunt Fatty fell to the ground, eating a mouthful of dirt. Suyu thought to herself that this body was really strong. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll knock your teeth out," she said fiercely, clenching her fists. The cracking sound of her joints made Aunt Fatty, her face covered in dust, instantly fall silent. "You think you can bully me just because you're older? You try to steal my boar and then pretend to be the victim? Let me tell you, in my life, no one gets to push me around. Don't try your usual tricks on me, they won't work. Either leave, or stay and lose a tooth." Aunt Fatty glared at her in anger and shame. This young woman was not only bold but also stronger than her. How could she fight that? She scrambled up and hid behind the onlookers before daring to speak again. "This is too much. I'm going to find the village head for justice. Go ahead, hurry up. If you don't, you're a coward."
Suyu es nered.
I'd love to see how the village head deals with someone who tried to steal another person's wild boar. As she spoke, She pushed through the crowd and lifted Aunt Fatty as easily as picking up a chick. Raising an eyebrow, she said, "Come on, I'll take you there."
Ah!
Startled by being lifted so high, Aunt Fatty let out a sharp scream. "You wild woman! I feel dizzy." This time she really was dizzy. She hadn't known she was afraid of heights, but her reaction made it clear. Looking down at the swaying ground, she finally gave in.
Put me down, I
want to go home." If she didn't give in now, she feared this troublesome woman might shake her on purpose until she fainted. Even though Aunt Fatty had already decided to let Suyu go, Suyu still threw her heavily onto the ground. The poor woman's old bones ached all over. Suyu claimed she had already held back her strength. The onlookers couldn't help twitching their lips. Wow, the Jiang family's fierce woman was truly something. With that kind of strength, no wonder the 3 Jiang brothers probably got beaten often. Then, they watched as the tall Jiang Sun was carried away by the same fierce woman like a chick, each of them showing sympathy in their eyes. Back in the courtyard, Suyu didn't throw Jiang Sun down like she had Aunt Fatty. Instead, she gently placed him on a stone stool. Jiang Sun's face turned dark red. He wanted to say she didn't need to carry him. He could walk in slowly himself, but he didn't dare. He was afraid she might lose her temper again, and he couldn't win against her. Suyu glanced at his injured leg and at Jiang Xian's pale face, then ordered Jiang Yan, "Second brother, go call the doctor." Jiang Yan didn't hear clearly and looked up in surprise. Jiang Sun narrowed his eyes and repeated, "Call Dr. Liu. The youngest's medicine is gone, but we don't have any money left." Jiang Yan knew about the missing medicine, but the last bit of silver in the house had been taken by the fierce woman. Thinking of this, he glared at Suyu angrily. Suyu ignored his look and urged, "Go quickly. Don't we still have that wild boar?" Hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, and he hurried out of the courtyard. Yes, the wild boar should be theirs. That was what the fierce woman owed them. Jiang Sun truly couldn't understand Suyu anymore. He said cautiously, "That wild boar is worth 4 or 5 taels of silver. If you return 1 tael to us, you can leave." He honestly didn't expect the fierce woman to ever return their 1 tael of silver. Now that the 3rd brother's medicine had run out, he had no choice but to bring it up. Suyu hadn't expected to be proven wrong so quickly, but as long as she didn't feel embarrassed, it would be others who did. Since she had just arrived and had nowhere else to go, she said casually, "Oh, you've already returned it so soon? I'm really capable, but the 3rd brother's front tooth was accidentally knocked out by me before. I'll wait until I see his new tooth grow in before leaving." After speaking, she turned to Jiang Xian and said deliberately, "Don't you agree, little Xian? Tomorrow, your sister-in-law will go up the mountain with you to pick wild vegetables." Jiang Xian pressed his lips together before asking softly, "Will it be like today again?" He thought the fierce woman today was actually very nice. She had spoken to him gently, called him little Xian again and again, helped him dig for fire ginseng, and even protected him when a wild boar appeared. He really liked the fierce woman today. If only she could always be like this. Suyu knew that children his age didn't hold grudges. As long as you treated them kindly, they would soon forget the past. Feeling both comforted and a little sad, she gently patted Jiang Xian's head and said softly, "Not only that, after we see the doctor, I'll make braised pork for you." At the mention of meat, Jiang Xian couldn't help swallowing. He glanced at the wild boar and then shook his head. "Maybe we shouldn't eat it. We can sell it for silver. Big brother's leg still needs treatment." Suyu shook her head. "It's fine. It's big enough. We can eat a little without any problem." Jiang Xian's pale face suddenly brightened, his eyes sparkling.
"Then, just a little bit."
After saying that, he looked at his big brother with hopeful eyes. Jiang Sun smiled faintly, but his gaze towards Suyu grew deeper. This fierce woman really seemed different now. Soon, Jiang Yan brought Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu glanced briefly at Suyu before starting to check Jiang Xian's pulse. Suyu wasn't surprised. The original Suyu had caused plenty of trouble, and now she had to deal with the consequences. She almost wanted to shout to the heavens to prove her innocence, but this wasn't the time or place. Dr. Lu clearly didn't like her. No need to ask why. Earlier that morning, his son had helped catch a pair of wrongdoers, and this wicked woman had accidentally punched him in the mouth, loosening his front tooth. He thought bitterly, this woman really has a thing for people's front teeth. Little Jiang Xian looked pitiful enough with his weak, sickly body, and now that cruel woman had even knocked out one of his teeth. It was truly outrageous. The doctor's frown deepened. The pulse is floating and hollow, like pressing on a scallion stalk, he muttered. He looked seriously at Jiang Sun. Your third child's illness is getting worse. You must take him to the town for treatment. He was only a barefoot doctor, able to treat small illnesses like headaches and fevers. For something more serious, he didn't have the confidence. He had already told Lin Hongyu before that the third child needed to be taken to town, or the illness might get worse. But thinking of their family situation, he knew it was all because they had no money. Su said, "All right, we'll take our third child to town tomorrow. Please give us some medicine for today first." At this moment, Su actually had a good impression of Dr. Lu. Lack of skill wasn't scary, pretending to know everything was. Dr. Lu was at least honest. He looked at Su in surprise, wondering if she had taken the wrong medicine today. She was speaking so politely. Since she was being respectful, he reluctantly agreed. "All right, I'll give you 1 dose for now. But you must go to town tomorrow. The child's illness can't wait any longer." After he finished prescribing medicine for Jiang Xian, Su asked him to check Jiang Sun's leg. This time, Dr. Lu wasn't as agreeable. "I can't treat the eldest's leg," he said. "But let me warn you, if he doesn't take care of it, he might lose it. It's already in terrible shape, and he still goes hunting wild boars? Does he think he can fly next?" Jiang Sun lowered his head and said nothing. Su replied, "Then please at least help reduce the swelling. It can't stay like this." Dr. Lu stroked his beard and frowned. "Soak it in cold water and don't let it touch the ground again."
Suyue nodded.
She seemed to take 20 coins from her sleeve, but in truth, she had taken them from her hidden storage. After sending Dr. Lu off, she told Jiang Yan, "You help your big brother soak his leg. I'll prepare medicine for little Xian." Jiang Yan didn't move right away. He pressed his lips together and said, "Tomorrow I'll go to town with you to sell the wild boar. We'll keep 3 taels of silver, and the rest will be yours." After speaking, he looked at Su with a calm face, though inside, he was terrified. Even if that fierce woman hit him again, he was ready to accept it. She had personally promised to return 1 tael of silver to each of the 3 brothers. Could it be that she's changed her mind again? Jiang Yan was ready to be beaten up, but instead, he heard the fierce woman say, "Why are you saying you and me? Aren't we all one family? No need to be so distant." That left Jiang Yan completely confused. If she were still as unreasonable as before, he could have stood his ground with confidence.
But now,
he instinctively looked toward his eldest brother. Jiang Sun's eyes darkened slightly before he spoke calmly. "Since we're one family, may I handle this wild boar meat?" Su turned to him and nodded seriously.
"Of course you can."
Hearing that, Jiang Sun asked Jiang Yan to bring him a knife. He took the knife, hopped on one leg to the wild boar, and neatly cut 3 equal pieces of meat. Then he handed them to Jiang Yan. "Second brother, take these 3 pieces to Uncle Li, second uncle, and Aunt Zhou." Jiang Yan swallowed hard before quickly taking them. He tied the pieces together with hemp rope, carefully placed them in a basket, and even covered them with a cloth before leaving the yard. Watching Jiang Yan sneak out like a cautious little fox, Su smiled slightly. "The second one is quite brave and careful." Jiang Sun said nothing. He had thought Su would take the wild boar and leave, but unexpectedly, she stayed and shared it with them. Naturally, he decided to give some to a few friendly families. After all, relationships are fragile things. Sure enough, a middle-aged man had just returned home from watering the fields when his wife started talking in a teasing tone. "Dear, I heard the eldest branch of the Jiang family hunted a huge wild boar today." The man she called dear was none other than Jiang Sun's second uncle, Jiang Nan. The Jiang family wasn't large, just 2 brothers, Jiang Bei and Jiang Nan. Years ago, before marriage, Jiang Bei had worked as a guard escorting goods and was away for several years. When he finally returned, he brought back a wife and child. Since then, Jiang Bei had stayed in Liangtu Bear Village, working steadily as a farmer. Later, when the second son Jiangyan was born, the family struggled to support Jiang Sun's studies, so Jiang Bei started escorting goods again, though only on short trips, keeping his focus on home. But who could have known that trouble would still come? Thinking of his eldest brother, who might have already been harmed, Jiang Nan said angrily, "Our eldest brother's family is full of weak, injured, and young ones. Isn't it good that they managed to hunt a wild boar?" Li Tsuiping, seeing that her husband was already upset, stopped holding back. No one said it was bad, but such a big wild boar, shouldn't they share some with their second uncle? The eldest branch still owes us 3 taels of silver. Jiang Nan washed his face and snorted coldly. When my eldest brother helped us years ago, why didn't you say anything then? Without his help, you wouldn't have even married into the Jiang family.
Li Kuiping frowned.
Don't bring up those old matters. Back then, you hadn't divided the family yet, so it was only right for your brother to help you. Besides, haven't we helped his family enough these years? Now that our son Jiang Feng is about to get married, have I ever asked for money? But the eldest branch hunts a wild boar and doesn't even think to share. Before she could finish, a voice came from outside. "Jiang Feng, why are you here? Did that difficult woman at home give you trouble again?" Jiang Yan quickly shook his head.
No, cousin.
Big brother asked me to bring you some wild boar meat. Hearing this, Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows and glared at his wife. Li Tsuiping was momentarily speechless. She forced a smile and hurried out. "Oh my, your family is already struggling. Why bring us wild boar meat?" Seeing that Jiang Yan was carrying 5 or 6 pounds of meat, she quickly went to the kitchen, counted out 10 eggs, and handed them to him. "Take these home for your big brother and younger brother to eat. Hide them well, and don't let that difficult woman take them." Knowing that the woman had actually agreed to send the meat, Jiang Yan pressed his lips together and said softly, "Thank you, second aunt. I need to go home and cook now." He carefully carried the basket of eggs and left. When he got home, Siu had already prepared medicine for Jiang Xian. While scratching his messy hair, Jiang Yan secretly showed the eggs to his brother.
So you noticed immediately.
She gave a cold snort and began chopping the pork with extra force. So, they were keeping secrets from her, were they? She would just use her cooking skills to win over those two. After all, as the saying goes, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. In her previous life, she had been a wilderness food blogger, so she was quite confident in her cooking skills. As long as those 2 troublemakers tasted her food, she was sure they would be completely won over. Among the 3 brothers, 2 were rather cunning, and only the youngest, who was obediently tending the fire, seemed kind-hearted. Jiang Xian tried to make himself as unnoticed as possible, afraid that the fierce woman might get upset and treat him like a wild boar to be chopped up. Fortunately, though her movements were rough, her voice remained gentle. "Xian, let's start by rendering some pork fat.
Keep the fire low, okay?"
She had already blanched the pork fat and cut it into small pieces. Now, she just needed to put them in the pot and slowly render them. Suyu gently poured the pieces of fat into the pot. Soon, tiny drops of oil began to dance happily at the bottom, making a cheerful sizzling sound. "The fire should be a bit lower or the lard will taste burnt," she reminded. Jiang Xian quickly pulled out some firewood and smothered it with ashes, then asked carefully, "Is this better?" He kept his eyes fixed on the flames, afraid they might flare up and ruin the precious lard.
So you smiled warmly. Perfect.
She stirred the fat pieces with a wooden spatula. As the temperature rose, the fat slowly melted, and clear oil began to gather at the bottom of the pot, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Jiang Xian couldn't help swallowing hard, his stomach growling loudly. It had been so long since he'd eaten meat. His father had passed away early, and his family had always been poor. The last time he'd tasted crispy pork bits was so long ago that he could barely remember the flavor, only that it had been wonderfully fragrant. Seeing this, Siyu picked up a small golden piece of crispy fat, cooled it with a breath, and placed it in his mouth. The rich taste stunned him.
It's
So good. He was so amazed by the flavor that he could hardly speak.
Sujue chakel.
If you think that's good, wait until you try the braised pork. When the oil turned clear and transparent, she knew it was ready. She scooped out the crispy bits into a bowl, then carefully poured the rendered lard into a ceramic jar for later use. After everything was ready, she began to make braised pork. To make it delicious, she had to be generous with the seasonings. In ancient times, seasonings were scarce. Especially for the poor Jiang family, having even a little salt in the kitchen was already a blessing. Suyu secretly bought some spices from the trading market: 5-spice powder, soy sauce, vinegar, peppercorns, sesame oil, and other essentials for cooking. She didn't dare to buy too much, but it still cost her 100 coins. She couldn't help but sigh. Money really disappeared fast. Still, no matter how hard life was, she couldn't let her stomach suffer. Eat first, then think about how to earn more money. She placed the seasonings in her storage space. It was small, but it could still hold all those jars and bottles. She made a large plate of braised pork, shiny and fragrant, the smell alone enough to make anyone's mouth water. The cold dish of flamed ginseng was bright red and glossy, topped with green onions for a striking look. She also made a bowl of egg drop soup, golden and thick like amber. Seeing the three men at the table swallowing their saliva, Siu smiled proudly. Try my cooking.
Janyan sudenli shuted, ah.
My eggs. My eggs. He rushed to check his hiding place. 5 eggs were gone. He knew this woman must have been planning something. She had used 5 whole eggs for 1 meal. What a waste. He was heartbroken, but the woman only said calmly, I left half of them, didn't I? Then she sat down, clearly ready to start eating whether they joined her or not. Jiang Yan slapped his thigh in regret. How had he not noticed earlier? Meat was fine, but eggs were precious. Meat and eggs in 1 meal. She wasn't thinking about the next one at all. Jiang Sun frowned slightly, but said nothing. Instead, he said, let's eat. He picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of braised pork into each of his younger brother's bowls. Thank you, big brother, Jiang Xian said. He had already tasted some while helping with the fire, but it hadn't been enough. The braised pork she made was the best he had ever eaten. He lowered his head and added softly, Thank you, sister-in-law. Then he quickly bent over his bowl and began to eat. It smells so good and tastes so soft. The tempting aroma went straight to Jiang Yan's nose, making him swallow uncontrollably. His craving completely took over. Staring at the bright, glossy braised pork in the bowl, he stopped worrying about anything else and started eating eagerly. The mountain. It was so delicious that he almost wanted to sing out loud. Luckily, he stopped himself in time, or he would have embarrassed himself. Hearing that excited sound and seeing Jiang Yan's flushed face, Siyu immediately understood what was going on. Humph, this little guy really knows how to act tough.
Not cute at all, she thought.
Still, seeing the 2 younger ones eating quietly made her feel quite proud. Then she turned her gaze to the older one, raising an eyebrow to signal him to try a piece too. The older boy wasn't shy. Meeting her eyes, he calmly picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. As his teeth bit into it, the rich, tender flavor spread quickly. Jiang Sun thought it was the best meat he had ever eaten. He was luckier than Jiang Xian. He had eaten plenty of meat before, but today's dish truly reached a new level, better than anything even the best restaurant in town could make.
Not bad, he said casually.
He wasn't about to praise her too much, so he just made a simple comment before asking, as if by chance, Did you find some new spices on the mountain today? Suyu froze for a moment, then quickly nodded. He had already given her a perfect excuse, so she might as well use it. The older boy was more cautious than the younger one, but as long as she didn't admit anything, who would ever imagine something as unbelievable as time travel? So, she kept a calm and natural expression. Whether Jiang Sun believed her or not, he didn't ask further. At first, the 3 men were reluctant to eat too much meat. Each only took 2 pieces before stopping on their own. But Suyu reminded them that in this hot weather, the leftovers would spoil quickly. Only then did they continue eating. Especially Jiang Xian, when he heard that the food might go bad, he couldn't stand the thought of wasting it. Wasting food would bring bad luck after all. So, he quickly picked up another piece, his small mouth stuffed full, looking adorably serious. Suyu smiled and said, "That's right. Especially our little Xian, you need to eat more. You must have both meat and eggs. Your illness uses up a lot of energy, so you need good nutrition. And this flame ginseng, eat more of it too. It helps with coughing and is very good for your health." Hearing this, Jiang Yan quickly put more braised pork and flame ginseng into Jiang Xian's bowl and urged him to eat more. "How do you know all this?" he asked. Suyu replied, "I've always known. I just never said it before." Jiang Yan was speechless. "You're amazing. So proud. So impressive." Jiang Sun then said, "Tomorrow we'll go to town together. After selling the wild boar, we'll take our third brother to see the doctor."
Suyu nodded.
"Sure, let's go together. But in the afternoon, I still need to go up the mountain to dig for wild vegetables. Are you three coming with me this time?" Jiang Xian instinctively wanted to nod. He went to the mountain every day to dig for wild vegetables. But before he could speak, his second brother quickly refused. "We have other work to do, so we're not going." After saying that, he secretly tugged Jiang Xian's arm and lowered his head to keep eating. He didn't have time to keep an eye on that troublesome woman. He still had to water the fields in the afternoon. That silly third brother, just a little kindness and he forgets all the bad things from before. Not a bit of caution left in him. It was just as well that the two younger brothers weren't going. Jiang Sun's leg couldn't handle any more walking anyway, and he needed to copy books in the afternoon. Once he finished, he could take them to town tomorrow and ask if there were any new ones to copy. Although everyone had their own thoughts during the meal, it didn't stop them from eating their fill. They hadn't felt this full in a long time. Each face showed rare satisfaction, and their hearts felt warm and calm. It felt so good to be full. Suyu patted her round belly and said, "From now on, we should eat, well, every meal. No matter what, we can't treat our stomachs badly." The three lazy men looked at her in surprise. Jiang Xian asked sister-in-law, "Do you really mean that?" Jiang Yan said, "If cows could fly, maybe I'd believe her." Jiang Sun said, "All right, that's enough. Everyone get back to work." Hearing that, Jiang Yan immediately got up to wash the dishes. Jiang Xian helped clean up, and Jiang Sun washed his hands, then limped back to his room to copy books. Suyu refused to give in. With her hands on her hips, she shouted, "You three narrow-minded frogs in a well. If I can make it happen, you'll have to kneel and apologize to me." While washing the dishes, Jiang Yan hummed, "And call you grandma 3 times. Jiang Xian, the clever one, quickly said, "I'll be the witness." Suyu clapped her hands.
"Deal."
"Since the second one talks the most, we'll start with him." Jiang Yan looked annoyed. "Huh. Don't end up embarrassing yourself and then try to fix it with force."
Suyu waved proudly.
"I always win people over with kindness." Inside the house, Jiang Sun listened to the lively noise outside. It sounded pleasant to him. He smiled softly and went back to copying his book. After arguing with Jiang Yan for a while, Suyu returned to her room. Honestly, it was nice that someone else was washing the dishes for once. Unlike in her past life, she had to cook and wash the dishes herself. In her previous life, she was an orphan who worked hard to finish college while doing part-time jobs. She had planned to save some money after graduation to open a small snack shop. But as a junior clerk in a company, she was constantly ordered around by her boss, earning just enough to pay rent and buy food. She couldn't see any future in that life. Then, after being forced to work unpaid overtime for a week, one stormy night, her boss crossed the line and tried to harass her. That was the last straw. She kicked him hard and quit on the spot.
Ugh.
He looked terrible and still thought she'd agree to be with him. What a ridiculous dream. She thought her cooking skills were decent, and since people said food live streams made good money, she decided to try outdoor cooking videos. It did pay better than regular jobs, though it was much harder. But she wasn't afraid of hard work, she only feared working hard without hope. Just when she was about to save enough to open her own shop, her screen was filled with virtual gifts and support. Then, out of nowhere, a wild boar charged at her, and that was the end of that life. Who could she even complain to? Well, no use crying over it. Time to start over. Wiping away imaginary tears, she decided not to sleep. She would head up the mountain right now and start building her new life. Under the surprised gazes of Jiang Yen and Jiang Xian, she carried a bamboo basket on her back, held an iron shovel, and walked out of the yard. She thought that since she had traveled to another world, maybe she could be as lucky as other heroines and dig up a ginseng root. But after searching for a long time, she only found some wild ferns. What else could she do? She started digging anyway. Sure enough, when she finished, that familiar voice sounded again in her mind.
Ding.
Wild fern detected. 8 coins per pound. Total, 5 pounds. Would you like to sell? Of course she would sell it. Even a little profit was still profit. Still, she kept 1 pound for herself and sold the other 4. After all, stir-fried fern tasted pretty good. Once she sold the ferns, she continued searching the mountain for more edible things. But instead of finding food, she suddenly felt something unpleasant under her foot. A bad feeling rose in her chest. She looked down and gasped, "Oh no, I really stepped in it. My luck couldn't get any worse." Just as she was about to clean her shoe, a big, colorful wild chicken strutted past her, clucking proudly, as if showing off. Seeing the culprit that made her step in the mess, Suyu's temper flared. Ignoring her dirty shoe, she lunged at the chicken, and surprisingly, she caught it. Lifting the bird by its wings, she flicked its beak playfully. "Go on, make more noise. Let's see if you still dare to act so proud." After a few flicks, the once arrogant chicken let out a pitiful cry.
Ding.
Wild eggs detected.
30 coins per pound.
Total, for pounds. Would you like to sell? Suyu almost pressed yes, but then she hesitated and looked around carefully. She knew the system's skin range was about 5 meters, so it didn't take long before she found a hidden nest in the grass, full of warm, round eggs. Just as she was about to sell half of them, the chicken in her hands began to struggle wildly. Looking at the eggs on the ground, Suyu understood. The chicken was hatching them. She poked its little head gently and sighed. All right, I won't sell them. Saving a life is a good deed. But from now on, you'd better share your eggs with me." After she pressed the no button, she bent down carefully to pick up all the eggs from the ground and place them into her basket. Then she put the wild pheasant inside, covered it with a lid, and continued walking deeper into the mountains. Suddenly, she saw a large patch of green plants with vines twisting around and leaves edged with fine serrations. They gave off a fresh, slightly numbing scent, and clusters of small green berries hung from the branches. Suyu's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected to find fresh Sichuan pepper here. The system not only accepted them, but also offered a good price.
Ding.
Wild fresh Sichuan pepper detected.
20 coins per pound.
Host, work hard to get rich. Looking at the large patch of pepper trees before her, Suyu's eyes sparkled. This was the startup capital she needed. The peppers were both numbing and spicy. Luckily, no one around here liked to eat them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the chance to collect them. Humming happily, she thought, "I'm going to get rich." Suyu worked tirelessly all afternoon and managed to pick 100 pounds of peppers. That was thanks to her natural strength. As she looked at the setting sun, she felt time slipping away too quickly. After selling the peppers to the old shopkeeper for 2,000 coins, she reluctantly left. On her way back, she saw Jiang Yan carrying buckets of water toward the fields. Surprised, she asked, "You water the fields 1 bucket at a time?" Jiang Yan gave her a look as if she were being silly. "What do you think?" Without stopping, he kept walking with effort toward the fields. Suyu followed him. "At this rate, you won't finish watering even in a month." Jiang Yan gave a bitter laugh. "That's why I water every single day." He was anxious too. Watering was the most important task in the fields. Other families worked together and could finish in 3 to 5 days. But in his family, he was the only one strong enough to do it. So even though he worked every day, he had never managed to water the whole field properly. When he watered the front, the back dried out. When he reached the back, the front was dry again. As a result, he was the hardest worker in the village, yet his fields were the least productive. Thinking of this, He pushed himself to walk faster, but Suyu stopped him. Doesn't the village have a water wheel? Already frustrated about the watering, Jiang Yan grew impatient when she pulled him back. Don't stop me. I need to water the fields. The chubby woman watering the fields instinctively stepped back, then dared to mock. Water wheel? Jiang Sun's family probably isn't even fully awake yet. Such fancy things can't appear in our bear village. Instead of dreaming about unreachable things, it's better to go to town and find a man. Before she finished, a group of women behind her covered their mouths and laughed. Everyone in Bear Village knew well about Suyu's character. They saw that even a slightly better-looking man could easily be approached by her. Poor Jiang Sun, who is handsome and noble, is always wearing a green hat, every day a different one. The women's teasing was quiet, as they knew Suyu's strength was formidable. At this moment, Suyu was too lazy to argue with them. She looked at the group of people trying to find joy in their hardship and suddenly raised her eyebrows, saying, I can make a water wheel. Water wheel. Water wheel. Lu Jinsheng, the village head who was also struggling with watering his fields, was very sensitive to these words. Don't ask why watering the fields is just too exhausting. Carrying a bucket of water back and forth, pouring it over the land. After a while, when the work was done, he was completely worn out. He couldn't go more than 2 or 3 days without rest. So, Suyu's confident words made him stop in his tracks. Jiang Sun's family, why haven't you left our village yet? Although you're the village head, what's happening in our house doesn't seem to concern you, right? Her words immediately made the village head choke. He glanced at Suyu and then continued watering the fields. Why bother talking to this wicked woman? No food, no way in. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, who was also fetching water, stopped and asked curiously, Big house, what did you just say? I said, I can make a water wheel. Suyu answered clearly and forcefully, so everyone present could hear her. Seeing the mysterious confidence on Suyu's face, Jiang Nan suddenly wanted to mock her like the gossiping women, but considering his status, he said politely, Big house, it's not good to boast like that. Can anyone just make a water wheel? Even the wise village head couldn't figure it out. As soon as he said that, more whispers spread around. That's hilarious. Did you all hear what Jiang Sun's family just said? She, a simple woman, claimed she could make a water wheel. A lazy woman who had never even seen the ground, boasting so confidently. Was she not afraid of embarrassing herself? The Jiang family didn't need her to do anything anymore, yet she came out to tease us again. If she could really make a water wheel, I think it would be when our river water overflows into the fields. Listening to the sneers around him, the village chief looked at Suyu again. He saw Suyu staring at his second son, who was drawing water. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly cleared his throat and said, That's enough, Jiang Sun's family. Stop bragging here. It's getting late. Go home quickly. His second son didn't look as good as Jiang Sun, but he had strong legs. He definitely didn't want this mean woman to fix her eyes on him. Since he was his own nephew's wife, Jiang Nan also urged her, Big family, go home quickly. Why was she still chasing people away? Suyu withdrew her gaze from the village chief's second son. How could she possibly be interested in him? His face was not as handsome as Jiang Sun's. She was also a face-obsessed person. This was quite similar to the original owner. The reason she looked at the village chief's second son was because she thought that even an adult man would be afraid of a small flood, let alone little Jiang Yan. Therefore, making a water wheel was urgent. She raised her eyebrows and said, I am determined to make this water wheel. Seeing her confident look, Jiang Yan was so scared, he quickly said, We don't have extra silver to spend on this. Can you stop causing trouble? The onlookers who enjoyed watching the fun also said, We agreed beforehand. We didn't ask you to make the water wheel. You insisted on doing it yourself. Don't come asking us for payment later. Suyu raised her eyebrows and smiled. Of course I won't. But when the time comes, you all won't be able to use my water wheel. What a narrow-minded village. They didn't support her and even mocked her. Don't blame her if she doesn't show kindness later. The village chief, having seen the world, finally spoke up. Jiang Sun's family, if you really can make a water wheel, the cost will be shared by both our villages. And he wanted to say that if Suyu could really make the water wheel, he might give her extra pay. But it was clear that Suyu couldn't produce such a complex device. So he didn't say anything. Annie Pang also thought this way. Village chief, you really believe her? If she can make a water wheel, I'll eat my hat, Suyu nodded. All right, that's enough with Annie Pang's words. Please, village chief and fellow villagers, bear witness. Annie Pang pouted, clearly not taking her seriously. If she can't make it, you also eat your hat. Please, village chief and everyone, bear witness. Watching the two bet with Minor, the village chief felt speechless, but still nodded in agreement. Fine. The others also felt speechless, but were eager to see the troublemaker embarrass herself, so they cheered loudly. I bet 100 coins. I bet 10 respectful bows. I bet 10 calls of young lady. Suyu accepted all the bets happily and asked the village chief and Jiang Nan to record them. The village chief didn't think much of it at first, but seeing how serious Suyu was, he became a little excited. Could this troublemaker really make a water wheel? He was very excited. Could their two villages really have such a fancy water wheel? He couldn't help but ask, Jiang Sun's family, how long will it take to make one? Please don't bluff, and don't take 10 or 20 years to build it. Suyu thought for a moment and gave a definite date. Half a month. She believed half a month was enough. In her past life, when she was a food blogger outdoors, she often stayed outside for several days. Once, during a live stream in the jungle, to attract viewers, she made a small water wheel. The principle was the same, even if it was a mini version. She wouldn't make money from water wheels, but such a helpful thing for the people, she was determined to do it. Seeing her confident and proud when she returned home, Zhang Yan didn't bother watering the fields and quickly carried a bucket back home. Woo-woo. The troublemaker is crazy about making a water wheel. Does that mean their family can finally relax? Sure enough, when he got home, he saw the troublemaker threatening his older brother. Jiang Sun, paper. I need it to draw the water wheel. Just lend me a few sheets. I'll return a whole stack later. It's not that Jiang Sun is stingy. Paper is a luxury item, and he doesn't have many. He keeps some for copying books. And what Su said didn't sound reliable at all. Drawing a water wheel? Is that something a troublemaker like her should be doing? After Jiang Yan finished explaining what happened, Jiang Sun looked at Su with a deeper gaze. If you can't make a water wheel, then eat dirt? Pay money? Bow your head? Call her grandmother? How could someone cause such a big trouble? Even if you really knew how to make a water wheel, have you thought about drawing the plans, finding carpenters, and paying them? She didn't think about that. She just wanted to speak quickly. What if she got stuck at the first step? Jiang Yan snorted. Su, you couldn't stand their brother's cold teasing. She frowned and slammed the table. What do you mean by you? I know that myself. If I can't borrow paper, I will buy some myself tomorrow. Her strength was so great that the stone table started to shake. Jiang Yan was so scared he instinctively covered his head. Look at how she scared the child. Jiang Sun looked at Jiang Yan and then slowly handed 2 sheets of paper to Suyu. I only have these 2 sheets left. You can use them first. As for the carpenters, I will tell you tomorrow, once I confirm. In the past, when he delivered a message, he saw a water wheel from afar. He didn't know what kind of water wheel Suyu wanted to make, but he guessed it wouldn't be too different from others. He estimated that a normal water wheel would cost at least 10 taels of silver. That was more than they could afford. So, he could only gather materials himself and find a familiar carpenter to help build it. He wasn't sure if the carpenter had time, so he didn't make any promises. Although Jiang Sun kept talking, he at least believed Suyu could make a water wheel. Suyu was somewhat satisfied with this. After raising an eyebrow, she took the 2 sheets of paper from him. Why does this one have writing on it? Suyu picked up the paper with writing and looked.
What?
It was a love letter? Jiang Sun, are you done writing this nonsense all day, Jiang Sun?
Well,
just in case. The back can be used too. Suyu was really fed up with this lame guy. She didn't mind that he was lame. He thought she was a fool. If it weren't for the strict rules for women in ancient times, living with parents, marrying out, and not being allowed to own land, she would have clung to him stubbornly. Just let it be. One day, she would make him kneel and beg her not to leave. Thinking of this, she suddenly stopped being angry and instead looked at Jeong-sun with affection, saying, "That's good. Husband's thoughts are really considerate. Thank you for being so thoughtful." Her deliberate and exaggerated tone actually gave Jeong-sun goosebumps. No need. Although she said that, Jeong-sun was seeing this woman clearly for the first time. He felt her eyes and expressions were surprisingly lively. Noticing Jeong-sun's dazed look, Soo smiled even more charmingly. "All right, I'll go to the kitchen to find a charcoal pencil." After saying that, she deliberately took small, delicate steps toward the kitchen. Jeong-sun didn't say anything. He wasn't sure what to think. Anyway, he felt like vomiting. He wasn't suited for playing the innocent girl. Unbeknownst to him, as he watched her back, Jeong-sun's lips twitched. Jeong-yen, on the other hand, looked alert and said, "Big brother, this woman is trying to trick you with her charm. She probably wants you to help her with something embarrassing." Jeong-sun. "Thank you for your concern." Afterward, he continued to focus on copying his books. Jeong-yen, being experienced, said confidently, "If Big Brother doesn't believe me, just wait and see. A cow flying in the sky. Big Brother eating something unpleasant on the ground. His Big Brother is good at everything, except being overly protective. Otherwise, could he have let this woman go so easily this morning?" Meanwhile, Soo arrived at the kitchen. Seeing Jeong-sien diligently tending the fire, her heart softened. She bought a pound of rock sugar from the market and took a piece to put into Jeong-sien's mouth. Jeong-sien was focused on cooking porridge when suddenly, a hard, cool thing was stuffed into his mouth. He instinctively wanted to spit it out, but when the sweet taste spread in his mouth, he froze.
So sweet.
"It's sugar." He looked at Soo with surprise, even licking his lips as if trying to savor the remaining sweetness. "So adorable." Soo liked it very much. She then took out a handful from her storage space and handed it to Jeong-sien. "Usually, you can take this to drink with water. It's good for your lungs and cough." Seeing the full handful of rock sugar, Jeong-sien was stunned. So much sugar? Where did the woman get it? And she just gave it all to him? He carefully held it, afraid to drop a piece. Just as he was unsure what to do, a cluck-cluck sound suddenly came from the yard. His eyes widened even more. "Chickens? There are chickens?" Hearing the roosters crow, Soo finally remembered. "Oh, I almost forgot. I caught a wild chicken on the mountain this afternoon." Not only Jeong-sien was surprised. Even Jeong-sun and Jeong-yen from the yard felt shocked. A wild boar in the morning, a wild chicken in the afternoon? Has this wicked woman become a lucky charm? But that's not all. They watched as she surprisingly had a basket of eggs too. Jeong-yen opened his mouth wide in surprise. Compared to all those eggs, the 10 eggs he secretly hid are nothing. No, now only 5 eggs are left, not even worth mentioning. And look at how generous the wicked woman is. These eggs are for hatching chicks, not for eating. Once they hatch, our family won't have to worry about eggs anymore. Soon, we can all enjoy eggs to our heart's content. Jeong-sien's eyes lit up. "Can we really eat them too?" Soo nodded, but her eyes looked at Jeong-yen. "As long as it's ours, we can eat it. Just some food, not those sneaky things." Jeong-yen felt like she was implying something, but he couldn't say a word. Especially when Jeong-sien put a piece of rock sugar in his mouth. He just wanted to find a hole and hide. "Big sister-in-law gave it to me. Try a piece, second brother." "Big brother, try some too." Jeong-sun didn't eat. He looked at Soo with a deep gaze. Soo immediately turned her head away. After we finish eating, we'll build a chicken coop for the wild chicken. Then we can realize our great dream of eating eggs freely." Jeong-sien happily agreed. "Big sister-in-law is awesome. We can eat eggs freely now." He thought today's big sister-in-law was really nice. Not only did she become gentler, but she also kept surprising him. At dinner, he ate until he was full. Big sister-in-law cooked the bird that Big Brother hunted, and he drank a lot of broth. She said it was good for his health. He even felt that his usually weak body seemed to have gained strength. After eating and drinking enough, he eagerly washed the dishes. Soo and Jeong-yen built a chicken coop with a fence. Jeong-sun's leg was injured, so he couldn't do heavy work. He looked down for a moment, then leaned on his crutches and went back inside to continue reading. The next day, after breakfast, a young man's voice came from outside. "Jong-sun, are you ready?" The visitor was Liu Yiming, the eldest son of the village chief. The village chief's family has an ox cart that usually takes people to the town to earn some hard-earned money. In the past, the second son, Liu Yihong, would drive the cart, but today, for some reason, it was the eldest son, Liu Yiming. Jong-sun is not a talkative person. He simply nodded and said, "All right. Thank you, Brother Liu." Yesterday, when Jiang Yan went to deliver wild boar meat to the village chief's family, he had already arranged the ox cart in advance. Liu Yiming smiled and said, "We are all brothers. No need to be polite. Jiang Yan, Jiang Xian, you two help your big brother onto the cart, and I will carry the wild boar." Then he saw Suyu easily carry the wild boar past him. He was very envious. Last night, his father specifically told him that today he would take Jiang-sun's family to the town, and that he must not let the second brother and Suyu have contact. He wanted to say, with such strength, how could they stop him? If Suyu truly liked his second brother, that would only be a sad thing. Suyu didn't know what Liu Yiming was thinking. She placed the wild boar on the cart and then helped Jiang Xian onto it. Worried that Jiang Xian might fall off the cart, she held him in her arms. Although Jiang Xian was only 6 years old, he looked younger, like 3 or 4, so it didn't seem strange for Suyu to hold him. Jiang Sun and Jiang Yan were surprised for a moment, but quickly got used to it. After all, since yesterday, the wicked woman had already become abnormal. Liu Yiming's eyes hadn't left her for a long time. Holding him so tightly, was she planning to sell little Jiang Xian to the human traffickers? He nudged Jiang Yan, who was nearby. Jiang Yan immediately understood and signaled to him silently that everything was fine. He had been watching closely. Jiang Sun was also watching. Only the people involved, Suyu and Jiang Xian, didn't know. They enjoyed the gentle breeze, feeling very comfortable. Everyone had their own thoughts, and in about an incense stick's time, they arrived at Onping Town. Onping Town is a large town, governing villages within a 50-mile radius. The town is surrounded by city walls, about a zhang high, built with bluish-gray bricks and stones. Though weathered over time, they remained strong and majestic. At the city gate, soldiers with long spears guarded it, but they didn't trouble the common people, and the townsfolk didn't need to pay to enter or leave. Suyu didn't find it strange. Since her previous life, she had seen similar scenes on TV. Although the dynasty she crossed into, the Great Shao, didn't exist in history, but the systems were quite similar. It seems ancient times loved building city walls. In Onping Town, they only built one wall, and some places even built two, an inner city called the city and an outer area called the town. It shows they had a strong sense of self-protection. Soon, Liu Yiming drove a ox cart to the largest inn in Onping Town, the Drunken Fragrance Inn. In the past, Jiang Sun had come here with his father Jiang Bei to sell game. Although a long time had passed, both Jiang Bei and Jiang Sun were still very noticeable in a crowd. After his father disappeared, Jiang Sun also came here to look for news. So, innkeeper Liu was surprised for a moment, but quickly recognized Jiang Sun. He cautiously asked, "Young Master Jiang, have you found your father?" Seeing Jiang Sun's serious face shake his head, Liu innkeeper wisely didn't ask more. Since innkeeper Liu asked, Jiang Sun understood what he meant. They both silently started talking about wild boar meat. The Drunken Fragrance Inn did good business and welcomed all kinds of mountain game. Both of them were quick and efficient. Removing the internal organs and intestines, innkeeper Liu bought wild boar meat at 25 coins per jin. Seeing the discarded pig intestines, Suyu's eyes lit up. "Innkeeper Liu, I can make a delicious dish with these intestines. Are you interested in letting me try?" Next to her, Jiang Yansheng was worried she might cause trouble, so he quickly whispered, "Can you behave?" But she snapped back, "The master is speaking. Where do you get the right to interrupt? Go outside and watch Brother Liu's ox cart." Jiang Yansheng was so angry. His older brother even told him to go outside. He could only huff and leave. Jiang Xian instinctively shrank his neck and quickly left with his second brother. As long as he left fast enough, the angry woman wouldn't catch him. With the noise gone, Suyu continued asking Innkeeper Lu, "Would you like to try?" "I promise it will be delicious." Innkeeper Lu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Jiang Sun. "Young Master Jiang, who is this?" Jiang Sun squinted. "She is my wife, Su." Innkeeper Lu chuckled softly. "So, it's Lady Su." Then he smiled and said to Suyu, "Please, Lady Su, go ahead and make it." He personally took Suyu to the back kitchen, had the cook give her some instructions, then left with the cook, leaving the kitchen to Suyu. Meanwhile, he went to the next room with Jiang Sun to drink tea. Jiang Sun used tea instead of alcohol. "Thank you, Manager Lu, for giving my wife this chance. She is very good at cooking." Although he didn't believe Suyu could turn that pig intestines, which smelled terrible, into something delicious, he had to support her now that she was here. Manager Lu took a sip of hot tea and said, "I'm really looking forward to it." He was a wise man. He was able to make the Omping town's top restaurant not just because he was clever, but because he was very open-minded. Running a restaurant means always trying new things. If Suyu's cooking turned out well, he would profit. If not, he had nothing to lose. Jiang Sun understood this well, so he didn't say much and quietly enjoyed his tea. About an incense stick's worth of time later, Suyu finished stir-frying the pork intestines. It looked very good. When smelled closely, there was no foul odor at all, only a strong, fresh, and tempting aroma. Manager Lu swallowed nervously, but because he still had some doubts about pig intestines, he decided to let Jiang Sun taste it first. Even though the dish was rich in flavor and aroma, Jiang Sun still felt uneasy about eating pig intestines, as if it tasted like dirt. But seeing the eager looks from Manager Lu and Suyu, he quickly composed himself, picked up a piece with chopsticks, and slowly put it in his mouth. He had expected to taste something unpleasant, but instead, the bold, fresh flavor exploded in his mouth, filled with a rich, oily aroma. The outside of the intestines was crispy, while the inside was soft and chewy, with a complex texture. It was even more delicious than the braised pork he had eaten yesterday. Could this really be smelly pig intestines? He looked at the plate in Suyu's hand. Suyu naturally noticed his gaze and smiled, saying, "Absolutely authentic pig intestines, just cleaned thoroughly." Faced with her bright eyes, Jiang Sun couldn't help but take another piece and savor it carefully, feeling it was truly unforgettable. Seeing the joy in Jiang Sun's eyes, Manager Lu had no doubts. He was a true foodie. Someone who couldn't appreciate good food wouldn't be able to run a good restaurant. At this moment, there was no time for any awkward feelings. She quickly picked up a pair of chopsticks, grabbed a piece of pork intestine, and put it in her mouth. Just one bite made her eyes light up with delight. Unlike Jiang Sun's reserved nature, she was more lively. She ate happily and praised, "Lady Su, what you said is true. This is truly delicious." Watching her boss eat the pork intestines so freely, the cook couldn't help but feel curious. In these days, isn't it harder to earn money than to eat the food? With a desire to learn, the cook also picked up a piece with his chopsticks and tried it. Fragrant. Tasty. After the three of them agreed, Suyu knew she had made the right choice. Boss Lu was quick and straightforward. He immediately offered his price, 10 taels of silver. In the long run, not just 10 taels but any quick deal like this was not worth it. But thinking about future cooperation, especially the unpleasant smell when cleaning the pork intestines, Suyu decided she wouldn't sell pork intestines herself in the future. So, she and Jiang Sun exchanged a look and decided to sell to Boss Lu. This laid a foundation for future cooperation. 10 taels of silver was a significant amount. To be cautious, both sides signed a contract. The main points were that, apart from their own consumption, Suyu couldn't tell anyone how to prepare the intestines, nor could she sell them to more than one person. Both sides agreed on the terms. She handed over the money, and he shared his skills. Boss Lu saw that Suyu cleaned the pork intestines with ash from the stove, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. He personally saw them out of Drunken Fragrance Tower and said that if they had any new recipes in the future, they could come find him anytime. Looking at Jiang Sun's injured leg, he kindly suggested they go to the Jisher Hall to see Dr. Yang there, and even handed them an invitation card. Suyu took the invitation card, grateful for his kindness. After leaving the tower, Jong-sun still felt it was all too unbelievable. They had earned 15 taels of silver from this trip. The recipe for the pork intestines was worth 10 taels. They sold 210 jin of wild boar meat for 5,250 coins, totaling 15 taels and 250 coins. This wicked woman was so capable. Suyu also felt she was quite capable, and she had many more recipes in her mind. She planned to keep a steady flow, so she wouldn't worry about food or clothing.
La la la.
Another way to get rich. Unexpectedly, just when I was feeling extremely happy, a very inappropriate voice suddenly spoke. "Are you planning to leave with the silver?" Looking at the handsome and confident man in front of her, Suyu's smile gradually froze. He is so good-looking, but unfortunately, he has a big mouth. However, she was not the type to hold grudges. She snapped back sharply. "Are you disgusting? Do you have to ruin the moment with such unpleasant words? If I really take the silver and leave, will that make you happy? Don't provoke me. If I get angry, I might really leave with all the silver, not leaving you a single coin. Your leg is just waiting to be amputated, and the third brother is just waiting to develop a lung disease." Humph. After saying this, she felt better and wanted to slap him hard. Seeing his injured body, she knew he couldn't withstand her powerful slap, so she grabbed him and threw him onto her shoulder. She aimed at his buttocks and gave him 3 heavy smacks with her hand. "You can question my judgment, but you can't question my character. If I leave with all the silver now, am I still a person?" After speaking, she strode quickly toward the ox cart, roughly tossing him onto it. In fact, she deliberately avoided his left leg. The 3 people waiting on the cart were stunned, staring with wide eyes. Especially Liu Yiming. He didn't know if Jong-sun was embarrassed, but he was definitely embarrassed for him. This wicked woman was openly hitting a man's buttocks in broad daylight. Was this how she usually mistreated Jong-sun? This was a mistreatment. It was clearly flirting. Usually, after a few drinks, she liked to tease her husband like this when she was drunk. That's going off topic. Coming back to the point, he quickly tried to ease the awkward atmosphere, pretending nothing was wrong. "Next, where are we going?" Jong-sun's face turned red, and he couldn't speak. He didn't think much, just said whatever came to mind. Besides, wasn't this wicked woman always eager to run away with her lover? If she could do it, why couldn't he even say a word? Suyu didn't have much mental activity. She glanced at Jong-sun, whose face was as pale as pig liver, and replied, "Brother Liu, let's go to Jishir Hall." They soon arrived at Jishir Hall. Jishitang is very large, truly the biggest medical hall in Anping town. The red lacquered door is wide open, with the words Jishitang hanging above, written in bold, strong strokes, clearly the work of a famous calligrapher. Inside, the smell of herbs fills the air, making people feel calm and peaceful. Holding Jiang Xian in her arms and presenting a visiting card, the young servant led Suyu into the inner hall. Suyu couldn't help but feel emotional. No matter the era, some people are just good. As she entered the inner hall, she saw a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting behind a large table. Although he wasn't an old man with white hair, his wise eyes, typical of a healer, made Suyu recognize him as Dr. Yang, mentioned by shopkeeper Liu. Out of respect for doctors, she bowed sincerely and said, "Hello, Dr. Yang." However, Dr. Yang, with his kind face, didn't pay much attention to her. Instead, his gaze was fixed directly on Jiang Xian in her arms, and he looked displeased as he said, "Why did you come so late?" Although he didn't give her a friendly look, that one sentence made Suyu feel deeply respectful. Is this what they call looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse? She quickly placed Jiang Xian on the special seat for patients and asked Dr. Yang to carefully check his pulse. "We might have been careless. Please take a look at the child." Dr. Yang didn't reply, but solemnly checked Jiang Xian's pulse. After feeling his pulse, he frowned and said, "This child has lung blockages, and cold air has entered his body deeply. It's not a simple illness. Summer is okay, but in winter, this child will definitely cough and wheeze constantly." Did he fall into water during the cold winter months? Su only knew about this incident but didn't understand the details, so she looked down at Jiang Xian, signaling him to tell the doctor himself. Jiang Xian bit his lip and whispered, "My father went missing, my older brother had an accident, and we had no food at home. I saw people breaking ice to catch fish, so I tried to do the same. But I accidentally fell into an ice hole. I couldn't help much and only made the family owe more debts." Seeing the boy on the verge of tears, Dr. Young finally couldn't bear to blame him anymore. He let out a long sigh. In this remote, poor village, he had seen too many poor people. He could say that the wealthy have all kinds of worries, but the poor's worries are definitely about lacking money. He had a compassionate heart but no power to save everyone. So, he looked up at Su Yu and said frankly, "This child's illness has been dragging on too long. To cure it completely, he will need to take medicine for a year or half a year, and in the early stages, acupuncture will also be necessary. Be mentally prepared." Su Yu didn't hesitate and said, "Dr. Yang, just treat him. As long as my third brother is completely cured, we will sell everything we have to pay for it." Jiang Sun, who was slowly walking in with a cane, heard this as he entered. It was impossible not to feel touched by her words. But he thought this was not something the usual mean woman would say. Her genuine expression and sincere eyes didn't look fake. Although her previous rough and simple ways were still there, her heart seemed to have become kinder. So he also said, "Dr. Yang, we will treat him. He could read more books or go hunting for wild game in the mountains." Seeing the lame man approaching, Dr. Yang understood what was going on. This was the older brother who had caused trouble, as described by Little Bean Sprout. For some reason, when he looked at the handsome man in front of him, he suddenly felt a bit distracted, until he heard Su Yu's reminder, "Dr. Yang, please prepare medicine and do acupuncture for my third brother." He snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and picked up his brush to write the prescription. After finishing, he carefully considered and changed 2 ingredients. Then he said to Su Yu, "I replaced 2 expensive herbs with cheaper ones. The effect might be slightly less, but your third brother needs long-term nourishment for medicine anyway, so it shouldn't matter. Let's start with a 15-day course, and we can adjust the treatment based on his recovery. However, the acupuncture needs to be done daily." So Yu quickly bowed to Dr. Yang. "Thank you for your understanding." Dr. Yang waved his hand, telling her to go to the front hall to find the shopkeeper to get the medicine. He then went to the inner room to give Jiang Xian acupuncture. He asked Jiang Xian to remove his upper garment and lie down. Jiang Sun, being a man, was trembling with fear when he saw the small Jiang Xian. He frowned and comforted him. "Third brother, hold on a little longer," and said no more. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was worried about Su Yu and kept following her to get the medicine. Watching the shopkeeper's abacus clicking loudly, his heart was pounding like a drum. It wasn't just calculating money, it felt like it was beating his heart. He was worried about not having enough money, and also afraid that if they had enough, the mean woman might refuse to pay. Especially after hearing what the shopkeeper said, he felt breathless. "Young lady, each set of medicine costs 50 coins. You need 2 sets a day for 15 days, totaling 30 sets, which is 1,500 coins. The daily acupuncture fee is 100 coins, making a total of 1,600 coins. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and silently calculated in his mind. The daily cost of medicine and acupuncture was 200 coins. He wasn't worried about spending money on his third brother's treatment. He just felt that money was really hard to come by. The silver earned from a big wild boar couldn't even cover a month's worth of medicine for his brother. And it would take a year or more to fully recover. How could they survive like this in the future? He was so worried he almost felt sick. Su Yu wasn't worried, but she deeply understood one truth. Poor people really shouldn't get sick. She pretended to take out 2 taels of silver from her sleeve and handed it to the shopkeeper. She didn't ask for change, but told him to record it for the acupuncture over the next 4 days. Seeing her pay, Jiang Yan finally relaxed. But soon, he frowned again, worried about the next round of medicine expenses, especially since the land at home couldn't be watered enough. He looked very distressed. Su Yu, however, was inspired to fight. When they returned to the village, she grabbed scissors and started cutting fresh peppers. She wanted to earn silver. Just ask if you don't have silver. Can you make it? In about an hour, Dr. Yang removed the silver needles from Jiang Xian. After Jiang Xie thanked him, he was about to leave. Their family couldn't even afford Jiang Xian's medicine. He had no hope for his leg. But unexpectedly, Xie still asked Dr. Yang to check his leg. Looking at his swollen leg, Dr. Yang's expression grew more serious. It's complicated but not impossible to treat, and it will be very painful. Hearing this, Jiang Xie's previously silent heart finally rekindled hope. Who wouldn't want to stand again instead of limping like this? And it hurt. It hurt all the time. Sometimes, the pain was so bad, he wished he could just die peacefully. But he was not just a man, he was also a son and a brother. So, even when the pain was intense, he tried not to show it. But when the doctor said it could be cured, the broken light in his eyes suddenly shone again. Suyu also said, suffering is fine. He can endure it. As long as he can be cured. She wasn't entirely selfless. First, because Jiang Xie was handsome, with a good build, and it was a pity he limped on one leg. Second, because if his leg healed well, he could become a helpful assistant to her. But they listened as Dr. Yang said, "Don't be too happy yet. His leg has been injured for so long that some bones have shifted. It needs to be broken again and reset. It will take at least half a year to recover. During this time, he must be nourished with special medicine. If not, he won't be able to work or even walk properly." This implied there could be risks, and the treatment would be very expensive. Jiang Sun was not afraid of danger. He only feared remaining a cripple forever. He tentatively asked, "How much silver might that cost?" Looking at his leg, Dr. Yang thought for a moment before slowly reaching out his hand. Jiang Xian's eyes darkened. Jiang Yan gasped in shock. Suyu felt she understood the situation, knowing the cost was enough. But they still had to wait. Dr. Yang also said, his leg can't be treated right now. The swelling must go down first. During this time, you can gather the silver. Dr. Yang was not a person disconnected from the world. He knew that, not to mention 50 taels of silver, most farmers couldn't even afford 5 taels. He explained everything clearly. Whether to treat him or not was up to them. He just felt a little regretful inside. The young man was not only young but also handsome. There were other patients waiting outside, so Dr. Yang told them to go back first. Outside the clinic, Jiang Sun felt a bit down. 50 taels of silver was a huge amount for him now, who was disabled. But Suyu told him she might be able to earn that much. Perhaps her expression was too bright, making Jiang Sun feel a sudden jolt in his heart. He wanted to ask her why she suddenly treated him so well. This was not like the words of a wicked woman from before. Could it be that the wicked woman was possessed by a little demon? He felt he had uncovered the truth. He wasn't sure if her true form was a fox or a rabbit. Whatever she was, her heart was undoubtedly kind. Suyu, who was labeled a little demon by someone, didn't have time for gossip. She was thinking that if she needed to bring Jiang Xian to town every day for acupuncture, she couldn't do it for nothing. She wanted to start her business. Although she already had plans in mind, she still needed to consider the market here. So, she agreed to meet Jiang Sun and others at the town gate at noon, then went alone to the market selling snacks. In the busy market, the aisles filled with all kinds of food, plain noodles in clear broth, white dumplings, steamed buns with mist rising from the baskets, and steamed bread. In short, there is a wide variety of options. After walking around, Suyu had a good idea of what was available. Sure enough, they didn't sell what she wanted to sell. To do business, you need to offer something others don't have. Seeing that everyone's business was slow, Suyu understood why. In the hot summer, she needed to sell something cool. All the food was steaming hot, making it hard for people to feel hungry. She was a person of action. Once she decided what to sell, she started preparing tools and ingredients. She went to a bun shop and asked the middle-aged woman selling buns, "Annie, how much for the buns?" The woman, seeing a potential customer, greeted her warmly. "Miss, 3 meat buns for 3 coins, 1 vegetarian bun for 1 coin, and 2 steamed breads for 1 coin. What would you like?" Suyu looked at the tall steamer baskets in front of her and said generously, 5 of each, please." All right, seeing she was buying so much, the woman became even more friendly. "Please wait a moment, I'll sort them out for you." Su smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Then she casually asked, "Your steamer baskets are very smooth and well made. Where did you buy them?" Hearing this, the woman became cautious.
What?
"Do you want to make buns and steamed bread like me?" Suyu quickly waved her hands.
No, no.
"Making them by hand is hard work. I can't do that. I just want to buy some steamed cakes to eat." Seeing her sincerity, the woman relaxed her expression, especially when she looked at the young girl in front of her. Although she wore a woman's hair bun, her small face and hands were white and tender, but her clothes were quite old and worn. Immediately, she judged that this girl was probably a lazy woman from the countryside who didn't do much work. She wondered which unlucky family had married such a lazy wife. Even to make a simple steamed cake, she needed a steamer basket. She completely let down her guard. Watching her daughter-in-law kneading the dough with all her strength inside her house, she felt a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude and said to Suyu, "This kind of thing, your husband can make it himself. Of course, if you really want to buy, you can go to the market and find a basket weaver to make one for you." Suyu looked at the middle-aged woman with a somewhat greedy expression but was surprised to find her words quite honest. She wondered why she hadn't thought of that before. After taking the 15 buns the woman handed her and giving her 15 coins, she thanked the woman and quickly headed toward the end of the market. She remembered there was a basket seller nearby. When she arrived, sure enough, she found a young man selling baskets. The basket seller was a young man who seemed to have been selling baskets for many years. His face was dark, but his features were quite handsome.
He was a good-looking guy.
His business wasn't doing well. When he heard that Suyu wanted to order a large steaming tray, his eyes lit up. "Miss, I won't hide it from you. I happen to have a steaming tray here. It's not for steaming cakes, but for steaming buns. Don't laugh at me. I just started making them, so my skills aren't perfect. The tray isn't very tall and is a bit small, but maybe it's just right for steaming cakes. Would you like to see it?" He looked at Suyu with bright, eager eyes. The steaming tray was poorly made. He had been selling it for a year but hadn't sold it yet. Looking at it again, there was no loss in trying. Suyu nodded in agreement. After inspecting the tray, she wasn't very satisfied but thought it could still be used. "I'll take this tray, but you need to modify it. The height of each layer is too high. You need to cut some down," she said. The young man with a dark face had no choice but to agree. Knowing that Suyu wanted it for steaming cakes, he responsibly remade each layer to fit tightly. Watching him carefully trim and smooth the uneven edges, Suyu's gaze on the tray grew more satisfied. Meanwhile, Jong-sun was riding a bullock cart to Xinhua bookstore. This time, he copied 20 books, each costing 50 coins, totaling about 1.5 silver coins. He also remembered that Suyu needed paper to draw water wheels, so he bought 10 sheets from manager Su for 50 coins. In ancient times, paper was sold by the sheet, with 100 sheets per cut, costing 500 coins, about 5 coins per sheet. If bought individually, each sheet would cost an extra 1 coin. But since he was familiar with manager Su, he bought the sheets at the usual price of 5 coins each. Even so, the price of 1 sheet was equivalent to a jean of white flour. This shows how luxurious reading and writing were in ancient times. Before Jiangbei, his father, went missing, his family had enough to eat and drink, but they still supported his studies. They had no extra money and couldn't afford any accidents. After buying the paper, he asked shopkeeper Su, "Are there any copying jobs available?" Shopkeeper Su shook his head. "Recently, our Xinhua bookstore has been struggling. 2 new bookstores opened in town, and there are only so many people reading. Business is slow, and we have no copying work at the moment. You might try other shops. When we get copying jobs again, I will send someone to inform young Master Jiang. We've worked together for a long time, and young Master Jiang's handwriting is the best, and he works the fastest. Our cooperation has been very pleasant." How could Jiang-sun respond to that? He nodded and thanked him. "I will wait at home for your bookstore to have copying work." After saying that, he bowed and left. Outside Xinhua bookstore, he went to Hongri Wood Workshop, which makes furniture. His good friend Zhou Chang'an was learning carpentry there. Zhou Chang'an is a year younger than him and is the youngest son of Aunt Zhou from next door. Aunt Zhou is a wise woman. When she heard they were taking apprentices here, she paid 2 silver coins to send her son to learn a craft. It's not easy for children from poor families to learn a skill, and not everyone can afford to pay. Jiang Sun thought their family couldn't afford a water wheel, so he came to ask if his good friend could help. He just needed to work at his house in the evening. But when Zhou Chang'an heard this, he didn't hesitate. He asked the foreman for leave and left Hongri would workshop with Jiang Sun. Seeing Zhou Chang'an look so annoyed, Jiang Sun squinted but didn't say anything. Unbeknownst to him, in the inner courtyard, the boy in ragged clothes watched Zhou Chang'an come and go freely, feeling very envious. He pressed his face against the door crack, full of longing. Just as he looked, the foreman, Wang Daniu, shouted loudly, "Lazy dog, are you slacking off again?" Quickly saw this piece of wood into equal parts. "If you're slow, no lunch for you." The weak and skinny Su Chi trembled in fear, then hurriedly grabbed the saw and struggled to saw the wood. Even so, Wang Daniu, with his big head and pig ears, was still unhappy and shouted loudly, "All you little brats haven't eaten? Working so slowly. When will you finish? You're young and can endure hardship. All you do is slack off. No lunch for you today." The children working hard in the yard all paused at his words. They could only eat 1 meal a day. If they didn't have food at noon today, they would have to wait until tomorrow noon, and they didn't even know if they would get food then. Everyone was very angry, but dared not speak out. A young boy who had just arrived bravely argued, "Master, we are trying our best. We haven't been lazy or careless, and since we only eat once a day, we don't have the strength to do these hard jobs." Smack! Before he finished speaking, Wang Daniu swung his whip at him. The boy couldn't dodge in time and was whipped until his skin was torn and flesh was exposed. Rebellious! Still dare to talk back? Your family sent you here to learn skills, but you are all my slaves. I am the boss here. If anyone disobeys me again, I will beat them to death. After cursing in anger, he continued to whip the boy several more times. All the little children were so scared they backed away, and little Su Chi was trembling with fear. The boy who was beaten was named Stone. He was his best friend. Last night, Stone secretly gave him a piece of black flatbread. Feeling grateful, he overcame his fear. He mustered his courage and stepped forward to plead, "Master, please stop hitting him. He might die." Seeing someone dare to disobey him, Wang Daniu immediately leaned forward, grabbed Su Chi's collar, and slapped his small face hard twice. "Fool! I just finished talking, and you ate like a pig, huh? I told you not to talk back." After that, he slapped Su Chi 2 more times until his mouth was full of blood, then threw him heavily to the ground. He swung his whip again, glaring coldly. "See that? This is what happens when you disobey me. If anyone else does it, I will cut them into pieces." Looking at the 2 small figures lying on the ground, the other children trembled and nodded nervously, as if they were stunned with fear. Su Chi spat out a tooth with blood in his mouth, and tears welled up in his eyes. He remembered how his sister had once knocked out a village gossip's front tooth. He admired his sister's strength. No one could bully her. Since his sister got married, he hadn't seen her again. He wondered if she was doing well at her husband's home. She was so strong. Surely no one could bully her, right? Although his sister wasn't very close to him, their parents had told him and his sister before they passed away. In the future, they would be the closest people to each other. He reminded them to support each other. Only their own family is truly reliable. He always remembered his parents' last words. He sincerely hoped his sister would have a good life. He wondered if he would see his sister again in this lifetime. He also wondered if his sister still remembered him. Jiang Sun and others arrived at the agreed meeting place first. They waited for over half an hour, but no one appeared. Jiang Yan couldn't help but say, "Big brother, that unkind woman must have run away with the money." Jiang Sun replied in a serious voice, "We don't know the full story, so I won't comment. In the past, the unkind woman would have run away with the money secretly. But now, the little troublemaker wouldn't do that. If she wanted to run, she would have already left. She wouldn't have helped the 3rd brother pay for the medicine." But he also worried that the troublemaker might find someone she liked better. Jiang Xian was also worried. He couldn't believe that the troublemaker might change for the better, and he was afraid she would disappear again. He stood up, stretched his neck, and looked toward the city gate. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Big sister-in-law is here. Everyone looked in that direction. They saw Suyu carrying a tall steamer basket in one hand and a large bag in the other, walking quickly toward the ox cart. Jiang Sun instinctively wanted to get off the cart to greet her, but Lu Yiming stepped ahead of him. "Little sister-in-law, you bought so many things. Why didn't you call me to help carry them?" Suyu secretly chuckled. Call? She didn't have a phone. She missed her phone from her previous life. Just one call could reach someone far away. She wondered if, in the future, once she had money to buy electronic devices, her phone would work here. She definitely wanted to check it first.
Oh.
She was daydreaming again. She didn't even have enough money to upgrade her storage or buy basic daily items. She handed the large bag to Lu Yiming and smiled softly. "With this little amount of stuff, I can carry it myself. No need to make another trip." Lu Yiming, holding the large bag with both hands, could only smile awkwardly. "As long as you're happy, little sister-in-law." Zhou Chang'an, who hadn't moved from his spot, forced a smile and said, "Why did you buy so many things?" So you gently placed the steaming basket on the ox cart. At first, she didn't notice the speaker's unfriendly tone and replied seriously, "In the future, I will take Xiao Xianxian to the town every day for acupuncture. Since it only takes half a day, I might as well do some business." Zhou Chang'an frowned. "Xiao Xianxian? You brought Xiao A Xian to get acupuncture?" He looked at Jiang Sun beside him, with suspicion on his face. "A Sun, what's going on? Could the wicked woman be planning to sell our cute Xiao A Xian?" He usually talked openly with Jiang Sun, so he didn't hide anything now. And there was no need to be polite to the wicked woman. Even if he couldn't beat her, he wanted to annoy her a bit. Suyu then lowered her eyes and looked at him, curling her lips. Jiang Sun felt that Zhou Chang'an was about to get into trouble. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw a shadow fly up, and then Suyu sat beside him, whipping the oxes behind on behalf of Lu Yiming. The ox cart started to move with a dada sound. Zhou Chang'an was thrown to the ground and couldn't get up for a moment. He shouted loudly, "Wicked woman, using sneaky tricks is no skill at all. If you have the guts, challenge me to a fair fight." Seeing that Suyu ignored him and the ox cart was moving further away, he could only shout, "Brother Lu, a Sun, stop the ox cart. Wait for me." Jiang Sun wanted to let his good brother get on the cart but couldn't speak. Just as he opened his mouth, a little demon interrupted him, saying, "Just say if your butt itches." Thinking about the scene where the little demon spanked him, his ears turned hot. What could he say? He could only shout to Zhou Chang'an, who was getting farther away, "Chang'an, learn from this and remember, next time don't talk so much." Zhou Chang'an. He thought he was the one talking too much? Wasn't he just helping his good brother vent? So what was his good brother doing? He looked like he was sharing a bun with the wicked woman. His good brother seemed to be eating a bun and smiling at him at the same time. Could one bun make him forget the green hat the wicked woman put on him? Ah, damn it. What a cowardly dog. Sitting in the dada ox cart, Jiang Sun and the others quickly returned to the Two Bears village. Passing by Fat Annie's house, she was holding a bowl, eating and chatting with a group of women. Seeing Suyu return, she couldn't help but mock. "Oh, still have time to go shopping in town? If I were you, I'd stay home and work hard on the water wheel. Maybe then, with your diligent look, I might even let you eat less dirt. Don't worry, I will definitely give you face and let you have one less bite." Oh, so arrogant. How long do you think you can keep being so bold? At most half a month. Aunt Fat should keep her belly in check, so she doesn't end up eating more than she can handle. Seeing Aunt Fat and others want to argue back, Suyu quickly gave the ox a sharp whip. The ox, feeling the pain, ran off, kicking up dust along the way. The dust made Aunt Fat and others cough and cover their bowls, looking quite embarrassed. Aunt Fat and the others were so angry they stomped their feet, but they were afraid of Suyu's strength. They could only curse quietly and dared not make any real moves. Seeing how they clenched their teeth but couldn't do anything, Suyu felt uncomfortable. After this small scene, the ox cart finally arrived at the Jiang family's thatched cottage. Lu Yiming wiped his sweat as he pulled the cart. They had been through a lot today. He took the initiative to help Siyu unload the things. After unloading, Jong-sun handed him 20 coins. Big brother Lu, this is today's carriage fee. Don't think it's too little. Lu Yiming didn't think it was too little at all. He felt it was hot to the touch. No, we shouldn't take it. Our families are on good terms, so it feels strange to take money. Plus, your family gave us a big piece of wild boar meat yesterday, so you should take it back. His father had specifically told him that if Jong-sun offered money, he must refuse. And he had also eaten their steamed buns. What a sin. Jong-sun pushed the money back and said seriously, it's all in the past.
Keep it.
Otherwise, it will be hard for us to use your card again in the future. After saying this, he also told Lu Yiming, Big brother Lu, we sold the wild boar meat for 5 taels of silver, but we spent 2 taels on Old Third's medical treatment, and we need to buy medicine every half month. He glanced at Suyu and added, my wife wants to do business and bought so many things at once, so we owe you some silver. Tell your uncle, and it will be settled in time. Hearing this, Suyu raised an eyebrow. Jong-sun was really thorough in his dealings. The amount they earned from selling the wild boar meat was public knowledge, but how much they spent on Old Third's treatment was not known to others. If they didn't clarify, some might think they were rich and deliberately refuse to pay back. After all, people's hearts are hard to trust. His honesty made Lu Yiming feel a bit embarrassed. Jong-sun, why are you telling me all this? Everyone knows that your family is going through hard times. My father has already said there's no need to rush to pay back the money. As for the car money, if my father finds out, he will definitely say it's my fault. Looking at Jong-sun, Siyu said, Big brother Lu, tomorrow morning I need to take my little sister Xiaoxian to town for acupuncture, then set up our stall. I also need to borrow your family's cart. If you keep hesitating, how can I manage? Hearing this, Lu Yiming couldn't refuse anymore, but he said, 20 coins is too much. Just 10 coins is fine. 20 coins is the cost of a cart for 10 people. Usually their ox cart is used to carry people, but it rarely fits 10 people at once. So, he didn't want to take advantage of them. Suyu shook her head. Tomorrow is our first day selling, and I don't know how long it will take. You'll have to wait for us, and we have a lot of things. You might need to help us carry and move stuff, so I can't give you too much. It's not a big deal to wait, since helping with the cart is basic work. Seeing Suyu's sincere tone, Lu Yiming, a grown man, couldn't say anything more. He blushed and took the 20 coins, stammering, So, I'll come to pick you up at this time tomorrow? Suyu replied, An hour earlier. We'll go to the third brother's place first to do acupuncture, then set up the stall right after. We'll keep this schedule for now, and adjust after the trial run tomorrow. Lu Yiming nodded in agreement. After he left, Zhang Yan went to the kitchen to make medicine for Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian soaked Jiang Sun's legs in cold water, and Siyu organized the things she bought. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Suddenly, outside the door, there was an untimely pig-killing sound. Oh dear, finally here. I'm so thirsty and hungry. Seeing Zhou Chang'an come and looking exhausted, Jiang Sun told Jiang Xian to bring him the leftover buns and steamed bread. Mother, my wife bought these. If you're full, you should help her with a water cart. Earlier, Jiang Sun was talking about serious matters with Lu Yiming, and he called her wife, which felt a bit awkward. Now, talking to Zhou Chang'an, it felt even more strange. When Zhou Chang'an heard that the buns were bought by a wicked woman, he immediately declared he would rather starve than eat stolen food.
Suyue suddenly understood. Oh.
So, young Master Zhou is the little carpenter my husband found for me. Coincidentally, she also found it hard to get used to calling him that. But she didn't mind. She would get used to it after a few more calls. After all, it's just a title. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang'an felt confident again. He immediately held his head high and said, Yes, it's me. I didn't expect a wicked woman to come to me one day. He felt proud. But it only lasted 3 seconds. Next, Suyu said something that made him lose his confidence. Don't think I won't give you a chance. If you help me make a water wheel once, you can become rich from it. Zhou Chang'an sneered and said, Too bad, boasting doesn't pay taxes. Suyu snorted and said, If you can do it, do it. If not, just crawl smoothly. She wasn't incapable of doing it herself. She just needed to work hard and stay up late. Zhou Chang'an really wanted to leave. If Jiang Sun had said at first that the wicked woman was just causing trouble, he wouldn't have come. But Jiang Sun stopped him. Chang'an, look at my face. Only then did he stop and reluctantly say to Suyu, tell me, how do we do it? Suyu didn't buy his attitude. I only asked you to help because I respect you. But you're not my good brother. So, let's be clear. You must cooperate fully. I'll pay 20 coins a day for meals, and we start working now. Today counts as a full day. Zhou Chang'an refused again. Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm helping my good brother, and there's no need for payment. Suyu replied, don't say that yet. If you earn 20 taels later, I won't ask for the 20 coins today either. Then I won't. Zhou Chang'an pouted, but then stopped himself. How much? 20 taels. Don't ask, just know he's very sensitive about that number. He has a childhood sweetheart who is very beautiful, but her widow mother is really not a good person. She actually asked for 20 taels of bride price. That's really a rare honor, like a badge of pride. No, Zhang's widow has 2 beautiful daughters. He likes the eldest daughter, but the youngest also wants 20 taels of bride price. That's like 2 scorpion dads. Not to mention, he only saved 2 taels of silver from his carpentry work, cobbling it together. But he can't forget his childhood sweetheart, so he hesitated and asked Suyu, will I really be able to earn 20 taels in the future? Suyu asked back, what do you think? Zhou Chang'an wasn't stupid. If the wicked woman really could make a water wheel, maybe she could. But the key is, she doesn't seem like she can make a water wheel. Did her family's ancestral grave grow that grass? Can you really make a water wheel? Suyu was annoyed by his chatter and gave a final warning. Can you stop hesitating and just do it? If you can, go cut some trees on the mountain now. Seeing the confident look of the woman, Zhou Chang'an muttered to himself and then took his tools to go up the mountain to cut trees. He silently thought, for the sake of a good friend. After Zhou Chang'an left, Suyu went back to the house, grabbed her scissors, and also planned to go up the mountain to pick fresh pepper. There are too many places in the house that need silver coins. Even though mosquito meat is small, it adds up over time. Jiang Sun saw her also wanted to go up the mountain and called out to stop her. Can I help you with anything? Suyu looked back at him steadily. Oh, not bad. Now he's willing to take the initiative to share her burden? Since he showed good attitude, she naturally wanted to encourage him. She went back inside, handed him the water wheel sketch she drew last night, and said very seriously, this is the core part of our water wheel. Take a look first. If you don't understand something, ask me. That way, when I'm not home, you can guide Zhou Chang'an to do it. Seeing Jiang Sun's surprised expression when he looked at the drawing, Suyu smiled slightly and continued. But we won't make it today. Today, you need to make a small table and a small stool for me. I'll need them for tomorrow's business. Jiang Sun withdrew his surprised look and looked up at her. Are you really going to start a business? Suyu smiled gently. Absolutely. Then she turned and left. Jiang Sun, after taking the bitter medicine, glanced at his older brother and second brother and quickly grabbed his shovel and basket, waddling after Suyu with his short legs. The town's doctor is really amazing. After the acupuncture, he felt less stuffy in his chest than before. It was the woman, oh no, the older sister-in-law, who took care of him. She gave him a checkup, and he hoped she wouldn't steal and sell him again. Jiang Yan instinctively wanted to call Jiang Sun back, but was stopped by his older brother shaking his head. Looking at the drawing in his hand, he was lost in thought for a long time. He couldn't build a water wheel himself, but seeing her drawing, he understood. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the design clever, and every detail was clear and impressive. This one drawing was worth 10 Jiang Suns. So, why would she still think about secretly selling Jiang Sun? A skinny little kid, Suyu had no interest in selling him, but she liked to tease him. She couldn't take Jiang Sun to pick fresh peppers. So, she bought 2 jean of peanuts from the trading mall, quietly scattered them in the grass, and then pretended to be surprised, saying, wow, so many peanuts. Jiang Xian looked completely shocked. Where is he? What is he doing? Is he lucky today?
Wow.
All of it is his. No one else can take it from him. Without waiting for Suyu to give instructions, he whispered first, "Big sister-in-law, keep your voice down. If others find out, it won't be ours anymore." Seeing Jiang Xian cautiously looking around like a thief, Suyu just wanted to laugh. Honestly, the Jiang brothers are all very clever. She tried to imitate Jiang Xian and whispered, "Xian Xian is so smart. You stay here and pick up the peanuts. I'll go somewhere else to look around. Don't go to dangerous places, okay?" Jiang Xian was completely focused on the peanuts, nodding eagerly. Seeing him seriously picking up peanuts with his bottom sticking out, Suyu chuckled softly and went alone toward the fresh pepper vines. Looking at the full tree of peppers, she felt happy inside. She took out scissors and quietly sang while cutting, "Save me from wasting my hardships. Save me from wasting my hardships. Don't just pick on me alone. Please help me make decisions. Please help me make decisions." After a while, as she picked enough 100 jin, her work was half an hour shorter than yesterday. She earned 2,001. She was satisfied and finished her work. She estimated that she could finish harvesting this patch of pepper trees in about 10 days. By then, she would have 20 taels of silver. Adding what she currently had, it would be enough to pay for Jiang Xian's treatment. Eating must be done bite by bite and walking step by step. She decided not to pick any more and go home to see how the table and chairs were coming along. She called Jiang Xian to go home together. After finishing the peanuts, Jiang Xian also dug up some bitter greens. The system sounded just at the right moment.
Ding!
Wild bitter greens detected. 1 gene costs 5 won. Does the host want to sell? It was only 1 gene, and since Jiang Xian had worked hard to dig it up, she definitely wouldn't sell it. Suyu realized that the system was just helping her avoid starving, but to get rich, she still had to rely on herself. Thinking about tomorrow's business, she quickened her pace home. Zhou Chang'an was talkative, but he was very diligent in his work. All afternoon, she didn't catch her breath. He made 2 small tables and 8 little stools for her. They were quick and rough, clearly just beginner work. Zhou Chang'an knew his craftsmanship wasn't great, but he still tried to sound confident. Since these are for customers at the market to eat buns, they don't need to be very fancy. I just wanted to finish them quickly for you. That made sense. Suyu nodded and sat down on the most delicate small stool, swaying her hips. She honestly said, "Actually, not all of them are bad. This one is quite good." Looking at the small stool under her, Jiang Sun, holding a piece of wood, raised an eyebrow at Zhou Chang'an. That one was made by him. Zhou Chang'an looked away, avoiding her gaze. He changed the subject.
I'm curious.
Why are you making so many tables and stools just to sell buns? You can't earn much money, and they're just for sitting, right? He had never seen a market stall selling buns with seating before, unless they were selling breakfast. But he looked at Jiang Sun's home and didn't see any big wooden buckets for porridge. Jiang Sun looked away and also glanced at Suyu with curiosity. Buns? I never said I was selling buns. Then what are you selling? You'll find out later, Suyu said mysteriously. I'm preparing dinner now. If you're not busy, could you make me a small table too? This is their dinner. If they don't eat it, they'll go hungry. Seeing the wild chicken, Jiang Xian obediently ate it. After washing his hands carefully, he went to tell his older brother. Big brother, I ate the wild chicken. Jiang Sun nodded. A Xian is so good. Go play now. Feeling proud of the praise, Jiang Xian was very happy. He grinned and said, I'll go help sister-in-law with the fire. Then he happily ran to the kitchen. Suyu had already prepared the dough and was now kneading it. Watching her handle the dough, Jiang Xian felt worried and said, Sister-in-law, do we really have to throw away such good white flour? After saying that, he instinctively shrank back. He was still very afraid of his sister-in-law. But he also knew that wasting food would reduce his good deeds. Looking at his worried face, Suyu felt both amused and touched. It reminded her of the saying, children from poor families grow up fast. While washing the dough, she smiled and explained, we don't throw any of it away. The white water that comes out will settle, and then it will be steamed into clear, thin pancakes. Hearing this, Jiang Xian finally relaxed. But he wanted to say that steamed pancakes aren't transparent. However, he didn't speak. He obediently watched Suyu wash the dough. When she was about to filter it, he quickly handed her a strainer, a modern colander, and when she started washing again, he took the opportunity to pour water. It really tested Suyu's patience. She washed it several times until no more white water came out, meaning it was clean. She put the yellow dough into a bowl. Later, when steamed, it would become chewy gluten. While waiting for the water to settle, she prepared a sauce. They had steamed pancakes in this era, but they couldn't make them as transparent and chewy as hers. Maybe with more time, others might figure it out. But that didn't matter. The most important thing was her special sauce. She was very confident no one could replicate her flavor. First, she made a spicy oil. Although they had dried chili peppers here, she was worried about wasting her effort. She bought coarsely ground chili powder from the trading marketplace, mixed it with salt, sugar, and 13 spice powder, added a little white wine. This method made the chili oil more fragrant. Finally, she added cooking oil and stirred well, so it wouldn't burn easily. But before the aroma could make everyone cry, when she was about to throw peanuts, Jiang Xian quickly raised his hand to stop her and said, "Big sister-in-law, Big brother is worried that the peanuts he picked might be poisonous. Let's give them to the wild chickens first. If the chickens are still alive tomorrow, then we can eat the peanuts. That's quite cautious." Siyu was surprised, then she started to coax him. "These aren't from the mountain. I bought them at the market today." To prove her point, she even showed him. She wasn't afraid of revealing the truth because she really carried a big bag from the market today. The grains here are more expensive than those in the trading mall. She bought only a little of each, then mixed them with the one she bought from the trading mall, stirred and shook them so it wouldn't be obvious. She didn't need a lot, just enough. Sure enough, Jiang Xian believed her and continued to tend the fire obediently. She took out the fried peanuts to cool, then crushed them with an old family rolling pin, mixed them into the chili, and sprinkled some sesame seeds on top for later. Next, she heated the oil, added star anise, cinnamon, scallions, ginger, garlic, and other spices, fried until golden, then scooped them out. She poured chili oil in spoonfuls, stirring well to release the fragrant aroma of the chili oil. The two outside workers were immediately attracted by the smell. Especially Zhou Chang'an, who was lively and curious, sniffed and said with a look of amazement, "Wow, this smells so good." Jiang Sun also swallowed unconsciously, nodding in agreement. Jiang Yan, who had just finished watering the fields, came in and caught the irresistible smell. He didn't have time to put down his bucket and looked through the window. He swallowed saliva involuntarily and looked at it with a pained expression. "Isn't it fragrant? The oil is poured so generously, it's like it's free." It was truly tempting. Suyu ignored him. She followed the same steps, preparing vinegar sauce, 5-spice sauce, and garlic sauce. After mixing the sauces, she washed, cut, and blanched the long beans she bought at the market today, setting them aside. The best vegetable pairing would be cucumber, but she couldn't find any after looking around. Probably, cucumbers didn't exist in this era. She didn't worry about that. Beans were fine too. Plus, the vegetables here were quite cheap. Now, everything was ready except for one thing: steamed wheat flour sheets. She poured out the cloudy water from the dough, boiled water in the pot, and then started steaming the sheets one by one. She first brushed a layer of oil on the steamer, then poured in the appropriate amount of batter. The 3 men in the yard felt sorry, but since things had already reached this point, they were more eager to taste the food. Zhou Chang'an said, "Let's be clear, I don't want to rely on your family for a meal. I just can't go home right now, afraid my mother will scold me for not learning a proper craft in town." Today, he noticed something unusual at Hongri Wood Workshop. Now, hearing Zhou Chang'an speak again, Jiang Sun replied calmly, "What? Not going well?" Zhou Chang'an sighed deeply. "All my money was wasted." Seeing his unwillingness to say more, Jiang Sun didn't press further. Instead, Jiang Yan, who was mature for his age, said, "Brother Zhou, isn't it hard to learn a craft without facing hardships? Once you get through it, you won't have to worry about food and drink. Unlike me, every day I wake up to endless fields to work on." Sigh. Seeing him shake his tired arms, Jiang Sun felt uneasy. He instinctively grabbed his left leg, looking heavy-hearted. Each of the 3 had their own sadness. Suddenly, a stronger aroma wafted over, followed by Jiang Xian's cheerful voice.
Tashda.
Delicious steamed cakes are here. All three looked up at the same time. They saw Jiang Xian bringing over translucent steamed cakes and Suyu offering various sauces. After arranging the dishes, Suyu said, "Wash your hands and eat." Everyone swallowed their saliva in unison and then washed their hands. Looking at the colorful, fragrant, and tasty-looking food on the table, Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is this steamed cake?" Suyu smiled and explained, "This is liangpi, cold noodles. I made it with a normal flavor. If you find it not spicy enough, you can add more chili and vinegar." Zhou Chang'an and Jiang Yan, exhausted from a whole afternoon of work, were now very hungry, especially as the delicious smell wafted into their noses. They didn't care what it was called. They eagerly started eating. So fragrant. How can it be so delicious? So flavorful. After finishing a bowl with a pop and snap sound, they asked with red oil on their lips, "What is this called again? Why is it so tasty?" Smooth and chewy, with a tangy and spicy kick, Jiang Sun couldn't help but agree. It really is tender, chewy, and delicious with a spicy and sour taste. Unlike the two who ate eagerly, Jiang Sun enjoyed his meal peacefully. Once you compare, the difference becomes clear. This person looks so handsome that he doesn't seem like a rural villager. Su Yu was simply admiring the beauty without any feelings. She quickly came back to her senses and said, "This is called cold noodles. If you're not full, go to the kitchen and serve yourself. There's nothing more to say about that." Zhou Chang'an and Jiang Yan exchanged glances, then quickly took their bowls and left, but both only took a small amount. They're used to being poor farmers. They feel guilty about eating too much, but they really want to enjoy it again, so they only filled the bottom of their bowls with a little more. After finishing a bowl, Jiang Sun put down his chopsticks and didn't eat more. He took a sip of water and asked, "Are you going to sell this tomorrow?" Siyu paused her eating, nodded, and replied, "Yes, I'll prepare 100 pieces to try selling." Zhou Chang'an said happily, "It's so delicious. I'm sure all of it will sell out." Jiang Sun added, "I'll go with you. I can help cut. He is very good and quick with a knife." Suyu shook her head and said, "No need. I can do it alone. The market is crowded and chaotic, and I might accidentally bump into your leg. Tomorrow, you stay at home and help me make the water wheel. First, make the simple parts." Seeing how much she cared about his leg, Jiang Sun was surprised for a moment before silently nodding in agreement. "Big brother isn't going, I will go," Jiang Yan immediately said, worried that his older brother might be unable to go. He still worried that the wicked woman might secretly sell their third brother. That's how stories usually go. Bad people often hide a knife behind their smile. When he opened his mouth, Suyu knew what he was thinking. She finished her food, put down her chopsticks, and said with a forced smile, "No rush to water the fields? I don't mind. I actually hope someone can help me. If you want to go, go quickly. Eat up and wash your bowls." Seeing everything was fine, but the wicked woman started to show her temper again. Zhou Chang'an quickly finished his cold noodles and even drank the little bit of soup at the bottom of the bowl. Believe it or not, the soup was even more delicious. He didn't continue to argue with the wicked woman, but focused on making the remaining chairs and stools. Oh, if only the wicked woman could really make a water wheel. Otherwise, he would have to go back to Hongri Workshop. He really doesn't want to go back. What is it? Not at all instructive, just pretending to teach skills to trick them out of their money. And the group of little kids in the inner courtyard seem even more miserable. Sometimes he can hear the sounds of scolding and hitting coming from inside. The next day, at around 6 a.m., Siyu got up on time to make cold noodles. As she left the house, Jiang Sun also came out from the next room, leaning on a cane, as if waiting for her. He entered the kitchen and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "I'll start the fire." Siyu was surprised. Then she smiled sweetly and said, "Okay." In her past life, she was an orphan. She seemed strong on the outside, but deeply longed for family love inside. It's really nice to work and strive together with someone. Last night, before sleeping, she had washed the dough, which had already settled by now. She layered the dough sheets, while Jiang Sun lit the fire. Today, you need to give injections to the third child and also set up the stall. Do you really not need me to go? Suyu glanced at his left leg and shook her head. She didn't mean anything else, but it made Jong-sun feel ashamed of himself. He instinctively reached for his left leg, looking serious. Yes, what could he do to help if he went? Just cause trouble. Seeing his low spirits, Suyu immediately said unhappily, "Why make that sour face? Dr. Yang said your leg only needs to reduce swelling before it can be treated. You should be hopeful every day." Jong-sun naturally looked forward to that day, but 50 taels of silver was a huge amount for him. So, he just smiled and didn't respond to Suyu. Suyu continued, "By the way, did Zhou Chang'an sleep with you last night?" That question sounded a bit awkward, but Jong-sun still told the truth. He didn't tell Aunt Zhou that he took leave from Hongri Wood Workshop. He'll probably stay at our place for a while. But he said he won't really take our money, his skills aren't good, so it's just practice. Suyu didn't mind the small matter of food and drink. It's his business if he doesn't charge, but I have to pay him. If she didn't pay, how could she feel comfortable ordering him to work? Jong-sun nodded. That's what I think too. He's not doing well either. Paying 2 taels of silver for apprenticeship at Hongri Wood Workshop might be a waste. Suyu replied, "Otherwise, how could he come to help us make the water wheel?" Old man Sai lost his horse, but who knows if it's a blessing or a curse. Wait until the water wheel is built, and the 2 taels of silver will be back in no time. In no time, I mean very quickly. Seeing Jong-sun frown and look at her, Suyu quickly changes the subject. Since he has to stay with you all day and night, you can't use your legs now. Just let him do things that are beyond your ability. This sentence sounds a bit awkward, but it surprises and warms people's hearts. Are you worried about me? Worried? Suyu doesn't think so. She longs for family love inside, so she treats those who matter with care. But if someone isn't worth it, she is completely indifferent. I treat the second and third brothers the same way. Yes, she is very kind to Jong-sun now, but don't mention it. Jong-sun nods, then stops talking. Suyu also stops talking. She stacks the cooled noodles one by one, reaching 100 sheets, then puts them into a basket she prepared earlier and covers it. The cooled noodles are convenient and won't go bad when cold. Next, she puts the blanched green beans into a bowl, along with various seasonings, and places them into another basket. That's all for the work. After finishing these, she starts preparing breakfast. She doesn't just cook plain rice porridge because she finds it too bland. She mixes some rice, millet, and peanuts with the brown rice, adding a few pieces of rock sugar, and cooks it all together. Ha ha ha, her favorite 8-treasure porridge. Then she makes some simple pancakes mixed with flour, eggs, and greens. That makes a simple breakfast. Looking at such a rich breakfast, Jong-sun doesn't say anything. Zhou Chang'an, however, opens his eyes wide and exclaims, "Wow, your family is so well off, having such a luxurious breakfast?" Jiang Yan, swallowing his saliva, can't help but feel sorry and says, "With the conditions of a dung beetle and a rich landowner, life is hard." Suyu glares at both of them. With 2 sick children at home, how can they recover without nutritious food? And you, second brother Jiang, do you feel proud being so short? Although he's 13 this year, he's shorter than her. It's obvious he's malnourished. Seeing the two of them about to argue again, Jong-sun sternly says, "Eat in silence and sleep in silence." Jiang Yan, afraid of him, dares not speak. But as soon as he tastes the sweet porridge, he can't help but let out a surprised exclamation. "My daughter, the 5-colored porridge is so sweet and fragrant." Little Jong-sun is quite clever. He keeps quiet and quietly drinks his sweet porridge, looking very happy. After finishing the porridge, he quickly drinks his medicine and voluntarily helps Jiang Yan wash the bowls. Soon after, Lu Yiming's voice comes from the door. "Sister-in-law, are you ready?" "Yes," Suyu replies, then begins to move things. Zhou Chang'an, Jiang Yan, and Jong-sun help carry the items. Lu Yiming also helps and is surprised to see the full load prepared by the wicked woman. He really thought she was just joking about starting a business. Yesterday, he told his father about her plan, and his father said the same. But seeing her calm and organized, he is eager to see how her business will go today. After all, no one in their village is good at business. The group quickly arrives at Onping Town. He first drives to Jishir Hall. It just opened, and they are the first customers. Dr. Yang checks Jiang Xian's pulse, sees signs of improvement, and nods with satisfaction. He then asks Jiang Xian to take off his shirt and begins acupuncture. Although the needles don't hurt much, Jiang Xian is still very afraid when he sees the long silver needles. He lies on the bed, trembling slightly. Seeing this, Suyu steps forward, holding his hand and placing a piece of ice candy in his mouth. Eat something sweet. Think happy thoughts and you won't be afraid. Her voice is soft and gentle, like a spring breeze, helping Jiang Xian relax. The warmth in her palm and the sweet taste in his mouth make him start to feel less scared. As his small body gradually calms down, Suyu continues, "These silver needles look scary, but they help chase away the sickness inside you. Once they are gone, your chest won't feel tight or hurt anymore. You can be as happy as a little rabbit on the mountain." Listening to her sweet voice, Jiang Xian feels like his mother is hugging and comforting him. His older brothers care about him, but they don't know how to comfort him. He doesn't remember his father well. Only his mother hugs and soothes him. He misses his mother. When she comes back to see them, he wants to hold her and give her a big hug. Thinking of this, Jiang Xian's eyes filled with tears. He closed his eyes tightly, trying hard not to let the tears fall, not wanting others to see him cry. Suyu naturally noticed this. Her heart softened. Although she was obedient and sensible, she was still just a 6-year-old child. In her past life, she would have been pampered and comforted by her whole family. With her father missing and her mother absent, she had been through a lot with her 2 straightforward older brothers. She didn't speak to comfort him again, but gently stroked Jiang Xian's small head, soothing his sudden sadness little by little. Dr. Yang, who was nearby, was also moved. He thought to himself that she was truly like a caring older sister. After removing the needles, he spoke to Suyu with a much kinder tone. If he continues to improve, in half a month, he will only need to take medicine. Suyu nodded and said politely, "When the time comes, you can decide whether to continue the treatment." "Thank you, Dr. Yang, for your hard work." Dr. Yang was surprised. Most patients he saw usually asked to use fewer precious medicines and were okay with fewer needles per day. But he didn't expect the simple, worn-out young woman to say such things. Looking at Suyu's sincere face, he couldn't help but mutter, "This child has a weak foundation. He needs to be careful with his diet and avoid catching cold." Suyu quickly agreed. After bidding farewell to Dr. Yang, she took Jiang Xian to the front hall to settle the number of acupuncture sessions with the shopkeeper. Then she sat in Lu Yiming's ox cart and headed to the market. Although they arrived late despite coming early, all the good spots were already taken. So, she had no choice but to start setting up her stall at the end of the market. "Young lady, you're setting up a stall so quickly?" The speaker was Su Xian, a dark-faced young man who sold bamboo baskets yesterday. His words immediately piqued Suyu's curiosity. Where is the white lady? But she didn't dare ask directly, afraid of being seen as crazy. While Su Xian introduced himself, she quickly set up her cold noodle stand. It was her first time selling, and Jiang Yan asked nervously, "How much should we sell our cold noodles for?" During her market research yesterday, Suyu already had a plan. "Our cold noodles are unique, made with the best ingredients, and cost about 10 coins per serving. The ingredients were genuine and of high quality, but the cost per serving was less than 2 coins. She didn't think her prices were high. After all, a bowl of plain noodles costs 10 coins. However, Jiang Yan took a sharp breath, thinking it was expensive, enough to buy 7 meat buns, but he didn't say anything. At this point, there could be no internal conflict. Jiang Xian also said, "Our noodles are much tastier than plain broth noodles. We will definitely sell well today." Suyu turned around, pinched his little face, and smiled, saying, "Let's hope our little Xian's good words come true." After that, she prepared a portion, sprinkled plenty of chili oil and various seasonings, and placed it in a prominent spot, starting to call out, "Selling cold noodles. Delicious, fragrant, and tasty." No customers were attracted, but the aroma made the neighbor, Su Xian, involuntarily swallow his saliva and ask, "Is this steamed pancake? Why does it look so shiny and smell so good?" The mixture of white and green, topped with chili oil, looked very appetizing. Su Yu, while calling out, raised an eyebrow and replied, "Everyone has different tastes. What I make is always this shiny and fragrant." Su Xian felt a bit disappointed and said, "The smell is good, but the young lady's spot isn't ideal." Food vendors tend to gather at the front. Most passers-by who come here have already eaten before. His business was also poor. To his left was a middle-aged couple selling ceramic jars, who were difficult to get along with. They always said he was occupying their space, so he mostly ignored them. Seeing that Suyu had a kind face, he couldn't help but chat when he had free time. Suyu understood this, but she was new here. It was unavoidable, so she wouldn't let him get too proud. A good reputation for your food spreads easily. "Wherever I am, that's the best spot." The middle-aged woman from the neighboring couple couldn't help but speak up as an experienced person. "Young lady, business is all about gathering. In summer, things spoil quickly. If they go bad, you'll cry. It's better to go home and farm." If they had more land, with only their son and daughter-in-law to take care of, they wouldn't be out selling ceramic jars. Business is tough. Business is tough. But they were okay. Ceramic jars don't spoil easily, and each sale earns them a silver coin. Suyu smiled and said, "Thank you, but I won't trouble you." She continued calling out her goods. Although a good reputation spreads easily, she still needed to establish her market first. Every beginning is hard. She wasn't afraid. In her previous life, when she first started live streaming, her room had no viewers. Her popularity grew gradually over time. The middle-aged woman was not angry. She just saw it as a way to pass the time and have fun. Suyu continued shouting, "Fresh and tasty cold noodles for sale. Drizzle with spicy sesame oil, crushed peanuts, and chili, then mix in green beans. It's sour and spicy, perfect for whetting your appetite and beating the summer heat. One bite feels like heaven." In her words, she gently stirred the jar of chili oil to release its aroma as much as possible. Jiang Xian beside her fanned herself with her sleeve, hoping the smell of the spicy sauce would attract every passerby at the market. Jiang Yan, feeling anxious, carried a bowl of cold noodles and walked around the market, almost asking everyone about it. Soon, curious passers-by gathered around. Some were drawn by the delicious smell, while others had never seen such a dish before. "Wow, it smells so good. What is this? Cold noodles? I've never heard of it before." Seeing the crowd, Suyu quickly explained, "This is a popular dish in the capital city, very cool and refreshing. The wealthy people in the city love to eat this in summer." Before anyone could speak, a middle-aged woman nearby couldn't help but sneer, saying, "Young lady, you look honest, but you don't seem very honest. Have you been to the capital? You sure talk big." The onlookers thought the woman had a point. Suyu remained calm and said, "How can you know someone's happiness without experiencing it? My distant aunt lives in the capital and sells this dish. How could I make it at such a young age if I hadn't been there? Have you ever seen this cold noodle dish here?" The middle-aged woman was speechless. The crowd turned to Suyu, saying, "This young lady speaks so eloquently and looks so pretty. Maybe she really has been to the capital. And we've never seen this new dish before. Yes, it smells so good. I didn't expect that in this small town of Anping, we could eat what the wealthy in the capital eat. But aren't the things in the capital very expensive? We villagers can't compare to the city folks." Jiang Yan and Jiang Xian looked a bit guilty and glanced at Suyu. But Suyu remained calm and said, "It's not expensive. You can enjoy the same dishes as the wealthy in the capital for just 10 coins. The crowd was surprised. That's not expensive at all. 10 coins can buy 7 meat buns. Or at least a bowl of noodles." Jiang Yan hurriedly said, "Noodles are just clear broth with no meat." The crowd replied, "There's no meat in the noodles, but the broth is made from meat stock. What do you have?" They all wanted to try the cold noodles but were a bit hesitant to spend too much. Suyu knew they were trying to get her to lower the price in different ways. But that was impossible. She gently stirred the chili oil and said, "Look, even though we don't use meat broth, We pour real chili oil on the noodles, and it's mixed with sesame seeds and crushed peanuts. Have you ever seen such honest ingredients? Seeing the rich red oil, everyone couldn't help but swallow nervously. In this time, people especially crave meat, eggs, and oil. Suyu understood this well. Seeing their reactions, she subtly nudged Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was momentarily surprised but quickly realized. He was already hungry and craving the fragrant cold noodles. He deliberately added a spoonful of chili oil and made a smacking sound with his lips, showing how delicious he thought it was. Jiang Xian also felt hungry from the smell. He swallowed his saliva and eagerly moved closer. Second brother, can I have a bite too? Jiang Yan, looking mature, waved his hand. You're not feeling well? You can't eat too spicy. No. Jiang Xian looked disappointed and pouted, almost crying. He looked sad. The onlookers also felt like crying from the smell. In this time, seasonings were limited, and they couldn't resist the spicy chili oil. Under the stimulation of their hunger, who cared about lowering the price now? The noodles were worth much more, in terms of both quantity and ingredients. The common people here weren't very ambitious. Eating was the most important thing. Young lady, serve me a bowl. I can handle spicy food. Add more chili oil for me. Siyu quickly prepared a bowl and asked, Do you like it sour? The man saw that extra vinegar could be added, which was also a precious ingredient, and nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, yes. Others watching also saw how considerate she was, and quickly said they wanted to try a bowl too. Most people wanted everything, spicy, sour, or both. Those who couldn't handle spicy added more vinegar. Those who couldn't handle sour added more chili. Those who couldn't eat either asked if they could take some chili oil and vinegar home after finishing. Suyu was friendly but limited. Each person could only add 1 spoonful of each. But then came another problem. How to take it home? Using a lotus leaf to line the bowl was fine, but it couldn't hold the soup and liquids. The next-door neighbor, full of envy, suddenly brightened his eyes. Selling bamboo tubes now. Only 1 coin each. They can hold water and vinegar, very sturdy, and last a long time. Although everyone was reluctant to buy, since these were not disposable items, some still decided to purchase them. Seeing how well the bamboo tubes were selling, the middle-aged couple next door quickly followed suit, selling ceramic jars now. Only 5 coins each. They can hold water and vinegar, very sturdy, and last a long time. 5 coins? The crowd eating cold noodles all looked at each other in surprise. Did they really think everyone was a fool? This made the middle-aged couple quite angry. Watching the busy cold noodle stall and the bamboo basket stand, they were almost envious to death. That's how business works. More customers lead to even more customers. Seeing the positive reviews from loyal customers and the steady flow of new ones, Jiang Yan finally relaxed. He and Jiang Xian were busy tidying up the tables and quickly replacing used bowls with new lotus leaves. Suyu was in charge of slicing and collecting money. Actually, she could handle everything alone. After all, in her previous life, cold noodle stalls were run by just 1 person. But watching the 2 young ones busy and helpful, she still felt happy. They worked busily all morning. By noon, only 1 of the 100 cold noodles was left unsold. Suyu didn't want to sell anymore. Jiang Xian was still craving some. She planned to give him some later. Just then, she was about to prepare a milder flavor when a middle-aged man ran over. Miss, do you still have cold noodles? Suyu, seeing the man running here with sweat on his forehead, she couldn't say she wouldn't sell, so she simply told the truth. There's 1 left. The man said, My neighbor told me there's a new snack called cold noodles at the market. It's delicious, perfect for summer, and a delicacy enjoyed by the wealthy in the capital. My wife heard about it and asked me to buy 2 portions to try, but I guess I'm too late. Only 1 left, Siyu said. Good things are never late. I'll be here selling again tomorrow. You can come earlier then. The man smiled and said, That's all I can do. He then handed her a large bowl, and Siyu put the sliced cold noodles inside, mixed them well, and handed it to him. The middle-aged man saw that it was not only heavy but also smelled very good, making people hungry. He took a deep breath, paid 10 coins, and happily carried his bowl away. Looking at Suyu's pouch full of coins around her waist, Jiang Yan couldn't help but glance at it twice. He secretly did some quick math. She sold 99 portions, each costing 10 coins.
Wow.
The evil woman's pouch held exactly 990 coins. That's a lot of money. He had to watch her carefully to prevent someone from stealing it. Next door, a middle-aged woman saw how early Siu packed up and felt jealous. They didn't take advantage of her, but they also got angry. They kept knocking and banging on their stall.
Su Xian was used to this.
He helped Suyu without hesitation and asked, "Since you came late, should I save a spot for you tomorrow?" Suyu was a weak woman with 2 children, easy to be bullied or pushed around. Today, she had taken advantage of someone and sold many bamboo tubes, so she was happy to accept his help. She thanked him kindly. "Thank you, Brother Su." She understood what he meant, but she was happy to do a win-win deal. She also reminded him, "Brother Su, you can also find some rough bamboo tubes at home, just in case." Today, she saw some customers wanting to buy packed snacks to take home, but the bowls or ceramic jars were too expensive, so they didn't buy any to take away. Hearing her words, Su Xian suddenly understood and was very happy. He nodded repeatedly. Then, Siu asked Jiang Yan to call Lu Yiming with the ox cart. Since it was their first day selling, they didn't know how long they would stay, so Lu Yiming didn't dare go home. He waited somewhere quiet and less crowded. When Jiang Yan came quickly to find him, he was very surprised. They helped Siu load her things onto the ox cart, then planned to go back to the village. Siu just paid Lu Yiming 20 coins. As she turned around, she unexpectedly saw an old acquaintance. She sneered and said, "I have something to do. You can go home first and don't wait for me." After saying that, she clenched her fists and got off the ox cart. Jiang Yan looked confused. When he saw the figure, he exclaimed, "Oh no, it's the troublemaker." He was worried that the evil woman might cause trouble for his brother again, so he quickly got off the cart and said, "Brother Lu, third brother, go back to the village and call for help." After saying that, he quickly ran away. Originally, Lu Yiming was very happy to go back early, but now he saw Jiang Yan following the wicked woman to catch her lover, and he felt very worried. However, he couldn't leave the ox cart and Xiao Jiangxian alone in this busy, chaotic market. He could only go back to the village to send a message. Everyone in the Two Bears village knew that the wicked woman went to the town to do business. They all looked forward to her return. Did these country folks know how to do business? Some villagers had tried selling wontons and buns in the town before, but they all lost everything. Now, there was a saying in the village, "If you want to spend money quickly, go to the town to do business." They wanted to see the wicked woman get scolded and embarrassed. So, they kept glancing at the ox cart in the yard. They thought they would have to wait until nightfall, but to their surprise, Lu Yiming returned with the ox cart at noon. Instead of seeing the wicked woman sneak back with her tail between her legs, they heard even better news. The wicked woman was meeting her lover again. It wasn't Lu Yiming who told on her, but he knew about her special powers. Without some grown men to stop her, she couldn't be restrained. As the news spread, someone accidentally leaked it. Looking at the crowd gathered at his house, Jiang Sun's face was serious. "Thank you all for your kindness. However, Omping Town is very big, and we are not familiar with the area. Searching for someone there is like finding a needle in a haystack. Please go back first. If I need help, I will ask you again." He didn't want to trouble his neighbors with his family matters. Moreover, it wasn't something honorable. He didn't care that Suyu was meeting her lover secretly. He just hoped his second son would come back soon. Deep down, he believed Suyu wouldn't do such a thing now. If she truly wanted to run away with her lover, she wouldn't go to such lengths. The money was hers to earn. She not only paid Jiang Xian's medical expenses, but also bought a lot of food for the family. Even today, she paid in advance for Lu Yiming's ox cart. She had no reason to act like that. The only explanation was that the kind little demon had left. Unaware of this, the little demon originally intended to follow her lover, but when she passed an embroidery shop, she was unexpectedly stopped by a woman coming out to throw out trash. Yeah? Why are you here?" Siu paused, then remembered that this person seemed to be the original owner's mother-in-law, Lin Hongyu. "I remember Lin Hongyu as a kind person." Sure enough, When she said she was here to do business in town, Lin Hongyu quickly took her hands with concern on her face. Yeah, our old Zhang family is sorry for you. Letting a newlywed woman like you come to town to show yourself is our fault. If it weren't for my husband Ah Sun's leg injury and the 2 young children, it shouldn't have been your turn.
Suyo Ismail.
Lin Hongyu had only interacted with the original owner for 3 days before coming to town to become an embroidery worker. If she knew what the original owner did to her 3 precious sons after she left, she might regret it so much she'd want to hit her own thigh. Sue, you didn't feel guilty. After all, she didn't do those things and she was busy catching the cheating husband, so she had no time to chat with Lin Hongyu. It's okay. Our family doesn't argue about small things. Whoever can should take on the family responsibilities. Mom, I have something to do now. I'll visit you with my brothers another day. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Watching her back, Lin Hongyu felt even more guilty. Oh, I knew it. A young girl just coming of age can't be that bad. Now it seems it was just rumors and misunderstandings. Her eldest son is very good, but he still made a young girl like her suffer. She didn't dare to be too sad. After finishing her embroidery, she quickly returned to the embroidery workshop to continue working. Working for others is very strict. Most rural people can handle the hardships of farming, but they can't handle the hardships of working for the wealthy. There are many restrictions and no personal freedom. But even if she wasn't used to it, she grit her teeth and endured. She was sold by her family to an embroidery workshop when she was young. If her husband hadn't paid to buy her freedom, she probably wouldn't have had a peaceful life for over 10 years. Meanwhile, Suyu didn't expect to lose the cheating husband. She searched through several alleys, but couldn't find the scoundrel's shadow. It was a pity. She wanted to bang her head against the wall. Just as she turned to go home, she unexpectedly heard sounds of a fight coming from deep inside an alley. It seemed she heard Jiang Yan's voice. Damn scoundrel, give me back my 1 or 2 silver coins. If you don't, I'll fight you. Jiang Yan, thin and weak, was fighting back against a burly man, punching him hard in the face. Although he is young, he carries a strong determination within him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured being beaten many times by the original owner without giving up. But because of the large difference in size and strength, he was quickly kicked away by the villain. The villain spat and said harshly, "You little brat, tired of living and trying to fight me? You should know your place. This money is mine now. Today, I won't leave you unscathed." After saying that, he sat down heavily on Jiang Yan and started punching him. Jiang Yan's eyes rolled back, and he couldn't move. Determined not to give up, he bit down hard on the villain's ear. No matter how the villain hit him, he held on and refused to let go. The villain felt the pain from the bite and saw his ear was about to tear. He made a quick decision, pulled out a small knife from his waist, and said fiercely, "You little brat, you're asking for it." Just as he was about to stab Jiang Yan in the stomach with a knife, at that critical moment, Suyu quickly stepped forward, grabbed his wrist, and gently twisted it. There was a crisp, crack sound in the air as the villain's wrist was broken. She pushed Jiang Yan away and kicked the villain, sending him flying. The villain spat out blood and looked at the woman in front of him with disbelief. Cough, cough, cough. "It's me, Dong Lang, Yu's brother. You got the wrong person. Quickly go and break that little dog's arm." Jiang Yan also looked at everything in disbelief. He thought the wicked woman had mistaken him for someone else. Especially when Suyu shot him a fierce look, he felt his life was in danger today. His first thought was to run. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he couldn't die now. His father was missing, his older brother was disabled, and his younger brother was sick. He was the only man in the family now. He had to help his mother support their broken family. And he hadn't finished watering the fields at home. How could he die? He ran. But then he heard the wicked woman say, using deadly force on a child, "You really should have your arm broken." Immediately after, he heard another crack in the air. He mechanically turned his head and saw that the villain's arm had been forcibly removed by the wicked woman. He froze in place, staring blankly at the unbelievable scene before him. The man claiming to be Dong Lang on the ground was also scared. He trembled with pain and said, "Sister Yu, Is there some misunderstanding between us? I like you. I was just about to come find you today. Before he finished, he was interrupted. Come find me? Siyu raised an eyebrow. You didn't come earlier or later, but only today when you saw me? Hearing this, Dong Lang endured the pain and smiled. He knew this strong, shameless woman was upset with him for running away alone that day. He quickly used his usual tricks to try to coax her. Sister Yu, I've wanted to find you for a long time. But I was worried about your restless, crippled family member and that troublemaker who only cares about catching others in the act. I didn't want to cause you trouble, so I didn't come. Huh? Since you're so affectionate, then take out the 2 silver coins you've spent on me, Siyu said sarcastically, trying not to vomit. Did the original owner's eyes get covered with dirt? How could she be interested in such greasy-faced young men? Seeing Siyu finally soften, Dong Lang's smile grew wider. He thought he was very charming and winked at her. What's mine is yours, Sister Yu. If you want it, just come and take it. In the past, this shameless woman liked his tricks. When she got close, he would kiss her, and she would immediately fall for him again. What about the silver coins? Unexpectedly, he heard the shameless woman command her dog to do something. Second, go search his body. Jiang Yan looked surprised, full of shock. The wicked woman actually asked him to search her lover? Was she really on his side now? He couldn't believe it, but he quickly walked toward Dong Lang. He had little hope, but surprisingly, he found 3 or 2 silver coins. Dong Lang saw the dog dare to take his 2 silver coins and immediately threatened, Dog, if you dare, I won't let you go. I'll kill you. This was the huge sum he had just stolen from a wealthy maid earlier that morning. He couldn't let the dog take it, but his arm was injured by the shameless woman. Seeing the coins taken, he was desperate. He grabbed a dagger from the ground with his other hand and stabbed the dog. Sue, you didn't give him a chance. She quickly snatched the dagger that was about to stab Jiang Yan and, without hesitation, stabbed it into his stomach. Jiang Yan saw this and froze in place, stunned. Jiang Yan was anxious, but didn't let it show. His trembling hands tried to hide the silver bag in his clothes. Suddenly, Siyu took it first and said coldly, Go guard the front entrance. Jiang Yan didn't dare disobey and quickly got up to run toward the road. As soon as he left, Siyu immediately upgraded her storage space to 1 cubic meter. She then threw the dead Dong Lang and the silver bag into it. Of course, all the silver looked the same, so she stored it in a special box for silver. She didn't want to kill Dong Lang. He brought this on himself by trying to kill Jiang Yan again. He had tricked many honest women and got what he deserved. For Suyu, it was also a way to avenge her original self. She took over his body, so she believed she had the right to seek justice. This also helped her feel at peace. She took a deep breath, carefully wiped away the blood on the ground, and then left as if nothing had happened. She patted Jiang Yan on the back and whispered gently, Let's go. But Jiang Yan was still frightened. He instinctively turned to look into the alley and quietly asked, That person? He looked around cautiously. Suyu replied calmly, It's just us here. Who else would there be? Jiang Yan understood her meaning, but still felt scared. He wanted to ask where she had hidden the body of the traitor, but he didn't dare. Instead, he urged, Let's go quickly. Siyu didn't go straight back to Two-Headed Bear Village. Instead, she bought 20 feet of gray cloth and 20 feet of blue cloth from a fabric shop, then returned with Jiang Yan. On the way, Jiang Yan felt uneasy. When they entered the village, many women pointed and whispered about Suyu. How can that shameless woman come back? She was caught sneaking around with her lover in broad daylight. It's embarrassing for our Two-Headed Bear Village. Exactly. She claims to be doing business, but she's just making excuses to meet her lover. Poor Lin Hongyu works day and night in the embroidery shop, only to end up making wedding dowries for her lover and his mistress. Seeing their angry whispers, Suyu couldn't help but plug her ears. She enjoyed watching them grumble and feel helpless about her. Unexpectedly, she was not angry, but Jiang Yan, who had been silent all along, suddenly lost his temper. Do you understand anything? A bunch of gossiping women with no sense. My eldest sister-in-law didn't do anything shameful. She went to buy fabric for making clothes for us. And who said my sister-in-law is just a businesswoman? Did you all go to the town to see? Our cold noodles sell very well. They are all sold out. The whole Onping town praises my sister-in-law for making delicious cold noodles. Also, today my sister-in-law specifically went to visit my mother and reported her safety. You women, always gathering together and gossiping, never hoping for good things, always looking for trouble. At this moment, Jiang Yan's mood was very complicated. The wicked woman had actually killed someone for him. He felt scared, shocked, anxious, and unable to believe it all. Various emotions swirled in his mind, making him restless. Especially when he heard others gossiping about the wicked woman, his suppressed feelings finally broke free. His words, driven by anger, responded before his brain could think. He was anxious, his face turning red. Su Yu, seeing this, chuckled and said, "Second brother, there's no need to waste words on them. They're just a bunch of aging women seeking attention. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well go home and make more cold noodles to sell for silver." She looked teasingly at the group of gossiping women and said slowly, "Feel free to seek attention here. Anyway, you won't have much time to show off. When the time comes, those who eat dirt, kowtow, call the young lady, or pay silver. None of it will matter. When they cry and beg for forgiveness, it won't help." After saying this, she happily pulled Jiang Yan's arm and left. She was busy and had no time to bother with these hormonal old women. Seeing her walk away, the women dared to curse loudly. It's like a broken shoe that never loses its charm. I bet her face will be more wrinkled than a chrysanthemum by then. Exactly. I don't know where she gets her confidence. When the time comes, we won't let her off easily, of course.
But,
do you think I really look old? Looking at the setting sun, Jiang Sun's heart grew even more heavy. Just as he was about to lose patience, he heard Jiang Xian, who had been holding onto the fence gate, cheer loudly. "Big brother, second brother is back. Sister-in-law is back." Jiang Xian ran over to greet them. He didn't dare to hug Su Yu, so he tightly embraced Jiang Yan and asked, "Second brother, where did you and sister-in-law go? Are you both okay?" Jiang Yan hesitated and said, "It's fine." Went inside. He pushed away Jiang Xian, looked away, called out, "Big brother," then quickly went back to his room. Jiang Sun noticed the bruise on his cheek and looked back at Su Yu. "Are you hurt?" He knew that once they returned home, it wouldn't be the same as before. Su Yu shook her head and replied, "No." Then, she heard a gurgling sound from her stomach. Oh, after working so hard all day, she had forgotten to eat. Jiang Sun told Jiang Xian, "Serve the hot food." "Wait a moment, sister-in-law. I'll get the food ready," Jiang Xian quickly said to Su Yu.
Suyue narid.
"All right, I'll go back to my room and rest for a bit." Seeing Su Yu go into her room, Jiang Sun's gaze darkened as he turned to Jiang Yan's room. Jiang Yan was silent for a long time before crying and explaining what had happened. Although he usually loved to fight with peers, today's events had frightened him. "Big brother, do you think the wicked woman will be caught and beheaded by the officials?" He was very worried. Jiang Sun didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked some more details, then said in a serious tone, "Again, remember, today's matter ends with Big brother. Even if mother asks later, you must not say anything." Jiang Yan knew that his big brother was protecting the wicked woman, but just thinking about the villain's body made it hard for him to relax. But his big brother told him not to worry. He said he would handle the rest, as long as he didn't get involved anymore. Jiang Yan trusted his big brother. Since childhood, the people he admired most were his father and his big brother. In his memory, his father Jiang Bei was the strongest person, followed by his big brother, who was just as capable as their father. Even though his father was missing and his big brother was limping, it didn't diminish their impressive images in his heart. After today's events, he realized he needed to work harder in farming and practice martial arts more diligently. In the future, he wanted to be as skilled as his father and big brother. He was determined to protect the people around him. He watched her finish her work and gently patted her shoulder. He said in a deep voice, "Let's go out to eat." Then he carried his food and hobbled to Su Yu's room. Su Yu was thinking about going into the deep mountains at midnight to burn a body when Jiang Xian came in. She stopped imagining that scary scene, stood up, and took the food from his hand, but she had no appetite at all. Seeing her push the food aside, Jang Exeon understood. Even if she was a monster, she had still personally killed a living creature. He spoke first. "Thank you for saving the second brother today." Suyu raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you suspect me?" Jang Exeon looked down thoughtfully before saying, "I suspected. But not you." Suyu frowned. She felt like there was more to his words. Did Jang Exeon realize her true identity? That shouldn't be. His thoughts were so advanced. Could it be? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Red umbrella, white pole, finish eating and lie down." After saying this, she looked at the person in front of her with bright eyes. Got it. Jang Exeon. A secret code? But he didn't speak monster language. Could he still make up a story on the spot? Lying down to sleep, he deliberately slowed down his speech, then saw the light in Suyu's eyes grow even more captivating. Haha. Lie down to sleep in the coffin, then bury the mountain together. Suyu exclaimed in surprise. So, you also came through? How did you come through? Came through. Jang Exeon didn't quite understand, but he silently swallowed the unspoken words, sleeping, so the secret code was sleeping in the coffin. He pursed his lips and used all his knowledge to reply, thunder. Strike. Seeing a fellow villager, tears welled up in her eyes. Suyu suddenly felt a bit excited and spoke more casually. Handsome, you are more refined in death. Do you know how I died? I was hit by a wild boar. Died? Jang Exeon took a deep breath and barely kept his composure. No wonder she was so afraid when she saw the wild boar in the back mountain that day. It turns out her true form was accidentally killed by a wild boar, and her soul had no place to rest, so it attached itself to the wicked woman. Although he had always thought this way, at this moment he found it strange and hard to believe. He didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. He was not a little demon. He didn't understand their customs in the demon world. As the saying goes, talking too much can lead to mistakes. So, he quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that for now. I have a question for you. He cautiously glanced at the tightly closed door, then leaned closer to Suyu and whispered very softly, "Where is the body of that scoundrel?" "I will handle it." Seeing how quickly he changed the subject, Suyu felt a bit disappointed. She pouted and looked at his left leg. With your current condition, Jang Sun instinctively reached for his left leg, his expression serious. He lowered his voice and said, "Though I am injured, my spirit is not broken. You killed a yen and I can't stay out of it. Rest assured, if the truth ever comes out, I will take all the blame. You're still quite the person." Suyu sincerely praised him. "But don't worry, that day will never come. You can trust me to handle things. No one will find out." She hid inside his space, waiting for the right moment to burn the body to ash. Moreover, that Dong Lang was just a lazy, idle con artist who cheated honest women and set up enemies everywhere, making it impossible to find him. But Jang Sun still felt uneasy. According to Zhang Yan, the little demon only took a cup of tea to come out of the alley. How could she hide the body in such a short time? He looked at her and thought she probably didn't have demon magic. Otherwise, she wouldn't be doing business in the city, turning stones into gold. He shared his opinion, but just in case, it's better to destroy it completely. Only then can we be free of worries. Seeing his serious expression, Suyu raised an eyebrow and pointed to her head. Here. When I find the right opportunity, I will burn it to ash. The body in her mind. Did she breathe it in? Jang Sun took a deep breath again. Perhaps his expression was too obvious, because Suyu sensed something was wrong. She slightly furrowed her brows and asked, bright moonlight in front of the bed. Her thoughts were so scattered that Jang Sun didn't react immediately. Seeing him look like a big fool, Suyu continued, the element of water is hydrogen, and, seeing Jang Sun even more confused, Suyu realized she must be the fool. Turns out, she was being played like a monkey all along. She was so angry and ashamed that she forcefully pushed Jang Sun onto the table and raised her iron palm to hit his backside. Well, look at you, always calm and honest, but it turns out you're a sneaky little rascal. Even I was fooled by you. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Like a child from childhood, Jang Sun was pressed down and hit on the table, feeling very embarrassed. But his dignity had long been shattered in front of the little demon, never to be pieced back together. So he endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and explained, "I didn't mean to deceive you. I was just curious. Only if you're not the same wicked woman as before, can I feel at ease. And I truly appreciate what you've done for Ayen. I just want to share some of the burden with you." Hearing this, Suyu reluctantly stopped her hand.
Humph.
Deceiving is deceiving. Don't expect me to forgive you. Jong Sun's backside was hurting badly, so he simply leaned over the table without getting up. "If that's the case, keep hitting me until you're satisfied." She looked down at his round, firm buttocks and instinctively swallowed saliva. "You still dare to tease me?" Jong Sun's ears immediately turned red. He quickly stood up and explained, "No." Perhaps he got up too quickly, using force on his left leg, and a sharp pain spread through his limbs. He couldn't bear it and sat down heavily on a long bench, still feeling the pain from the hit on his buttocks, and a bit restless. In short, he looked quite awkward. Seeing this, Suyu's anger finally subsided a little. She thought to herself that she had been too emotional just now and had no defenses. Just punishing you is enough, but the second one also needs to be punished. He risked his safety over a small amount of silver. If I hadn't found him in time, the consequences would have been terrible. Seeing that Suyu was not angry with him, Jong Sun felt relieved. He endured the pain in his leg and nodded. "Yes, he deserves to be punished," Suyu said. "With such poor skills, he still dares to cause trouble. Punish him to do horse stance for an hour." Jong Sun smiled. "Writing characters will make him more convinced." "That's true." Thinking about Jiang Yan's stubbornness towards the original owner, Suyu raised an eyebrow. "Then make him copy the 3-character classic." Jong Sun agreed without hesitation. At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Zhou Chang'an, who had just returned from chopping wood in the back mountain, heard it. He dropped the wood in his hands and hurriedly rushed inside, panicked. "Oh no, my mother is here." "Ah, Sun, go out quickly and handle her." Jiang Sun felt a bit helpless, but did as told. He leaned on his cane, looked at Suyu, and slowly left the room. The woman was Aunt Zhou, the mother of Zhou Chang'an. Unlike the gossiping women in the village, she looked sharp and capable. She brought a bowl of coarse rice and handed it to Jiang Xian. "Thank you, Aunt Zhou," Jiang Xian said politely. Aunt Zhou smiled kindly and said, "Xian looks much better." Jiang Sun came out and said, "I took him to town, got acupuncture, and he's clearly improving." "Thanks for your concern, Aunt Zhou. Please sit down." Aunt Zhou didn't sit but said, "I'll only stay a little while and then leave. I still have a lot of work at home. By the way, I heard your wife went to town today for business. How is it going?" She wasn't really asking about the business but was worried because she heard the troublemaker was back, so she came to check. But she couldn't ask directly in front of the troublemaker. That afternoon, Jiang Sun was mostly worried about Jiang Yan and didn't have time to ask about the business. Instead, he looked at Suyu at the door. Suyu replied, "It's okay." Hearing this, Jiang Xian, who was holding a bowl, couldn't help but correct him. "It's better now. We sold everything in less than a morning." Aunt Zhou was surprised. "What did you sell? Did you sell out all your stock?" Jiang Xian wanted to tell the truth, but Suyu spoke first. "Aunt Zhou, we sold cold noodles. Unfortunately, there's none left. If there were, we'd send you some to try. Maybe tomorrow, once it's ready, I'll ask the second brother to deliver some to your house." This was the first time Aunt Zhou saw the troublemaker speak so calmly. She was a bit uncomfortable and said, "That's thoughtful of you. I understand. It's better to sell things for silver, instead of just trading. After all, your family." She glanced at Jiang Sun's leg and the 2 small children, who looked quite young for their age, and sighed softly. Because her second son was friends with Jiang Sun, their families were also on good terms. Back when Jiang Bei was around, he often helped their family. Otherwise, how could she, a widow, raise 2 children? People should remember kindness and repay it. Over the years, she had tried her best to support Jiang Sun's family. Of course, her abilities were limited. Besides borrowing 3 taels of silver from Jiang Sun's family, she occasionally received a bowl of coarse rice. Seeing the wicked woman speaking in a proper manner, she couldn't help but scold her. You should save the silver you earned today. Even small amounts add up. Maybe one day Jiang-sun's leg can be healed, and Brother Jiang can come back. Your luck is still ahead. Don't keep thinking about unreliable people and things. Just because Jiang-sun risked his life to protect you that day, you should stay loyal to him for the rest of your life. She thought the wicked woman had sold all her cold noodles on the first day because she didn't have enough. But what exactly are cold noodles? She didn't want to take food from others for free. If she happened to meet someone in town someday, she would buy a portion to try. It was just to support their business. When she heard her reciting her prayers, Suyu's face visibly darkened. Jiang-sun was afraid that if she said the wrong thing, she might throw someone like Zhou Chang'an out. So he quickly changed the subject. And Zhou is overthinking. The third child is just the lady's helper going to town for a checkup. Jiang Yan, who was busy eating, suddenly added, "Today she also tore a piece of cloth for each of us to make clothes." Jiang Xian, with a bright smile, said, "My sister-in-law is so good now. She took me to see the doctor and bought me delicious food." It's really wonderful, seeing the three brothers of the Jiang family acting unusually, and Zhou looked at the wicked woman with some doubt. She saw her face was serious, just as stern as ever. However, Aunt Zhou, having lived through many years, knew that time reveals a person's true nature. She looked at Suyu and said, "If that's the case, I guess I was overthinking." Her gaze shifted to the wooden yard, and she couldn't help but ask, "Are you still serious about the water wheel thing?" Suyu nodded. "I never do things I am not confident about. If I promised, I will do it." And Zhou wanted to say, "Why bother?" But for some reason, seeing the woman's confidence radiating from inside out, she didn't say anything. She only replied, "In that case, I will ask my youngest son to come help you tonight. He is an apprentice at Homri Wood Workshop in town. His craftsmanship is excellent." When she mentioned her youngest son, her face filled with longing and happiness. In this era, learning a craft was highly valued. Skilled workers were greatly admired in the countryside. Aunt Zhou's son working as an apprentice at Homri Wood Workshop in town was undoubtedly a very proud thing. Suyu understood, but chose not to say anything. Jiang-sun looked away and said, "Thank you very much, Aunt Zhou." "You're welcome," Aunt Zhou replied. She looked at the chopping tool in the yard, seeming a bit familiar, but she didn't think much of it and left with a cheerful smile. After she left, Zhou Chang'an came out of the house with a serious face. Oh, if his mother knew, not only would he not have learned any skills, but the 2 silver coins would also be wasted. He wondered what his mother would think. Suyu couldn't stand seeing a grown man act so timidly. Using a water wheel is also a skill. Instead of wasting time on worries, why not make a few more leaf fans? After speaking, she put on her bamboo basket, took scissors and a shovel, and left a message. "Don't wait for me. I will be back very late tonight." She went to pick fresh pepper first, then went to the back mountain at midnight to burn the corpse. She couldn't let her space, which she spent 10 silver coins upgrading, be used to hide a body. Since cutting costs was only a penny per cut, so you didn't find the time hard to bear. Instead, she felt time flew quickly, and soon it was midnight. The night was dark and windy. The shadows of trees cast eerie shapes under the moonlight, swaying with the breeze, looking like countless fierce mouths. It was hard not to feel scared, especially now. She was going to burn a corpse. But thinking that she herself was a ghost, she felt it wasn't so scary anymore. Suddenly, she thought she saw a ghost come back to life, walking towards her with high and low steps. After recognizing Jiang-sun, Suyu relaxed her tense heart. "Don't scare people to death. Why are you wandering in the deep mountains in the middle of the night?" Jiang-sun apologized. "I didn't mean to scare you. Are you trying to hide the body?" The little ghost was rushing around for his second brother, and Jiang-sun had to come. When the little ghost said he would be back late, Jiang-sun thought about it.
Suyu frowned.
"It seems you didn't take my words seriously. I said I can do it alone, and I can. Why are you showing off with that lame leg?" Under the moonlight, she looked at his swollen left leg and found it annoying. Jiang-sun instinctively stretched his robe to cover his unattractive leg. "It's dark and windy. I'm afraid you'll be scared alone. I may not be strong, but I can keep watch. This matter can't have any accidents." Hurry up and burn the body. I won't look. Suyu was surprised, then quickly waved her hand with a smile and said, Go away, go away, go away. Let the wind blow. The old demon of Black Mountain is about to cause trouble again. She found it funny, feeling that this person had always thought of her as a monster. She turned her back and deliberately made a face, as if she was about to vomit. Jeong-sun took a deep breath, then turned away, alert and ready for trouble. But inside, he was still overwhelmed and confused. Especially when he saw Suyu really vomit out a corpse, he felt terrible. Dealing with this was completely different from just watching. His heart was pounding like thunder, while Suyu used her mind to put Dong Lang into a pre-dug hole, then sprinkled some white wine on top and set it on fire. She stepped back and watched with Jeong-sun as the fire slowly consumed Dong Lang in the pit until an hour later. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, leaving no trace at all. Only then did Jeong-sun finally relax. Once the tension in his heart eased, he couldn't hold himself up anymore. Suyu was used to him collapsing suddenly. She quickly helped him onto her shoulder and sighed silently. Why did you come here? Jeong-sun also felt helpless. Sorry. Suyu didn't bother to argue with him. Just as she was about to carry him away, suddenly, from the nearby forest, a series of faint green lights flickered like ghosts in the dark night. Her ghostly instincts made her genuinely afraid. Is it a zombie outbreak? She had never experienced such things and didn't know what was happening, but Jeong-sun, who had hunted with his father before, looked at the eerie green lights and tensed up.
Wolves.
A pack of wolves. A single tiger can't fight a pack of wolves. Suyu knew how dangerous this was. She quickly started running, her heart pounding. Meanwhile, the person on her shoulder asked, Aren't you the old demon of Black Mountain, Suyu? Guess, if she really were the old demon of Black Mountain, would she be run over by a wild boar? Damn it, the one desperately escaping wasn't him, yet he still had the leisure to think about such things. She ran out of breath, and the person on her shoulder pointed the way. Left, right, jump. Suddenly, a wolf crashed into a wooden stake and died. Suyu quickly used her mind to store it in her space. Jeong-sun couldn't see her mouth, only assuming she had swallowed again. At this moment, he was no longer shocked but suddenly understood and said, So you can only swallow inedible things. Suyu gasped and said, You guessed that so quickly. I can't walk fast, afraid I might hold you back. Suyu replied, You already hold me back. Husband, fly to that big tree in front. Suyu asked, Do you think I can fly? She really couldn't believe this silly person who kept talking without feeling tired. He knew he overestimated this old mountain demon. He couldn't do much at all. Besides swallowing inedible things, he was no better than an ordinary martial artist. He casually grabbed a big stone, aimed at the nearest wolf chasing them, and waited for the right moment to smash it hard into the wolf's waist. Yowl. The wolf was hit in the side and howled in pain, then fell to the ground. Seeing this, Suyu quickly took the chance to swallow again. With two of the most aggressive wolves gone, and Suyu's quick pace, they finally escaped safely to a secure place at the foot of the mountain. Suyu let out a breath and sat down heavily on the ground, panting. She was naturally strong, but she was not immune to exhaustion. Running around the mountain for over half an hour, plus not having eaten and feeling very hungry, thirsty, and hot, she was both tired and starving. She didn't hide it and took out a bottle of water to drink. Since Jeong-sun already thought she was a mountain demon, drinking a bottle of water wouldn't surprise him. Jeong-sun was not surprised at all and sincerely said, Thank you. The little demon had saved his life again. Despite how dangerous it was just now, she was already exhausted but still didn't give up on him. Such a kind little demon. Suyu panted and said, If you're moved, wash my face. Okay. When they returned home, everything was silent. They didn't have time to wash up, so they silently understood each other. One was kneading dough, the other was washing. Although the noodles were simple and plain, Suyu found them surprisingly delicious. In her past life, no matter how late she returned home, no one ever served her such noodles. Her longing for family love made her feel that maybe she could spend her whole life here. Watching her happily finish a big bowl of noodles that didn't look very good, Jeong-sun couldn't help but squint. She just wanted to stay at their house forever. After finishing the noodles, the dough was ready to rise. Suyu washed the bowl carefully, then showed Jong-sun how to knead the dough, explaining the steps in detail. There was no real skill involved, and Jong-sun learned quickly. Thinking that Suyu had to get up early tomorrow, he told her to go to bed soon. Suyu didn't leave immediately. Instead, she prepared enough water for him to reduce his walking. Once everything was ready, she yawned, quickly washed herself, and then snuggled into her bed. Although she slept deeply, she still woke up when she heard the rooster crow. She rolled over and got up. After using the bathroom and freshening up, she went to the kitchen and was surprised to find someone there. And it wasn't just one person. Not only Jong-sun was there, but Jong-yen was also present. Seeing Suyu, Jong-yen awkwardly said, "It's too hot to sleep, so I got up to make cold noodles with you." Hearing his older brother cough softly, he added quietly, "Big sister-in-law." Early in the morning, her older brother had quietly told him that the problem was completely solved and he didn't need to be afraid anymore. Her older brother said it was big sister-in-law who took care of it. He also told him to act like a real man. Suyu didn't mind being called big sister-in-law, but she didn't want to discourage a child's grateful heart. So, she gently asked, "What? I didn't hear you clearly." Jong-yen's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. He complained to Jong-sun, "Big brother, look at big sister-in-law. She's doing it on purpose." Suyu suddenly realized, "Oh, so our stubbornest family member has changed how he calls me." Jong-sun smiled. Jong-yen pouted and muttered, "You can laugh all you want. I'm not talking to you. Since Big Brother is helping to light the fire, I'll go water the fields early. I'll come back when it's time, and I'll go sell cold noodles with big sister-in-law." Seeing Suyu raise an eyebrow, he quickly explained, "It's not that I don't trust the third brother. I just want to help big sister-in-law." Mostly, he wanted to experience earning money himself. He hadn't had enough of that yesterday. He was also worried that today's business might be slow, and if he went, he could help attract customers, right? Suyu saw through him, but didn't say anything. She focused on steaming her cold noodles. Jong-sun has a natural talent for making cold noodles. She poured out the cloudy water on top, and the bottom layer of dough water settled just right. Last night, she made a little extra dough, and today she planned to sell 150 portions. She had a feeling she could sell 200, but she chose to go step by step. After some busy work, 155 portions of cold noodles were ready. She gave one to Aunt Jo to try. With Aunt Jo's approval, the others would naturally be sold to the local people and the Jiangnan family. One portion was for their own use as pickles, and another was for her to take to town to show Dr. Yang. Because she made 50 more portions, after Jiang Xian finished his acupuncture, they naturally arrived at the stall about an incense stick later than yesterday. Luckily, Su Xian had saved a spot for them. Originally, her spot was at the end of the market, so even if she didn't take it, there was still a place. But for some reason, yesterday, the middle-aged couple to Su Xian's left placed their ceramic jar on her right side of the cold noodle stall. They also kindly asked, "Young lady, we don't mind if we set our things on your right side, do we?" Su was very annoyed. Although she only interacted with them for a morning, she knew this couple was quite particular. She pretended to be confused and asked, "Of course, I don't mind. Did you want to change your original spot?" Hearing this, the middle-aged couple immediately smiled in a very shrewd way, even giving Su Xian a spiteful look. "Yes, we want to change places. We've wanted to move for a while. We're right next to the young lady because she seems easy to get along with, unlike some people who are very petty." In the morning, they kindly swapped spots with Su Xian to be closer to the busy area inside, but this little troublemaker refused. He's really a petty man." Suyu deliberately asked loudly again, "Really, you don't want it anymore?" The middle-aged couple nodded firmly, showing they were sure. Suyu understood. "Then I'll go there." She didn't want to be next to the petty middle-aged couple. Business isn't about perfect arrangements. Helping each other is the way to win together. Seeing the stunned middle-aged couple, Su Xian couldn't help but laugh. He tried to hold back his laughter while helping Su set up her stall. Even the older woman who was selling vegetables next to the middle-aged couple couldn't help but smile. Don't ask, she had argued with that couple many times before. You tried to steal chickens, but ended up losing rice. Seeing Su-yu, a young woman, with two small children who haven't grown their hair yet, a middle-aged couple wanted to argue with her. But Su-yu didn't waste words. She simply lifted the handcart behind Su-sien with one hand. This made the middle-aged couple quickly give up. Even Su-sien couldn't help but swallow nervously. He had hoped to look after Su-yu a little. But now, it seemed that even with two of him, no, four of him, they weren't enough to compete with her. The vegetable seller next door silently gave Su-yu a big thumbs up. She looked friendly enough. Maybe she wouldn't bully her. At that moment, a surprised voice came from ahead. "Oh no! Young lady, are you changing from selling cold noodles to performing magic tricks? What should we do? I came early just to buy cold noodles, and yesterday our whole family didn't get enough." So you turn around and saw the uncle who bought their last portion of cold noodles yesterday. She quickly set down her handcart and smiled professionally. "Sell? Of course. I was just practicing my arm strength early in the morning." Zhang Yan, Zhang Xian, Su Xian, the vegetable seller next door. The uncle chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, people are not what they seem. Young lady, you look delicate, but you're actually very strong." He then placed 3 bowls on the table. "I'll buy 3 portions of cold noodles with regular sauce. And could you give me some extra sauce separately?" Su smiled and replied, "Of course. Business starts right away." This clearly reassured Zhang Yan. Now she didn't need to pack up. She took the initiative to handle slicing the cold noodles. The uncles specially brought small bowls. Su filled one with extra sauce, almost half a bowl. The uncle was so happy, he couldn't stop praising. "Young lady, you're really good at business. You'll have a bright future." Su smiled and said, "Thank you for your good words." She then mixed all 3 portions of cold noodles and handed them to the uncle. The uncle paid her 30 coins and happily prepared to leave. But he was too careless. He brought the bowls but couldn't take them back. He was in such a hurry that he didn't notice the 4 bowls stacked together. Now, with the bowls side by side, how could he carry them all? Su Xian's business was just starting to pick up. He kindly said, "Uncle, I have a bamboo basket that fits your 4 bowls. It costs 5 coins. Would you like it?" The middle-aged couple next door quickly came over to introduce themselves, saying, "Bamboo baskets are better and more durable than ceramic jars." Before they finished speaking, Su Xian interrupted coldly. "That's crossing the line." In the past, he never crossed boundaries, and this couple often nagged him. Now that he had truly crossed the line, he didn't want to go back. Seeing Su Xian use their own words to stop them, the couple felt unhappy, but couldn't do anything. They also watched angrily as the man buying cold noodles chose Su Xian's bamboo basket. Su smiled quietly, without saying a word. Because her reputation was good yesterday, today she quickly gained more customers, mostly repeat visitors from the day before. Some hadn't eaten enough, and others wanted to take food home for their families. With familiar faces, new customers soon arrived. That's how business works. People like to gather around. First, cold noodles are fresh and very refreshing to eat in the hot summer. Second, Su kept her stall very clean, clearly better than the previous vendors selling buns, steamed bread, and noodles. She was also generous and attentive. So, today she sold even better than yesterday. By noon, there were fewer than 10 portions left. Su Xian gave Su 10 coins and also wanted to buy a portion to try. His stall was closest to Su Yu's. The tempting aroma made his stomach rumble constantly. He had wanted to buy a portion yesterday but didn't dare. Thanks to Su Yu, he had sold many bamboo tubes and baskets these days and made some money, so he was willing to buy. He saw it as a way to thank Su Yu for unknowingly helping his business. Su Yu had collected a lot of his money, but she also gave him an extra bamboo tube with special seasoning and told him, "This seasoning lasts a long time. Take it home and mix it with cold dishes. It tastes very good." Seeing the full bamboo tube of red oil, Su Xian felt a bit shy and gave her a bamboo tube to use as a cup. Since he mentioned it, Su Yu didn't have her own cups. She decided to buy 5 cups from Su Xian and insisted on paying 5 coins. Su Xian couldn't refuse, so he gave her an extra bamboo tube. Su Yu accepted his kindness. Later, The woman next door also bought a portion to try, and she was so tempted she almost cried. Suyu bought a large cabbage and some other vegetables from her, and she specifically told her, "Auntie, we grow our own beans, so I didn't buy any from you." The Jiang family doesn't grow vegetables. She plans to start planting some in the future. They didn't have any from the beginning, so they wouldn't become greedy later. She and this aunt can only be considered acquaintances, so she wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble for herself. Originally, she didn't need to tell a stranger these things. But the difference between telling and not telling is huge. Looking at the honest young woman in front of her, the aunt immediately had a very good impression of her, and she even gave her some chives. Zhang Yan and Zhang Xian said they learned a lot. Can it be like this? Sister-in-law is really impressive. Soon, the last 8 plates of cold noodles were sold, and Su started to pack up. Su Xian and the aunt happily helped out. Seeing her come back so early, Lu Yiming was very happy, and Su told him he didn't need to wait anymore, just come to pick her up at noon. Now they had a fixed time. This way, he could plan to avoid busy times, take Su to town, then go back to bring villagers to town, pick her up at noon, and then bring the villagers back to the village. Perfect. The idea was good, and the reality was also good. He shared this plan with Suyu and decided to charge her 10 coins less. But Suyu stopped him, saying, "Start with what we agreed on, but if there's an unavoidable issue, Brother Lu should prioritize us." Of course, Lu Yiming assured him confidently. But inside, he was quite surprised. Is this still the same bad woman from before? But she was much easier to talk to than the women from the two-headed bear village. No, she's not even in the same league. When the water wheel's 15-day deadline arrived, he definitely wouldn't let Aunt Fat feed Suyu any more nonsense. "Suyu, thank you." After giving Lu Yiming 20 coins for the cart, she carried her bamboo basket and said goodbye to everyone. "I need to buy some things, you all go back first." Lu Yiming felt a bit embarrassed. "Sister-in-law, go ahead. We'll wait here for you. Suyu, there's no need to go to such trouble." She wanted to sell 2 wolves, but she wasn't sure if the Drunken Fragrance Tower accepted wolf meat. Suyu carried the 2 wolves directly to the Drunken Fragrance Tower. Manager Lu saw her, a frail girl, carrying 2 wolves, and immediately gave her a thumbs up. "You are truly a brave woman. I was mistaken to underestimate you. Lady Su, you are a true heroine. I admire you." Su placed the wolves on the ground and waved her hand. "Manager Lu, you're flattering me. I'm no heroine, just a bit stronger than most." Manager Lu smiled politely. "Haha, just a bit stronger. Huh?" Su got to the main point. "May I ask if you buy wolves, Manager Lu?" Hearing this, Manager Lu looked a bit uncomfortable. "I haven't sold wolves before, so I might not be able to buy them all." Since pig intestines were selling well, he wanted to give Suyu some face. If others came, he might only buy 1 leg to test the waters. But since Suyu came, he could buy more. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Oh, I just remembered. Madam Shen from the county office is looking for pelts to make a large cloak. I noticed these 2 wolves have shiny, smooth fur. You might want to ask at the county office." It was a lucky coincidence. Suyu quickly bowed to thank Manager Lu. But she didn't know how to do business with the county lady, so she humbly asked for advice. "Manager Lu, you are experienced. If Madam Shen is interested in these 2 wolf pelts, what price should I ask for?" She knew that people running restaurants and businesses were clever and adaptable. Manager Lu saw her concern and smiled warmly. "Don't worry, Lady Su. Our great official Shen is from the capital. He's a good man who never cheats the common people and never allows his staff to bully others. You can pretend these pelts were a gift, saying you hunted them by chance and thought they suited Madam Shen's elegance. That's why you brought them. Mrs. Shen has a kind heart and is very reasonable. She wouldn't take your things for nothing. She might even give you money voluntarily. Just accept it. This way, you'll leave a good impression on her and also get some real money. Isn't that a perfect solution?"
Sujue suddenly understood everything.
She quickly bowed again to Manager Lu and thanked him. "Manager Lu, you are truly clever. I have learned a lot from you. Rest assured, I will mention you when the time comes." Manager Lu also bowed to her. "Miss Su, you are very thoughtful." She had a way to get wolf skins, but what about the meat? Suyu didn't want to bring back bloodied meat, so she said to Manager Lu, I have a good idea about the wolf meat. Why not hold a whole roasted wolf feast? A roasted wolf feast. Manager Lu's eyes lit up. Please tell me more, Miss Su. I am listening carefully. He thought more and more that this young lady was extraordinary. Seeing his interest, Suyu continued, we can marinate the wolf meat with spices to remove the smell and add flavor. Then, slow roast it over charcoal until the outside is crispy and the inside tender, with a rich aroma. We can serve it with a special sauce and seasonal vegetables. It will be both refreshing and tasty. This roasted wolf feast could become a signature dish of our restaurant. Manager Lu was interested, but couldn't quite imagine how it would look, so his expression was a bit complicated. Suyu raised an eyebrow and said, talking is not as good as trying it on the spot. I will prepare it for Manager Lu. That was exactly what Manager Lu wanted to hear. He quickly took her and the two wolves to the kitchen. Since the wolf skins needed to be sold to the county office, the chefs handled the meat very carefully to keep the skins intact. After cutting the wolf meat, they naturally left the kitchen to Suyu. She took a piece of wolf meat, cut it into even chunks, and marinated it with special spices. During the process, she kept turning the meat to make sure the spices soaked in well. When it was ready, she threaded the meat onto bamboo skewers and slowly roasted them over charcoal, turning them often to make sure each side was evenly cooked. As the meat roasted, the spices released a wonderful aroma, blending with the crispy, golden meat, filling the air with a rich smell. The chefs waiting outside could smell it, and even the customers eating inside noticed. They all stood up, sniffing the air and asking, what is that? It smells so good. The diners, who were all wealthy and not short of money, were tempted. They pounded the tables and said, bring me a plate of that roasted meat from the kitchen. I want one too. No. 2 pieces. They smell so good. It's too much. Such delicious food, and they didn't even introduce it to the main guests. Just trying a dish, and it caused a big fuss. Shopkeeper Lu has run his restaurant for 20 years, and this is the first time he's seen something like this. He could only try to calm everyone down and honestly say, gentlemen and young masters, today is just a tasting. If you want to eat, you'll have to wait a little longer. Waiting? No way. No one can wait, and everyone seems eager to eat. Anyway, if they don't get to taste this rich, fragrant meat today, they won't leave. Shopkeeper Lu was both amused and helpless, so he hurried back to the kitchen. In the end, he paid 20 taels of silver to buy the recipe for the roast meat, and wolf meat was sold at 30 coins per jin. 2 wolves, weighing 180 jin in total, cost 5,400 coins. That day, Suyu earned 25 taels and 400 coins. Although that was a lot for Suyu, it's still the same old story. One-time deals are never ideal. But roasting meat isn't complicated. Anyone who has eaten or seen it can learn after some practice. Shopkeeper Lu also took the opportunity to get ahead. Whether he earns a lot or a little, it's all about opportunity and skill. After carefully teaching the technique, Suyu carried 2 wolf pelts and said goodbye to Shopkeeper Lu, then headed straight to the county office. As a minor character, she couldn't enter through the front gate, only the back door. But the servant at the back door wouldn't let her in at first. When she said she was here to deliver wolf pelts, they finally let her in. The butler personally received her. Looking at the shiny, smooth wolf pelts in her hands, he smiled and asked, young lady, you're really generous to offer such fine items to our madam. Thinking of what Shopkeeper Lu had said, Suyu firmly replied, Master Shen is a good official in Anping Town, and Madam Shen is kind-hearted. We are grateful, so there's nothing we can't part with. Seeing her sincere and honest expression, the butler took her to the backyard to meet the madam. Madam Shen was a very beautiful woman, but her face was a bit pale, showing signs of illness. She leaned on a soft couch, looking weak. When the butler led Suyu in, she softly said, so this is the young lady who brought the wolf pelts. Suyu stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and presented the 2 wolf pelts with both hands. Madam Shen, I heard from Shopkeeper Lu at Drunken Fragrance Tower that you are looking for good pelts. I happened to hunt 2 wolves in the mountains and brought them here for you. Mrs. Shen glanced at the wolf fur. Although it was not as good as the ones she had seen in the capital before, in this remote Onping town, it was a rare treasure. She forced a smile and said, "Young lady, thank you. This wolf fur is quite nice, with bright and shiny fur." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly started to cough violently. A maid quickly brought a basin for her to spit into. Her coughing was so intense it seemed like she might cough out her lungs. Another maid scolded coldly, "Hurry up and take this smelly wolf fur outside." Suyu was shocked. The housekeeper hurriedly bowed and pulled Suyu out. Just as Suyu wanted to ask what was happening, she was called back inside by the maid. This time, she was not allowed to bring the wolf fur into the house again. After coughing for a while, Mrs. Shun looked even weaker, making her seem very fragile. Seeing this, Suyu was concerned and asked, "Mrs. Shun, are you all right?" Mrs. Shun took a small sip of tea and forced a faint smile. "Young lady, don't worry. It's nothing serious, just some pregnancy symptoms." Hearing this, Suyu naturally looked at Mrs. Shun's belly. It was flat, and if she hadn't seen it, she wouldn't have guessed she was pregnant. It seemed her morning sickness was very severe. "Mrs. Shun, you're too polite. Pregnancy is always difficult and you tend to have strong symptoms. Please take good care of yourself." This touched Mrs. Shun's heart. She really wanted to eat, but she couldn't help feeling like vomiting. Her mother-in-law kept saying she was being overly delicate, saying every woman who was pregnant and had many children wasn't as fragile as her. She was already unwell, and with her mother-in-law constantly scolding her, she felt even weaker. Her husband was kind to her. To protect her health, he had her mother-in-law return to the capital these days. But this meant that the strained relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would become even colder again. Her husband was caught in the middle, feeling awkward. He was a prominent figure, the eldest son of Duke Shin's family, and a talented scholar who had once been a top candidate in the imperial exams. His talent and integrity were well known. Yet, he fell in love with her, a humble daughter of a minor official from the Ministry of Revenue. Despite opposition from his family and many obstacles, he resolutely married her as his main wife. After they married, they naturally lived together in Duke Shun's residence. But every day, the Duke's mother set rules for her. Her husband felt sorry for her and kindly requested to be reassigned to the remote Onping town as a 7th-grade county magistrate. She originally thought that after giving birth to a son, her mother-in-law might accept her. But unexpectedly, another situation arose. Sighing, she let out a heavy breath. Knowing her mother-in-law was about to return to the capital and that she liked fur and similar items, she decided to make her a large cloak. Although it wasn't made from white fox fur, it was the best she could offer. In any case, it was her heartfelt gesture. All of this was for her loving husband who cared for her deeply.
That's thoughtful of you.
"What's your name?" Madam Shin asked.
I am Suyu.
"As long as the lady likes it, that's enough. The wolf fur might catch your eye, and that's its good fortune," Suyu replied, carefully maintaining her image. Madam Shin's impression of Suyu improved a little, but she was feeling very unwell now. Her face looked tired as she said, "Miss Su, you speak well, but I won't take your things for free. Go and get some silver to give to Miss Su." Her maid quickly brought over a tray with 2 heavy silver ingots, worth 50 taels of silver. Seeing this, Suyu hurriedly waved her hands in distress, showing a worried expression. "Madam Shun, this won't do. The wolf fur is just a small token of my kindness. How can I accept your silver?" Madam Shin looked tired but said firmly, "I never take advantage of others. Since it's your gift, you should be paid. Just accept it." Seeing this, Suyu could only accept the silver with a respectful bow. But she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she sincerely offered a cold noodle dish. This cold noodle dish was prepared early in the morning and stored in her space. Her space wasn't large or cheap, but it was truly worth it. The food inside remained fresh and untouched by dust, always as good as new. In the hot summer weather, most people had little appetite, especially pregnant women. Her cold noodles were cold, spicy, and tasty, so she thought of offering some to Madam Shin to try. She didn't dislike the smell, and even wanted to taste it a little. She stopped the maid and asked Suyu to bring it over. Suyu looked at the two maids before stepping forward to offer it to Madame Shin for a taste. The rich and tempting aroma instantly wafted into her nose. Madame Shin's stomach suddenly growled loudly, and the sound was very clear in the quiet room, causing the nearby maids to glance sideways in surprise. They wondered. Not only didn't she vomit, but she seemed hungry. Then they saw her start eating heartily, even saying while eating, it would be even better if it were a bit spicier and more sour. The two maids immediately went to the kitchen to get chili oil and vinegar. Oh my, since her morning sickness started, this was the first time they saw her enjoy her food so much. If their husband knew, he would be very happy. Everyone knew that their master loved Madame Shin the most. However, just as the two maids brought back the chili oil and vinegar, Madame Shin started to vomit again. The two maids looked confused. But Suyu understood. She quickly told the maids to take the condiments away, secretly taking out her carefully prepared chili oil, fragrant vinegar, and Sichuan pepper water from her space. Madame Shin, would you like to try this? Madame Shin stopped vomiting and looked down at Suyu's condiments. Instead of feeling sick, she found them very fragrant. She added a spoonful and still felt it was not flavorful enough, so she added another spoon, finally feeling the taste was just right. Seeing this, the two maids were even more shocked. Could it be that the condiments in their house were meant to please Madame Shin? They looked at Suyu with doubt. Suyu couldn't explain easily, but she understood. In this vast world, anything is possible. Women often have strange cravings during pregnancy. Some can't stand the smell of dish soap, while others love the smell of wood shavings. Some may get better after the early pregnancy symptoms, but others carry these cravings until delivery. There's no logical explanation for it. It's not that the house's condiments are bad, but because Suyu's condiments are carefully prepared. That's why her home-cooked dishes never smell as good as those from a restaurant. Her condiments become tastier the more you eat. After a long time without feeling this full, Madame Shin finished a bowl of cold noodles, then smiled as she gently patted her belly, looking satisfied. Madame Su, please forgive my rudeness. Suyu replied, Madame Shin, when you eat well and drink happily, it's good for the little baby in your belly. That's only natural. If others laugh at this, then they are not truly kind-hearted. Although her words were simple, Madame Shin felt a warm feeling inside. She usually was very careful around her mother-in-law, afraid of being criticized. Even so, her mother-in-law often said she was not graceful enough. She was called a low-born daughter from a small family, not suitable for the Shin family's eldest son. Madame Shin felt wronged inside, but dared not show it. She changed the subject and asked, by the way, what kind of noodles are these? I've never tasted such clear, chewy, and tasty noodles before. Suyu smiled and answered, these are cold noodles I accidentally learned to make. I thought they were delicious, so I brought some to sell in town. I'm honored that Madame Shin likes them. While they were talking, Shin Ji-shing, Lord Shin, hurriedly came in after finishing his work. When he heard that his wife had eaten a whole bowl of cold noodles, he was surprised and very happy. He immediately wanted to reward Suyu. He often gave gifts without much reason. No wonder he's from a noble family in the capital. Suyu liked this very much. She looked up at Shin Ji-shing and thought he was very handsome, matching perfectly with the beautiful Madame Shin. She bowed politely and said, thank you, Lord Shin. I only made the cold noodles out of curiosity. It's a great honor to have them enjoyed by your wife. I don't dare to ask for a reward. Seeing Suyu's confident and honest attitude, Shin Ji-shing was very pleased. Most importantly, she made his wife full and happy. He looked at his wife, who was regaining her energy, and had an idea. Madame Su, would you consider staying at Shin's house to work? Just prepare 3 meals a day for my wife. Of course, your wages will be fair. In her past life, Suyu had been injured working, and now she just wanted to be her own boss. She smiled gently and politely declined. Sir, it's not that I don't want to. First, I have a disabled husband at home and 2 young uncles to care for, so I am very busy. Second, my cooking skills are limited, but I happen to learn how to make the cold noodles that Madame Shin likes. However, if the lady and Madame don't mind, I can leave the seasonings. They are great for mixing with hot dishes, cold dishes, noodles, or dipping dumplings. If you finish eating and don't feel full, you can come to the end of the market to get some for me anytime. That's fine. Shun Jixing didn't force her. Su Yuan was very sincere and even voluntarily left the seasonings. Shun Jixing rewarded her with 50 taels of silver and politely asked the butler to see her off. After leaving Shun's residence, Su Yuan happily jumped up. Wow, today was really worth it. I earned a full 126 taels of silver. La la la, I want to go home and show off. As soon as she got home, she called Jiang Sun into the house. Because of their semi-honest talk last night, their relationship became closer. When Jiang Sun entered, she immediately spit out a bed of silver coins in front of him. Seeing the clattering silver coins, Jiang Sun was a bit dazed. Did you succeed in turning metal into gold? Su Yuan chuckled. You must have read a lot of stories. If I really could turn metal into gold, I wouldn't need to work so hard to save money every day. I would be enjoying a luxurious life. She then handed Jiang Sun a hemp rope, 20 coins for a string. Jiang Sun looked at her deeply before taking the rope. I haven't read many stories, just heard a lot from my fellow travelers during my courier days. After a pause, he asked, by the way, what's with all this silver? Su Yuan, while stringing copper coins, told him what happened today. Jiang Sun was very surprised. So, you refused the county magistrate's request for the sake of us three brothers? Su Yuan. Your focus is quite interesting. Jiang Sun cleared his throat. But you're right not to go. Serving others is not easy. Just like his mother, who embroidered in the embroidery workshop. If she went, she would lose her freedom. Su Yuan felt the same way. Heroes see things similarly. So, your three brothers are just a front. Jiang Sun. Da-da, I heard from the second and third brothers that your cold noodle business is even better today than yesterday. Su nodded and said, so I plan to make 200 sheets tomorrow. Think about it. If we make 200 sheets, we can earn 1,600 coins in one day. In a month, that adds up to 48 taels. This is the kind of long-term business that can make our family rich. Jiang Sun took a deep breath. 48 taels in a month? The Black Mountain Old Demon really earns money faster than us ordinary folks. Then I will wash my face in the future. So you didn't care much about that. Whoever has the time can wash their face. As long as it's hidden well, it's fine. This is the core of our family's cold noodles business. Our family, so you looked up at Jiang Sun. I find you really have quite unique priorities. Is that the main point? The real key is the word core at the end. For some reason, Jiang Sun suddenly felt a bit blocked inside. Luckily, it didn't last long. In about an hour, all the copper coins were strung together. He counted, there were 500 strings. Su you couldn't do the math easily, so she tied 5 strings together. 5 strings equal 100 coins, making a total of 100 large strings. The total copper coins were worth 10 taels, and the shiny silver coins added up to 120 taels. In such a short time, the Black Mountain Old Demon had earned 130 taels of silver, and there were also a dozen scattered copper coins. He was shocked, and the Black Mountain Old Demon specifically told him, by the way, when I swallowed that person's body yesterday, it cost 10 taels of silver. Otherwise, it could have been more. She said this casually, but it surprised Jiang Sun. All these silver coins are yours to earn. You don't need to tell me about this. Su replied, you can't say it like that. Not only did you help me make cold noodles, but the two of us also share the credit. Since we live together now, we should share the money and face the problems together. She liked working hard with reliable family members. Especially when sharing the results, the happiness doubles. Then she pushed the 10 taels of silver toward him. By the way, I heard from the second and third brothers that our family owes 9 taels of silver. You can take this and pay it back when you have time. The extra 1 tael was a promise I made to you. It's not that I only give you 1 tael to spend, but keeping the silver with me is safer. Do you agree? Jiang Sun naturally had no objections. In fact, he felt that these 10 taels of silver were a bit too hot to handle. He felt like a young man trying to impress. He doesn't have the qualities of a charming young man. His face is okay, but his legs are really weak. He instinctively looked at his left leg, but just as he did, Su said, Put out, let me see. His ears turned slightly red, but he still showed her his leg. Although he doesn't have the qualities of a charming young man, he must have basic skills. Looking at his swollen left leg compared to his right, Siyu gently pressed her hand on his leg and said, "Luckily, it still has some flexibility. Now that the treatment money is enough, it depends on when your leg will stop swelling." Jiang Sun's body stiffened. He felt a tingling sensation in his leg where her finger pressed. "Suyu, look at how many little tricks you have. Are you excited?" Facing her bright and lively eyes, Jiang Sun nodded unintentionally. "If you're excited, say a few words too. Don't just let me talk alone." Jiang Sun isn't good at being emotional. He pushed the silver coins over and cleared his throat. "The money was borrowed from my mother. When she returns, I will pay her back, and that will be a complete circle." Suyu nodded. "That makes sense." Suddenly, she realized, "Are you trying to get your mother to come home?" Hearing this, Jiang Sun looked a bit embarrassed. "I know I shouldn't mention it, but working outside is hard. As a son, I can't bear to see my mother eat well and drink well while I do nothing. Besides, my mother only earns 25 coins a day at the embroidery shop. So I thought, maybe she can come back and help you make and sell cold noodles, so you can rest a bit." So you didn't mind having one more person at home, but she knew from past experience that the relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is never easy. So she said in advance, "If your mother keeps nagging me every day, I will build a big house next door with blue bricks. When I eat meat, your whole family can watch. When I become a head of the household, I will be free to do as I please." With the sky high and the moon shining, Jiang Sun finally understood why she was not leaving his house for now. It turned out she couldn't have her own household registration. According to the laws of the Great Shao dynasty, women follow their husband's household registration after marriage. If they divorce or are abandoned, their household registration must be handled by the husband's family, either transferred back to their original home or registered as a separate household. However, having a separate household for women was very strict and complicated, so she couldn't do that. He thought her family was probably her uncle and aunt, and their relationship was likely not good. Also, she was not the original wicked woman but a fierce old witch from Black Mountain, so she definitely wouldn't want to go back there. Thinking of this, he felt a bit disappointed but mostly heartbroken. He unconsciously lowered his voice and said, "Mother would never do that. She is not someone who likes to nag. She is gentle and kind." Remembering how the original owner had only a brief 3-day contact with Lin Hongyu, it seemed Lin Hongyu was indeed a gentle person. And that day in the county town, when they met by chance, he clearly saw her eyes filled with concern. "All right, I will bring your mother back tomorrow." Jiang Sun finally let out a long sigh but couldn't help but remind her, "When mother comes back, she is our mother. I will call her mother, and you will call me husband." Although Suyu was now a fierce old witch from Black Mountain, in name she was still his wife. Suyu casually responded, then took the 7 taels of silver from the bed and got up to call Jiang Yan and Jiang Xian into the house. In the yard, Zhou Chang'an, who was making water wheel parts, saw Suyu, who had just returned and was talking to herself, and couldn't help but sneer. "Oh, so I am the only outsider here." Suyu replied, "That's right. At least I have some self-awareness. I'm not beyond saving." Zhou Chang'an was defeated. Sigh. He used to be unable to beat the wicked woman, and now he couldn't even argue with her. What can he do to relieve his worries? Just carve wood. He started diligently carving the wood with a shush-shush sound. After the 2 children went inside, Suyu closed the door, looked at Jiang Sun, then placed the remaining 3 taels of silver on the table and raised an eyebrow, saying, "This is the 1 tael of silver I promised each of you. Now I am fulfilling that promise. Keep it." After saying that, she stared intently at Jiang Yan. She mainly wanted to see his reaction. Sure enough, this boy swallowed hard, and his usually quick-talking lips became stammering. "Isn't it? For the 3rd brother's medical expenses. Why? Did you each give us brothers 1 or 2 silver coins?" Although he stammered, it didn't stop him from quickly putting his share into his pocket. He was afraid that if he hesitated, Suyu might change his mind. Although he now saw Suyu in a better light, He still remembered all the beatings from before, and it would take a long time to forget them completely. Suyu didn't mind these things. Instead, he replied, "A promise is a promise. If I promise to give you something, I will keep my word. Since I am keeping my promise now, shouldn't you also keep yours to me? La la la. Now I get to tease this honest kid. P.S. La la la. My mother-in-law is coming back, and the divine help is on its way. Big brother is the best. He is holding what big sister gave him, and big sister is also the best." This sentence flatters both of them at once. Jiang-sun couldn't help but pinch his little face, smiling. "You really are clever and bold." He didn't bother to guess what the child was thinking and instead looked at the older child with a funny smile. At this moment, the older child had already prepared himself mentally. He imitated the style of martial artists, clasping his fists to Suyu and confidently said, "Miss, please accept my 3 bows." After saying that, he was about to bow 3 times to Suyu. But Suyu stopped him and said, "Forget it. Why bow just because it's not a special day? Save it for the new year. All right, everyone, go out now. I didn't rest well last night, and I need to sleep." Jiang Yan was stunned. Was this clever woman letting him go so easily? No, it was Big Sister. Big Brother said that only family members wouldn't mind small things. Big Sister not only gave him money to spend but also didn't argue with them. Big Sister is family. He softly said to Suyu's back, "Thank you, Big Sister." Jiang-sun, leaning on his cane, slowly smiled. That old demon from Black Mountain really knows how to attract people. His skills in controlling others' hearts are superb. The next morning, at dawn, the Jiang family got up neatly, without missing anyone. Suyu woke early because she needed to steam cold noodles. The 3 brothers of the Jiang family were excited about their mother returning home today and couldn't sleep all night. Especially Jiang Yan, who was so happy he practiced a set of martial arts early in the morning, now sweating profusely. He only regretted that he didn't learn a few moves when his father was teaching his older brother martial arts. You only realize how little you know when you need it. Otherwise, he might have fought off that villainous man that day. Suyu said wisely, "Your weakness is your body. You can't get stronger just by practicing moves. Eating well is the real key." Looking at his shorter, smaller body compared to others his age, Jiang Yan clenched his teeth and ate an extra plain pancake. What a mistake! Zhou Chang'an sneaked in quietly, and the Jiang family was ready to leave together. Because his mother told him to come help Suyu with the water wheel tonight, he could now go home and sleep at night. After finishing his meal in the morning, he would sneak back. He knew that tricking his mother was not a good long-term plan, but he really didn't want to go back to Hongri Wood Workshop. He couldn't learn any skills there, and he had to spend extra money each month to pay respect to the master. What were poor families like theirs really after? He thought about finding a good time to talk to his mother properly. Watching his good brother's family leave with envy in his eyes, he closed the fence gate and continued making the cart axle. Meanwhile, Suyu finished giving Jiang Xian acupuncture and planned to part ways with Jiang Sun, each doing their own job. They had originally thought Jiang Sun's 3 brothers would go together to pick up Lin Hongyu, but in the end, only Jiang Yan went. Jiang Sun and Jiang Xian stayed behind to help Suyu sell cold noodles. Jiang Sun also wanted to go, but he thought he would see his mother soon, so there was no need to rush. Plus, there weren't many chances to sell cold noodles with Suyu. Suyu really disliked his swollen leg, worried that he might accidentally get mixed up in the crowd, so she only let him sit at the back to cut noodles. Next to him, Su Xian greeted Jiang Sun, young Master Jiang. Seeing that Jiang Sun looked about the same age as him, he called him Young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang looked very handsome, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, high nose, red lips, white teeth. Although his leg was lame, he sat up straight with a noble air that stood out in the busy market, completely different from the rough country bumpkins. Sure enough, people are different, and there's no comparison. No wonder, even with a lame leg, he could marry a capable and beautiful woman like Suyu. He secretly straightened his posture, determined to make himself and Jiang Sun the most handsome guys on the street. Attract customers. Make the business boom. Jiang Sun clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, young Master Su. I've heard my wife say many times that you take good care of her. I thank you here. Su Xian hurriedly waved his hand, a bit embarrassed. No, no, young Master Jiang, you're being too kind. I was just helping out. Mostly, I'm lucky to be associated with Su Nyangzi. As soon as he said this, a middle-aged couple nearby sneered. A grown man proud enough to rely on a young woman. Now look, Su Nyangzi's husband is here. Who's the fool showing off his attentiveness without knowing boundaries? They intentionally tried to sow discord between Jiang Sun and Su Yu, hoping to separate Su Yu from Su Xian. But their plan was good. Next time, they shouldn't try again. The crippled man refused to be fooled. You too are mistaken. Things in the world cannot be judged by one-sided views or wild guesses. Mr. Su and my wife met through business, supporting and caring for each other. This is a proper and honest relationship. How can there be talk of insincere flattery without regard for boundaries? He paused, then continued. The saying goes, a gentleman's friendship is as gentle as water. A petty person's friendship is as sweet as wine. The relationship between Mr. Su and my wife is like clear spring water, pure and transparent, without any impurities. Gentlemen understand righteousness. Petty people understand profit. Cooperation and mutual benefit are common in business. Only those with dirty hearts and corrupt minds would wrongly interpret others' kindness and think ill of them. After speaking, he looked at the middle-aged couple with a stern gaze. Suddenly, the couple was speechless. They didn't understand everything, but they knew they had been scolded. They didn't know how to reply, and dared not speak back. With refined words, it was surprising that this crippled man was also a learned person. In this era, educated people were highly respected. Many believed that reading books and speaking eloquently made someone superior. Most people thought this way. The middle-aged couple also believed so. They reluctantly shut their mouths, afraid to say more. They truly admitted defeat. Su Yu rarely saw Jiang Sun speak so much at once, and in such a charming way. She couldn't help but praise, "My husband is amazing. Once your leg heals, you should continue studying and aim for the top 3 in the exams. In the future, you can serve as an official and benefit the common people, showing those narrow-minded, petty people what a true gentleman looks like." Really? We have a top scholar in Anping Town? Let me see. The middle-aged couple, feeling upset, saw that Steward Shun from the magistrate's office had arrived. They hurried forward to complain, "Steward Shun, this Mrs. Su is talking big here. Quickly hold her accountable." After speaking, they looked at Su Yu with a mischievous smile. Everyone in Anping Town knew that their county magistrate was once a top scholar. He was stunning and talented. Who could compare to him? This time, Su Yu was in big trouble. The middle-aged couple looked smug and pleased with themselves. "Step aside, Steward Shun. Quickly, accuse her of a crime." They eagerly looked at Steward Shun. Sure enough, they heard Steward Shun say, "Doing business properly is important. What's with all the noise and fuss? Claiming to run a business, but gathering a crowd here to cause trouble and disturb the market order. If you don't value this opportunity, go set up your stall at the neighboring market." Hearing this, the middle-aged couple felt very proud. Everyone knew the neighboring market was for selling livestock, and the environment was quite dirty. And how could Su Yu sell food in such a place full of filth? They proudly told Su Yu, "Lady Su, you should leave quickly. This spot belongs to us, and no one can take it away." Unexpectedly, the servant behind the steward picked up their ceramic jar. They hurriedly shouted, "Wrong jar! Wrong jar!" It's supposed to be their cold noodle stall. While they were confused, Steward Shin said, "You're moving your stall, which is yours, and ignoring your good business. Why are you bothering other stalls?" He continued, "You too, you have some nerve. Dare to cause trouble here and stir up chaos. My master is honest and dedicated to the people. He's a well-known good official in this area. He wouldn't just arrest someone over a joke. Spreading rumors and damaging his reputation is unacceptable. Get out of here quickly, or it won't be just a simple eviction." The middle-aged couple was so scared by Steward Shun's scolding that their faces turned pale. Realizing they had caused trouble, they stammered to explain, "Steward Shun, we were just confused and spoke without thinking. Please, have mercy and forgive us this time." Steward Shun was unmoved. "If I had known this would happen, why did I let it go? You've damaged my master's reputation in front of everyone. If I don't punish you today, how can my master maintain his authority? The two suddenly felt like they'd been struck by lightning. They finally understood that they had shot themselves in the foot. But it was too late now, and they could only sheepishly pack up and leave. The county magistrate is like the ruler of Onping town. Who dares to offend him? Seeing the petty couple finally leave from sight, Siyu bowed her head and thanked Steward Shen. Thank you, Steward Shen. Unlike before, when he looked stern, Steward Shen suddenly changed into a different person. You're welcome, Lady Sue. It's just a small matter. Now come and bring me 5 servings of cold noodles. As he spoke, he ordered the young servant behind him to bring out the plates from the food box. Siyu, Manager Shen, what are you doing? Yesterday, my wife dipped some sauce on her beef and ate a little. This morning, I woke up craving your cold noodles again. My master was so happy, he sent me here to buy some. Manager Shen said with a smile. Hurry up, I'll take it back quickly. Su Xian and the vegetable seller suddenly realized that Siyu actually knew the county lord. It was really impressive. Jiang Sun also thought the same. He quickly cut the cold noodles for Manager Shen, while Siyu smiled and said, It's my good fortune that Madam Shen likes to eat. Manager Shen, please wait a moment. Business started as soon as she set up her stall, and Jiang Sun was very happy. He efficiently lined a lotus leaf on the bowl. 5 portions of cold noodles were quickly cut and mixed well. Su Yu handed the noodles to Manager Shen, who then gave her 50 coins. Su Yu hurriedly pushed the money back. Manager Shen, this isn't right. Lord Shen and Madam Shen have taken good care of me, and you just supported me earlier. This bowl of cold noodles is a small token of our gratitude. I can't accept money for it. But Manager Shen insisted, smiling kindly. Su Yu, you shouldn't say that. It's not easy for you to set up a stall, and this was specially arranged by my master and madam. Don't make things difficult for me, a servant. Hearing this, Su Yu reluctantly accepted. She then bought 2 bamboo tubes for Su Xian with 2 coins. One was filled with chili oil, and the other with vinegar, pepper water, and spices, both full. She handed them to Manager Shen. Since you insist, I'll accept it, but you should take this too. It's a gift from me. Great for mixing with dishes or dipping bread. Manager Shen happily took them, saying Siyu was thoughtful. No wonder a little girl like her could catch the eye of his master and madam. She was capable and considerate. He looked down at the man behind her, who stood straight and handsome, even more striking than his own master. No wonder Siyu had spoken so openly earlier. Her husband was truly handsome. But when he looked at the cane beside him, his expression dimmed suddenly. What a pity. After Manager Shen left, their cold noodle stall quickly attracted a crowd. Suyu, 1 bowl for me. Make it spicy and vinegary. I'll have a bowl too, more vinegar, no chili. I'm taking 1 home for my kid. Just vinegar and chili oil, please. Some people really can't forget the taste of cold noodles. Others are naturally eager to follow the trend. Since the county lord's wife loves it, they have to try it too. They can't be officials, and they're not so poor that they can't afford a bowl for their wife. By the way, Lady Sue, how do you know the county lord? Some people take the chance to gossip. Suyu ignores them. Why don't you ask the county lord yourself? If he buys it, great. If not, step aside. That person was rejected in front of everyone, clenched their teeth, stomped their foot, and ordered 3 bowls. Suyu is quite welcoming. Business is very good today. They prepared 200 bowls, and they are selling faster than yesterday. By noon, there were less than 10 left. Jiang Xian was surprised when she came for the first time. 200 bowls of cold noodles are almost sold out so quickly? It turns out, in front of food lovers, money doesn't matter. Jiang Xian, however, was used to it and started packing up the extra bowls. At this moment, a slightly chubby middle-aged woman approached. She asked, "How much for 1 bowl of cold noodles?" So you thought she looked familiar but couldn't recognize her immediately. She smiled and said, "Ma'am, 10 cents per bowl." The woman recognized her and said, "Aren't you the young lady who asked about the steamer at the bun shop earlier? Now you're selling cold noodles here?" So, these cold noodles are made from steamed dough. Jiang Xian, who is collecting bowls, immediately looked worried. Oh no, our secret recipe for making money might be exposed. Suyu calmly replied, yes, it's steamed bread. Hearing this, the chubby woman's face lit up quickly. She sells noodles next to the bun shop. Recently, her noodles haven't been selling well. She noticed everyone was eating cold noodles instead. Cold noodles? She didn't even know what they were. So she came to find out. She didn't say much more, but bought a bowl with a lot of regret. She wanted to go back and taste it herself. After the woman left, Jiang Xian nervously whispered to her sister-in-law, "Sister-in-law, what should we do?" She knows our cold noodles are steamed. Suyu smiled and said, "It's okay. From the start, I already said this is just steamed cake." She was very confident. Others couldn't make it as clear and chewy as she did.
At least not in a short time.
And this was already later than in her previous life. In her past life, when something became popular, many followers would quickly imitate it. Only those with good skills would stay. Jiang Xian was still worried, so he was comforted by his older brother. "Third brother, it's okay. Trust your wife." Jiang Xian then stopped talking. But he still felt a bit worried. He was such a caring person. "You little rascal, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Causing me to lose a chick." Wang Daniu angrily slapped Su Qi hard in the street. Su Qi's face hurt from the slap. He held back tears and said, "Master, I really didn't do it on purpose. I was just so hungry and dizzy. I dropped the chick." Hearing this, Wang Daniu was even more furious. "Are you saying I treat you harshly? Just wait until I get home to deal with you." He then grabbed Su Qi's hair and stormed off angrily. From a distance, it was hard to hear clearly, but for some reason, Suyu felt that the small boy with a crying voice sounded familiar. She instinctively wanted to follow and see, but Jiang Xian grabbed her. "Big brother. Big sister-in-law. Second brother is bringing mother here." "Mother." Suyu turned around and saw Lin Hongyu and Jiang Yin walking side by side. She hadn't looked carefully last time, but today she saw that Lin Hongyu was actually quite a rare beauty. No wonder the three brothers of the Jiang family were all so handsome. But Lin Hongyu looked a bit unwell at the moment. Suyu thought she was just hungry, so she handed her a cold noodle dish. "Eat this." Looking at the cold noodles, Lin Hongyu took a deep breath and said to Suyu, "Yeah, you've worked hard. Ah Sun and Ah Xian, you've also worked hard." Jiang Xian threw himself into her arms. "Mom, I miss you so much." Lin Hongyu hugged Jiang Xian tightly and affectionately. "Ah Xian, I miss you too. Does your chest still hurt?" Looking at the touching scene of a caring mother and her obedient child, Jiang Yan felt increasingly angry. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. "No, I have to go find them. Mother worked so hard embroidery for so long. Why should she not get paid just because they refused to settle the bill?" Hearing this, Lin Hongyu quickly released Jiang Xian and held him back, saying, "Ah Yan, don't. We are just a poor orphan mother and daughter. We shouldn't confront them directly, or we might suffer." During their struggle earlier, they already lost out. Jiang Sun, standing nearby, understood what was happening. His eyes darkened, and he was about to speak, but Suyu spoke first. "This is really unreasonable. After all the hard work embroidery, they refuse to pay? Mother-in-law, no, I should call you mother. Watch me settle this score for you." Suyu asked Lin Hongyu some details, and then left after giving a few instructions. She went to her clothing shop, which was her storefront. Although she bought fabric last time, she was careless and didn't know how to make clothes. This time, she headed straight to the clothing shop to change into a new outfit so she could carry out her plans smoothly. As soon as she entered, the shop owner greeted her warmly. It was probably around noon and there were no other customers, so Suyu received special treatment. The shop owner first carefully examined her, then recommended, "Miss, we just received a new batch of coarse cloth clothes. They are made of rough fabric, but the style is very fashionable right now. Come and take a look." Suyu glanced at the dazzling array of clothes in the shop and replied, "Shopkeeper, I want to see silk clothes." This surprised the shop owner. Having been in business for many years, she had misjudged her customer. Today, she had encountered a big client. She didn't look down on Suyu for wearing coarse cloth clothes. Instead, She enthusiastically led her to the silk clothing section and patiently introduced, "Miss, these are high-quality silk fabrics. Whether in color or style, they're the most popular right now. Especially this light blue one, which was imported from the capital. Feel the smoothness of the silk and look at the embroidered green bamboo. Simple, yet elegant. Young noblewomen in the capital love to wear such clothes." While speaking, the shop owner took the light blue silk outfit off the rack, allowing Suyu to feel the fabric and see the embroidery up close. Suyu looked at the dress, which was similar to what Madame Shin was wearing, and asked, "How much is this one?" "Oh, little lady, you have good taste and courage. This dress was just brought from the capital a few days ago. The fabric and craftsmanship are top quality, not common in our small town. Since you seem to like it and are so straightforward, I'll sell it to you for 1 or 2 silver coins." The dress was as thin as paper and cost 1 or 2 silver coins. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Suyu just listened. She then asked, "How much was the rough cloth outfit the shopkeeper mentioned earlier?" The shopkeeper quickly promoted that dress again. "That one is also very good, perfect for working folks. It's sturdy and affordable, only half a silver coin." It's not that she couldn't afford silk, but the rough cloth outfit was more cost-effective. However, Suyu didn't show any reaction and asked, "And how much is a simple fine cloth dress suitable for me?" The shopkeeper didn't seem impatient and led her to a bright red dress. "Little lady, you have fair skin. This red fine cloth dress would suit you perfectly. It complements your skin tone and shows your elegance. It's appropriate and modest to wear, and I recommend this one. It's better than the other 2, and not expensive. Only 1 silver coin." Suyu nodded and said, "All right, I'll take this one along with the silk dress. I won't bargain over the silk. Just give me the set." The shopkeeper, buying silk and getting a fine cloth dress? We've never sold like that before. She was secretly annoyed and quickly calculated the costs. "If you hadn't met me, I would have sold it earlier. Trust me, selling it this way is better." While the shopkeeper was thinking, Suyu went inside to change clothes. Silk is beautiful, but it's thin and like a single layer, so it needs a lining. The red fine cloth dress, in both color and style, was just right. The shopkeeper watched as Suyu came out. Suddenly, she was surprised and opened her mouth wide. "Oh my goodness, is this the young lady from earlier?" TSK. She saw Suyu wearing a delicate red silk dress that outlined her graceful figure beautifully. Over it, she had on a blue silk robe that matched perfectly. Suyu even styled her hair into a sleek snake bun, resembling a lively snake that moved with her steps, looking elegant and charming like a fairy. Women like to look good for themselves, and Suyu was no exception. But she was happy because she thought she looked nice. She smiled and asked, "Boss lady, have we made a good deal?" The boss lady understood that she wouldn't make much profit from this sale, but seeing how beautiful Suyu looked and how she seemed inspired, she smiled and agreed. "All right, you look truly lovely in that dress. I wouldn't want to ruin the moment by asking you to take it off. The deal is done. Please come back often to my shop." Suyu smiled and replied, "Of course. I have a big family, so I will come more often in the future." After paying, Suyu headed straight to the embroidery workshop where Lin Hongyu worked. As soon as she entered, she looked proud and said she wanted to see the manager. Everyone saw her elegant presence and fine clothes, so they didn't dare to ignore her. They hurried to find the manager, Dun Yangzi. Dun Yangzi rushed over and saw her tall, slender figure with bright, clever eyes. She knew she was important. When she heard a servant say a wealthy customer was here, she quickly smiled and greeted her. "Miss, we can handle any kind of work here, and we have all kinds of styles. Please take a look." Suyu slightly raised her chin, looking confident. "My family needs to order a batch of fine silk clothes. I came to your shop to see what you have." Hearing this, Dun Yangzi's eyes lit up. She hurriedly led Suyu inside. "Miss, you've come to the right place. Our embroidery shop's clothes are among the best around here. Look at this fabric and craftsmanship, top quality." Suyu lowered her gaze and looked around. "Nothing special," she said, but then her eyes stopped on a light purple dress with intricate peony embroidery. The needlework was delicate and lifelike. After examining it carefully, she finally spoke. "This one is okay. For this style, How much for 100 pieces and a deposit? Hearing this, Du Nyangzi was very happy. 100 pieces was a big order, and that meant a good income. She quickly nodded and bowed, saying, "Miss, you have a good eye. This style of clothing is our embroidery shop's signature. The deposit is 40%, 40 taels of silver. If there are no issues, shall we go to a private room to write the agreement?" "All right." Suyu, with a blank expression, took out a silver ingot worth 50 taels and casually let it slide past Lady Du's eyes, causing her eyes to follow the silver ingot. Suddenly, Suyu withdrew her hand and said, "Wait, this batch of clothes must be perfect. I want to see the embroiderer who made them face to face to confirm." Lady Du immediately smiled and replied, "Of course, Mississippi.
Please wait a moment.
I will have her show it to you right away." However, upon hearing from her servant, she realized it was the same embroiderer, Lin Hongyu, whom she had just dismissed. A flash of panic crossed her face.
Is it really necessary to be so strict?
"Miss, to be honest, you came at a bad time. The embroiderer is out today on an errand and isn't in the shop. You see," Lady Du deliberately stretched her voice to buy time. Suyu then took out another 50 tael silver ingot, casually playing with the 2 ingots in her hand. They clinked together, producing a very pleasant sound. "That's a pity. I need to decide today because I am in a hurry. I can't wait. I will have to look elsewhere." After saying this, she pretended to stand up and leave. Lady Du couldn't let the money slip away. Seeing the silver ingots shining enticingly in the sunlight, she couldn't look away. She immediately said firmly, "Miss, please wait a moment. I will send someone to call the embroiderer." "All right." Suyu paused and reluctantly replied, "but only for half an incense stick's time." Hearing this, Lady Du hurried out to find Lin Hongyu. Meanwhile, Suyu sat on a chair, calmly enjoying her tea with a relaxed expression. "Anyone who owes her money will pay 10 times back. Not only that, but these people refused to pay wages and even had the servants beat us. My backside still hurts from the beating." Jiang Yan exaggerated dramatically, and everyone around started to feel angry. They whispered to each other, talking loudly. "This is just too much. This shady workshop is so greedy. They work hard for half a month and don't pay a single coin. Stealing someone's skills without paying is so dishonest." "Exactly. Not paying wages and even hitting people. Does the law still exist in this world?" The servant quickly asked Lin Hongyu to go inside. But Lin Hongyu held her son's hand tightly and stepped back, looking scared. "I won't go in. If I do, I might get beaten to death. I'm here, and I can ask the villagers to judge what's right." Jiang Yan stretched out his arm to protect her, looking brave. "Anyone who dares to hurt my mother again, I will fight them. You all are so cruel. I hope you all have good luck with your children." Seeing the mother and son so frightened, the crowd became noisy again, criticizing even more. The servant had no choice but to go inside and call Lady Du out. Lady Du cared about her business and quickly came out after hearing the news. She was experienced and saw the crowd gathered at the door. She wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she put her hands on her hips and shouted loudly, "What are you all doing here? Are you bored and have nothing to do? Disperse." Her shout made the crowd step back a few paces, but they didn't leave. They whispered quietly. Lady Du didn't have time to pay attention to them. She looked at Lin Hongyu with a sly smile on her face no longer young. "Lady Lin, we've worked together for a while now. Don't you know what kind of person I am? How could I deliberately ruin my reputation? I never said I wouldn't pay you wages." Jiang Yan stretched his neck and said, "Yes, you did. Shut up, you little rascal." After shouting at Jiang Yan, Lady Du tried to smile and said to Lin Hongyu, "Sister Lin, listen to me. I've always admired your skills. The reason I haven't paid you yet is because I value talent and don't want you to leave. How about this? Your family is having a hard time, so I'll add 5 coins a day. You can keep working here. What do you think?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this, not expecting the situation to turn around. Lin Hongyu looked at Lady Du with disbelief and said, "Since that's the case, please settle the wages you owe me first. I will think about the rest slowly." Seeing Lin Hongyu agree, Lady Du showed a small, expected smile on her face. In this world, Everyone works for profit, and everyone fights for benefits. Who wouldn't bow for a small amount of money? Especially someone as poor as Lin Hongyu. She generously took out 4 strings of copper coins and handed them to Lin Hongyu, pretending to be kind and generous. Sister Lin, the original amount was 375 coins. The extra 25 coins are a special gift from me, your older sister, because I am kind and value talent. As she spoke, she pulled Lin Hongyu's hand and led her inside. Let's go. Continue working. Today, I will pay you for the whole day. Lin Hongyu thought carefully and reluctantly agreed. All right then. Lady Du seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She was about to quickly take Lin Hongyu to report to the young lady, but was stopped by a young boy. Jiang Yan held his mother back. Mother, what's so good about that? Have you forgotten how this old witch deducted your wages and how she let people beat us? My butt, my head, and my stomach still hurt. Hearing this, Lin Hongyu quickly pulled her hand away from Lady Du and stepped back, looking alert. Manager Du, since you are so kind-hearted, please pay for my child's medical expenses and mine. Otherwise, how can I trust you again? Seeing Lin Hongyu suddenly change her mind, Lady Du was so angry she almost jumped. She glared at them. Who let them beat you? We just pushed and accidentally fell a few times. We're not important people, so why do we need a doctor? Jiang Yan immediately stepped forward, pulling up his sleeve. Look at the bruises on us. Do you think we, poor people, deserve to die just because we're sick? Why can't we see a doctor? Even if our lives are cheap, we are still living beings. Right? Fellow villagers. He showed his bruised arms to everyone. This immediately resonated with the crowd. Yes. Why don't poor people deserve to see a doctor? Jiang Yan smiled inwardly, but his face showed pain and gritted his teeth. It really hurt. He and Jiang Xian used all their strength to twist their arms. How could it not hurt? Lin Hongyu also became more assertive. She showed everyone the bloodstains on her hair and firmly said, Manager Du, if you don't pay us for the medicine, I find it hard to believe your sincerity. And if next time you refuse to pay my wages again, my weak body and my sons won't be able to handle your so-called pushing and shoving. Manager Du was furious. She truly felt a deep anger towards this rude woman. If it weren't for her special needle technique, which only she knew, she wouldn't need to bow so low here. Her embroidery shop had many beautiful samples, and the young lady's eyes were sharp. Yet, she was interested only in the items embroidered by Lin Hongyu. Though she was angry, she thought of the large sum of silver and took a deep breath before asking, How much for the medicine? Lin Hongyu hesitated and said, 5 taels of silver. Manager Du immediately deflated, exclaiming, What? Are you trying to cheat us? Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and said, What's wrong? Just because we're poor doesn't mean we don't deserve 5 taels for treatment. We don't necessarily want the silver. If the old witch lets me give you a good hit on the head and a punch or kick, we might not want the money. Though we're poor, our spirit isn't broken. Well said. As soon as he spoke, the crowd cheered. But there was no way she would pay that amount. How many embroidery pieces would she need to sell to earn that back? Just then, a young servant came out and said, Manager Du, the young lady inside is anxious. She said if she can't see you, she'll go to another shop. How could that be? That was her big order. Although Manager Du was reluctant to part with 5 silver taels, she was more afraid of losing the big order. She thought that after finishing this batch of work, she would find a way to control Lin Hongyu. Wages? Ridiculous. She wouldn't even give a copper coin. Almost grinding her teeth, she handed over 5 silver taels to Lin Hongyu. But as she did, she noticed Suyu leaning against the doorframe, watching them. She quickly changed her expression, smiled, and reached out to hold Lin Hongyu's hand, intending to introduce her to Suyu. However, Suyu smiled coldly and said, I didn't expect Manager Du not only to withhold wages, but also to have someone beat up a helpless orphaned woman. I wouldn't dare do such business. After speaking, she snorted coldly and turned to leave. Miss, please wait, let me explain. Suyu walked away decisively, and Madame Du couldn't catch up or even get a chance to speak or explain. Watching the money she had just received fly away, Madame Du was furious and looked angrily at Lin Hongyu and her son. Unexpectedly, they ran even faster. It turns out that Madame Du only paid me my wages because of this, not because she values talent. I fear she will start to exploit me once I stay longer. I can't stay here anymore. In their words, Lin Hongyu and Jiang Yan understood each other perfectly and quickly ran away. Because they were surrounded by many people, the young servant couldn't leave. Madame Du was anxious, but had no way to fix the situation. She lost her lady and her chance, feeling overwhelmed, and sat down heavily on the ground. She hurried back to the ox cart. Su Yu, Lin Hongyu, and Jiang Yan looked at each other and then burst out laughing. Seeing the three of them laugh, Jiang Xian, who only understood part of the story, was eating a bun and also started to laugh. Jiang Sun looked at Su Yu deeply before handing each of them a bun. Did everything go smoothly? At this moment, the old mountain demon's outfit really suited her skin tone. She looked good. The old mountain demon, no. Su Yu didn't know what he was thinking, lowered her head to eat her bun. Jiang Yan, unable to eat his bun, immediately started excitedly explaining when his older brother asked, talking so fast that spit flew everywhere. Jiang Xian wiped his face and asked uncertainly, did that old witch really give 5 taels of silver for medicine? Su Yu paused and replied, if she's greedy, she will definitely give it. Hearing this, Jiang Xian looked at her with stars in his eyes. Big sister-in-law is so amazing. Jiang Yan also rarely agreed, saying, yes, big sister-in-law is really impressive. Lin Hongyu also thought so. She gently took Su Yu's hand and expressed her gratitude. Yeah, it's all thanks to you today. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten my wages back and we wouldn't even have the money for a Yan's medicine. You are a great benefactor of our Jiang family. This money belongs to you. She then put a large sum from her sleeve into Su Yu's hand, looking happy and grateful. Her daughter-in-law was so good, capable and beautiful, so those malicious rumors wouldn't catch up with her. Such a good girl was falsely called a wicked woman. Su Yu did not take the silver coins, but instead pressed them back into her hand. Since mother has returned, the debt we owed before should be paid now. Lin Hongyu thought for a moment, feeling warm inside. Yaya is still so thoughtful. Although they currently owed less than 9 taels, paying some now shows their good attitude. After all, they are doing this in front of Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming, who was driving the ox cart, quickly said, Aunt Jiang, you and Jiang Yan are both hurt. You should buy some nourishing food to help your recovery. My father said there's no rush to pay back the silver. Jiang Sun looked at Su Yu before speaking. Big brother Lu, in the past, we faced many hardships and had to be very careful. Not paying back was understandable. But now, the silver is enough, and we have the cold noodle business to support our daily expenses. If we delay any longer, it wouldn't be right. Hearing this, Lu Yiming didn't say much more. Look at that, he felt a bit embarrassed. He had eaten someone's bun again today. In the past, he would wait until the afternoon for others, but no one ever bought him a bun. Not even a steamed bun.
It wasn't supposed to happen.
But he couldn't help but feel that the gap between people is really big. Lin Hongyu looked at Jiang Sun with confusion. Jiang Sun understood and smiled, handing her 3 or 2 silver coins. Mother, this is the leftover silver from the wild boar hunt. Jiang Yan carefully fished out a tael of silver from inside his torn pants and handed it to his mother. Mother, this is for my sister-in-law. Looking at the 9 taels of silver in her hand, Lin Hongyu was surprised and opened her mouth wide. Is this enough? Seeing her 3 sons nod simultaneously, she was momentarily stunned and her eyes welled up with tears. She had thought she would spend her whole life paying off this debt, but unexpectedly, she had already saved enough so quickly. Tears filled her eyes as she once again held Su Yu's hand, choking on her words. Yeah, you've worked hard. Su Yu had never experienced this before in her previous life, but she could feel Lin Hongyu's deep gratitude. She gently patted her hand and softly said, Mother, let's talk at home. Lin Hongyu realized she had lost her composure. She sniffed and calmed herself a little. All right. Then everyone remained silent, lowering their heads to eat their buns. But the joyful atmosphere on the ox cart was full of happiness. In about an incense stick's time, they arrived at Liangtu Bear Village. Right now, the sun is shining brightly, so I can't go to work in the fields. After waking up from a nap, some women gather together to chat. A chubby aunt still remembers watching Suyu eat dirt, so she happily says while sewing shoes, "Just 10 days left until the 15th, the day we agreed on. Soon, we will see the wicked woman eat dirt." A sharp-tongued woman looks on with interest and says, "I don't think it will be that easy. She's so foolish. Do you really think she will obediently eat dirt?" The chubby aunt frowns at first, then says, "When the time comes, she won't have a choice. The village chief and all the villagers will witness it." Another woman, with a mischievous look, says, "I doubt it. Who dares to really upset that wicked woman? Look at her small arms and legs. Where she gets so much strength? It's just not fair." The sharp-tongued woman looks at her own small arms and legs, feeling they can't compare. The chubby aunt looks at her own strong arms and legs, feeling the same. But it doesn't matter. Others are betting, not just her. For their own benefit, they will stick together like a strong rope. Widow Zhang also made a bet, but she's smarter than these women. She bets 100 silver coins. What's the point of being angry? Nothing beats real silver coins. Once her 2 beautiful daughters get married, she will receive 40 taels of silver. Then she can enjoy a comfortable, relaxed life. Oh, stop arguing about these small matters. Does anyone know a matchmaker who can find a good husband for my 2 beautiful daughters? Hearing this, the women nearby secretly roll their eyes. It's like a chicken feather stuck on a bat, completely unaware of their own foolishness. Although Widow Zhang's daughters are indeed beautiful, even if they get half of the 20 taels of bride price, the rural folks here can't afford to marry them. The town's wealthy families have money, but would they be willing to give their daughters as concubines? A concubine, in simple terms, is like an object. If the master is unhappy, he can punish or even decide her fate at will. So, Widow Zhang's daughters are like vegetables planted on a wall, hard to grow. At this moment, everyone's attention is drawn to a figure emerging from the ox cart. "Hey, Hongyu is back to see her son." Lin Hongyu smiles and says, "Yes, I've come back and won't leave again. Not going to work in town anymore?" Everyone felt surprised. Was the Jiang family really so poor they couldn't even cook food? But looking at the items on the ox cart, they all understood. They didn't expect that this wicked woman's business would unexpectedly succeed. Especially when they saw her sitting comfortably in a beautiful dress on the ox cart, everyone couldn't help but sneer. "Oh, the Jiang family is really making money? Look at how fancy she's dressed. But why does she only buy clothes for herself?" Not to mention Lin Hongyu knew that the dress Suyu was wearing was to show off her status. Even if she didn't, others wouldn't dare to gossip. Her daughter-in-law, she came to defend her. "Our whole family asked Yaya to buy this for herself. Every girl has a pretty dress, right? Fat sister-in-law's Jiao Jiao doesn't have one, nor do Yun's sister-in-laws Yuru and Yao Yao. All the other girls have one. So Yaya should too." "Yes. My eldest sister-in-law looks much better than Yun Jiao Jiao from fat sister-in-law's family. Why can't she buy herself a new dress?" "Exactly. My eldest sister-in-law is the best. She must have won." Seeing her mother-in-law and 2 younger brothers already defending her before she spoke, Suyu raised her eyebrows slightly. But she didn't really care about these women's gossip. She just enjoyed watching them grind their teeth in frustration, but feel helpless. Suddenly, she remembered something and froze on the ox cart. "Jiao Jiao. Yun Jiao Jiao." A group of women saw the Jiang family suddenly defending the wicked woman and immediately became very aggressive.
Oh, dear.
Just as she was about to speak, Suyu shouted to stop her. "Shut up. Fat sister-in-law. Is your name Li Shishir?" Fat sister-in-law, having been caught off guard, swallowed nervously and nodded. "What's the big deal? Is the name Li Shishir a perfect combination of beauty and intelligence?" Looking at the obviously unworthy fat sister-in-law, Suyu felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She continued, "Is your daughter Yun Jiao Jiao about to marry the son of the butcher from the next village?" Hearing this, fat sister-in-law suddenly lost her fear and looked proud. "Yes, my future son-in-law is very filial. Even before we got married, he often sent meat to my family. But we don't lack meat." Before she could finish, Jiang Yan mockingly interrupted. Ha! Do you even know who stole our wild boar meat the other day? Aunt Fat felt embarrassed and wanted to curse, but was quickly silenced by Suyu, who spat out some local slang. When she got home, Suyu unusually didn't bring any belongings down from the cart, but went straight to her room. Jiang Sun thought the old mountain demon was just tired and didn't think much of it. Leaning on the bed, Suyu felt unreal. Oh my god, she wasn't just traveling through time. She had entered a book. It was the novel she read a few days before dying, called Rebirth. The little lady is spoiled by the young master. The heroine's name was Yun Jiao Jiao. Yun Jiao Jiao, the daughter of Li Shishir, had married the son of a butcher from the two-dog village in her past life. She was eventually abused to death. Rebirth, The Little Lady is Spoiled by the Young Master, was a novel Suyu read just before her death. The story begins with Yun Jiao Jiao suffering a tragic death after less than half a year of marriage to the son of a butcher from the two-dog village. Yun Jiao Jiao, full of despair and unwillingness, slowly closed her eyes. At her family home, she was obedient to her mother and brother-in-law, a very well-behaved daughter. Married into her husband's family, Yun Jiao Jiao was filial to her in-laws and served her husband, showing kindness and virtue. She thought she would live an ordinary life like other women, but unexpectedly, she was abused to death despite never doing anything wrong. Yun Jiao Jiao was unwilling. If she could live again, she would choose a different way to live. Perhaps heaven heard her wish. Suddenly, there was a series of loud, rumbling sounds. Yun Jiao Jiao truly was reborn. After rebirth, Yun Jiao Jiao immediately changed her appearance and became a completely selfish person. She made her mother, Li Shishir, cut ties with the butcher's family. Li Shishir disagreed, but Yun Jiao Jiao made a firm decision and went to work at the Shin family in town. This time, Yun Jiao Jiao wanted to control her own life. She aimed to become a top person. How to become a top person? By relying on a man and seeking power. Yun Jiao Jiao set her sights on the most powerful man she could find, the county magistrate of Anping Town, Shin Jixing. Cloud Jiao Jiao knew that her wife, Nan Yuyan, was kind-hearted. Using Nan Yuyan's kindness, she planned to act out a scheme to successfully enter the Shun household. As long as she could get into the Shun family, everything else would be easy. Cloud Jiao Jiao was confident she could win over Shun Jixing. After being reborn, Cloud Jiao Jiao gained a special ability. Just by making eye contact, she could see what the other person was thinking. Originally, she thought this ability would help her easily win Shun Jixing. But she underestimated Shun Jixing's deep feelings for Nan Yuyan. However, Cloud Jiao Jiao was not discouraged. Instead, she learned an important lesson from this experience. Men are not as shallow as she thought. Especially those men from noble families who have seen many tricks and schemes. They all care about their own interests. Their priority is profit. In other words, if she wanted to catch the attention of powerful people, she had to make them feel they couldn't do without her. At this moment, Shun Guogong's illegitimate son, Shin Jiyu, came to Anping Town to visit his brother and sister-in-law. Shin Jiyu is the main male character in the story. From Shun Jiyu's eyes, Cloud Jiao Jiao saw that he was determined to secure the position of heir of the Shin family. Deciding quickly, Cloud Jiao Jiao let go of her obsession with Nan Yuyan and set her sights on Shin Jiyu, who had high ambitions. Using her ability, Cloud Jiao Jiao caused Nan Yuyan to have a miscarriage. Due to delayed treatment, Nan Yuyan died along with her unborn child. After this, Shun Jixing was heartbroken and devastated, and he left the family home. No matter how the head of the Shin family's wife begged and pleaded, Shun Jixing refused to be moved. Without Shun Jixing, the heir position naturally fell to Shin Jiyu, the only remaining son of the Shin family. After this incident, Cloud Jiao Jiao finally caught Shin Jiyu's attention. Later, with her lucky charm, she managed to bring home an old man. He was the only brother of the current emperor, the king of Runnan, who was eager to recognize her as his adopted daughter. She also found a young girl, the daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan's family, a little princess who was very dear to her. She wanted her to marry her brother, become her sister-in-law, or even her mother. She just wanted her to choose one. Cloud Jiao Jiao felt quite troubled. Hearing this, Shen Jiyu, the main male character in the story, panicked and hurriedly confessed his feelings to Cloud Jiao Jiao, which she welcomed happily. Jiao Jiao followed Shen Jiyu to the capital. After a seemingly intense, but actually quite fierce political struggle, Shen Jiyu became the regent king thanks to his meritorious deeds, and Jiao Jiao became the regent princess. From then on, Jiao Jiao rose rapidly and lived a life envied by all. After recalling these events, Suyu furrowed her brows. Originally, none of this concerned her, as the story only briefly mentioned the background of the minor characters. However, Shen Jiyu and Jiao Jiao's second prince, who was supported by them, sent assassins to attack Jiang Sun's family. They even didn't spare her ex-wife, who had run away with her latest untrustworthy husband. It looked like a complete wipeout, no survivors. The original owner was killed by the assassins, bleeding to death. Jiang Sun's family was drowned in a big fire. Only Jiang Sun escaped, but he was badly injured and his face was completely burned and disfigured. After escaping, Jiang Sun changed his name and joined the camp of the sixth prince, who was fighting fiercely against the second prince. Although he wanted to avenge his family, his injuries were too severe, and he couldn't get proper treatment. In the final battle, he was determined to take revenge and died. Suyu furrowed her brows again. She only hated how she watched the story so eagerly, not understanding why the second prince wanted to wipe out Jiang Sun's family. Even Jiang Sun himself didn't know. But Suyu could vaguely guess that this was probably related to Jiao Jiao's mind-reading ability. No wonder Suyu only realized she was reading a book. Both the original owner and Jiang Sun's family were minor characters who met tragic ends. The original owner was the main minor character. The book only briefly mentioned her death. Don't be fooled by that wicked woman's strength. Under trained assassins, she was easily overpowered in 3 moves, her tendons and joints broken. She collapsed like a rag and was slaughtered by the skilled assassins, bleeding to death. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but curse the author's ancestors with fierce anger. She hated this character so much. After cursing, she continued to rack her brains for ideas. As for Jiang Sun's family, the early part of the story gave them very little attention. Even with some influence, he was only called the lame young master of the Jiang family. It wasn't until later, after the Jiang family was destroyed, that he finally gained his own name, though it was a new one. Ash Flame, angry fire burning the sky. Revenge Flame. Ash Flame transforms into ghostly, acting like a madman. To avenge his family, he does many dishonorable things for the sixth prince, gaining his trust. When the army advances, they conquer 12 cities in one day. He feels no love, only hatred, and endless rage. He wants all those who killed his family to die, without a proper burial. He plans to cut off the heads of the arrogant people to honor his family's spirits. His army moves like a breaking wave, frightening the main characters and the second prince. At that time, it was very exciting. Suyu even suspected that Ash Flame was the real hidden male lead created by the author, because his brilliance and tragic strength completely overshadowed the original male lead. Many readers in the comments section shared this opinion, saying, "Just make Ash Flame the male lead." But then, the author suddenly changed the story, having Ash Flame die during the final battle because his old injury flared up. His death was very sudden. Suyu was so angry, she skipped straight to the ending, quickly glancing over it. From then on, Yun Jiao Jiao lived happily, loved and pampered by the regent. She gave up on reading the book. If she had known she would reincarnate into this story, she would have read it carefully, word for word. Meanwhile, Yun Jiao Jiao, who was napping at her Aunt Pang's house, suddenly woke up from a nightmare. She looked at her family's house before her wedding and was stunned for a long time before realizing she had been reborn. She had truly been reborn. She had returned to a month before she married the perverted man. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh loudly. She was interrupted by her mother, who had just come home. "You crazy girl, what are you laughing at? Wake up and go water the fields. If you don't finish watering 1 acre today, You can't come back. But Yun Jiao Jiao unexpectedly responded differently. Mother, go to the Two Dogs village and cancel my marriage. Her Aunt Pang refused, not just because she didn't want to lose the bride price, but also because Hu Tuhu's family had once sent pork to her family. She couldn't bear to part with such generous in-laws. You lazy girl, are you still not awake? The conditions at Hu Tuhu's place are quite good in our village. If they like you, they should be happy. Why are you thinking of breaking off the engagement? Jiao Jiao firmly replied, Mom, I want to break off the engagement now. For the first time, her daughter was so rebellious. Fat Auntie was furious and raised her fat hand to scold her, but Jiao Jiao grabbed her wrist. Mom, I've decided to break this engagement. If you don't go, I will go myself. I will expose all the ugly things about Hu Tuhu's family, so they can't lift their heads in their village. They will come to find you to settle the score. Think about it. Frightened by her daughter's words and sharp eyes, Fat Auntie was momentarily stunned. She had never seen her daughter like this before. Usually, she was obedient and timid, but now she seemed like a different person. Still, she stubbornly said, How do you know their family's secrets? Stop talking nonsense. Hearing this, Jiao Jiao smirked coldly. She leaned close to her mother's ear and lowered her voice. Mom, if you want no one to know, don't do it. I know they use rat meat instead of pork, I know they cheat on weights, and I also know. She paused, her eyes suddenly filled with anger. I know their men have some hidden hobbies. I don't want any accidents. Let's go now. Fat Auntie was creeped out by her sinister words and instinctively said, But the bride price has already been spent, about 1 or 2 silver coins. How can we go back now? Borrow some money first. I will pay you back double later. After exchanging looks with her mother and seeing her mother's genuine desire to break the engagement, Jiao Jiao finally agreed. Now, she had the ability to earn silver. But she wanted to defy fate. She no longer wanted others to control her destiny. She wanted to soar high 9,000 miles. She wanted money, and she wanted power. Thinking everyone was probably watering the fields now, Lin Hongyu decided to put the 9 taels of silver back in her room and go to return it later at night. But she found that Suyu had returned to her room. So, she quietly asked Jiang Xian, don't you and Ye sleep in the same room? She looked at the closed door and softly said, Mother, it's like this. My wife is worried that if she turns over at night, she might accidentally touch my leg, so she is not sleeping in the same room for now. However, Zhou Chang'an, who was nearby doing laundry, bluntly responded, Could it be that she was kicked out by a bad wife? He had heard Jiang Yan say something like that. Jiang Xin gave him a faint look and said, Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Zhou Chang'an's mouth twitched. Fine, I was just meddling. As long as you're happy. The bad wife had indeed changed a bit recently, but not enough to make his good friend forget the past hurts. Zhou Chang'an couldn't understand it. Jiang Sun didn't bother to reply to him. He explained to Lin Hongyu, Mother, don't listen to Chang'an's nonsense. My wife wouldn't do such things. Lin Hongyu obviously didn't believe Zhou Chang'an's words. She trusted her own eyes. After she left, it was Suyu who held up their broken family. Not to mention she knew that Suyu had earned 9 taels of silver to pay off their debts. Even if she didn't know, just looking at the full kitchen told her she was an honest girl who lived simply. Those damn people, why did they always tarnish the reputation of a young girl like her? So, she first firmly warned Zhou Chang'an, Chang'an, I don't care what happened before, but since Yaya is now our Jiang family's daughter-in-law, and you are friends with my son A Sun, you must not slander her anymore. Zhou Chang'an choked. Did he slander the bad wife? Wasn't it the truth? But he was a good boy and didn't argue with elders. He looked at Jiang Sun and quickly nodded. Humph. He hoped the bad wife would always be as strange as she was now. After warning Zhou Chang'an, Lin Hongyu turned to her son and said, A son, husband and wife should support each other. If you're afraid your wife might touch your leg and choose to live apart, what kind of reason is that? Yaya married into our family and has already suffered enough. You must not neglect her anymore. Now go and invite Yaya back to your room. Hearing this, Zhou Chang'an immediately perked up. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun's ears were slightly red, but he still gritted his teeth and agreed, "Yes, mother." Jiang Sun blushed and knocked on Suyu's door. At this moment, Suyu realized what she wanted to say. She was about to call Jiang Sun inside when he entered, and since he was walking slowly, she pulled him in quickly. When Suyu closed the door, she unexpectedly saw Lin Hongyu with a motherly smile on her face. "Sudue." "I was about to ask him something." Lin Hongyu smiled kindly. "Mother understands. Just talk openly with each other." After that, she thoughtfully added, "A yen, let's go water the fields." "Chang'an, you can go back to your own home too," Zhou Chang'an, who looked like he was enjoying the show, exclaimed. "Does this involve me too? But how can he go back home? If he does, everything will be exposed." He quickly grabbed Lin Hongyu's leg and told the truth. Lin Hongyu looked at Suyu with suspicion. Her little yaya could still make a water wheel, but in the next moment, she stopped doubting. In just half a month, her little yaya earned 9 taels of silver and even invented a new dish called cold noodles. "It's just a water wheel, easy to handle." She looked at her with trust and admiration. Seeing Zhou Chang'an also helping to build the water wheel for her family, Lin Hongyu decided not to send him home but told him to stay away from the eaves so as not to disturb her son and daughter-in-law. Zhou Chang'an, standing at the door under the blazing sun, looked utterly hopeless. He gave Lin Hongyu a thumbs up and Suyu closed the door again. Hearing the loud bang of the door, Jiang Sun hesitated before speaking. "Suyu, it might be that in the future, you'll have to share a room with me. But don't worry, I won't touch you at all." He wouldn't dare. After all, her true form was a dark mountain demon. One more bite from her, and he'd be done. Suyu asked back, "Let me ask you, have you ever offended Yun Jiao Jiao?" Jiang Sun was a bit confused by her question but still answered honestly, "Not really." Suyu raised an eyebrow. "What happened? I hope you won't be angry if I tell you." Suyu became more interested. "Is there something about me in this?" Jiang Sun neither nodded nor shook his head. He slowly said, "Yun Jiao Jiao and I have had a verbal engagement since childhood, but it was just a joke among elders after drinking. We never signed any formal agreement." While considering her words, Jiang Sun secretly observed Suyu's reaction. "Later, Uncle Yun passed away, my father went missing, and then I became lame." That joke naturally faded away. "Just such a small interaction?" Suyu frowned. Jiang Sun immediately raised his hand to promise. "No more. I have never had any improper dealings with her." Suyu understood and looked at Jiang Sun seriously. "I believe you. What I'm about to tell you is very important, related to our lives and deaths. So, you must pay close attention." She knew her next words might sound unbelievable, so she didn't reveal that she came from the future. Instead, she continued to expand the story based on her mistaken belief that she was a dark mountain old demon. She only said she had awakened the plot. No one knew how shocked Jiang Sun was when he heard this. He took a deep breath and said, "Yun Jiao Jiao is reborn? Will she use all her strength to cling to power in this life? And in the end, will she and Shunjiu help the second prince kill our whole family?" He didn't feel anger, only disbelief. After all, what Suyu said was just a story to him.
Sujue nodded. "Yes."
"So now, we are tied together. Whether she leaves the Jiang family or not, the so-called second prince won't let her go. So, instead of leaving, it's better to stick together." Jiang Sun suddenly realized this too. "So, you won't leave me in the future. Our family?" Suyu looked at the injured man in the book with some disdain. "That's not the point. The point is, we need to prepare early. You should heal your leg quickly and become strong enough to protect your family. I need to work hard to earn money and upgrade my swallow ability, so I can save myself when it's critical." Although Yun Jiao Jiao is the heroine in the story, it's clear that the Suyu in the book isn't the same as her from the future. Even if she's no match for assassins, she can hide in a space to save her life. So, the plot in the story has already changed after she traveled here. Even though Yun Jiao Jiao gained the ability to see through the sky after rebirth, she also awakened the plot. Who will ultimately win is still uncertain. In her life, there's no time for others' ambitions to overshadow her own. Since she's here, the only one who can win in the end is Burning Flame. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt ambitious and even a little hopeful. But she still got up and told Jiang Sun, by the way, come up with a good excuse to tell everyone at home. If you don't absolutely have to, avoid making eye contact with Yun Jiao Jiao. Never do anything that shouldn't be known. After saying that, she left the house for the kitchen. She bought pickled peppers from the trading mall. She wanted to make some spicy, tasty pickled vegetables to send to Madame Shen. Since Yun Jiao Jiao's initial target was Lord Shen, she naturally couldn't let her succeed in entering the Shen household. There is still plenty of time before they are attacked by the assassin. She has ways to steer the story away from its original path. After making 2 small jars of radish pickles, Siyu normally carried her bamboo basket and went to the back mountain. At the gate, she saw Zhou Chang'an, who was sweating but not lazy at all. She rarely took the initiative to speak. Come eat at my house tonight before you leave. Zhou Chang'an wanted to refuse bravely, but after eating twice prepared by the wicked woman, he couldn't be firm. Especially since Siyu said they would have dumplings tonight. He was so touched he almost cried. No, sweat was pouring down his face. He wiped his sweat and maintained his last bit of dignity. May I go back under the eaves to work? Damn it, his good brother and the wicked woman are inappropriate in broad daylight. He still needs to find a place to hide. Is there no justice left? Su Yu, too lazy to bother with him, strode away with her bamboo basket. However, Jiang Sun told him, Chang'an, I will work with you. Today he arrived late, and since they were having dumplings for dinner, after picking 50 jin of fresh pepper and earning 1,000 coins, she headed back home. On the way back, she saw Lin Hongyu, Jiang Yan, and Jiang Xian struggling to carry water. Su Yu approached and said, if the fields aren't too dry, don't water them for now. The water will be ready in less than 10 days. Jiang Yan didn't fully trust this, but his mother now saw the sister-in-law through a filter. She even went to the field to check the soil and confirmed they could wait 10 days. She immediately decided, let's follow Yeye's advice and not water it now. Tomorrow, I'll go to town with you to sell cold noodles. So you needed to visit the Shun household tomorrow and needed someone to help her sell cold noodles. They happily agreed. The 2 friends, holding hands, went back home together. Jiang Xian quickly ran after them, deliberately squeezing between the 2 women. It wasn't until his mother and eldest sister both pulled him back that he was satisfied. Watching from behind, Jiang Yan's mouth twitched repeatedly. Was he already being excluded so quickly? The answer was certain. That evening they ate dumplings filled with cabbage and pork. Seeing there was more meat than vegetables, he simply said out of poverty, eldest sister-in-law, there's too much meat. Maybe put in less next time. His mother immediately scolded him face to face. By the way, I have something to announce. Although I am back, the head of the family still belongs to Yeye. When there are disagreements, everyone must listen to Yeye. Jiang Sun and Jiang Xian had no objections. Jiang Yan still instinctively said, how can that be? Mother is the oldest in the family. Lin Hongyu asked back, then tell me, when mother was in charge, was life better? Or was it better when your eldest sister-in-law was in charge? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and then said nothing. When their mother was in charge, they were alive. When the eldest sister-in-law was in charge, life truly improved. Seeing that her son understood, Lin Hongyu was pleased and patted his little head. Your eldest sister-in-law is our family's lucky star. Since she married into our family, things have started to turn around. Not only has Ah Xian's health improved, but Ah Sun also has a chance to heal his leg. Maybe in the future, everything will gradually get better, and your father can come back safely too. She didn't say this aloud. She had been hoping for 4 whole years, but there was no news at all. After so much disappointment, she began to fear mentioning it. Moreover, today was a happy day, so she saw no need to make everyone unhappy. She smiled and looked at everyone in the family. Seeing her gentle smile, Jiang Yan carefully recalled her words and thought, that's right. Mother is right. Eldest sister-in-law is our family's lucky star. Jiang Xian clapped and agreed. Yes, she's our lucky star. Jiang Sun looked at Su Yu, smiled silently, and said nothing. The wicked woman of the past was no longer a lucky star. Now, the dark mountain old, which was truly their family's lucky star. Suyu looked at Lin Hongyu with a loving expression, just like her memory of her own mother. Maybe that was what her mother was like. At this moment, she even felt a bit glad to have come here. She had a family now. A happy family making dumplings together. Seeing that enough time had passed, Lin Hongyu first cooked a pot, then took out 3 bowls, placed them in a basket, and covered it with cloth. Yeah, you and Mom go together, she said. She wanted her daughter-in-law to get to know the neighbors. Since she was already holding her daughter-in-law's hand, Suyu had nothing to say. They left together and first went to the Jiang family's house. When they arrived, the head of the household and his family were about to eat. Seeing them, old Mrs. Jiang quickly greeted, "Hongyu is here. Come, sit down and eat together." Lin Hongyu politely declined and took a bowl of dumplings from the basket, offering it. "No need, just bringing you some dumplings. We'll eat at home." Old Mrs. Jiang smiled politely. "That's too kind of you." She then smiled broadly, showing her teeth. "In that case, I'll happily accept." She took the bowl, poured out the dumplings, and quickly ran to the kitchen to return with another bowl, this time filled with plain rice. First, there was wild boar meat, then cold noodles, and now dumplings. Her family really felt a bit embarrassed. Although she knew it was just a favor borrowed from the Jiang family, she wasn't only borrowing from them but appreciated their kindness the most. Watching her thoughtful husband, the head of the household was pleased and stroked his beard. Lu Yiming and his wife exchanged glances, then raised their eyebrows and looked at Lu Yihong, clearly teasing him about being single. Lu Yihong's mouth twitched. The 2 young children, with their big heads, looked at the dumplings and swallowed eagerly. Despite their craving, they didn't dare to move without adult permission, showing good manners. After Lin Hongyu reluctantly accepted the rice, she immediately took out a few silver coins and handed them to old Mrs.
Jiang.
"Older sister-in-law, this is the 3 silver coins I owe you. Once I gather enough, Ye will urge me to pay you back quickly." Old Mrs. Jiang naturally remembered her eldest son's mention of this, but she still looked at Suyu with some surprise. Has the wicked woman really changed? She wanted to scold her a few words but thought that she was no match for her, so she changed the subject. "How is the water wheel at Jiangsun's place? If there are any difficulties, just tell me." But Suyu quickly refused. "No, it will be done within 10 days. Old Mrs. Jiang found it hard to believe, but seeing Suyu's confident face, she looked forward to it. Let's wait and see. After returning from the Jiang family, Suyu and Lin Hongyu went to the second house, Jiang Nan's place. Seeing the big house again, they brought dumplings and silver coins. Li Tsuaping was surprised. "Yeah, is your cold noodle business so popular? Can you take us to join in?" Lin Hongyu quickly said. "Tsuaping, you misunderstood. Yaya's cold noodles are just a small business. The silver coins are from selling wild boar and embroidery shop profits used for medical expenses." Jiang Nan also realized his wife's mistake. He quickly scolded, "Hurry up and bring 2 more bowls of porridge." Instead, Suyu confidently said, "All right, if I really need help in the future, I'll ask Qiaoyan to help me." Seeing the usually stern woman speak so gently, Li Tsuaping was again shocked. "Really?" Suyu nodded with a smile. "What's so fake about that? Would she be willing to set up a stall every day if she didn't want to?" Seeing the stern woman look over, Zhang Qiaoyan quickly responded, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Zhang Qiaoyan is Jiang Nan and Li Tsuaping's youngest daughter. She has an older sister and brother above her. Her sister Jiang Xiaoyan married 5 years ago. Her brother Jiang Feng is 16 this year and of marriageable age. She is 1 year younger than Jiang Feng and also of marriage age. But she feels she is still too young and doesn't want to marry so early. If the stern woman really needs her help, she would have a reason to stay at home. However, she is a bit afraid of the stern woman because, that day at Qintang, she saw her slap 3 grown men away. Li Tsuaping didn't think much about it. Since the stern woman had already paid her family's money, what was impossible? She happily went to the kitchen, counted 5 eggs, and handed them to Suyu. "All right, yeah, it's settled then." After leaving the second house, they went to Aunt Zhou's house. Aunt Zhou was very surprised. Not only did she get her debt back, but she also received a bowl of dumplings, and she was overjoyed. She didn't expect this stern woman to be so formidable. Lin Hongyu was also very happy. Having paid off her debt, she felt much lighter when walking. When she and Suyu returned home, the dumplings were already cooked and set on the table, waiting for them. Suyu noticed there was no vinegar. Eating dumplings without vinegar halves the happiness. She went to the kitchen, poured a small bowl of vinegar for each person, and brought them out. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Who dares to eat vinegar like that? But since the family's head was now in charge, everyone understood and didn't say anything. Still, eating like that really made the flavor even better. The savory dumplings dipped in vinegar taste so good. The sour and meaty flavors burst in your mouth with each bite, blending juice and vinegar aroma on the tongue. So delicious. Seongda Lin Hongyu almost wanted to cry. Since her master disappeared, she hadn't eaten such a luxurious meal again. After finishing the dumplings, she scooped the soup from her own bowl with vinegar, and it was truly wonderful. How can it taste so good? At this moment, Zhou Chang'an, who was sneaking food, couldn't help but envy Jiang Sun. He made delicious food every day. What's the big deal about a few slaps? He can't have everything, right? Jiang Sun really can't have everything. After washing up and climbing into bed by moonlight, he accidentally touched something soft because he didn't see clearly. And he wasn't able to get up right away. Then, he was once again pressed down by the Black Mountain Old Demon and received a powerful palm strike. The next morning at dawn, Suyu finished her morning routine and went to the kitchen, where she found Lin Hongyu already waiting. "You're up. Once I learn how to make cold noodles, you can sleep in more often," Lin Hongyu said. Last night, she heard a loud noise coming from her eldest son's room. She didn't expect that, even with a leg injury, he could be so fierce. Truly a tiger father with a brave son, inheriting his father's spirit. Thinking of her man who had been missing for many years, Lin Hongyu felt a wave of sadness again. Suyu didn't notice the fleeting sadness on her face. She took the batter water and said, "Thank you, mother. We'll make it together in the future." Lin Hongyu snapped back to reality. "Yeah, you've worked hard. Especially last night, you were tired and got up so early this morning. After selling the cold noodles, you should take a nap." Sujue. She was tired last night? Could it be that Lin Hongyu heard her hitting her son and deliberately scolded her? But seeing Lin Hongyu's sincere expression, it didn't seem like that. "Last night, your son was too much. That's why I couldn't help but slap him a few times," Lin Hongyu said immediately. Lin Hongyu quickly added, "Yeah, you're right to hit him. Men shouldn't be spoiled. If you feel uncomfortable, just hit him as much as you want." Sujue. Looking at Lin Hongyu's passionate and angry face, Suyu suddenly seemed to understand. Oh, this is a big misunderstanding. Just after finishing her washing, Jiang Sun was about to help in the kitchen when she saw him. So, does this mean maternal love can disappear? His mother actually encouraged the Black Mountain Old Demon to hit him? Last night, he was hit because he accidentally touched the Black Mountain Old Demon. He accepts that, but he touched him once, and the old demon hit him 10 times. What's going on? His butt still hurts painfully. He was already limping, and now he's limping even more. Watching the two in the kitchen who were about to fight him at any moment, one person and one demon, he quietly turned around and limped back home. He decided to soak his legs in the house. Once his legs heal, he will definitely get revenge. Watching his son leave with a limping gait, Lin Hongyu couldn't help but feel sad and said, "Yeah, can our son's leg really be cured?" Suyu, who was steaming cold noodles, replied, "Mom, just ask Dr. Yang yourself today." Yesterday, Lin Hongyu had already asked several times, but she still felt uneasy and kept asking again. When they arrived at the medical hall, she finally asked Dr. Yang herself. Only after hearing him say there was hope for treatment did she breathe a sigh of relief. But when she heard it would cost 50 taels of silver, she almost fainted. However, Suyu reassured her that the money for leg treatment was already prepared. She couldn't help but sit down heavily in a chair. 9 taels of silver was already a lot for her, and Suyu had prepared 50 taels? Oh my, can someone tell her what exactly has happened to their family while she was away? She sat in the chair, staring at Dr. Yang giving her son acupuncture, as if in a dream. Looking at her son with silver needles stuck all over his chest, her face twisted in pain, but her son was not afraid. Instead, he was sucking on a piece of rock sugar and asking Suyu to continue telling stories about the Monkey King. She felt it was all so unreal. Her little son, who used to cry easily, had become so brave. Though she felt dizzy, she knew in her heart that all this was thanks to Suyu. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Suyu, as if a filter had been turned to maximum. After finishing the acupuncture and bidding farewell to Dr. Yang, Suyu and the others left the medical hall together. Suyu felt like she was being watched. She looked around but couldn't find anyone. She didn't dwell on it. Maybe she was overthinking. I took Lin Hongyu to the stall, explained a few things, and then went to do my own work. In 2 days, it will be the day Yun Jiao Jiao accidentally meets Madame Shun Nanyuyen. Suyu definitely won't let that happen. Not only will she prevent Yun Jiao Jiao from succeeding, but she also wants to make sure Yun Jiao Jiao never appears in Nanyuyen's sight again. It didn't take much effort. In less than an hour, she handled everything and just waited for the results to be checked in 2 days. On her way back, she deliberately passed by the street. She saw that the noodle lady who bought cold noodles from her the day before was indeed selling cold noodles now. And her price was cheaper, 8 coins per bowl. But even with the sign for cold noodles, the appearance was more like a batter, which was hard to describe. She also looked at the various seasonings, and it was hard to describe that too. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a young man's voice behind her. "Is this cold noodles?" "Absolutely cold noodles, sir. We sell it for 8 coins a bowl." Seeing a customer, the noodle lady quickly came over to greet him, and that's when she saw Suyu. She immediately straightened her back and said, "What we sell is everyone's freedom. If the young lady doesn't want to buy, she should leave my stall quickly. There are no secrets on this street." The story about the Shun household steward supporting Suyu had already spread through the entire street that day. So, the noodle lady was defending her interests at first sight. But Suyu smiled politely and said, "You're right. What we sell is everyone's freedom. I just happen to look a little longer because I see the same food being sold here. It's natural. There's no need for you to be so aggressive and chase people away. Many people just want to get a good deal." Suyu recognized a few familiar faces, but understood their behavior. Customers just want to buy cheap food after all. She smiled and was about to leave. At that moment, she heard a young man's heavy breathing behind her. "Is this cold noodles?" Suyu turned around and saw it was the young waiter from Drunken Fragrance Tower. He recognized Suyu and panted as he said, "Miss Su, are you also here to buy cold noodles?" The noodle lady also recognized the attire of the Drunken Fragrance Tower staff. She quickly responded, "Yes. This is the popular cold noodles on the street. Sir, please take a seat. I'll serve you a bowl right away. Once you've tried it, you'll want to eat it again next time." The young clerk quickly refused, saying, "I won't eat here. I want to buy 20 portions to take home." Guests at their restaurant specifically asked for cold noodles as a snack, and not just one person. They didn't know what cold noodles were. The shopkeeper didn't dare to delay, and sent someone to find out more. After running around, he finally found a place. Hearing this, Madame Noodle immediately widened her eyes. Business was good. She warmly welcomed, "You've come to the right place. My cold noodles are so delicious, they're like a taste of heaven. Please wait a moment, I'll pack 20 portions for you." Suyu looked at the young clerk thoughtfully and said, "You can buy them first. I should go back to sell my own cold noodles." After speaking, she smiled and left. When Suyu returned to her stall, she saw fewer people there. Seeing her come back, Lin Hongyu looked worried. "Yeah, what should we do?" Axiong said today's sales are much slower than usual. Jiang Xian said, "Big sister-in-law, you're back. I went to check earlier because fewer people are buying today. I found that the lady who bought our cold noodles yesterday is also selling them now, but hers don't look as good as ours."
How can she do that?
"Selling under our name, but with plain batter." The little girl was angry and full of righteous indignation. Suyu, while tying her apron, comforted them. "It's okay. Even Xiao Xian can tell the difference. Others will notice too. Besides, cold noodles aren't exclusive to us. Anyone can sell them. She didn't say more. Customers just wanted to try something cheap and hoped for a good deal. But after tasting, they would naturally start to compare. A small market without competition isn't really a market. Just as she finished speaking, she heard the sound of heavy breathing above her head. Without looking up, she knew who it was. The young clerk, panting, said, "Madam Sue, I caught up with you. Please give me 20 portions of cold noodles. Manager Liu is waiting for me." Lin Hongyu was surprised, opening her mouth wide. How many portions? She was worried about not selling enough. Jiang Xian quickly repeated, "Ma'am, Big Brother wants 20 portions." Seeing his mother look stunned, the young boy immediately took out a knife to cut. Suyu stopped him. "No need to cut. Just pack 20 portions with a seasoning list. When they go back, the cook will serve according to their own portions." The young boy nodded. Yes, Lady Sue is right. Just pack it up." He sniffed and looked ahead as if facing a great danger. "Lady Sue, why didn't you just call me to buy cold noodles? I could tell right away that yours are authentic and really fragrant." Sue smiled. "I was afraid of getting scolded," the young boy said. "Lady Sue, you're so funny." Then he whispered, "But over there, things are really noisy. It's just batter, but they say it's cold noodles." Sue smiled but said nothing. However, the customers sitting and eating the cold noodles looked a bit pleased. "I saw that cold noodle place as soon as I arrived. It's cheap by 2 coins, but cheap things are never good. I didn't hesitate and came straight to your place." "Me too. We only trust Lady Sue's cold noodles." Everyone looked united, talking excitedly. Actually, they had hesitated earlier. After all, 2 coins cheaper for 4 buns. But it didn't look right, and they couldn't smell the aroma. So they gritted their teeth and came to Suyu's place to eat. Suyu saw through it but didn't say anything. She smiled and said, "Thank you all for your support. I won't let you down. My cold noodles are always made with real ingredients. And today, everyone here can pack an extra serving of chili oil. Only today." The customers praised the boss lady's generosity. Meanwhile, over at the noodle lady's stall, someone caused trouble. A burly man slammed the table and said, "Boss lady, is this called cold noodles?" He regretted not being more careful about the bargain. It's not as chewy and tasty as before, and the portion is smaller, with an even worse taste. Do you think just copying that other place's cold noodles makes it real? Batter is batter. Why make so many fusses? It's just a waste of my 8 coins. His outburst caused a chain reaction. Others, who were eating, suddenly looked disgusted. Instead of enjoying cold noodles, they ended up with a mouthful of batter. Don't say much about the batter. It fills you up. But look at your chili oil, just call it chili water. And your vinegar sauce, call it vinegar water. The cold noodles here get tastier the more you eat. But your first bite hits the throat, and it's sour and spicy, like real cold noodles. You're clearly selling something different from what you advertise. The noodle lady quickly responded. Everyone has different tastes, but this is cold noodles. No one said what they should look like. Finally, the customers understood what it means when someone is very rude and fearless. If you insist on saying that, then we can only accept it. But the shop owner being so reckless and misleading customers, people should be careful what they say. After that, the customers suddenly shouted together as if they had planned it. Where are the best cold noodles? Find Madame Sue at the end of the market. The noodle lady is so dishonest. Anyone who eats there is a fool. Chili water. Vinegar water. Worse than trash. Hearing this, the customers who were about to try the food ran away in fear. They all ran faster than rabbits. If it's worse than trash, who would dare eat her cold noodles? They all headed to Madame Sue at the end of the market for authentic cold noodles. Seeing this, the noodle lady quickly tried to stop them, saying, "Don't go, everyone don't go." But it was no use. Once reputation is damaged, it's hard to recover. Meanwhile, Sue was not busy, but people kept coming in small groups. She knew she couldn't sell out before noon. She wanted to tell Liu Yiming to send the other villagers away first. They could come later. Just as she was about to get up, a large group of customers rushed in. Madame Sue, 1 order of cold noodles. You don't know how unfair the place up front is. They cheat customers as much as they can. Madame Sue, 2 orders to take home. Please add extra condiments. Suyu sat back down calmly and served each customer. She looked very composed. In contrast, Lin Hongyu and Jiang Xian were not so calm. They were smiling so broadly their teeth showed. They were worried about not selling enough. All their noodles were made from plain flour. They didn't expect the noodle lady's tricks to backfire, and now they had to close early today. People only realize the truth when they compare. Compared to before, I realized that Suyu's cold noodles are really not expensive. They are very filling for an adult man, and she uses real, good ingredients. Look at the red oil on the chili, with sesame seeds and peanuts inside. The vinegar is sour and fragrant, and she's generous with extra sauce for customers. This is very different from the noodle lady's place. Most importantly, her stall is very clean. It's the cleanest on this street. Because of this, Suyu's reputation for her cold noodles keeps getting better. After selling the last portion, Lin Hongyu finally breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Suyu remains calm and relaxed. No wonder no one from their village can do business well. Who can stay so calm in tough times? Her family is lucky to have such a good wife. After packing up, she sees her good wife easily carry things onto the car. She's very surprised and asks, "Xian, is your sister-in-law really that strong?" She feels like she doesn't know anything about her. Jiang Xian quickly replies, "Our three brothers can't match her. She used to beat us." Oops. He blurted out too much and quickly covers his mouth. Lu Yiming also looks a bit embarrassed. Don't ask, just remember that on that day in Qintang he was one of the 3 men slapped flying by that bad woman. It's a shameful memory for his whole life. He wanted to speak well of Suyu because she's been nice to him and has helped his family earn more money. But before he could say anything, Lin Hongyu said, "You little brat, if you 3 didn't bother your sister-in-law, could she hit you? And you 3 brothers, do you think you can fight her? No manners at all." Lu Yiming was stunned. Does that mean he's just waiting to be beaten to death? But he didn't say anything. He's afraid that if he speaks, even if he doesn't get beaten, he'll get scolded by Lin Hongyu. By the way, Lin Hongyu is really good at managing her daughter-in-law. She even complimented the bad woman, and surprisingly, the bad woman generously gave her all the money she earned today. "Mom, here, take it. It's pocket money." He seems to have learned something. "Little sister-in-law, I found a new path. It takes a little longer about the time to enjoy a cup of tea, and there will be some bumps, but it doesn't go straight through our bare village to the end of your village." He discovered this new route today when returning to pick up the villagers. He thought the wicked woman probably wouldn't want to go through the village. Sure enough, the wicked woman directly said, "Thank you, Brother Lu. Let's take that road from now on." After saying that, she even handed him a small handful of rock sugar. "Take it back for Big Head and Second Head as snacks." He was very surprised. Rock sugar. He carefully drove the ox cart back with Suyu and the others. When they got home, Lin Hongyu returned the purse of money to Suyu and told her to rest in her room first. She would call her after preparing lunch. Suyu felt warm inside. Jiang Sun was right. Lin Hongyu was really kind. At least, she treated her well, which was clear. Jiang Sun and Zhou Chang'an were so focused on making a water wheel that they forgot the time. He looked up at the gate of the fence. Is it already noon? Since his mother was selling cold noodles with Suyu, the crops in the field didn't need watering for now. Jiang Yan had some free time, so he called his friends to go to the back mountain to pick wild vegetables. It was about time to go back. Nothing should happen, right? But as the saying goes, what you fear will happen. The big head from the Li family and a group of children ran crying, shouting, "Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Brother Yan is caught by a big snake." Lin Hongyu's eyes widened, and she sank to the ground. Jiang Sun quickly stood up, but because he used too much force, a sharp pain shot through his left leg. He gritted his teeth and said, "Where?" "Lead the way." Suyu grabbed a kitchen knife, picked up Big Head, and headed straight for the back mountain. The story says that on the day of the big fire, Lin's mother and her second son couldn't move. They hugged each other and could only watch helplessly as the fire gradually consumed them. According to the original story, Lin Hongyu and Jiang Yan survived until the end, but Jiang Xian caught a cold during the cold winter and coughed for over a month, eventually not making it. But because of Suyu's unexpected arrival, the story's course has changed. If it weren't for her suggestion yesterday, Jiang Yan would still be watering the fields today, and today's disaster wouldn't have happened. Thinking of this, Suyu quickened her pace. Lu Yiming and Zhou Chang'an followed closely behind. We were here, and we saw the big snake. Wah wah. It disappeared. The big snake dragged Brother Yen away. The two cried uncontrollably. He loved playing with Brother Yen the most. Brother Yen is the leader of the little children's flying dragon team. If it weren't for the general's protection, they wouldn't have been taken by the big snake. Hearing this, Suyu put him down and handed him to Lu Yiming behind her. Lu Yiming quickly took his son, worried that the cruel woman might throw him to the big beast again. Suyu carefully looked around and didn't hear any noise. She frowned and looked down at the messy grass, clearly marked by the big snake's passage. Following the direction the grass was bent, she carefully moved forward.
Soon she saw the big snake.
Its thick body was even wider than her thigh, covered in shiny, dark green scales that flickered with a faint glow. Under the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, it looked very intimidating. At this moment, Jiang Yan was tightly wrapped by the big snake. His body hung limply in the snake's coils, his face pale as paper, lips colorless, eyes closed, and he was unconscious. Suyu's heart tightened. She clenched her kitchen knife, held her breath, and quietly approached the big snake. Behind her, Lu Yiming put down the two and signaled his son to go down the mountain quickly. Although he was a bit scared, he still mustered his courage and slowly moved closer with Zhou Chang'an. But the big, ugly snake was very alert. As they got closer, it suddenly swung its tail like a scorpion sting. Suyu reacted quickly, dodging to the side. But Zhou Chang'an wasn't so lucky. When he saw the tail coming, he didn't have time to avoid. With a loud bang, he was hit by the snake's tail and was knocked to the ground face first, eating a mouthful of dirt.
Damn you!
He cursed loudly. Lu Yiming was farther away and not in the direct line of attack, but he was still scared enough to sweat. He ran over to help Zhou Chang'an up. The big beast is too big.
We
aren't a match. What should we do about Jiang Yan? Although they didn't know if Jiang Yan was alive or dead, so you would never give up on him. You two attack the tail, I'll go for the head. After saying that, she charged forward with her knife. Li Yiming and Zhou Chang'an, upon hearing this, didn't have time to be afraid. The two strong men refused to show weakness in front of a woman. They clenched their teeth and grabbed their iron shovels and hoes, rushing toward the tail of the big snake. The big snake felt challenged and twisted its huge body, trying to strike again with its tail. Suyu seized the opportunity. Using the strength of a nearby tree, she leapt into the air. With lightning-fast speed, she swung her kitchen knife at the snake's vulnerable spot. With a sharp whoosh, the knife cut into the snake, blood splattering everywhere. The big snake let out a loud, painful scream. It was too distracted to attack Li Yiming and Zhou Chang'an. It twisted wildly, trying to escape Suyu's attack, but she held tightly to its body with one hand and kept chopping with the other. One cut after another, until the snake finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. At this moment, Jiang Sun, Lin Hongyu, and others hurried over, trembling. Seeing the huge snake, Lin Hongyu's body trembled first. Then she looked at Jiang Yan lying motionless nearby and let out a loud, pig-like squeal.
Ayan.
Oh no.
Boo-hoo.
What's wrong with you? She staggered toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Sun looked at Suyu, who was covered in blood, and asked, "Is he okay?" After seeing her shake her head, he ran toward Jiang Yan. Meanwhile, other villagers also came over. That's what's good about the village. When something happens, everyone knows about it. And when there's a real problem, everyone helps. But when nothing happens, people start comparing. Basically, there's a tendency to worry whether good friends are poor or driving luxury cars. Right now, they're still worried about their friends being poor. Second son of the Jiang family isn't moving. Could he be gone? The Jiang family is really unlucky. Jiang Bei disappeared. The eldest son is lame. The third son fell into the river. And now, even the second son. Sigh, what a tragedy. Lin Hongyu held Jiang Yan, who was motionless, crying heartbreakingly. Mom, Put the second son down first, Jong Sun said seriously. He had seen a doctor treat a drowning child during a delivery, but it was in a rush, and he didn't see clearly. Just as he was about to try, Suyu had already crouched down first. She pressed her hands on Jiang Yan's chest and shouted, "Zhou Chang'an, come help give him artificial respiration. Rescue breathing?" Zhou Chang'an didn't understand. "What is that?" Suyu pressed on the person's chest and explained, "Pinch the person's nose, blow air into their mouth, then release and repeat." "I'll do it." Jiang Sun struggled to squat down but was stopped by Zhou Chang'an. "Let me try." "You're too tired to squat." He spat out the dirt from his mouth, then followed Suyu's instructions. He took a deep breath, pinched Jiang Yan's nose, and blew air into his mouth. Everyone around was surprised. Suyu ignored the crowd and continued performing CPR. She had learned first aid in college. Whether it was useful or not, she had to try everything. Lin Hongyu's legs had gone weak from fear. She collapsed on the ground, anxiously watching the strange scene before her. She muttered unconsciously, "Ayen, you must hold on." The wife of the village chief, Li Tsuaping, and Zhou Auntie, who were usually friendly, came over to comfort her. Jiang Sun was worried too, but for some reason, he believed Suyu could perform a miracle. He kept watching Suyu press on Jiang Yan's chest repeatedly. But the people around had different thoughts. "I think it's unlikely he'll survive. The second son of the Jiang family isn't moving. It's a pity he didn't grow up before this happened." At this moment, Suyu couldn't hear the noise around her. She focused entirely on saving Jiang Yan. Finally, after continuous pressing for a short while, Jiang Yan, who had been motionless and lifeless, suddenly coughed. Zhou Chang'an didn't notice. He was overwhelmed with emotion. He took a deep breath, about to kiss him. Oh no, to give him air. Jiang Yan, with blank eyes, quickly pushed him away. "Help. Brother Chang'an is trying to kiss me." "Ugh, spit." Help. Seeing his son come back to life, Lin Hongyu finally relaxed. She hurriedly picked up her son and cried tears of relief. Jiang Sun also let out a long sigh. He looked at the sweat on Suyu's forehead, handed her a silk handkerchief, and his eyes were full of gratitude. The old demon of Black Mountain had saved his second brother's life again. The onlookers were also surprised and said, "Wow, this is amazing. That wicked woman actually saved Jiang family's second son. Wow. And she even caught such a big python in the process. Who knows how much silver it could sell for? Jiang's family is just lucky. First a wild boar, then doing business, and now a big snake. My goodness, I really envy them." At this moment, the villagers, who usually kept quiet, were now excited and eager to see the Land Rover. They were very jealous. They heard snake meat is the tastiest. Whether for eating or selling, it's very good. Aunt Fat's eyes twinkled. This snake was caught by everyone in the village together. Zhang's second son survived a big danger. "Why don't we have a full snake feast today to celebrate?" It's clear that Aunt Fat wanted to eat snake meat herself, but she pretended it was for the villagers' benefit. While many villagers liked the idea, there were also honest people in the village. Seeing Lin Hongyu crying uncontrollably and her own son looking dirty and sad, Aunt Zhou said annoyed, "How can you say you caught the snake together?" Just now, who was pulling their son slowly on the way here. And celebrating? Celebrating that someone almost lost their life, or that my son ate a mouthful of dirt. So, how could her son, who was studying in town, be here? Aunt Zhou found it strange, but since there were many people, she didn't think much. Aunt Fat was not convinced, and stepped forward to argue. "Which I saw me pulling my son to walk slower? It's ridiculous. Clearly, you were the one holding your older son back. If not, how could you see us walking slowly? The older you get, the better you are at twisting the truth." After saying this, Aunt Fat looked disgusted and turned her lips away. Aunt Zhou's face darkened. "Stop talking nonsense. My older son hasn't even come back from the fields." Aunt Fat's smile grew wider. "Oh, it's already this late, and he still hasn't come back? Maybe he's hiding at home, too scared to come out." "Well, it's normal to be afraid of a big snake." Zhang Chang'an, who usually didn't like Aunt Fat, especially now that she was insulting his mother and older brother, couldn't care about their family hierarchy anymore. Everyone in our village knows my mother is honest and fair. She never takes advantage of others. My older brother is kind and honest. If he knew about the big snake, he would be the first to rush in. Aunt Fat, stop stirring trouble here. The mainland should take your mother home quickly. The mainland is the son of Fat Auntie, Yun Mainland. He always felt ashamed of his family. Hearing this, he quickly stepped forward to pull his mother aside. Mom, since Jiangyan is fine, let's go home. Fat Auntie is known for being fierce. When she saw her son not supporting her, she shouted loudly, "Oh, my poor life. A woman without her husband is hard to get along with. Everyone bullies me." Yun Mainland and his wife, Sun, both heard this so many times that their ears were numb. But Aunt Zhou is also a widow. There are 3 widows in Two-Headed Bear Village, but they are very different from each other. Aunt Zhou is strong and brave. Despite her hard life, she never takes advantage of others. She is wise and determined, sending her youngest son to the town to learn skills. She is a role model for women. Fat Auntie is known for being difficult. She never misses a chance to get something for herself. She looks like a typical quarrelsome woman from the market. Another widow, Zhang, has 2 beautiful daughters. She is also a top-notch woman, hoping to marry off her daughters for a good bride price and enjoy her old age peacefully. Jiao Jiao, life is hard for Mom. They all bully me, being pulled from both sides by her son and daughter-in-law. Fat Auntie could only turn to her daughter for help. She didn't expect much from her daughter, knowing her well. Her daughter was stubborn and wouldn't easily change her mind. But her daughter surprised her again. Aunt Zhou, my mother only wants to prevent the villagers from wasting their effort. It's just a suggestion. If you don't accept it, that's fine. Why make things difficult for women? And then she turned to Zhang's eldest daughter, Zhang Yuru, who was standing behind her. It was clear they shared a special bond. They loved each other secretly. In the past life, they ran away together. But she died too early to know if they were happy in the end. She secretly admired Zhang Yuru. Though her reputation was ruined, a man was willing to stand by her side. Unlike her, who was cruelly mistreated and died. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd around them quickly shifted to support Fat Auntie. People like Auntie are thinking of them. Also, Widow Zhang immediately protected her eldest daughter and secretly sneered. Bah! Nothing special. Zhou Chang'an is both poor and talkative. Seeing Yun Jiaojiao's change, Siyu smiled faintly. Miss Yun, you're mistaken. Auntie Zhou, as a strong woman, stays true to herself and doesn't take advantage of others. She's just being honest. Why say women are difficult for women? As for Zhou Chang'an, yes, he's a man, but he's also a son and a younger brother. If he only cares about his reputation and doesn't speak up to protect his family, then perhaps he's not the kind of man who would have a daughter-in-law. Her words made Yun Jiaojiao pause. Yun Jiaojiao remembered that in her previous life, Su Yu was just a wicked woman. After a few days in their village, she ran away with her lover and disappeared. Why is she? Noticing Yun Jiaojiao's gaze, Su Yu quickly looked away and continued. I'm Su Yu, a wicked woman who doesn't understand the ways of the world but knows right from wrong. Today, this big snake was caught by the 3 of us working together, and no one else should interfere. Our 3 families will share it fairly. No need for outsiders to meddle. We live our lives, earn our face, and if we want both, we need to take out money ourselves. Yun Jiaojiao failed to read her mind. Just as she was about to step forward, she heard a deep voice from behind. Enough. Everyone stop worrying about things that don't concern you. The stuff they caught is theirs to decide. Since second young Master Jiang is fine, everyone can go home and eat. His words made the villagers hesitant but obedient. First, because of his long-standing authority, and second, because he is very fair in his actions. No one dared to disagree, and they finished their gossip. Then, in a flash, they left the mountain and went home. Yun Jiaojiao didn't think much and left with her mother. After everyone left, the big-headed and second-headed figures, who had been hiding behind their mother, finally dared to come out. They walked toward Jiang Yan with tears in their eyes, saying, Brother Yan, it's so good that you're safe. You scared us so much. You only did it to save us. Jiang Yan also felt a wave of fear, but when he looked at his soldiers, he was no longer afraid. Instead, he comforted them, saying, "It's okay. I am your flying dragon general. Protecting you is my duty." Lin Hongyu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She was so angry she slapped Jiang Yan and said, "You just had to show off." The village chief and his wife felt embarrassed. They each took their grandson and slapped him, saying, "You too caused trouble for others." Lu Yiming also felt ashamed. He shouted, "We should be punished," and clearly stated his stance. "This whole thing started because of our boys. We definitely won't take that snake meat," Zhou Chang'an said. "I didn't help much either. It was the wicked woman, no, my sister-in-law, who killed it. I definitely won't take any of that." "So you ignored all this," she said. "If it weren't for you two helping me attract the big snake, I probably couldn't have killed it so easily. No more talk. Tomorrow, we'll take it to Drunken Fragrance Tower, and the money from selling it will be split among the three of us." She made the decision directly, and everyone couldn't refuse anymore. But their gazes at her had changed. Everyone makes mistakes, but recognizing and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Aunt Zhou, though not one to take advantage of others, wouldn't refuse if someone pushed her to do so. She smiled happily and said, "Yaya is so impressive. No wonder she can slap 3 men away at once." Seeing Lu Yiming and her own son suddenly quicken their steps while carrying the snake, she finally reacted and asked, "Hey, second brother, why are you here in the middle of the day?" Zhou Chang'an felt a pang in his heart. There was nothing happening in the village today, so I took Brother Lu's ox car home. Luckily I came back, or we wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a big favor from Ah Sun's family." After saying that, Zhou Chang'an quickened his pace, almost leaving Lu Yiming behind. Aunt Zhou also thought so. She wondered how much that big snake could be sold for. No matter how much, it was all free. She no longer cared about Zhou Chang'an coming back early and helped Lin Hongyu down the mountain slowly. When she got home, Lin Hongyu first boiled a pot of water in the kitchen, then told Suyu and Jiang Yan to go inside and take a bath and change clothes. When Suyu finished washing up, she saw that lunch was already prepared. Lin Hongyu had cooked porridge and made black-faced pancakes. She was used to saving, so even though there was plenty of white flour in the kitchen, she didn't want to use too much. For vegetables, she prepared a cold dish with fire ginseng. Thinking that Suyu was tired from last night and had fought a big snake, she also specially cooked 2 eggs for Suyu. No one else had eggs. Seeing the 2 eggs in her bowl, Suyu felt both touched and helpless. She looked at Lin Hongyu. "They don't have eggs, only Yaya does," Lin Hongyu said. Yaya was tired last night, woke up early, worked hard most of the morning, and just fought with a big snake again. She's used up a lot. Eat quickly. Jiang Xiantong said without thinking, "I have eggs, big brother and second brother do too." Jiang Sun, who was quietly eating, exclaimed. Jiang Yan also looked surprised. Lin Hongyu realized what was happening, blushed, and impatiently tapped her younger son's forehead. "You mischievous kid. Not learning properly at such a young age. What nonsense are you talking? If you dare to say more, I'll hit you." Jiang Xian stuck out his tongue playfully. "I do have eggs." Lin Hongyu was about to scold him again, but Su stopped her. She took one of the eggs from her bowl and gave one to Jiang Yan and one to Jiang Xian. "Yes, little Xian has eggs, second brother has eggs. Only your big brother doesn't. Hurry and eat. Kids need lots of meat, eggs, and milk to grow tall." Jiang Sun asked, "You were tired last night?" He knew he shouldn't have spoken, but the thought of being slapped by the Black Mountain Demon last night made him feel embarrassed. He was only wearing a middle coat, and being beaten while naked felt no different. So, after being hit, he was left thinking he had no eggs? Suyu hadn't blushed yet, but Lin Hongyu's face turned red again. She couldn't help but raise her hand and tap her eldest son's forehead. "You're confused too. If you want to say sweet words, go back to your room and say them." Jiang Sun frowned. Was that called sweet words? Suyu understood what was happening. Lin Hongyu had misunderstood. She also felt a little embarrassed, but as long as she didn't feel awkward, others would. She raised an eyebrow at Jiang Sun. "Tonight, I can be even more tired." After saying that, She waved her right hand deliberately. Seeing her iron fist, Jiang Sun's bottom tightened. He immediately lowered his head and kept eating. He didn't want to argue with the mountain-old demon, but acted as if he could win. He couldn't beat him or argue with him, only to suffer in silence. Lin Hongyu's face turned even redder. Are young people this straightforward now? But it's a good thing. As long as you two are happy, that's fine. But you should know your limits. Hey, yeah, you don't need to get up early tomorrow. Mother will steam cold noodles and cook rice before waking you. Jiang Sun. He looked at his mother with a resentful gaze and then ate even faster. Suyu couldn't help but laugh, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, second brother, how did you two end up provoking that big snake today? Jiang Yan choked on his food. Why would we provoke it? I was just about to dig up some wild vegetables when it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I was so scared I grabbed Eju and Erju and ran as fast as I could. Hearing this, Suyu stood up and left. I have something to do. I'll go out for a bit. She watched her back and was momentarily stunned. Yeah, finish your meal first. Jiang Sun shook his head at Lin Hongyu and whispered, My wife probably went treasure hunting. The book said that treasures in the mountains are usually guarded by fierce beasts. But whether that's true or not, she didn't know. Suyu quickly arrived at the place where she had fought the big snake earlier. She remembered that during the fight, the system had given her a warning. But at that moment, she was fighting for her life and had no time to listen to its chatter. She hoped it was just some wild vegetables worth little. And as she predicted, it was. Ding. Wild gray vegetables detected, 3 cents per gene. Do you want to dig them? Suyu felt disgusted, but quickly looked around for gray vegetables. She had to gather something. She couldn't come back empty-handed. Just as she found some about 2 meters away, the little voice sounded again. This time, the voice was very pleasant. Ding! A wild 50-year-old ginseng plant detected, 150 cents per gene. Do you want to dig it? Hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up instantly. She playfully replied, I want to dig, but I won't sell it to you. The host doesn't love the little voice. Suyu's eyes shone even brighter. It was the first time she realized the little voice could talk to her. She asked again, Just tell me the exact direction and I will love you. Oh, the host needs to upgrade on their own. Suyu asked, How far should I expand? How much silver? Oh, after upgrading with 100 taels of silver, the map within a 5-meter radius will be marked clearly with bright red spots for the host. Sudue. Thank you, I don't deserve it. Oh, the host no longer loves Xiao So. Suyu. Love. Once I have more silver, I will only favor you. After saying that, she carefully started looking for ginseng. Xiao So's current scanning range is also within a 5-meter radius, but it just doesn't show the markings. Money is still useful, but without money, she can only find it herself. Fortunately, 5 meters isn't very far. It didn't take her long and she found it. The leaves are tender green, with a red cluster on top, seeming to beckon her. She came over. Suyu suppressed her excitement, squatted down, and gently dug away the soil around the ginseng with her hand, moving very carefully to avoid damaging any roots and ruining the whole plant's value. Just as she was about to pull out the ginseng, she heard footsteps from afar. She quickly used her mind to store the ginseng in her space, then buried a few radishes to pretend she was digging. Suyu, what are you doing? Suyu turned around and saw it was Yun Jiao. She scowled and said, None of your business. Then she continued squatting and digging for radishes. Yun Jiao was not angry despite being splashed with dirt. She crouched beside Suyu and looked at her carefully. Did you find a treasure? Then she saw Suyu pull out a big white radish and toss it at her proudly. Here. Treasure. Yun Jiao was splashed with dirt and frowned slightly. Rude. Suyu stood up and clapped her hands. What? Want to practice? Seeing Yun Jiao raise her eyebrows and walk toward her, she took a step back. Who wants to practice with you? Let me ask you, why are you willing to stay with a cripple? Yun Jiao also thought about it. Usually, treasures in the mountains are guarded by fierce beasts, so she came to try her luck. But unexpectedly, Suyu beat her to it. Could it be that she also has rebirth abilities? Everyone else was like her in the past life. Only Su-yu was a special case. She should have run away with her lover long ago. P.S. Is no one reading this? Both updates were prompted by the author.
Boo-hoo.
New book. Please leave comments, urge updates, and send free gifts. Thanks a lot, everyone. Su-yu was angrily thinking in her mind. What should I do? I really want to get rid of this woman. Who does she think she is to question me?
Who am I?
A proud woman of status. How dare she boss me around? While thinking, she loudly replied to Yun Jiao Jiao. My man must be the most handsome. Have you ever seen anyone more handsome than my husband? Yun Jiao Jiao took a step back and asked again, Can handsome men feed you? Su-yu snorted coldly. Whether he can feed me or not doesn't matter, but he must be interesting. After saying that, she continued to think angrily.
Wow.
Last night, my limping husband was so beautiful and charming. Turn over, 10 hits on the left, 10 on the right, then in the middle. I can't count them all.
There are so many.
He's lost all his senses.
Wow.
You make me want to play again. I, Su-yu, have hunted many men, but only my limping husband can give me such a shocking feeling, because he's so handsome. Handsome men with tears in their eyes are even more adorable. The ugly woman in front of her couldn't understand this happiness. This big fool actually asked if handsome men can feed her. What a stupid question. It's like a dog's bun not being served at the table. Su-yu finished her mischievous thoughts and looked away from Yun Jiao Jiao. Ugh, she really has a wild imagination. While she was vomiting her thoughts, Yun Jiao Jiao suddenly trembled. This wicked woman truly is wicked. So cruel, yet just like her former husband's wickedness. In her past life, she married into the Hu Butcher family and was treated like this every night, which eventually cost her life. Suddenly, she shouted at Su-yu, Wicked woman, how can you treat Jong-sun like this? Do you know how handsome and noble he was in the past? An extraordinary person you could never reach. Seeing Yun Jiao Jiao suddenly become so emotional, Su-yu understood. It turned out she still had Jong-sun deep in her heart. But he was worthless now. She pushed Yun Jiao Jiao away forcefully. None of your business. How I treat my man is my own choice. You have no choice but to accept or refuse. If you want to play, go find someone else. Have you eaten too much salt? If you dare to complain again, I will knock out your teeth. She was already strong, and she used a little extra force. Yun Jiao Jiao was pushed a yard away and fell flat on the ground. Not only that, Su-yu threw the big, white radish on the ground at her again. Still calling it a treasure? Not awake yet? Having a big, white radish is good enough. Since you dirted it, I'll give you a punishment. Such a nuisance, just like your mother. Annoying and troublesome. After saying that, she deliberately looked into Yun Jiao Jiao's eyes.
La la la.
Time to go home and continue playing with the lame husband. With the big white radish, tonight will surely be even more exciting. She also waved the big white radish in front of Yun Jiao Jiao. Seeing this, Yun Jiao Jiao instinctively tensed up, and unpleasant memories flooded back. Dastardly Hu Dazhuang. All the suffering she endured in her past life, she would make Hu Dazhuang experience it all. A hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She got up from the ground, brushed the dirt off her, and looked into the distance with a deep gaze. The wicked woman was still the same wicked woman. She shouldn't waste her time on her. She had high ambitions and great goals. As for these insignificant people, once she gained power, she could easily eliminate them with a single finger. She stepped over the big, white radish and gracefully descended the mountain. Su-yu also calmly returned home, but once she arrived, she could no longer stay calm. She carefully closed the fence gate, then pulled Lin Hongyu into the room. Just as she was about to call her for dinner, she also dragged Jong-sun, who was digging wood at the door, inside. The two exchanged a glance and knew that Su-yu had probably found something valuable. Both of them looked at Su-yu with bright, eager eyes. Su-yu didn't hide it. She smiled and seemed to take out a ginseng she had just dug up from her sleeve. This is. Looking at the small, humanoid-shaped white radish, Lin Hongyu was very surprised. Is it ginseng? This was her first time seeing ginseng so close. Having traveled with the escort for a while, Jiang Sun was more experienced. He whispered, "Mother, it's ginseng." After saying that, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Suyu. "You really found ginseng, wife." No wonder she was a powerful old witch. She could do what others couldn't. Suyu modestly said, "Well, it depends on who made the move. By the way, how much do you think this can sell for?" Lin Hongyu was also very curious. She widened her eyes and looked at her son. "It must be worth a lot, right?" "Yes," Jiang Sun nodded. "I'm not very good at judging, but I guess it won't be less than 50 taels of silver."
Wow.
Lin Hongyu was surprised and covered her mouth. Is her family's wealth increasing so quickly? Jiang Sun thought so too, but he knew it was all thanks to the Black Mountain Old Demon. As for the Black Mountain Old Demon, "Oh no, Suyu," she responded more calmly. "All right, tomorrow when I give Xiao Xianxian the injection, I'll ask Dr. Yang." Jiang Sun said, "I'll go with you." Suyu immediately refused without hesitation. "We still need to sell the big snake tomorrow. It's noisy enough. Don't drag me into the chaos." Feeling rejected again, Jiang Sun felt a bit uncomfortable, but he just softly said, "Okay." Feeling sorry for her son, Lin Hongyu turned to remind Suyu, "Yeah, you must be careful. Don't go out this afternoon. Stay inside with no one around. Also, don't tell those two outsiders about this." Jiang Sun and Suyu understood and nodded at the same time. But Lin Hongyu still felt uneasy. She got up, went to her room, and wrapped the ginseng with red string, then relaxed a little. "Yes, once it's wrapped, it won't run away." Suyu chuckled. "Only a spirit would run away." "Mom, don't worry, there are no monsters in the world." Jiang Sun stared at her blankly, his expression very obvious. "Nonsense. There's clearly one right in front of us, and it's a big one." Suyu was taken aback and annoyed, turning his face away. "Go play somewhere else." Watching the playful couple, Lin Hongyu felt very content. But what came next was even more peaceful. Suyu handed her the money from today's cold noodle sales again. "Mom, keep this as pocket money." Lin Hongyu had helped her a lot today. She was kind to her, so she wouldn't be stingy in giving back. Lin Hongyu quickly pushed it back. "Mom still has 400 coins on her, and we have everything at home. We don't need this. Keep it for yourself, in case of emergencies." Their family had a heavy burden, always needing silver. She wanted to save it well. Seeing Lin Hongyu insist, Suyu didn't push further. Instead, she turned and put the purse into Jiang Sun's hands. Jiang Sun's face was slightly red, and he found it hard to speak. He said, "My wife, just give me 400 coins to pay Chang'an's wages." That day, Suyu gave him the money along with the money he had earned from copying books to pay off his debt to his mother. Now, he had no money at all. He had never asked a woman for money, and this feeling made him very embarrassed. Suyu suddenly realized, "Sorry, I was careless." She completely forgot that Jiang Sun had given all his money to Lin Hongyu. But she forgot he wouldn't say anything about it, right? She took out 2 taels of silver from her purse and handed it to Jiang Sun, saying seriously, "Mother, husband, even though I am now the head of the family, if you need money for proper expenses, I will definitely give it. So, you must tell me." Lin Hongyu felt very pleased when she heard this. She gently took Suyu's hand and said gratefully, "Our family is lucky to marry Yaya. It's a blessing from our ancestors." Suyu then suggested, "How about this? Mother helps me make cold noodles, and husband helps me make a water wheel. I will give you both silver, every month. How about 2 taels each month? That way, you won't have to worry about not getting paid on time." Lin Hongyu quickly said, "It's only right for the family to do some work, and I can't accept silver. Besides, I used to stay up all night embroidering in the embroidery workshop, earning only 25 coins a day. With just a little rest, I can do this work. In the future, I won't be so generous." Suyu smiled and said, "It's not much, not much. Since we're family, I can afford it. Also, I need to ask for your help with something." Lin Hongyu asked, "What is it?" Suyu stood up and handed her the fabric she bought that day. "Please help me make a dress for each of us." Lin Hongyu felt warm inside again. "That's nothing. It's my duty." I'll make one for you first and then make 2 pairs of shoes. Lin Hongyu really cared about Suyu. So, how did she get involved with evil? It must be her attitude toward the villain. But isn't that a good thing? Only a fool would be kind to villains. Their family was truly lucky. The next day, Suyu and the others continued their usual trip to Anping Town. But today, the ox cart was especially lively, with an extra snake, an extra Jiangyan, and an extra Zhou Chang'an. Zhou Chang'an didn't want to come, but his mother saw him off. Because today was a busy day, when they arrived at Anping Town, they split into 3 groups. First, they took Suyu and Jiang Xian to get acupuncture. Then they took Lin Hongyu and Jiang Yan to sell cold noodles, and finally Lu Yiming and Zhou Chang'an went to Zui Xianglu to sell snakes. Dr. Yang finished the acupuncture for Jiang Xian and saw there were no other patients outside. He sat on a chair and waited for Suyu to continue telling stories. But after waiting a long time, she didn't start. He asked, "Lady Su, are you not going to tell stories today?" Jiang Xian was also waiting. He held a piece of rock sugar in his mouth and looked at his older sister-in-law with confusion. Unexpectedly, she left him there and asked Dr. Yang to step inside for a moment. Inside, Suyu carefully took out a ginseng from her basket. She said, "Dr. Yang, please take a look." He looked at the ginseng in her hand and smiled, saying, "No wonder you're not telling stories today." It turns out Lady Su has found something good. He carefully took the ginseng from her hand and examined it closely. It looks very good, carefully dug out, with no damage to the roots. After that, he carefully counted the ginseng's rings. The rings on the ginseng represent its age, but only experts can understand this. After counting for a while, Dr. Yang said, "This ginseng doesn't look very big, but it's nearly 50 years old." Suyu relaxed. Knowing the age she told the old man was correct. It shows that Dr. Yang is an honest and sincere doctor. "Will you buy it, Dr. Yang?" He nodded. "Of course I will. This is a rare and valuable item that wealthy families would love to have. Lady Su, if you want to sell it, I'll give you a price." Suyu replied, "Please, Dr. Yang, give me a price. My husband needs a lot of money to treat his leg. Do you think this ginseng is enough?" Dr. Yang stroked his goat beard and smiled. "It's definitely enough." Then he looked at the ginseng carefully again and continued, "Although this ginseng is only 50 years old, it's in excellent condition with complete roots. I can offer 80 taels of silver. This price is fair in the market. Lady Su, what do you think?" Suyu had no objections. This price was about the same as Jiang Sun's estimate yesterday, and the age Dr. Yang gave matched what the young man said. She had no doubt. "Then let's go with Dr. Yang's price," she said sweetly. "That's great. Now I have enough money for my little Xianxian's medical expenses and even enough to treat my husband's leg." Next, she relied heavily on Dr. Yang, so she deliberately acted especially happy. Dr. Yang smiled and said, "Your husband is very lucky to marry you. By the way, since the money for treating his leg is enough now, his leg shouldn't be delayed any longer. Later, I will prepare some blood-activating ointment to help reduce the swelling quickly." Blood-activating ointment is a precious medicine. Dr. Yang didn't give it to Suyu before because he knew she couldn't afford it. But if her husband's leg is treated sooner, there's more hope. He certainly doesn't want to damage his reputation. Suyu agreed without hesitation. Although she didn't have many feelings for Jiang Sun, she still hoped his leg would heal quickly. After selling the ginseng and receiving 80 taels of silver, Dr. Yang pulled out the needles from Jiang Sun. Although the restraints were removed, Jiang Sun was a bit unhappy. Sigh. He didn't hear his sister-in-law tell a story today. The Monkey King just fought a few bandits, so why would that old bald man get angry and chase him away? That's so unfair. Not only was Jiang Sun unhappy, but the shopkeeper and the young servant outside were also a bit upset. Sigh. He didn't get to listen to the story today. When Suyu went to settle the bill for the acupuncture and blood-activating ointment, the shopkeeper seriously suggested, "Miss Su, your storytelling is so good. Maybe you should consider becoming a storyteller. I think it would be even better than your cold noodle business." He quickly corrected himself. "Actually, I mean you sell cold noodles in the morning and tell stories in the afternoon." That way, she could do 2 things at once. He loved cold noodles and enjoyed listening to stories. Suyu just smiled faintly. She didn't know how to tell stories. She was just a transporter of some famous works. As for Zui Xiang Lu, Drunken Fragrance Tower, Lu Yiming and Zhou Chang'an carried a large python and announced Suyu's name. Manager Lu quickly came over himself. He was about to look for Suyu, but she arrived on her own. It was like sesame seeds falling into a needle's eye. What a coincidence. Suyu didn't come, but he still politely greeted the two. He carefully examined the python, turned it over with tongs, and saw it was fat and fresh, clearly recently caught. So, he directly offered a price. This python is quite fresh. Since Miss Su recommended it, I trust her. I'll buy it at 30 won per jean. What do you think? Lu Yiming and Zhou Chang'an exchanged a happy look. What else could they do? Of course, they were eager to accept. This was their first time selling things, and thanks to Suyu, they didn't expect the Xianglo restaurant to not only accept their goods, but also pay a high price of 30 coins per jean. They wanted to celebrate right away, but held back. They couldn't afford to embarrass themselves here. All right, Manager Lu, you decide, they said politely. Manager Lu didn't interfere further. He politely said, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Lu Yiming and Zhou Chang'an were very courteous. Safe travels, Manager Lu. Manager Lu responded with surprise. He felt a bit awkward hearing that, but he didn't think much and turned to leave Xianglo, heading to the market. Meanwhile, Siyu led Jiang Xian to their cold noodle stall, passing through the front street again. After yesterday's commotion, the noodle lady's stall looked very empty today. Suyu didn't feel anything about it. Instead, the noodle lady shot her a fierce glare. Seeing her own wife causing trouble again, the noodle man scolded coldly, "Get back to making noodles." Then he approached Suyu with a sheepish smile. Miss Su, we've been selling noodles here for over 10 years. This stall is our family's livelihood. I want to apologize to you on behalf of my wife. Also, I have a small request. May I discuss it with you? If he had spoken with the same attitude as his wife, Suyu wouldn't have paid him any mind. But seeing his sincere expression, she was willing to listen. However, it was not him negotiating, but her. Sir, I understand what you want to say. I can agree, but only if you serve us 20 portions of cold noodles a day, display our sign, and match our service, quality, and price exactly. Then he looked at Suyu with a mix of tears and laughter and said, Lady Su, look. Suyu didn't give him a chance to speak. It's not just my opinion, but yours as well. Now your reputation is ruined, and we can only save face with our cold noodles. But saving face doesn't mean making money from it. We also sell cold noodles on this street, and we can't just give our business to you. The reason I am willing to talk with you here is, first, I don't want us to cause too much trouble in the same market. Second, competing directly in business always hurts both sides. Working together and sharing benefits is the best long-term way. Fortunately, the noodle shop owner quickly understood this idea. Suyu sells her cold noodles for 9 coins per serving. They can't make money from this, but it helps improve their reputation, and it also helps sell their noodles. The noodle lady was reluctant at first, but when customers who ate their cold noodles wanted to buy noodles from her, she changed her mind and warmly greeted the customers again. Moreover, some people didn't know where to buy authentic Su brand cold noodles. She enthusiastically pointed them out. Go to the end of the market, the stall that looks the best and is the cleanest, that's the one. Remember to tell Lady Su that I sent you. Lady Su is generous, so she naturally wants to stay on good terms. Jiang Yan initially didn't understand why his sister-in-law was helping that rude couple with their noodles. But after seeing one customer after another come to ask for directions from the rude couple, he finally understood. Yes, indeed, it was high. His sister-in-law's mind is truly beyond what ordinary people can compare to. Lin Hongyu realized this and couldn't help but praise. Our Yaya is not only clever, but also broad-minded. This way, not only do we lose one enemy, but our cold noodles will sell even faster. Although their cold noodles sell well enough, being at the end of the street is a clear disadvantage. With the lively sign of the street noodle shop, they can turn the situation around. In just 1 hour, only 50 bowls remained. At this rate, they could go home half an hour earlier today. Lin Hongyu was very happy. What happened next made her even happier. Lady Su, Mr. Liu has finally found you. Without the servant leading the way, shopkeeper Liu might not have been able to find Suyu. Her spot is really remote. But even so, her location is the best on the entire market. It's not surprising at all. Their cold noodles are innovative and delicious, and they are also the cleanest stall in the market. No wonder their business is the busiest. Shopkeeper Liu? May I ask what brings you here today? Suyu knew why shopkeeper Liu was here, but she pretended not to know. Shopkeeper Liu smiled kindly. Lady Su, may we speak privately? Suyu nodded. Just as she was about to stand up, she heard Liu say, by the way, please give me the remaining cold noodles. Lin Hongyu and her son were very happy to hear this. They hurriedly packed the noodles for Liu. Especially Jiang Yan, who made a very obvious show of helping, which made Suyu's mouth twitch. Embarrassing stuff. I won't bring him here again. Shopkeeper Liu smiled politely, and then they moved to the back of the stall. Liu directly said, Lady Su, I'll be honest. I like your cold noodles. Let's talk price. Yesterday, he had the chef try steaming the noodles. But no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't make them as chewy as Suyu's. So he gave up. He owns a big restaurant, so he doesn't expect to make much money from a small stall like this, but he needs some profit. Many wealthy merchants have asked for them.
Suyu didn't reply.
Instead, she smiled and explained her business to Liu. Shopkeeper Liu, I sell 200 cold noodle sheets a day. Each earns 5 coins, so in a day I make 1 tael of silver. In a month, that's 30 taels, and in 2 months 60 taels. Plus, as my market expands, there will be more orders in the future and not fewer. So, how can I agree to a lower price? Liu, who was experienced, understood immediately. He bowed to Suyu. Lady Su, you are right. I was careless. To me, cold noodles are just a small addition, but for you, they are a vital part of your livelihood. He fingered his jade ring thoughtfully and then said, Lady Su, how about this? You supply 50 sheets of cold noodles to my restaurant every day. Su had no choice but to accept, but she wanted to be cautious because this was only the first deal. Shopkeeper Liu, I can supply you with 50 sheets a day, but I have 3 conditions. Liu waved his hand, indicating she could speak. First, since this is my family's cold noodle dish, it must be named Su Ji Cold Noodles, and the menu writing should be at least 3 characters long, so every customer can immediately recognize the origin of the dish. Manager Liu happily agreed. That's no problem at all. Originally, everyone was going to eat the cold noodles made by Suyu. He wanted to have this dish to gain fame, and Suyu wanted to be known, so both sides had their reasons, which makes sense. Second, the recipe for the cold noodles is a family secret passed down in the Su family. Your chef must not add or remove any spices without permission. Manager Liu smiled and said, Of course. Since it's Su Ji cold noodles, we must keep the original flavor. Suyu nodded and continued, Third, I don't care how you set the price, but it can't be lower than ours. In other words, you can decide the quantity, but the value must not be less than ours. Manager Liu laughed. Miss Su has thought of everything. No problem at all. Rest assured, I am also looking forward to future cooperation with you. I won't spoil things over such a small matter. Today, he truly admired Suyu. Despite her young age, she is thoughtful and capable, truly a woman who can stand shoulder to shoulder with men. Suyu's suggestions are fair and reasonable, and Manager Liu has no hidden motives. After they finished talking, they immediately put everything into writing. Suyu will supply 50 portions of cold noodles daily to the Drunken Fragrance Inn, at 7 coins each. When Lin Hongyu heard this, she was very happy. Their family usually sells 200 portions a day, and with the addition of the noodle couple and Manager Liu, that suddenly increased by 70 portions. It felt almost unreal, like her head was spinning. Business is getting better and better. And that's not all. When they arrived at the cart, Liu Yiming and Zhou Chang'an unexpectedly gave them 10 buns. They generously said, Take these home for lunch so you don't have to cook again. After giving the buns, they started dividing the spoils. Sharing the profits. Liu Yiming handed Su 1 tael of silver and 30 coins and seriously said, Sister-in-law, the big snake costs 30 coins per jean. It weighs 101 jean, so that's 3,030 coins. The three of us will each get one tael of silver, and the rest is yours. Is that okay? They didn't do much to help. It was all Suyu who caught the big snake. They felt a bit embarrassed. But Suyu looked unconcerned and said, "Today, you two sold snakes and bought so many buns for my family. You can share them." After saying that, she casually handed the scattered 30 coins to Lu Yiming. Lin Hongyu saw this and sighed silently, thinking Suyu was very broad-minded. Although Lu Yiming and Zhou Chang'an felt a bit embarrassed, they now understood the stubborn nature of the wicked woman. She is very firm and doesn't change her mind easily. They didn't dare to refuse, because if they upset her again, it would be a disaster. Together, they were no match for her. Zhou Chang'an was very happy to have saved 1,015 coins and even couldn't help but kiss her. He said, "If I can gather 2 taels of silver, I will dare to tell my mother the truth." Seeing how helpless he looked, Suyu twitched her mouth and said, "Can't you just ask Hongri Wood Workshop to get your silver back?" When this was mentioned, Zhou Chang'an looked very downcast. He said, "I've asked several times, but it didn't work." Suyu said, "If money doesn't work, try martial arts." Hearing this, Zhang Yanli became excited. Big sister-in-law is right. Brother Chang'an, you're just barefoot. So, what are you afraid of? Just stand up to them. But as soon as he said this, he was hit on the head twice. Lin Hongyu still remembered the snake incident from yesterday and warned, "If you act so recklessly again, I will break your legs." Suyu also thought of the last incident with Dong Lang and said, "It's obvious you, Little Bean Sprout, are no match for anyone, but you're quite brave." Thinking of this and the possible future assassins, Suyu said, "Starting tomorrow, you don't need to sell cold noodles anymore. Stay at home and learn kung fu with your big brother. Whether it's useful or not, learning is always beneficial. Don't be fooled by Zhang Yanli's small size. He has a fighting spirit that ordinary people don't have. With proper training, he might become a great talent someday." Zhang Yanli didn't know that Suyu had such high hopes for him. He was feeling both happy and worried. He loved selling cold noodles and learning martial arts. Fortunately, he quickly understood. Forget it. Since his mother helps his sister-in-law sell cold noodles, as the only healthy man in the family, he should take on the responsibility of protecting his family. He listened to Zhou Chang'an say, "Why didn't you just pass by? The brothers Wang Dahu and Wang Daniu are as strong as your sister-in-law. I was afraid of being thrown by them." Jiang Yan instinctively shivered. He quickly looked at Suyu and then suggested to Zhou Chang'an, "If fighting doesn't work, try thinking. One who dares to give advice, and the other who is really curious. Tell me more?" Jiang Yan smiled mysteriously, then explained how his sister-in-law had helped him get money from his mother, using the same method to Zhou Chang'an. Suyu's mouth twitched. "Your brother Chang'an doesn't have your mother's unique skills." Jiang Yan. He hurriedly tried to save face. "I can't do anything better than others, so I have to rely on brother Chang'an to get the money back. If all the skills, literary, martial, and clever, don't work, then what's the point?" Lin Hongyu and Lu Yiming also shook their heads helplessly. Zhou Chang'an could only place his hope on Suyu. "Sister-in-law Su, if you can help me get back 2 taels of silver, I won't just help you make a water wheel for free. I'll even call your mother." Suyu chuckled. "I'd have to pay to raise you." Zhou Chang'an wasn't discouraged. "You, sister-in-law, saving a life is more important than building a 7-story pagoda. If you help me, not only I, but my mother, brother, and even my father in heaven will thank you, Suyu. And no need to disturb your father. If I help you, that's enough." She was just a soul fragment. If Zhou Chang'an's father really called her away, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. These were just jokes. Yesterday, Zhou Chang'an risked his safety to save Jiang Yan, and helping her make the water wheel was heartfelt. She was happy to lend a hand if she could. Tomorrow was the day Yun Jiao planned to cleverly rescue Madame Shen. She decided to add a touch of color to that. After hearing Suyu's plan, Zhou Chang'an felt like bowing in gratitude. He wondered what kind of good luck his good brother had to marry such a capable wife. Great at cooking, good at business, quick-witted. What's wrong with having such a talented wife? Everything. Jiang Sun. "Do you want this blessing for yourself?" After eating the buns, since the weather was hot, everyone went back to their rooms for a nap. Suyu didn't usually nap. She was now sitting by the bed, stringing copper coins. Jong-sun quickly washed up and hobbled back to his room. He thought the Black Mountain old demon was napping, so he deliberately lowered the sound of closing the door. But when he got into bed, he accidentally brushed against something again. This time it was round and full. Looking at those two parts, he swallowed hard and said, "Did I told you I didn't see anything? Do you believe me? Do you think I believe you?" Suyu turned to look at him, eyeing his hand on her hips. "You didn't see anything and yet you still won't leave? I think you're just looking for trouble." Without warning, she flipped over and, ignoring everything, pressed him down with a strong, firm grip. While fighting, he suddenly remembered the scenes she had imagined yesterday when she looked at Yun Jiao Jiao. Maybe I should do it again? 10 times on the left, 10 times on the right, and in the middle. He looked at the large white radish that had somehow appeared in his hand. Maybe not. A beauty can't handle this. And she was already begging for mercy. Stop. Didn't we agree? You sleep inside and I sleep outside. So you stopped him. That's not a reason to be reckless. Seeing his hands finally stop, Jong-sun quickly sat up, but he felt a sharp pain from the bed. He let out a hiss, looking like a pig's liver, and said with a face full of frustration, "I need to explain something. I didn't mean to touch you. The first time it was dark and I didn't see. This time, I thought you were inside, and I didn't look." Although he was in pain, he sat up straight, showing a face of protest and dissatisfaction. "And you? What are you doing with a white radish?" Thinking about the feeling just now, his face turned from pig's liver to a dark color. He shouted, "Suyu, you actually..." Suyu felt guilty and, in a panic, shoved the white radish into his mouth. White radish is good for clearing the mind and soothing the lungs. I told you I was giving it to you to eat, right? Jong-sun struggled to spit out the radish, coughing several times, and his back teeth made a clattering sound. This time, do you believe me or not? It was surprising that the Black Mountain old demon had such a twisted sense of humor. He was so angry he wanted to bite her to death. But in the next moment, he dismissed this doubt. The Black Mountain old demon carefully rolled up his pant leg and personally applied a medicated patch to him. Believe it or not, eating white radishes is good for your health. I not only prepared white radishes for you, but also bought the medicated patches at a high price. Dr. Yang said that applying these patches can quickly reduce your leg swelling. You'll be able to heal your leg soon. Surprised? Not expecting it. Suyu gently and carefully applied the patch, then looked up at him with bright, shining eyes. Her face was full of innocence and purity. Because they were so close, a faint, pleasant scent from Suyu drifted into Jong-sun's nose. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Why does the scent of the Black Mountain old demon smell so sweet? She's been eating corpses for years. Shouldn't she smell bad? He instinctively took a step back and said awkwardly, "Sorry, I think I misunderstood you." Suyu waved her hand generously. No problem, no problem. I've just come back too. We're even now." Jong-sun's eyes widened. Even, he counted, this time the Black Mountain old demon hit him 20 more times. And they were symmetrical on both sides. He no longer hoped to just get a slap. At least he thought it wouldn't be more than 10 hits. But in front of the Black Mountain old demon, he had no rights at all. The old demon handed him a string of thread. "All right, I, a woman, forgive you for your inappropriate behavior. What more do you want from a grown man? Stop being so pretentious. Just go ahead, her? A woman? Has she forgotten her true form after being a human for so long?" He called her pretentious? He almost got into a fight over it, and he couldn't even argue back. He took a deep breath and resigned himself, stringing the coins. "Guess how much ginseng sold for today? Is your true form male or female?" Suyu was momentarily stunned, then raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you guess?" Jong-sun subconsciously thought of her as a female demon, but after today's events, it was hard to say. Forget it. It's too awkward to guess the Black Mountain old demon's gender. Better to guess the silver instead. 80 taels, suyue pouted. Guessing and getting it right is no fun, Jong-sun. Just because I guessed right doesn't mean I'm not surprised. So, do you now have over 200 taels of silver? Sun Yu finally nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, but we won't move the whole number for now." I want to keep one for treating my leg and another for upgrading my space whenever needed. My absorption space size. Jong-sun had no objections and looked serious as he said, "Thank you for all you've done for our family. Once my leg heals, I will definitely repay you." Sun Yu replied, "Yes. Also, after I finish dealing with Yun Jiao Jiao tomorrow, I won't go to town every day to sell cold noodles." Jong-sun raised an eyebrow. "So soon?" Sun Yu also raised an eyebrow. "It's not me being fast, but Yun Jiao Jiao." The next day was sunny and clear. At the Shun residence, the maid looked worried as she saw her lady's poor expression. "Madam, you don't look well today. Maybe you should tell the old madam you're not feeling well." "No," Nan Yuyen interrupted. She took a sip of tea to wake herself up. "My mother-in-law is leaving for the capital tomorrow. It wouldn't be right not to go today." At this moment, there was noise outside from luggage being moved and a cold voice of a woman. "Nan Yuyen, what are you still hesitating for? We agreed to go out today. Are you going to make me, an elder, wait?" Hearing this, Nan Yuyen asked her maid to check her makeup. When it was fine, she quickly left the room. Near the door, she turned back to grab her purse, which held a protective charm given by a traveling monk. Because she was the daughter of a minor official from the Ministry of Revenue, she was always looked down upon by her mother-in-law, Lady Xiao Mingzhu. But that was the truth. In the hall, Xiao Mingzhu was dressed in bright purple silk clothes, with a gold hairpin and hair ornament shining in the sunlight, making her look noble and elegant. This was her dignity as the wife of the Duke of Shun and her natural royal bearing as the princess. Nan Yuyen bowed respectfully. Daughter-in-law greets mother. She was very polite and careful to show proper manners, afraid of making any mistake. However, Xiao Mingzhu already disliked her and wouldn't let her off easily. She gently tapped her teacup with her fingers. When she saw Nan Yuyen stumble slightly, she said calmly, "Let's go." With the maid's help, Nan Yuyen barely straightened her back and followed Xiao Mingzhu closely. "Mother-in-law, the candies and dried fruits from Anping town are quite famous. I bought some for you to take back to the capital." Her words seemed to hit a nerve with Xiao Mingzhu. "I think you're just eager for me to go back to the capital. Daughter-in-law, I dare not." Nan Yuyen quickly knelt to apologize, but as she wobbled again, Xiao Mingzhu looked displeased and said, "Which woman doesn't get pregnant and have children? I haven't seen any woman as delicate and fussy as you. Get up quickly, don't pretend to be sad in front of me, or you'll turn around and complain to Shinger that I am too harsh on you." "Mother, the daughter-in-law has done nothing wrong," Nan Yuyen said, feeling helpless. Xiao Mingzhu couldn't stand her soft, tearful look. She grew up in the palace and has seen all kinds of tricks women use. But Nan Yuyen is the most refined, using gentle but sharp words. Her son even chose to leave her and give up a bright future to come here and be a small official, and after only a few days, she was sent back to the capital. Thinking of this, she could never accept Nan Yuyen. She always found fault with her, making things difficult. "Are you trying to suffocate me with this heavy cloak in the summer? That rag looks rough and old. Are you trying to embarrass me in the capital? Too sweet? Are you trying to make me sick? The gold hairpin is so tacky. Do you want people to laugh at me?" Nan Yuyen listened humbly, but her fingernails dug deep into her sleeve. Her maid, noticing her face was even paler, asked worriedly, "Madam, you look unwell. Do you want to rest?" Xiao Mingzhu snorted coldly, pretending. "When I was young and pregnant with Shinger, I managed the household and was filial to my in-laws. I never acted so delicate as you. Enough, stop embarrassing yourself. This small, shabby town only sells worthless junk. Go back to the mansion." Nan Yuyen sighed quietly in relief. On the carriage, she leaned against the wall, closing her eyes to rest. Xiao Mingzhu still didn't stop talking. "As a wife, you shouldn't encourage your husband to leave his family. Shinger is the only legitimate son of Duke Shin's family and the eldest son, and he's a top scholar. What an honor. Yet you hide his talents here. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Instead of acting in front of me, it would be better to persuade Shinger to return to the capital." Suddenly, the carriage jolted, interrupting Xiao Mingzhu's words, and then it shook violently. As the carriage tilted sharply, Nan Yuyen hadn't reacted yet and was thrown out. She tightly held her belly, looking scared. Before she could feel pain, a gentle yet strong force caught her. "Madam, are you all right?" Only when she heard a clear, crisp voice did Nan Yuyen slowly open her eyes. It turned out to be a beautiful woman who had caught her just in time. She took a deep breath and said nervously, "Thank you so much for saving me. I will definitely thank you properly." Seeing everything was going smoothly, Yun Jiao's lips curled into a faint, almost unnoticed smile. In her previous life, she happened to pass by here when Madame Shin's carriage was startled, and Madame Shin was thrown out. In that past, she didn't help Madame Shin and watched her fall into a pool of blood. It wasn't until a maid shouted loudly that she realized Madame Shin's identity, and she missed a chance to gain favor with the powerful. This life, she must seize the opportunity. She wants to enter the Shun residence. She wants to get close to Lord Shin. She wants Nan Yuyen to leave her children behind. She wants to rise to the top. "Madam," a hurried voice came from the other end of the street. Yun Jiao looked up and saw a man in a dark blue brocade robe rushing over, his face full of worry. It was Shun Jixing, her target. Yun Jiao quickly adjusted her posture, making herself look her best in front of Shun Jixing. However, Shun Jixing's eyes were only on his wife, Nan Yuyen, and he paid no attention to anyone else. He hurried over to her, examining her carefully. "Madam, are you all right? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Is your belly okay, hubby?" Nan Yuyen's eyes turned red, and her voice trembled with tears. Seeing this, Shun Jixing felt even more distressed. Without caring about the people around, he embraced her and softly comforted her. At this moment, an inappropriate voice came from inside the carriage. "How did you drive the carriage? It almost killed me. Everything in the house should be sold." Dressed in luxurious clothes, with a golden hairpin, Xiao Mingzhu crawled out of the carriage looking very disheveled. Seeing this, Shun Jixing quickly ordered the frightened maid to help, and worriedly asked, "Madam, are you all right?" Xiao Mingzhu looked at her son, who was holding his wife tightly, and became even angrier. "You only care about your wife. I, as the mother, fell and got hurt badly, but you didn't even move." Shun Jixing looked embarrassed. "Mother, Yuyen is pregnant." Finally, he let go of his wife and slowly walked toward his mother. "Pregnant? What's wrong with being pregnant? Which woman in the world isn't pregnant? Why is she the only one being so sensitive? When I was pregnant with you, I still managed the household chores. A daughter born out of wedlock can't even be considered proper," Xiao Mingzhu said angrily, pulling away Shun Jixing's hand. Nan Yuyen's face turned pale, and Shun Jixing also looked very upset. Yun Jiao watched quietly, secretly happy. It seemed that fate was on her side. "Mother, people are different. As women, why do you have to?" Nan Yuyen didn't want her husband to have a hard time, so she quickly interrupted him and changed the subject. "Husband, today I am grateful that this young lady saved me." Shun Jixing then noticed Yun Jiao standing nearby. He took a step back, moving closer to his wife, and then bowed solemnly. "Thank you, young lady, for saving my wife." "I am very grateful." Yun Jiao quickly bowed in return, her voice soft and gentle. "Lord Shin, you are too kind. I was just passing by. I dare not accept thanks." She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her face, making her look especially gentle. This was a pose she had practiced in front of a mirror, designed to attract men without seeming flirtatious. Suo Yu from the alley nearby watched Yun Jiao with interest, amused by her pretentious manner. But no matter how Yun Jiao tried to flirt, Shun Jixing was a man of deep feelings. His heart belonged only to Nan Yuyen. Sure enough, Shun Jixing quickly looked away, and Nan Yuyen looked grateful. She was about to reward Yun Jiao with a gift, but Xiao Mingzhu took the lead. "Since you saved Yuyen, would you be willing to stay and serve her?" She looked at the young girl, who was quite pretty, and her every move was as delicate as Nan Yuyen's. That gave her an idea. If this girl could win her son's heart, then Nan Yuyen would lose favor. At that time, she could help this girl become a concubine in their Duke Shin's household. Her son would be very grateful, and might even bring her back to the capital. Although she looked down on a lowly maid, she only considered her an unworthy concubine as long as she could make Nan Yuyen lose favor. Unaware, when the two looked at each other, Yun Jiao had already seen all her plans. But she didn't care. Wasn't this exactly what she wanted? It went even more smoothly than she expected. She quickly bowed politely, showing gratitude. "Thank you, madam, for taking me in. I am very grateful. My mother wants to marry me to a butcher I dislike, and I don't want to." As she spoke, she couldn't help but choke up. "Today, I happened to save madam by chance. Maybe it was heaven's mercy, giving me a way to survive." Seeing her tendency to tear up easily, Xiao Mingzhu both disliked her intensely and secretly felt pleased. Two pretentious people, let's see who has better tricks. After expressing her gratitude to Xiao Mingzhu, Yun Jiao knelt again in front of Nan Yuyen, sincerely grateful. "Madam, I will do my best to serve you." Nan Yuyen, already grateful for her saving her life, quickly helped her up. "I didn't expect Miss Yun to be so pitiful. You can stay here comfortably." After saying that, she also expressed her thanks to Xiao Mingzhu. "Thank you, mother, for caring about my daughter-in-law." "I am very grateful." Xiao Mingzhu snorted twice and then, supported by her maid, got into the carriage. Shun Jixing was about to help his wife into the carriage when Yun Jiao took the lead. Her small hand brushed his hand, making him furrow his brows and quickly step back. The maid, Xingji and Yu Mei, who had been left empty-handed, exchanged glances and reminded him, "Madam, about that silk pouch from that day." Not far away, Su silently gave a thumbs up. They were surrounded by young servants of the Shun estate. Yun Jiao couldn't get in, feeling a bad premonition. Nan Yuyen tremblingly handed a note to Shun Jixing. He took it puzzled, but after glancing at the note, his face immediately darkened. On the note, it mentioned that today's carriage went out of control. Yun Jiao just happened to step in and save Nan Yuyen. At the end, it was noted, "This woman has a special eye that clashes with Nan Yuyen's fate, leaving chaos in the Shun household, with Nan Yuyen losing her life along with her destiny." Shun Jixing usually didn't believe in superstitions, but when he saw his own prediction come true, he found it hard to believe. While he was deep in thought, something even stranger happened. The note in his hand suddenly caught fire without warning. It all seemed controlled by a mysterious force, just to save his wife and child. Shun Jixing quickly regained his composure. He slowly said, "Butler, bring me 100 taels of silver. Give it to Miss Yun." Yun Jiao felt something was very wrong. Sure enough, she heard Shun Jixing say in a serious voice, "Miss Yun, this 100 taels of silver are just a small token of my gratitude. Also, I promise to help you settle your marriage issue so you can have a home. But from today, you are not allowed to appear in Anping town again." Yun Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. She felt a sense of losing control over her destiny. "Lord Shun, why? What did I do wrong?" She thought it might be related to the note earlier. She desperately looked at Shun Jixing, trying to understand the reason. But Shun Jixing didn't look at her. His face was calm as he said, "Miss Yun, some things are decided by fate. The Shun family cannot tolerate any instability. This 100 taels of silver are enough for you to live without worries in the future. I hope you understand." After saying that, he took Nan Yuyen and left. Watching Shun Jixing and Nan Yuyen walk away, Su smiled softly. Then she hugged the jar of pickles in her arms, planning to meet Lady Shun by chance. On the way back to the house, Nan Yuyen felt a bit uneasy. "Husband, Miss Yun saved my life. Are we being too harsh on her?" Shun Jixing gently held her hand and said softly, "Madam, you are pregnant now, and we can't afford any mistakes. Besides, I already thanked her. The 100 taels of silver are nothing to us, but for a farmer woman, saving money for a lifetime is enough. By the way, that monk from earlier." Before he could finish, a voice from the carriage behind interrupted him. "Nan Yuyen, you are too much. I kindly found someone to serve you, and you just drove her away without a reason. Is this what you call dignity, generosity, and filial piety?" Hearing Xiao Mingzhu's questioning voice, Nan Yuyen instinctively tightened her grip on Shun Jixing's hand. Shun Jixing subtly shook his head at her and took responsibility upon himself. Mother, I was the one who drove her away. If you're upset, just take it out on me. Although Xiao Mingzhu spoke sternly and harshly, she couldn't do anything to her son. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed him to marry a humble concubine as his main wife, nor would she have willingly come to this remote Onping town to serve as a minor county magistrate. But Xiao Mingzhu simply couldn't swallow this insult, so her prejudice against Nan Yuyan grew deeper. She felt she had to find a way to make her accept her. Don't think I don't know. It's Nan Yuyan who whispers sweet words to you. She's always petty and I can't tolerate beautiful women around you. Isn't that right, Nan Yuyan? Nan Yuyan felt helpless and said, Mother, I haven't done anything. Xiao Mingzhu immediately replied, If that's true, then let Jihua and Luqi stay to serve your husband. Is that okay? Jihua and Luqi were two stunning women Xiao Mingzhu had carefully chosen. She intended for them to serve her son, so he could see clearly. Women, after all, are all the same when it comes to intimacy. No one is indispensable. It was her fault for pushing her son too hard to study in the past, not letting him experience love and relationships early. Now, seeing just a modest woman like Nan Yuyan, she couldn't help but lose her temper. Shun Jixing and Nan Yuyan naturally understood Xiao Mingzhu's meaning. Shun Jixing was about to refuse, but Nan Yuyan spoke first. Everything listens to mother. After saying that, she subtly shook her head at Shun Jixing, signaling him not to argue with his mother because of her. Thinking that Xiao Mingzhu would return to the capital tomorrow, Shun Jixing didn't say anything further. Xiao Mingzhu was somewhat satisfied and, seeing that the two of them had no intention of getting into the carriage, she turned away, tired of the trouble, and ordered the coachman to leave quickly. Seeing this, Nan Yuyan let out a long sigh. Shun Jixing gently put his arm around her shoulders, looking tender. Let the lady not worry. No woman can replace you in my heart. Nan Yuyan trusted him completely. She leaned into his embrace, looking happy. Just as they were lost in their affection, Su Yu's voice came over. Greetings, Lord Shen and Lady Shen. She didn't want to spoil the moment, but her strength didn't allow her to stay silent. Upon hearing the voice, Nan Yuyan immediately blushed and pushed away Shun Jixing. She looked down at her attire, which was appropriate, then composed herself and politely addressed Su Yu. Madam Su, although she was a daughter of a lesser family, she had always diligently learned proper manners and never slackened. In fact, she worked harder than her older sister in the main household. A person's background cannot be chosen. She hoped to change her fate through a second chance at marriage. She succeeded in changing her destiny and became a proper wife. But she was still greedy. Xiao Mingzhu never truly appreciated her. At this moment, Su Yu kindly spoke. Madam Shen, since you're pregnant and not feeling well, I specially pickled some spicy and sour radish slices for you. They are very appetizing. I wonder if they suit your taste. Please try some when you return to the house. Hearing this, Nan Yuyan felt warmth in her heart. Madam Su is so thoughtful. Thinking about Su Yu's skill in seasoning and cold dishes, she dared to lean closer. Su Yu understood and opened the lid so she could see better. Behind her, two maids still held a spittoon and were ready to chase away Su Yu if needed. But the situation was unexpectedly different. As they smelled the appetizing aroma, the two maids unconsciously swallowed and their stomachs growled loudly, especially noticeable in the quiet street. Su Yu was confident now. Her cooking was very much to Nan Yuyan's liking. She kindly handed the jar to the maid behind Nan Yuyan with a smile. The two maids, who had just been surprised, now looked at her more favorably. Shun Jixing watched his blushing wife with a gentle smile and then said to Su Yu, Madam Su is so considerate. Su Yu quickly replied, I'm glad you like it, madam. After a pause, she suddenly added, Oh dear, I was so busy giving pickles to Madam Shen that I forgot. I also cooked a few dishes for you this morning. Cold, spicy ginseng, scrambled eggs with garlic shoots, and sweet, soft pumpkin cakes. I wanted you to try something fresh, but I left them at the stall. I'll go get them right away. She hurriedly left in a rush. Shun Jixing quickly ordered the housekeeper. Follow Madam Su and bring back the dishes to the house. Madam Shen's appetite was his biggest concern, and he naturally respected Su Yu more. Nanyuan looked happy and held his hand. Husband, you are really paying attention. And Miss Su is quite honest. Her sincerity is rare. Shun Jixing gently held her hand and smiled. I'm glad you like it. There are many people here, so let's go back to the house and wait. Suddenly, he remembered something he hadn't finished talking about. By the way, where did that monk come from the other day? Can we find him again? He didn't believe in ghosts or gods, but he was very curious about this. He wondered how the big monk could have known about today's event in advance. And what about Yin Jiao Jiao opening her spiritual eyes? He couldn't explain it. Nanyuan was also confused. That monk was just passing by. He said he had a special connection with me and insisted on reading my fortune. I didn't believe him at first, but he looked so mysterious that today I somehow brought out a small bag of charms. Both of them found it strange and decided to leave it to fate. Maybe it's because you often do good deeds that heaven sent such a master to save your life. So, let's believe it might be true, even if we can't see it. Su thought to herself. She was the one sent by heaven to save Nanyuan, but she didn't say anything. Oh, she spent 100 coins on the big monk that day. But she knew she would earn 10 times that back soon enough. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang'an had been working at Hongri Wood Workshop since early morning, riding in a cart. The boss, Wang Dahu, was surprised to see him. Oh, Chang'an, you're working today. Zhou Chang'an smiled. I finished my family chores and came quickly. My mother is hoping I can earn some money soon to support her. Hearing this, Wang Dahu chuckled. Getting started early shows your sincerity. He then subtly raised his fingers, making a teasing gesture. Zhou Chang'an couldn't help but want to slap him and kick him hard. But he held back. Instead, he took out a small jar of rice wine and said wisely, Master, I heard there's a new place in the market selling cold noodles. Even the county lord's wife visits every day. Maybe I can invite you to try it. Hearing this, Wang Dahu's eyes twinkled with a smile. When they arrived at Suyu's cold noodle stall, Wang Dahu eagerly ordered 4 servings, since it wasn't his money anyway. Zhou Chang'an felt like giving him a good punch and kicking him again. He became angry while drinking and desperately forced Wang Dahu to drink. When he was drunk and seeing far away, he saw Steward Shen walking over. Zhou Chang'an lowered his voice and said, Master, do you see that person? Is he the one who gave you a green hat? Wang Dahu had always been upset about this matter. Since he was drunk and couldn't tell Zhou Chang'an's intentional hints, he thought it looked more and more like the person, and he got angrier. Usually, he was the one bullying others. When could someone bully him? Except for his wife. But he couldn't get his wife, so today he decided to punch the adulterer. Good for nothing, daring to put a green hat on me. Today, I won't recognize you until I beat you to a pulp. He roared like an angry bull and charged at Steward Shen. Poor Steward Shen hadn't reacted yet and was knocked down by a big man with a punch. Ouch! Steward Shen let out a painful cry. He was knocked to the ground, dazed. If Suyu hadn't pulled him away in time, he would have taken 2 more hits. He covered his nose and gratefully said to Suyu, Thank you, Lady Su. Seeing his nose bleeding, Zhang Xian ran over from a distance, took off his shoe, and handed it to him. Uncle Shen, your nose is bleeding. Smell this. It will stop the bleeding. He then pressed his shoe under Steward Shen's nose. Steward Shen was in pain, grimacing, and smelled a sweaty, sour shoe, almost fainting. He quickly stepped back and said, Good kid. Thank you, but I don't need it. Seeing Steward Shen's disgusted look, Zhang Xian looked upset, pouted, and muttered, My mother used to stop my bleeding like this. It worked really well. Lin Hongyu looked embarrassed. She pulled Zhang Xian away and handed Steward Shen a cloth. Steward Shen didn't smell anything bad. He took it, tilted his head, and pressed it to stop the bleeding. After stopping the blood, he looked angrily at the person who hit him. But he saw Wang Dahu still looking fierce as if he wanted to eat him, pointing at his nose and cursing, Dog bastard, looking like an old man being forced, that bastard still gets up, daring to cheat on me. Today, I will beat you until you're unrecognizable. He was drunk and confused, only wanting to beat up the adulterer. Seeing him wave his fists at her again, Housekeeper Shen was so frightened that he kept retreating. How dare he hit me? Quickly, stop him. Zhou Chang'an hurriedly held his waist. Master, what's wrong? That's housekeeper Shen from the Shen family. Wake up, he spoke casually, but secretly he was hoping Wang Dahu would go even more crazy. Hitting housekeeper Shen was enough to make him feel better. As long as housekeeper Shen could beat Wang Dahu up to vent his anger, 2 taels of silver wouldn't matter so much. Thinking this, he started to act indifferent. Of course, he couldn't really hold back Wang Dahu, who was as strong as an ox, and Wang Dahu knocked him to the ground. The nearest person, Su Xian, also reacted quickly and rushed forward, but he wasn't Wang Dahu's match and was soon knocked down too. The vegetable seller next door, though old, was quick to act. She held a big white radish in each hand and threw them at Wang Dahu. Her fearless look made Lin Hongyu's mouth twitch, worried she might get hurt if Wang Dahu threw her around again. She secretly pulled her back, but Lin Hongyu herself didn't hold back. While behind Wang Dahu, she grabbed a small stool and hit him hard on the back. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang'an took the chaos as a chance and kicked Wang Dahu twice, kicking with great enthusiasm. Seeing the fellow villagers fighting together with such determination, housekeeper Shun was moved to tears.
They're all good people, especially Su Yue.
Su pulled him aside and shouted fiercely, "How dare you hit housekeeper Shun and cause trouble at my stall? Are you tired of living?" She, a weak woman, easily knocked down a burly man twice her size. Housekeeper Shun was momentarily stunned. Where is he? What is he doing? Lin Hongyu, Su Xian, and the vegetable seller all looked confused. Where are they? What are they doing? Are they reinforcements sent by the monkey? Yes, they are. They came just to make trouble. After Lin Hongyu winked at them, they all suddenly collapsed to the ground, wailing loudly and pretending to be hurt. Even Zhou Chang'an fell to the side of the wall. Su Yu only realized what was happening after she handed Wang Dahu over to the quickly arriving constables.
So fast?
Even Steward Shen was crying out loud and furious, saying, "Today is the first time a young lady has been carried into a marriage sedan chair. In the capital, no one dares to offend me even once, but I never expected someone in our small Anping town to beat me up. It makes me so angry." At this moment, Wang Dahu had already sobered up under the police officer's interrogation. The police officer was known for his harsh methods. He looked at the policeman holding a knife and at Steward Shen, who was furious and suddenly became clear. "Steward Shen, I was drunk and confused. I didn't mean to offend you. Please, have mercy and forgive me this time. I didn't do it on purpose." Steward Shen covered his swollen nose and snorted coldly. "One drink can't excuse your crime. No matter what reason you have, hitting someone is wrong. Take him back to the yamen and wait for the punishment." The policeman moved forward with his knife to take him away. Wang Dahu, scared, hurriedly begged, "Please, Steward Shen, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. It was this brat who brought me here, and he forced me to drink. Take him to the yamen." Zhou Chang'an, who was crying on the ground, suddenly changed from crying to shock. "Master, how can you shirk responsibility like this? Did I ask you to come here willingly? If I didn't ask you, you wouldn't teach me skills. I spent money to invite you, and now I am the one at fault." He also said, "I kept telling you not to hit the ox, but you didn't listen and even pushed me roughly. My waist still hurts." At this moment, he looked very wronged. Wang Dahu was so angry he cursed, "You ungrateful thing. If you hadn't forced me to drink, I wouldn't have hit Steward Shen." So, why did he hit Steward Shen just now? He couldn't remember at all. No matter whether he remembered or not, it was clearly this scoundrel's fault. "Steward Shun, listen to me. It was this scoundrel who stirred things up and said you gave me a green hat. That's why I lost my temper and hit you. Please see for yourself." This was his biggest grievance. He couldn't think of any other excuse, so he used this one to hurt him again. But it was better not to say anything. When he did, Steward Shin got even angrier. "Nonsense. The old man and his wife have been harmonious for many years. Everyone in the Shun household knows that. How dare you slander us with such filthy lies? You, a scoundrel, even make up such absurd stories to escape responsibility. This is truly outrageous." Master Shin was so angry he was trembling all over. His wife is also an elder of the duke's household. Now, if she found out he was working in Onping town, he would surely face a harsh punishment. Zhou Chang'an quickly said, "Master, you can eat your food carelessly, but don't speak recklessly. How can your lover compare to the handsome and noble Master Shen? They are not even in the same league. Maybe your eyes are full of dirt. I know that matter made you very angry, but if you want to hit someone, just hit me." "Why hit Master Shen?" "No, you didn't just hurt Master Shen, you also hurt me." "Oh dear." After speaking, he continued lying on the ground, crying out in pain. Lin Hongyu also joined in, perfectly matching his cries. "Mother, so you drink to forget your worries and then go crazy?" "Oh, it hurts my chest so much." The vegetable seller quickly followed, crying out, "I think I might have broken my tailbone. It hurts every time I move." "Master Shen, I only got hurt trying to save you. Please stand up for me." Su Xian also wailed, "My back. I only hit out because I was worried about Master Shen." "Please, Master Shen, help us," Jiang Xian added. "Wah. If I hadn't taken off that shoe for Uncle Shen, my foot wouldn't have been stepped on by that bad man. It hurts so much." He hugged his small foot, crying more melodramatically and with a more exaggerated expression. Su Yu couldn't help but want to pick him up and see. Master Shen was hit for the first time and also falsely accused of being unfaithful. He originally wanted to teach Wang Dahu a lesson, but now everyone was telling him to decide. He immediately straightened his back and assumed a serious, commanding look. Wang Dahu is pretending to be drunk to deliberately hit people. He will be whipped 50 times and pay for everyone's medical expenses as punishment. Wang Dahu refused to accept this. "Master Shen, it's all because of that brat." But Master Shen didn't give him a chance to speak. He ordered the constable to stuff Wang Dahu's mouth with Jiang Xian's stinky shoe and started punishing him right there in the market. Watching Wang Dahu being beaten with a flurry of strikes, Ziyu silently gave Master Shen a thumbs up. Master Shen truly is an elder brought from the capital by Shen Jixing. His status is truly different. The people in the market didn't want to see more, and they all cheered in unison. People who cause trouble should be punished harshly to maintain order and peace in the market. After being beaten 50 times, Wang Dahu was already feeling weak. When he heard he had to pay each patient 2 taels of silver, he spat blood and fainted. Not only did he faint, but when the constables carried him to ask for medical expenses at Hongri Wood Workshop, Wang Daniu almost fainted too. "How much?" 2 taels of silver per person for 7 people, totals 14 taels. Su Qi, Shirtu, and others felt happy, but they dared not show it. They were afraid of being punished, so each tried to hide their feelings. When Lin Hongyu and Jiang Xian each received 2 taels of silver, they were stunned. Could everyone in their family get this much? It wasn't just them. Su Yu, who was uninjured, also received some. This was a way for Steward Shen to thank her. Moreover, Steward Shen, grateful to Su Yu, also gave her the 2 taels of silver Wang Dahu paid him. But how could she be so ungrateful? Su Yu's family had already received 6 taels of silver unexpectedly. Today, Steward Shen's punch had some connection to her. So, she didn't ask for the extra 2 taels from Steward Shen. Instead, she prepared 4 portions of cold noodles and gave them along with a carefully prepared meal for Nanyuan to Steward Shen. "Steward Shen, if it weren't for you today, we might not have gotten justice. We want to thank you. These few portions of cold noodles are a small gift. Please accept them with a smile." Su Xian, holding the hot 2 taels of silver, quickly imitated her. He packed some bamboo tubes into a basket and handed everything to Steward Shen. "Thank you, Steward Shen, for helping us get justice. You are like a parent to us. This small basket is a token of our gratitude. Please accept it." The vegetable seller hid her 2 taels of silver and then filled Su Xian's basket with vegetables. She smiled brightly, like a blooming chrysanthemum, as radiant as the sun. "Steward Shen, you are like a parent to us. Don't dislike the vegetables we grew ourselves. They were fertilized with manure, full of nutrients. Cooking them at home will taste wonderful." Suzue. Looking at the vegetable basket she handed over, Steward Shen also looked lively. "Everyone, please don't be polite. In times of trouble, true friendship shows. Today's accident was unfortunate, but thanks to your brave help, I am grateful. If anyone causes trouble here again, just report to the authorities. Then, subtly, he handed the fresh vegetables soaked with manure to the officer behind him, with a serious look. In the future, you should pay close attention to this market, especially these 3 stalls. He looked disgusted, but the 2 officers didn't mind. The vegetables soaked in manure are quite valuable. Seeing the 2 of them grimace as they accept the manure-soaked vegetables, Steward Shun's mouth twitched. He then specifically said goodbye to Suyu. Lady Su, I will remember your help today. If you need anything in the future, just come to the Shun residence. The master and madam are waiting for their meal. I'll take my leave now, Suyu responded politely. You're too kind, but it was just a small effort. I also happen to benefit from your kindness today, and I'll keep it in mind. You should go back to your home now. After Steward Shin left, everyone relaxed. The vegetable seller was very happy and handed Lin Hongyu a big bunch of vegetables. Big sister, I can see that today we benefited from your family. The vegetables soaked in manure are the most nutritious and delicious to eat at home. She also handed Suyu 2 large white radishes. Lady Su, take these to snack on. They're great for cooling down, Suyu replied. Thank you, madam. She realized that all the vegetables she bought from her were soaked in manure. She knew that using manure to fertilize vegetables here was honest and valuable, but it still made her feel a bit uncomfortable inside. Not only did Lin Hongyu not mind, she was actually very happy. She gritted her teeth and bought 2 portions of cold noodles from the vegetable seller. The seller was even more delighted, smiling broadly. Su Xian was also happy. He could tell that today he benefited from Suyu. He also packed a few bamboo tubes into a basket and handed it to Suyu. Lady Su, thank you for today. These baskets aren't worth much, so don't dislike them. Suyu happily accepted them. Unlike Lin Hongyu, she was generous and gave Su Xian 2 portions of cold noodles. Take them home for lunch. Su Xian felt a bit embarrassed as he took them. Later, he and the vegetable seller decided to close up early today. They hurried home to share the good news with their family. Jiang Xian also wanted to go home quickly to share the good news with his older brothers. However, his family's cold noodles didn't stay fresh, and he was so anxious he stomped his feet. Really stomping, his shoes were bitten by Wang Dahu. Hiding in the corner, both excited and embarrassed, Zhou Chang'an was no longer working. Just now he saw people coming and going. He had nothing on him and couldn't speak. Now he immediately picked up little Jiang Xian and said to Lin Hongyu and Suyu, Andy, sister-in-law, I'll take us Xian to buy a pair of shoes. Lin Hongyu couldn't help but say, no need. But she couldn't stop him. Suyu comforted him. Mom, Zhou Chang'an is happy and grateful for the money. We should give him this chance. If it's too much, he can return the extra later. Lin Hongyu suddenly understood. Yaya is so clear-minded. I didn't see it that way at first. Along with the 4 portions of cold noodles they gave to Zhou Chang'an's family, after an hour, all their cold noodles were sold out. Zhou Chang'an was just leading Jiang Xian back. He bought Jiang Xian a new pair of shoes and 2 sugar figurines. Jiang Yan also had 3. Zhou Chang'an was still holding one in his other hand. It was for his family's Taidan. Back in the 2-headed bear village, he wasn't in a hurry to go home, but instead told his good brothers about everything vividly. Looking at Suyu busy in the kitchen, Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile softly. The Black Mountain Old Demon is so capable. He appeared calm, but Jiang Yan, who just finished practicing horse dance and was still trembling, wasn't so composed. He regretted breaking his leg. Could just a few words get him 2 taels of silver? Why hadn't he encountered such wealth? He was so regretful, he almost vomited blood. 2 taels of silver could cover his entire year's food expenses. Especially when Jiang Xian happily handed over the large sum of 2 taels of silver to Suyu. Suyu patted his little head gently and said kindly, Xian performed the best today. Big sister-in-law will give you an extra 21 as a reward. You can spend it freely. 2 taels of silver might not make Jiang Xian that happy, but 20 definitely would. That was something he could really get. Excited, he suddenly hugged Suyu and kissed her cheek. Thank you, big sister-in-law. You're the best. Afterward, Seeing the gazes in the yard all looking at him, his face quickly turned red. He covered his face and ran back to his room. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to play with copper coins. In ancient times, people paid close attention to the boundaries between men and women, even among relatives. But Sui was not from this place. Jiang Xian saw her as just a little girl. He laughed and said, Xiao Xian Xian, don't be shy. This afternoon, I will take only you to the back mountain to pick wild vegetables. Yes, she was forcing the child to pick herbs. Lin Hongyu also handed over 2 taels of silver to Suyu. Suyu refused, but she insisted on giving it to her. Yeah, I feel uneasy taking this 2 taels of silver every month. Mother will not sleep well if I keep it. Although she hadn't known Suyu long, she truly admired her from the bottom of her heart. Suyu was a capable woman she had never seen before. She was more capable than men, even more capable than her husband Jiang Bei. Now, she felt full of hope and vitality every day. After lunch, she immediately started sewing clothes for Suyu. She wanted to finish them quickly. When Jiang Sun returned home this time, he carefully looked at the position where Suyu was lying and then slowly said, Today, Yun Jiao Jiao came to our house. Suyu was stringing copper coins and asked, Did she come looking for you? Jiang Sun replied calmly, sort of, so you couldn't stand his vague answer and frowned slightly. Tell the truth. Be honest or face the consequences. Jiang Sun sat beside Suyu, staring at her side profile without blinking. She was very strange. She suddenly said some very confusing things. She said she wanted to go to Fuyang City and asked if I wanted to go with her. She said she now has silver and can help me treat my leg.
Sujue post.
She turned to the side, propping her head with her hand, and looked at Jiang Sun. So, she can't stay in Anping town and has instead turned her hope to the bigger, more prosperous Fuyang City. Fuyang City was a superior city to Anping town, offering more opportunities and possibilities. Yun Jiao Jiao wanted to go there? So, the story was completely diverging from the original book? Jiang Sun nodded. It doesn't seem fake. After I refused her outright, she seemed a bit angry and asked why I was willing to fall so low and become your prisoner. After saying this, he blinked and stared intently at Suyu's face. Yun Jiao Jiao was curious, and so was he. What exactly did the old mountain demon want Yun Jiao Jiao to read out loud? Thinking about what the old demon from Montenegro did to him yesterday, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Could it be that you really have some shameful hobby? Suyu looked embarrassed. She quickly looked away from Jiang Sun's gaze. It's just like usual, I slapped you a few times. Yun Jiao Jiao deliberately tricked you. I don't have such dirty thoughts like you two. I just want to earn money and live a peaceful life in the second half of my life. That's the difference between her and Yun Jiao Jiao. One of them read a book, the other was reborn, and both had their own special abilities. Suyu just wants to live well here through her own efforts, but Yun Jiao Jiao is focused on relying on men. But are men really that easy to rely on? However, Yun Jiao Jiao does have her own skills. According to the original story, she relies on men and eventually lives a happy, pampered life as a top person. Suyu doesn't want to interfere in others' lives, as long as they don't bother her. Since Yun Jiao Jiao is now going to Xiang City to seek opportunities, she naturally has nothing to do with her anymore. She continued to lie there, counting her coins, but Jiang Sun's brow furrowed more and more. Did I have dirty thoughts? He hadn't done anything, yet he was accused of having dirty thoughts? Seeing him still hesitating, she couldn't help but slap him again. Isn't it just that you have dirty thoughts? We had no choice but to sleep on the same bed, but you don't pay attention to manners. Sometimes you pretend it's dark and touch me in front, and other times you insist you didn't see me touching behind. Do I look like I'm accusing you unfairly? Jiang Sun's eyebrows furrowed so tightly they could catch a fly. I really didn't see. Suyu didn't argue with him. Fine, just pretend you didn't see.
But what about now?
Are you exposing yourself in broad daylight? After speaking, she looked at Jiang Sun's exposed abdomen with bright eyes. TSK. She hadn't looked closely before, but today she saw it clearly. This man's physique is incredible. 8 firm, Defined abs glowed with a healthy wheat color in the sunlight streaming through the window. Each muscle line was like a perfect carving, rising and falling with his breath, full of endless strength. TSK, 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 after so long, he still has such well-defined muscles. One word. Perfect. Suyu stared intently, wiping away non-existent saliva. You're definitely not lying this time, right? Looking down at her own unfastened button, Jong-sun's ears immediately turned a light shade of red. He quickly fastened his shirt. I said. I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? Why add the word again? He feels like he can't clear his name even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Not only does Suyu not believe him, but even he himself questions why these coincidences happen so often. Suyu was originally convinced, but seeing him so petty about not letting her see, she stopped believing. Haha, you're quite good at playing hard to get, huh? Jong-sun's ears turn even redder. No, Suyu responds. No? Then take a few steps away. She's too addicted now. Can't stop herself.
No?
Then keep going. After saying that, she raises an eyebrow and looks at Jong-sun. Jong-sun looks better than those big stars she saw in her previous life. In her past life, she wondered if she could even touch him for 1,000 yuan. Now he's become her cheap husband? It's a freebie, so she must take a good look. Men can't be provoked. Once provoked, they react strongly. Since the dark mountain old demon likes to watch, let him see. After all, he's now eating and drinking from others. Today, Jong-sun finally experiences it firsthand. The dark mountain old demon's heart is like a needle in the sea. As he opens up again, whether he moved or the old demon leaned over, before they realized, the old demon was already lying in front of him. She looked down and accidentally touched a place she shouldn't have. Spit. Staring at the area in front of her, Suyu spat twice in frustration. She was furious. She sat up and pushed Jong-sun down, then started hitting him. Jong-sun thought it would be like before, with at least a dozen slaps before it was over. He gritted his teeth and endured, but after just a few slaps, the old demon surprisingly stopped. He got up, confused, and looked at her, but the old demon looked embarrassed. A hot wave surged through her. Suyu dared not move. Oh no, her period seems to have started. She searched her memory for how the original owner handled this situation, but found it was completely blank. She wanted to open up her life skills, but when she saw the price, it was 100 taels of silver. She silently thought, sorry to bother you. Then she obediently looked at Jong-sun, buried her head in the quilt, and softly mumbled, ask Mom if she has. A menstrual pad. Jong-sun, limping and blushing, asked Lin Hongyu, Mom, do you have a menstrual pad? He didn't feel embarrassed when Suyu mentioned it, but asking his own mother made his face turn red. Lin Hongyu, sewing clothes, was surprised for a moment, then put down her work, quickly opened a small cabinet, and took out a menstrual pad. I only have one unused one here. Let Yaya use this first. I'll sew a few more. Jong-sun blushed and said, Mom, maybe you should tell your daughter-in-law. He thought the old mountain demon wouldn't know how to use this. As a man, he definitely didn't understand it. Lin Hongyu frowned slightly. Huh? Is this Yaya's first time? She then took the menstrual pad and went next door. She carefully explained to Suyu how to use it, worried she wouldn't understand. She even offered to help Suyu take off her pants and demonstrate how to wear it. Suyu replied, Did I understand? Thank you, Mom. Lin Hongyu smiled and withdrew her hand. This contains ash from the stove. Later, I'll make some with cotton inside. Cotton will be more comfortable. After that, she left space for Suyu to put on the pad comfortably. At the door, she suddenly asked, Yeah, does your tummy hurt? Does your waist hurt? Mom will boil some red sugar water for you. It was fine when she didn't mention it, but once she did, Suyu really felt a dull pain in her lower abdomen, her waist was sore, and even her thighs ached. But these were bearable. She was an orphan, used to being strong, but she still hoped someone would care for her. So she nodded happily and said, Thank you, Mom. For some reason, Jong-sun at the door clearly heard that the 3 words from Suyu's mouth had nothing to do with him. She was just simply calling her mother. Seeing Suyu rarely look soft and obedient, Lin Hongyu felt warm inside. What are you thanking me for? We're family. Wait a moment, I'll boil it now. Passing by her son, she noticed he looked like a stranger. She couldn't help but remind him, Sun, as a husband, you should care about your wife. Yaya is new here and in her most painful time. Shouldn't you go in and massage her waist and legs? Her son is still too young, but she insists that her son now go inside to massage Suyu's waist and legs. Jiang Sun had no choice but to nervously enter the room. Seeing the usually mischievous Black Mountain old demon lying quietly on the bed, he actually considered giving her a massage. His hand gently wrapped around her waist. But as soon as his hand touched her waist, she suddenly pushed back with force. He was very familiar with this process. Every time Suyu turned over, she would try to hit him. He quickly steadied himself so he wouldn't be knocked over. He then said, "Don't move. Let me help you massage. It might ease the pain." Suyu finally let go of his hand. Her waist and legs were really sore now. The original owner was full of strength, but her frequent stomach pain, backache, and leg soreness were exactly the same as her past life. Jiang Sun's hand was large and warm. When he touched her waist, it actually felt quite comfortable. Black Mountain Old Demon's waist was surprisingly slim and smooth. When he touched it, Jiang Sun instinctively applied less force, afraid of hurting her. But then he remembered that whether it was Black Mountain Old Demon or the wicked woman from before, they both had incredible strength capable of defeating several men alone. So, he didn't want to hurt her easily. With this conflicting thought, his hand moved sometimes with more force, sometimes gently. The perfect balance of strength surprisingly eased Suyu's soreness, and she fell asleep unknowingly. Lin Hongyu brought over a cup of red sugar water and saw this scene. Seeing the young couple looking so loving, she didn't disturb them. She carefully closed the door after placing down the sugar water and went back to her own room to tend to her menstrual matters. When Suyu woke up, it was already dusk. She looked at the handsome face so close in front of her and was stunned for a moment before she moved out of his embrace. As she moved, Jiang Sun also woke up. Seeing his hand still around Black Mountain Old Demon's waist, he looked embarrassed. "Sorry, I was massaging and accidentally fell asleep." He had fallen asleep holding Black Mountain Old Demon, and it was a long sleep. Usually, he would wake up after just half an hour of sleep. Despite the risk of being scolded by Black Mountain Old Demon, he still asked with concern, "Are you still uncomfortable?" Black Mountain Old Demon, No. Suyu shook her head. "Much better." Then she got up to change her menstrual pad. "There's still some time before nightfall, so I'll go pick some vine peppers in the back mountain." Jiang Sun quickly held her back. "Are you in a hurry?" Suyu replied. "There's no rush. It's just that not earning money makes me feel uncomfortable. I've already wasted a lot of time." Jiang Sun thought for a moment and said, "If there's money to be made, I can help you pick it. Since you're new to the moon eclipse, you shouldn't overexert yourself." That night, he saw the pepper vine. Just relying on the Black Mountain Old Demon, it would take at least 10 days. And since she said it could be sold for silver, maybe other mountain areas could also be harvested? Suyu had thought about this, but she said, "I'll pick it all myself and just swallow it. If I ask others to help, then my mother will find out." Jiang Sun frowned slightly and said, "Let me think." He didn't distrust her mother, but he knew that fewer people should know about Suyu being possessed by the Black Mountain Old Demon. So he added, "I'll call my mother later. Don't worry, she knows her limits and won't ask too many questions." After thinking about her recent interactions with Lin Hongyu, Suyu believed Jiang Sun's words. She patted her still slightly sore waist and said, "All right, then let's find someone to help us pick. We can say I met a big customer in town who wants to buy cold noodles." Jiang Sun nodded. "Your reason sounds good. By the way, how do you plan to pay the workers?" Suyu replied, "I plan to pay 20 coins per jean." Hearing this, Jiang Sun took a deep breath angrily. They had nothing to eat, and the bitter, tough stuff could sell for 20 coins per jean in the demon world? Monsters really have unique tastes. I used to pick about 100 jean in half a day on my own. With a bit more strength, I could pick 80 jean in a whole day like ordinary people. So, I think paying 2 coins per jean is fair. What do you think? Jong-sun thought carefully and shook his head. 1 coin per jean. It's not that I'm a greedy merchant, but a worker in town earns only about 25 coins for a whole day of hard work. We shouldn't set the price too high, or it might cause trouble. Suyu immediately agreed with him. You're right. I didn't think this through. With praise from the mountain demon, Jong-sun chuckled softly. First, I'll tell my mother, then I'll go with her to find someone. We won't look for others. Just inform the village head, second uncle, and Aunt Jo, who are close to our family. The people on the back mountain, harvesting the pepper vines, can finish in a day or 2. But once they're done, others in the village will find out. At that point, they'll go to other hills to seek their own harvest. We'll take what we can, as it's a seasonal job and won't last long. The more we earn now, the better protected our future will be. Jong-sun didn't tell Lin Hongyu the full truth, only that Suyu knew the main household that collected fresh pepper vines. Not because he didn't trust his mother, but because fewer people knew about Suyu being possessed by the mountain demon. He didn't want to add to his mother's worries or risk the demon being caught and used to curse the house. Lin Hongyu wasn't a nosy person. As long as her son and daughter-in-law were clear about things, she would do as she was told. She was also planning to talk to the second household about selling cold noodles together. Actually, she could just sell cold noodles with Jiang Xian, but Suyu was worried about her being alone, so she insisted on finding a helper. Since she had promised the second household that day, she decided to ask Jiang Qiaoyan to join her. Suyu cared so much for her that she wanted to treat her even better. Before leaving, she brought a cup of reheated brown sugar water to Suyu. Yeah, women must take good care of their health. Here, drink this. She also secretly handed over the 3-month menstrual cloth she had sewn earlier. Although it was just a bowl of brown sugar water and 3 menstrual cloths, Lin Hongyu always put her daughter-in-law first. Suyu was touched. Thank you, mother. You're so good to me just because I came to ask for something. If I get pregnant in the future, you'll probably lift me to the sky. She was just comparing her to Xiao Mingzhu, mother-in-law of Neiyu Yan. This surprised the 4 people in the yard at the same time. Jiang Yan scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Jiang Xian, now more confident, quickly said, Sister-in-law, we're all boys at home. I want a little niece. Can you have a girl to play with me? Before he finished, his mother shot him a sharp look. Do you think you can just ask for a daughter-in-law like Guanyin and get what you want? Hurry up and sweep the yard. Second brother, stop laughing foolishly. Dinner is your responsibility tonight. After saying that, she suddenly looked at Suyu with a split personality and smiled. Yeah, don't worry about the children in the future. You just focus on having them. I'll take care of everything else, so you don't need to worry at all. She really liked Suyu more and more. It turned out she was thinking so far ahead, even eager to have children herself. What kind of virtue and ability does her eldest son have? Someone with no virtue or ability was staring blankly at Suyu. The old demon from Black Mountain actually wanted a child with her? It seemed she was truly a woman. A human and demon merging? It sounded strange, but he couldn't help imagining what their child might look like. A tiny baby with a long black tail? A demon with a black face standing on 2 human legs. It wasn't until they reached Aunt Jo's house that he stopped thinking about what their child might look like. Aunt Jo was chattering to Zhou Chang'an, second son. Why didn't you tell your mother before you suddenly gave up the good job at Hongri Wood Workshop? You know that was a job I worked hard to find for you. Learning a skill always involves hardship. Otherwise, skilled workers wouldn't be so popular. Once you finish, you'll have a secure life. Her late husband died early, and she had experienced much more hardship than others. That's why she tried so hard to find her second son a good trade. She pushed Zhou Chang'an as she said, Come on, let's go to your master and apologize. I'll make sure he takes you back. Zhou Chang'an felt helpless. Mother, I don't mind hardship, but some hardships aren't necessary. Wang Dahu and Wang Daniu are not the kind of people you should mess with. If I keep following them, I won't learn any skills, and I might even lose some silver. Besides, if Ah Sun's wife hadn't helped me come up with ideas today, I wouldn't even get those 2 silver back. I definitely won't go back. Zhou Chuanshui, who had been listening to Zhou Chang'an complain, quickly helped persuade his mother. Mother, since the silver is already gone, just let second brother be. If he can't learn woodworking, he can learn something else. Before he finished speaking, his mother scolded him. You don't understand anything. People say the eldest brother is like a father. You can't expect him to be a father, but you shouldn't hold him back either. I heard Reborned workshop is the cheapest place. We work hard all year planting the land, but we can't even fill our stomachs. How can we not find a good way out for Chang'an? Two brothers were scolded by their mother, feeling helpless. Just then, Jong-sun came in and saw Aunt Zhou reprimanding the children. He quickly leaned on his cane to leave, but was stopped by Zhou Chang'an grabbing his arm. Ah, Sun, you're just in time. Have you seen the real face of Wang Dahu? Please tell my mother. Jong-sun hadn't seen Wang Dahu's true appearance, but he had heard about it. Since Zhou Chang'an had just confided in Aunt Zhou, Jong-sun decided to tell the truth as he knew it. Aunt Zhou, I know I shouldn't interfere in your family matters, but Chang'an is my good friend. The Reborned workshop isn't suitable for him. Instead of wasting time and money there, he should find another way. Jong-sun was the only student in Liangtu village. It's not that he lacked talent, but he hadn't taken the imperial exams yet. His father, Zhang Bei, had encountered problems. Despite this, Aunt Zhou looked at him with high regard. Not only her, but even officials and people from Jiangnan also believed in Jong-sun. Seeing this, Jong-sun took 10 strings of copper coins from his sleeve and handed them to Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou, I and Chang'an tricked you, but these coins are my share. Chang'an has been working on the water wheel for my family these days. Keep them. He gave the coins to Zhou Chang'an, who hadn't taken them. Since everything was now out in the open, Jong-sun decided to give them directly to Aunt Zhou. Looking at the heavy coins, Aunt Zhou's expression softened a little. That big snake took advantage of your family that day. How can you still ask for your wages? That's not right. Zhou Chang'an also frowned and asked, why are there more coins? Jong-sun didn't hesitate and pressed the coins into Aunt Zhou's hand. We agreed on 3 meals a day, but after Aunt Zhou found out, you only used 1 meal at my house. That should be counted in silver. Hearing this, Zhou Chang'an's brows knitted tightly, and Aunt Zhou looked embarrassed. Just 2 meals isn't worth that much. Zhou Chang'an suddenly spoke. Yes, you're right. Our 2 meals aren't worth this much, but your family's value is different. Maybe we should go back to the old way and include 3 meals again. Aunt Zhou felt she was being looked down upon.
She scowled at Zhou Chang'an.
You brat, starting to complain about your own food? Forget how you grew up. Next to them, Zhou Changshui spread his hands. Second brother, now big brother can't help you anymore. Their mother cooked bad food, but was that really something to complain about? Jiang-sun said, eating doesn't matter, just follow my instructions about the money. The next few days might be hard. Zhou Chang'an immediately patted his chest and promised, no matter how hard it gets, I don't care, as long as it's not working with Wang Pai Bai. Aunt Zhou looked suspicious and asked, Ah Sun, tell me the truth. Does your wife have a plan for making the water wheel? Jong-sun, rarely teasing, said mysteriously, you will find out in 5 days. Seeing Jong-sun act so playful, Aunt Zhou was quite interested and also felt reassured. I believe you. Don't worry, I will personally help fill the manure for Aunt Zhou that day. Jong-sun wasn't interested in this topic. He chuckled softly and got to the point, explaining his purpose. Aunt Zhou was surprised and opened her mouth wide. What did you say? Not only she, but also Zhou Changshui and his wife's son stared at Jong-sun in shock.
What?
The bitter pepper on the back mountain, which no one wants, is now being bought at 1 cent per jean? Aunt Zhou asked uncertainly. You're buying that bitter stuff on the back mountain at 1 cent per jean. She thought their family could easily gather 200 to 300 jean a day. Yes, whatever we get, we take. We only told the village chief, second uncle, and you 3. Since no one else knows right now, you can go ahead and harvest. Although 1 cent per jean is much higher than the market price, it's because there's no competition. Once others find out, no one will be able to harvest so much. Hearing this, Aunt Zhou didn't hesitate. After thanking Jong-sun sincerely, she showed her authority as the head of the family. Second brother, tomorrow you need to help Ah Sun make the water wheel. Stay home to take care of the kids. Everyone else, pack some cakes and bags and come with me up the mountain. As soon as she said that, Zhou Chongshui and his wife Sun immediately grabbed bags and packed cakes and water. No way they could delay the chance to pick up silver. Since no one else knows right now, they must seize the opportunity first. Not only they thought so, but the village chief's family also did the same. After leaving Lu Yiming, who was going to drive the ox cart the next day, to stay home and take care of the kids, they also took bags and cakes to the back mountain. The Jiangnan family was even more enthusiastic, but their joy was doubled. Li Tsuiping was simply overjoyed. It really is like fighting brothers and father and son soldiers going into battle. She kept complaining that the main house didn't include her and her second sister, but surprisingly, the main house actually asked Xiaoyan to help sell cold noodles. The work only took half a day and paid 20 coins. So she immediately ordered, except for Xiaoyan, who is sleeping at home, everyone else come with me to pick the vine peppers on the mountain. By the next morning, the small patch of vine pepper forest on the back mountain was completely picked by their 3 families. Su Yu was very impressed with their energy. With such strength, could they really beat her? Seeing the doubt on her face, the village elder's wife, Aunt Zhou, and Li Tsuiping asked worriedly, "Yeah, is it because they picked too much and can't carry it all? They all said that the bad woman was unreliable." "Oh, it's all their fault for trusting Lin Hongyu and Jiang Sun too much. They completely forgot how last night, when they heard it was only 1 coin per gene, everyone rushed to the back mountain like they were risking their lives." Seeing everyone misunderstand, Su Yu quickly explained, "How could that be? Just do as we said last night, weigh each load." Everyone felt relieved after hearing that. But when Aunt Zhou saw that Su Yu had counted a total of 295 gene from their family, she started to feel uneasy again. 295 gene equals 295 coins. Did Jiang Sun make a mistake last night? Otherwise, why would they get so much? Anyway, she couldn't get the money in her hand, and it made her feel restless. Not only her, but everyone else was also anxious. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yu was smiling inside, thinking that teamwork makes everything better. Just with Aunt Zhou's family alone, she could earn 5,605 coins. She happily handed Aunt Zhou 295 coins, and Aunt Zhou felt it was unreal. Why was the bad woman smiling so kindly? "Is everything settled now?" Su Yu smiled and waved her hand. "Payment is settled. Nothing more. Aunt Zhou, your dark circles are showing. Go home and get some rest." Holding a big string of copper coins, Aunt Zhou left the Jiang family's yard feeling lightheaded. Meanwhile, her eldest son and daughter-in-law weren't so calm, especially Zhou Chongshui, who was healthy and young, so missing a night's sleep didn't matter much. He told his mother and wife, "You two hurry home to eat and rest. Since fewer people know now, I'll go to other mountain areas to pick some more." They couldn't afford to delay earning money. He, Lu Yihong from the Lijing family, and Zhang Feng from the Jiangnan family quickly agreed to work together. Yesterday, for people from the Lijing family picked 380 gene of crops, earning 380 coins. 3 people from the Jiangnan family picked 310 gene, earning 310 coins. When they received the money, all 3 families were very happy. But now, they're no longer happy. Besides their own sons, the others are reluctantly going back to rest and plan to pick again in the afternoon. It feels so frustrating not to earn money from this effort. But people are like iron, and sleep is like steel. Missing even a little makes your head dizzy. Meanwhile, Su Yu is quite happy. Zhou Chang'an is working on making a water wheel at her house. After he finishes, she plans to sell some spicy pepper to a young man, and her wish comes true. At this moment, a girl comes to their house. The girl wears a light blue cloth dress, which makes her already pretty face look even softer and more charming. She quickly glances at Zhou Chang'an when she enters. Zhou Chang'an can't take his eyes off her. "Yuru." Su Yu understands what's happening. This girl is Zhang Yuru, the eldest daughter of the widow Zhang from their village, who is famous for asking for 20 taels of silver as bride price. Yuru quickly recovers and asks, "Big brother Jiang, sister-in-law Jiang, are you collecting spicy peppers from the back mountain? Can I pick some for you?" Before Jiang Sun and Su Yu can answer, Zhou Chang'an quickly replies, Yes, you can definitely pick some." Seeing Yuru's smile, He quickly adds kindly, but the peppers on our back mountain have already been picked. You'll need to go to other hills. But as a girl, you shouldn't go alone. I can go with you. Yuru worries and asks, what about your work here? Zhou Chang'an quickly waves his hand. It's fine. I'll make up for it tonight. Let's go now. There are fewer people around, so it's easier to find the peppers. Yuru is very touched and nods. Then, the two leave without anyone noticing. Su Yu and Jiang Sun exchange glances and both laugh bitterly. We'll have to deduct some wages. Jiang Sun smiles and agrees. All right, then he explains to Su Yu. It's probably because Chang'an hasn't seen Yuru for a long time. He's really missing her. Su Yu naturally understands. Although Yuru calls her sister-in-law, she is actually 2 years older than Su Yu. She is the same age as Zhou Chang'an, now 17 years old. They grew up together, sharing a childhood friendship, and should have naturally married each other. However, they were separated by Zhang Yuru's mother, Widow Zhang, who demanded 20 taels of silver as bride price, preventing their union and turning her into an old maid. Does the village require 20 taels of silver for bride price? It just shows that in a big place you find all kinds of people. Clearly, Widow Zhang is very difficult to deal with. No, she prefers to stay quiet and avoid trouble. Her late husband died early, and she raised 2 children alone, working hard. 2 years ago, she saw a girl from the neighboring village successfully get 20 taels of silver as bride price. Suddenly, she didn't want to work hard anymore. She has 2 beautiful daughters. Why can the ugly girl from the next village get 20 taels of silver? Why can't her daughters? Her daughters are worth that much money. 1 daughter needs 20 taels, so 2 daughters are worth 40 taels, enough for her to enjoy her peaceful old age. Not long ago, she even met a fool willing to pay that much, but Zhou Chang'an secretly interfered and spoiled it. So, Widow Zhang hates Zhou Chang'an the most, no exceptions. Su Yu knew from the original story that Zhou Chang'an and Zhang Yuru eventually eloped, showing they truly cared for each other. She didn't blame Zhou Chang'an for his earlier reaction. Zhou Chang'an wanted to show affection to his beloved, and she didn't want to ruin the moment. Today, she was free and decided to work on the water wheel. But before starting, she closed the fence gate, then smiled at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun saw her swallow all the green pepper vines in the yard. That was a full 985 jin. He swallowed hard and asked, "Can you handle it?" Su Yu was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. It seemed that her casual remark earlier had been taken seriously by Jiang Sun. But she couldn't tell him the truth. After laughing, she raised an eyebrow and said, "The more, the better." Then she showed him the 19 taels and 700 won of silver she had exchanged at the market. Jiang Sun swallowed again and silently gave her a thumbs up. Su Yu was pleased with his reaction, took back the silver, and started working on the wood with him. Seeing her pick up the wood, Jiang Sun instinctively bent down to hand it to her, but he forgot about his leg. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and he grimaced in pain. Looking at Su Yu, her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Maybe you should go back to bed and lie down. He was too useless. Jiang Sun felt like he was being disliked. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, I want to help you build a water wheel." Su Yu wanted to say, "You're not the only one," but she knew Jiang Sun was restless. It wasn't realistic to have him lie around all day. Seeing his useless legs, she suddenly had an idea. "Bring me some paper." This time, Jiang Sun didn't hesitate. He leaned on his crutches, went inside to get paper, and handed 10 sheets to Su Yu. Su Yu thought for a moment and started drawing with a charcoal pencil. Watching her focus like she did when drawing the water wheel that day, Jiang Sun couldn't help asking, "What are you drawing?" "I want to make you a wheelchair." Su Yu was so focused that she didn't notice the surprise and warmth in Jiang Sun's eyes. Could the old mountain demon really be so kind to him? As the sun rose, the hot sunlight shone down. A beam of light fell on Su Yu's head. Jiang Sun instinctively raised his hand to shield her. His broad hand cast a shadow, just enough to block the sunlight. "Even this you can do?" Su Yu didn't notice his action at all. She continued sketching and boasted, "Not only can I do it, but I will also blow your mind. The wheelchair I design isn't ordinary. I'll add a gear transmission so the user can easily handle different terrains, like walking on flat ground. I'll also add a one-button toilet feature, so the user can go to the bathroom easily while in the wheelchair. Although Jong-sun didn't understand some words, he listened eagerly, filled with amazement and warmth. The old mountain demon was very kind to him when he wasn't bothering him. He quietly watched her, shielding her from the sun, feeling that today's sunlight was so beautiful and gentle. After practicing 2 sets of staff techniques and returning from the back mountain, Jong-yen saw this and was puzzled. Big brother, why don't you let the wife lean inside, so she won't get sunburned? Jong-sun's ears turned red. He quickly retracted his hand, but was caught by Suyu. She looked back at the sunlight behind her, then looked at Jong-sun as if he were a fool and roughly moved a stone table closer to the shade. Jong-yen said again, the wife is mighty and big brother is too. It's just a simple matter, Jong-sun. Coming back so early must mean you're slacking off. Extra punishment. 1 incense stick and do horse dance. Jong-yen instinctively explained, I didn't. But before he could finish, his older brother added another incense offering for a long period. Seeing his serious-faced older brother, he dared not speak again and clenched his teeth to stand firm in the corner. He felt targeted by his brother, but he didn't even know why. Just ask if you're willing to accept it. Suyu didn't interfere in the small matters between the two brothers. She glanced at her subordinate's painting and said happily, it's done. Take a look. Then Jong-yen was surprised to see his previously stern-faced older brother smiling slightly as he took the painting from his wife, speaking in a gentle tone he had never used before. Oh, already finished so quickly. Yes, the outline is done. The remaining details will be refined when we start working on it. Gears are delicate work, and I will do it myself when the time comes. Thank you, ma'am. Siyu smiled and replied, no problem. I enjoy tinkering with these things. Once it's finished, I'll send you to Ji-Shirtang to see Dr. Yang. I noticed your leg has less swelling. Jong-sun smiled and said, all right. While they were chatting happily, Lin Hongyu and Jiang Xian returned. There was no need to unload the table and chairs. Lu Yiming only made this one trip today. He had to hurry home to take over his second brother's task of picking pepper vines. He greeted briefly and left quickly. Jiang Xiaoyan also received a string of copper coins from Suyu and gratefully said, thank you, sister-in-law, for giving me this chance. Selling cold noodles is so easy and wonderful. This morning, she had chatted with Lin Hongyu, and whenever she mentioned Suyu, Lin Hongyu couldn't stop praising her. She was completely convinced. She thought the wicked woman had really changed for the better. Sure enough, the wicked woman smiled and said, well, get used to it. In the future, I'll trouble Xiaoyan to help my mother-in-law build this business. Look at how sweetly the wicked woman speaks. Jiang Xiaoyan felt a bit embarrassed and said, sister-in-law, you really don't need to be so polite. It's what I should do. Whatever you and Annie tell me, I'll do it. Lin Hongyu smiled and said, Xiaoyan is very sharp and quick. Today, she did all the hard work. Xiaoyan was a little shy from the praise. She scratched her head and said, Auntie, sister-in-law, if there's nothing else, I'll go now. She also went home to take over her second brother's task. The feeling of being busy is really good. No, the feeling of earning money is better. After watching her walk away, Lin Hongyu suddenly grabbed Suyu's hand, very excited, and said, yeah, do you know? Today, another restaurant wants to order our cold noodles. They want to order 30 servings for now. I can't handle it alone. Tomorrow you and Mom should go see it together. Suyu smiled and agreed. Okay. After finishing the business talk, Jiang Xian's eyes lit up. He brought a glass of sweet water to Suyu and said, big sister-in-law, drinking sweet water will stop your stomach ache. Suyu liked him very much. She pinched his little face and took the sweet water to drink. Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled again, and he said, today, when Mom was giving me acupuncture, Uncle Yang asked why big sister-in-law didn't come. When he heard you wouldn't come anymore, Uncle Yang looked disappointed and said he couldn't hear the Monkey King story. I promised him that I would tell him the story tomorrow. Big sister-in-law, do you have time now? Would you tell Xian the story? After saying this, he looked at Suyu with a pure, harmless face. Suyu was even more touched. She picked him up and sat him on a small stone bench, and began to tell him a story. Looking at the older brother, who was upset again after being pushed aside by the third brother, Jiang Yan, biting his teeth and practicing horse stance, seemed to understand why he was punished. Haha, it wasn't big sister-in-law using charm on big brother. It was that big brother liked big sister-in-law very much. Second brother, go home and rest. Second brother, mom cooked dinner. Come home to eat. Lu Yiming and Zhang Qiaoyan came to take over for their family. Lu Yihang and Zhang Feng looked at Zhou Changshui, who was alone, with sympathy. They were young and didn't dare joke with Zhou Changshui, but Lu Yiming dared. He had grown up with Zhou Changshui since childhood. Looking at Zhou Chang'an and Zhang Yuru from a distance, Lu Yiming whispered teasingly, Changshui, look at your second brother. He's busy helping Zhang's daughter pick peppers. Zhou Changshui snorted coldly, none of your business. He had seen it long ago, but his second brother hadn't noticed him at all. Zhang Yuru also looked embarrassed and said, Zhou Chang'an, everyone is here. You should go back and help brother Jiang make the water wheel. Zhou Chang'an hadn't seen her in a long time. He was reluctant to leave now. I'll stay a little longer to pick peppers with you. I'll go back when it's time for dinner. Zhang Yuru said, pick your own, don't put it into my bag. Zhou Chang'an didn't reply, but kept stuffing her bag. By the way, has your mother been arranging a marriage for you lately? Hearing this, Zhang Yuru felt very annoyed. She didn't answer, but looked into the distance and silently nodded. Seeing this, Zhou Chang'an looked helpless. It's my fault. His family couldn't even afford 20 taels of silver for the bride price, and even if they could, his mother wouldn't give it. His mother wouldn't be taken advantage of like that. Zhang Yuru shook her head. It's nothing to do with you. I just have bad luck. After that, neither of them spoke again until Aunt Zhou, who was replacing Zhou Chuangshui, saw them. She looked serious and called out, Second brother, come home for dinner. Seeing Zhou Chang'an not leaving, she immediately scolded, You say you won't work at the Red Sunwood workshop anymore, and now you're making water wheels in Jiangsun, but you're only working 3 days and taking 2 days off? Have you forgotten everything your mother taught you about being responsible? Come home now to eat, and then go to Jiangsun to work. If you don't listen to your mother, don't come back ever again. Seeing his mother angry, Zhou Chang'an finally said goodbye to Zhang Yuru. Yuru, I'm going home now. You should also go home quickly and eat. Zhang Yuru called after him. The pepper you picked. Zhou Chang'an looked at her, then turned back, carrying the bag. Let's go together. I'll take you to Ah Sun's house. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Yuru's face. When she passed by Aunt Zhou, she nodded lightly and quickly followed Zhou Chang'an. Aunt Zhou didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Su had just finished weighing Lu Yihang and Zhang Feng. Lu Yihang and Zhang Feng were young. One weighed 52 jin, the other 50 jin. Those two boys had such fierce competition. Zhang Feng said, Let's race again tomorrow. I bet I can beat you. Lu Yihang waved his hand. If you're not as good, just admit it. Tomorrow I'll beat you easily. They argued playfully, but still shoulder to shoulder, smiling as they left together. Since last night, everything felt unreal. This money was just too easy to earn. Zhou Chuangshui thought the same. He had picked the most, and he was much more mature and steady. When he received the 55 won from Su Yu, he bowed and thanked her. Thank you, little sister. He quickly turned to his second younger brother and couldn't help but remind him, Chang'an, don't make mom angry. Just come home for dinner, and then you can help Ah Sun's family make the water wheel. He patted Zhou Chang'an's shoulder and glanced at Zhang Yuru, sighing deeply. What a tangled fate. Zhou Chang'an also sighed helplessly and said goodbye to Zhang Yuru. Yuru, I'm going home now. When Zhang Yuru asked for half of the vine pepper, he waved her off. She also sighed deeply, took the 90 coins Su handed her, thanked him, and left. At home, her mother, Widow Zhang, heard about this from somewhere. She immediately scolded, You little brat, sneaking around to meet that poor boy again. You don't value your reputation at all. Look at the men in our village. None of them dare to marry you. Zhang Yuru smiled bitterly. Mother, you're wrong. The reason the men in our village don't dare marry me isn't because of Zhou Chang'an, but because of the 20 taels of silver bride price. Seeing her still dare to talk back, Widow Zhang got angry and pinched her. You think you're so clever now, daring to argue with me? I'm doing this for your future happiness. Only men who can afford a 20-tail bride price are worth considering. With such a man, you won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Since she was her own daughter, she pinched her a couple of times but didn't squeeze too hard. Zhang Yuru's eyes turned red. Mother, marriage is about matching families. With our conditions, how can someone who can pay 20 taels of silver be good to us? Instead of relying on that 20 taels of silver, we should work hard with our own hands. Now, Brother Jiangsun's family is collecting vine pepper from the back mountain. Since fewer people know about it now, wouldn't it be more reliable than that unrealistic 20 taels? Hearing about work, Widow Zhang wasn't interested. She raised her hand to pinch Zhang Yuru's ear.
Fine.
I raised you and your sister for over 10 years, working hard. Now that I've finally raised you into adults, and you still want me to do all the hard work? You're ungrateful. If it weren't for that troublemaker Zhou, you'd have married a wealthy man and lived a comfortable life by now. Zhang Yao from inside the house also said, Sister, why do you insist on arguing with Mom? Will she harm us? Instead of wasting time picking thorny vine pepper, why not dress up nicely and find a rich man to marry? That way you'll make money faster. Zhang Yuyao is only 14 years old. Since childhood, influenced by her mother, she has grown crooked. She views marrying into a wealthy family and living a carefree life as her goal. She looks at Zhang Yuro with confusion and anger. Zhang Yuro is pulled by her mother by the ear, feeling pain in her ear and heart. She struggles to break free and loudly says, Mother, Yuyao, can't you see? Relying on marriage to live well also requires ability. Instead of chasing after illusions, why not rely on your own hands? Brother Zhang's family is harvesting pepper, which is a great opportunity. Let's all pick together and make life better gradually. She then hands her mother 90 coins she earned in the morning. Mother, look, this is what Zhou Chang'an and I picked this morning. There's so much. Her mother's eyes brighten, but she says, You should go pick alone. Yuyao, tomorrow you'll be meeting someone and we need money to dress up nicely. After saying that, she takes the coins from Zhang Yuro and, tired of arguing, pulls her back home. Zhang Yuro pouts and hums. Watching their figures walk away, Zhang Yuro feels full of grievance and anger. Mother, Yuyao is so young and she's already meeting someone, but no one listens to her. The next day, Suyu brings Jiang Xian to Jisher Hall for acupuncture. Dr. Yang is very surprised and says, Today, it's another visit from Madame Su. Suyu nods. I came to town for some errands.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. Dr. Yang wafes his hand.
It's my duty. No need to thank me. Suyu smiles in return. Having met Dr. Yang several times, she has come to understand him a bit. He is an old man with rough words but good medical ethics. After Jiang Xian finishes her acupuncture, Suyu goes out to settle the bill. Just as she is about to leave after paying, a very thin boy enters. The boy immediately bows his head and knocks it hard on the floor. Please, shopkeeper, have mercy. My brother has had a fever all night. Can you give some medicine to help him? The visitor is Stone. Yesterday, Su Qi was beaten again by that damned Wang Daniu. Wang Daniu cruelly threw Su Qi into a large water tank, causing him to run a high fever all night. Wang Daniu wouldn't call a doctor for Su Qi in desperation. He sneaked out, but he had no money and could only kneel and beg the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper also felt helpless. It's not that I have a heart of stone, but if I set this precedent, I worry it will happen again and again in the future. Stone didn't give up and knocked his head harder. Shopkeeper, please. My brother is really going to die. I beg you with a kind heart to save him. I will repay you if I get the chance. The shopkeeper was moved by compassion but still refused to set this precedent. Jiang Xian gently tugged at Suyu's sleeve. Big sister-in-law, big brother. Seeing the child in front of her, about Jiang Yan's age, thin but standing straight, she guessed that the family was in trouble and had no choice but to act. She bit her lip and took a step forward. Shopkeeper, I will pay for this child's medicine. The shopkeeper looked up at Suyu, and Stone was surprised as he turned around. He looked at Suyu and felt that under the glow, she looked like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, beautiful and shining. Thank you, madam, for your kindness. When I grow up, I will definitely thank you. Coming back to her senses, Stone hurriedly bowed to thank Suyu. Suyu reached out and helped him up. You don't need to do that. I'm not a madam. I am just Sun Yangzi, selling cold noodles at the end of the market. You should go back and get the medicine to save your brother. If it's still not enough, you can ask Dr. Yang to take a look. Just charge it to my account. Hearing this, Stone was stunned again. Could there really be such kind-hearted people in the world? Sure enough, she was like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. He bowed again, knocking his head like pounding garlic. Fairy sister, you are truly divine. I will never forget this. May I ask your full name? I must remember it and repay your great kindness someday. Suyu stopped him with a gentle smile. My name is Suyu.
Just call me Sun Yangzi.
I don't seek thanks or repayment. I only hope your brother recovers soon. Now go and get the medicine from the shopkeeper. After speaking, she went to the counter, gave instructions to the shopkeeper, and then led Jiang Xian away. She didn't think too much. She followed her heart. Her current strength was not enough, but someday she hoped that all children in the world could be cared for and nurtured. Of course, only if the child was worth saving. And Stone was clearly a kind and honest child. She was willing to help him within her ability. Stone was deeply grateful and bowed his head heavily to her back again. Tears welled up in his eyes. If only he and Su Chi could have the chance to follow the fairy sister, how wonderful that would be. Thinking about Su Chi, who had a high fever, he dared not delay any longer. He quickly asked the shopkeeper to fetch medicine. He secretly sneaked back to the Red Sunwood workshop. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Wang Daniu, who was yawning while going to the toilet. Seeing Stone sneaking around, Wang Daniu slapped him and said, Stinky Stone, where are you going so early? Don't think about leaving. I have a contract signed by your family. If you leave, no one will take you in. Stone felt his head buzzing and a cut on his lip bleeding. But he cared about Su Chi and dared not disobey. He nodded and said, Master, I don't dare. I was just out for a walk. I'll wake up my brothers to work now. Wang Daniu didn't hit him again, but kept cursing. You little rascals are so sneaky. It's already noon, and you're still not up. Go, take a stick and wake them up. Later, clean the outhouse. Stone hurriedly responded and ran into a small, dark room. The 7 or 8 children sold by their families lived in this room. Because it was poorly ventilated, a damp, moldy smell filled the air, mixed with the sour sweat and foot odor from their unwashed bodies. The room was stinky and unpleasant, but Stone was used to it. He went to the back and gently pushed Su Chi, who was still burning with a high fever and had a red face.
Suki, wake up.
I brought the medicine. Hang on a little longer. After taking it, you'll get better. Su Chi was so sick he couldn't open his eyes and only mumbled nonsense. Thank you, Brother Stone. I don't know if I'll see my sister one last time. Sister. Seeing Su Chi's red face, Stone suddenly remembered something. He asked, Su Chi, what is your sister's name? Unfortunately, Su Chi didn't hear him and fell into a deep sleep again. Seeing this, Stone didn't dare delay any longer. He told everyone to get up and took out a broken clay bowl from the kitchen, planning to fetch some water to make medicine. But the world is full of all kinds of people. In difficult times, some support each other, while others take advantage and cause trouble. Seeing this, the dog boy from the same house quickly put on his clothes and ran out, heading straight to Wang Daniu's place. The small face of the dog boy was full of adult-like cunning and flattery. Master, something's wrong. Stone and Su Chi are causing trouble again. I don't know where they got the money for medicine, but now they're secretly boiling medicine inside. After finishing his business, Wang Daniu was lying on a bamboo chair smoking dry tobacco when he was startled by the loud voice of the dog boy. He almost choked and angrily slapped the dog boy. You reckless kid. You almost made me choke. If you do that again, I'll break your legs. Although he was scolded, the dog boy smiled even more flatteringly. He gently patted Wang Daniu's back. Master, don't be angry. It's not the dog boy's fault. It's because I care about you that I lost control for a moment. You should go check. They probably stole your money together. Hearing this, Wang Daniu immediately stood up, cursing. They've gone too far. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll keep causing trouble. Come on, let's go see. The dog boy quickly led the way, adding drama as he walked. Master, I think these two kids are always together plotting something. You must teach them a good lesson, or something bad will happen. He tried to make himself look like someone who cared deeply for Wang Daniu, and Wang Daniu noticed. I see you're pretty clever. I'll keep a close eye on these kids. I won't treat you unfairly. I'll give you a pancake this morning. Hearing this, the dog boy's eyes lit up, and his craving for food made him flatter even more. Thank you, master. You're like my real father. I'll treat you like family from now on. As they spoke, they arrived. Wang Daniu kicked open the door, but was almost overwhelmed by the strong smell of sourness. He forced himself to go inside and saw Stone anxiously boiling medicine. Wang Daniu's anger flared instantly. He rushed forward and kicked over the bowl of medicine. Damn it! You stinky Stone! How dare you steal my money to buy medicine? This is going too far. Today, I'll beat you to death. He raised his whip and struck hard. With a loud crack, the whip hit Stone's back, tearing his clothes open and causing blood to seep out. Stone let out a muffled cry of pain, but he didn't dodge. Instead, ignoring the burning sensation, he quickly straightened the bowl, leaving some of the medicinal soup at the bottom. Why are you so early and diligent today? Turns out, you just couldn't hold in your fart, Wang Daniu scolded as he raised his whip and struck again. Stone's face was covered in cold sweat from the pain. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, I didn't steal your silver. The money I used to buy medicine was given by a kind-hearted sister. If you don't believe me, go ask at the charity hall. It was given by Madame Sue at the end of the market. It was better if he hadn't said this. As soon as he did, Wang Daniu's whip struck even harder. His older brother had been tricked at Sue's cold noodle shop, losing a large sum of 14 taels of silver. Even now, his brother was lying in bed, groaning in pain. Good. You eat and drink my stuff, and you dare to rebel in my house. If I don't beat you to death today, anyone who dares to team up with outsiders will face the same punishment. The other children in the room turned pale with fear, curling up in the corners, their eyes full of terror and helplessness. Even Dog Boy looked complicated right now. He didn't want Wang Daniu to kill Stone. He just hoped Stone could hold Wang Daniu long enough for him to get a piece of bread. If Stone really died, who would help him take the blame in the future? But Wang Daniu was furious now, and he didn't dare to step forward to stop him rashly. Just as Stone was beaten to a bloody mess, Su Qi, who had been sleeping deeply, suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he suddenly lunged at Stone. Stop hitting him.
He'll die. Boo-hoo.
Brother Stone only went out secretly to buy medicine for me. Let him go, hit me instead. Ha. Have you seen a beggar who also gets beaten? As you wish. Today I'll beat you until your butt turns red. Wang Daniu sneered and aimed a strike at Su Qi's backside. This boy had red lips and white teeth, and he looked good. Wang Daniu kept him around for a reason. In just a moment, Su Qi's pants were torn apart, revealing a blood-stained, miserable backside. Stone thought about how he was running a fever. His body was very weak now. He wanted to protect him, but felt powerless. He could only hold him and said weakly, Master, we were wrong. We won't dare do it again. Please spare our lives. Su Qi also cried and begged, Master, please stop hitting us. It will really kill us. Boo-hoo. However, Wang Daniu seemed possessed by a demon. He was hitting fiercely, not stopping, and even using more force. The two boys huddled together, looking very miserable. Su Qi felt his head getting even more dizzy. He whispered, Brother Shirtu, I don't think I will see my sister again.
Boo-hoo.
If you can escape this danger and see my sister in the future, please tell her to take care of herself. Shirtu was also beaten painfully. Tears streamed down his face as he said, Don't give up.
Volonté.
What is your sister's name? Shirtu was so beaten that he lost consciousness. In his mind, he suddenly saw Suyu, glowing under a bright light. She was a ray of hope in his life. Like Su Qi, both of them were lights in his life. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, Su-chi is your sister's name.
Suyue, Suki, Inadaze, Nodedzloli.
My sister doesn't love me, but she is my real sister, because she is the only family I have in this world. Shida's face, full of suffering, suddenly showed an exaggerated smile. He suddenly acted like a fierce leopard, grabbing the whip that Wang Daniu swung at him with one hand. For a moment, Wang Daniu couldn't pull it back. Wang Daniu, I tell you, Su-chi has a sister backing him. Her sister is selling cold noodles at the end of the market. If you really kill him, his sister will report to the authorities, and you'll be taken to the government office to be punished or exiled. Caught in an embarrassing situation in front of everyone, Wang Daniu was furious. He roared, just like that dirty, hard stone, you're stubborn and rebellious. You dare threaten me? Today I'll break your legs. He couldn't pull the whip anymore, so he turned around and grabbed a thick wooden stick from the corner. He swung it hard at Shida's thigh. This kid was sold by his own uncle for a bag of rice. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't ask a single question. Just as the stick was about to hit the man's right leg, a sudden rush of footsteps came from outside. A young servant shouted, "Master Wang." Old Master Du has arrived and is waiting in the front hall. He wants to see the goods. Hearing this, Wang Daniu stopped. He glared fiercely at the man and then ordered the other young servants, "Wash your faces and come out. Anyone who talks nonsense will have their legs broken." After that, he glared again at the man and said, "Stinky Stone, we're not finished. You better wait for me." He paused, then ordered the dog servant behind him, give the remaining medicine to Go Chi, change his pants, and take the Stinky Stone to the front hall too. Seeing this, the dog servant happily responded, "Yes, master." He was very excited. He finally became Wang Daniu's helper. After bowing to Wang Daniu, he arrogantly approached the man and reached to pull down his pants. The man was confused but sensed something was wrong. Having just been beaten badly by Wang Daniu, he could only wait and see what would happen. Wang Daniu entered the front hall. When he saw the plump old Master Du, he suddenly changed his attitude and smiled very flatteringly. "Old Master Du, you've arrived. Our humble home is honored by your presence." Old Master Du wasn't interested in small talk and went straight to the point. "Where is the goods?" Wang Daniu had someone bring tea. He smiled ingratiatingly. "Please wait a moment. I'll be right there after I wash my face. Rest assured, not only do I have what you need in terms of age, but they are all stunning beauties. I guarantee you'll like them." From his words, it was clear a group of young servants was walking over in an orderly line. When old Master Du saw the young girl with a delicate face and pink cheeks, his eyes couldn't leave her. His gaze lingered lecherously, full of greed. "This one is quite good. I told you he'd like her, right?" Wang Daniu knew he had the upper hand and raised an eyebrow. Damn Wang Daniu, who had drunkenly beaten someone he shouldn't have, causing his family great loss. That's why he started thinking about selling the young servants. Old Master Du, who was fat and bloated, was known in wealthy circles for his unusual tastes, especially fond of fair-skinned, small young girls. Unaware of anything unusual, Su-chi, who was dizzy, didn't notice anything wrong. But the man at the door, Stone, realized what was happening. Oh no! Damn, Wang Daniu had sold Su-chi. No wonder he didn't dare to slap his face earlier. He wanted to shout for Su-chi to run, but seeing the tall and strong Wang Daniu, he had to hold back that thought. No, they are too weak. He must call someone for help. He naturally thought of Suyu. Su-chi said Suyu didn't treat him kindly, but he didn't think so. Suyu had even helped him when they just met, so how could he not help his own brother? He looked worriedly at Su-chi's back, then quietly slipped into a corner when no one was paying attention. Meanwhile, after leaving Jishir Hall, Suyu took 30 portions of cold noodles to deliver to the restaurant that ordered from Lin Hongyu yesterday. It was called a restaurant, but it was really just a small eatery. Business was not very good. It seemed they relied on her cold noodles to turn the business around.
Suyu didn't care much about that.
As long as the person was reliable, she was willing to do business with them. She got along well with the shopkeeper Chu here. She told him about the agreement, but didn't sign it yet. Instead, she asked him to try selling for 3 days first. The shopkeeper Chu thanked her repeatedly. "Miss Su, You are very thoughtful and capable. I am very grateful. Don't worry, even if it's only for 3 days, I will follow the agreement. After saying that, he gave Suyu the payment for 3 days, 720 coins. Suyu set the price at 8 coins per portion. For 10 to 49 portions, the price was 8 coins each. For 50 to 99, it was 7 coins. And for 100 or more, it was capped at 6 coins. After confirming the deal, Suyu promised to deliver the cold noodles early the next 2 days and then return to her own stall. Just as she sat down, she received good news. Manager Liu from Zhuai Lu came to increase the order. The cold noodles were selling so well that 50 portions were not enough, so they increased it to 100 portions, with the maximum cost. Lin Hongyu said happily that Suyu was a lucky star. Otherwise, why would Manager Liu come to increase the order just when she arrived? Suyu was pleased with the compliment. She waved her hand confidently and said, "Starting tomorrow, I will make 30 fewer portions at my stall so that my mother and Xiaoyan can go home earlier." Lin Hongyu and Jiang Xiaoyan both quickly waved their hands in refusal. Jiang Xian was frantically counting on his fingers, but he couldn't quite understand it, though he was close. Big sister-in-law, no, that's not right. The 30 fewer servings of cold noodles we sold just offset the 50 extra servings at Zhuai Lu. No, that's not right. The money is the same, but because of this, we have to make 20 more servings of cold noodles. No matter how he calculated, it seemed their family was at a disadvantage. Lin Hongyu and Jiang Xiaoyan also looked confused and worried as they looked at Suyu. This whole thing was causing a fuss. Suyu tried to explain herself. Yes, exactly, because we have to make 20 more servings of cold noodles every day. I wanted my mother to sell fewer and go home early to rest. Also, with small profits but high sales, this good start will bring more orders in the future, and our profits will increase quickly. Then, we won't have to work so hard at the stall anymore. Hearing this, Lin Hongyu felt very warm inside. Jiang Xian nodded as if he understood. Big sister-in-law is right. Once we open up the market, it will be fine. Suyu smiled happily. Because Zhuai Lu ordered an extra 50 servings of cold noodles today, they finished selling early. As a result, the stone who was running over in a hurry was disappointed. When Suyu and the others returned home, they found their door surrounded by people. They heard Aunt Fatty inside, loudly barking and arguing. Suyu pushed through the crowd and saw Aunt Fatty standing with her hands on her hips, spitting as she shouted, "Zhang family's Delang, you are deliberately targeting me, Aunt Fatty. Why can others pick the vine peppers, but I can't? You look so righteous, but you're actually a heartless person with a sesame seed filling. You only hold a grudge because I argued with your wicked wife. How long have I been married to you? You forgot that your third son was hit in the mouth and your wife cheated on you? I've watched you grow up, Aunt Fatty. If something happens, do you think that wicked wife can save you? We'll have to rely on our neighbors to help. Listen to Aunt Fatty. If you want to divorce her, we'll handle the cold noodles and vine peppers ourselves. Your mother is managing the cold noodle business, and as for the vine peppers, you leave that to me. I will do it well and properly. Plus, our Jiao Jiao is watching over us. Jiao Jiao is really powerful now, and she has a good relationship with Officer Shin from Anping Town. Master Shin unexpectedly helped her family's Jiao Jiao cancel the marriage proposal with the 2 dogs from the Hu Butcher family. Although she felt quite disappointed, she thought that Jiao Jiao being noticed by Master Shin meant she would soon have a bright future. Jiang Sun saw through everything but said nothing, with a calm expression. We don't want to trouble Aunt Pang with our family's business. Please leave. Aunt Pang, feeling embarrassed in front of everyone, crossed her arms and glared. You look pretty smart, but why can't you see the big picture? Wearing a green hat is comfortable. Before she finished speaking, her body suddenly lightened and her feet lifted off the ground. She was so frightened her face twisted in fear. Oh no, I feel dizzy. She looked back and saw Suyu. She immediately shouted in a rough voice, "The murderer is back. Help!" Suyu rubbed her ear and said coldly, "You're the one who's clumsy and reckless. Don't say your vine pepper isn't good enough. Even if it is, I make the decisions for my family's business. I won't buy from you. What's your problem?" After speaking, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. Jiang Sun was very familiar with this expression. Unlike her calm look earlier, he watched Suyu with interest. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, instinctively felt muscle pain. Sure enough, in the next moment, Aunt Pang's chubby body was thrown into the air. "You murderer, you dare to throw things." Aunt Pang let out a pig-like squeal. Then she spun around in the air and was heavily thrown out. Fortunately, she landed on some onlookers at the door, or her life might have been in danger. Even so, she was knocked around and felt like her bones were broken. Her head buzzed, and everything around was shining with golden light. She was so dizzy she couldn't move properly, lying on the ground like a dead fish, groaning. The person who was hit didn't fare much better. Some felt chest tightness, others had sore arms, and some fell on their bottoms, grimacing with displeasure. Suyu glanced at them calmly, on purpose. These women often sat together gossiping about Aunt Pang. Since they liked to gossip, they might as well gossip together. "Oh, what kind of sin is this? Why am I suffering for no reason? Aim carefully, you're hitting me. I told you to lose weight, but you didn't listen. It hurts so much." One woman, who was pressed down at the bottom, finally recovered and struggled to get up, shouting loudly. She was blaming Aunt Pang, and also angry at Suyu. "Exactly, you two have conflicts, so why involve us?" said another woman who had been hit on the arm, rubbing it with a look of anger. Suyu paid no mind. Seeing this, Lin Hongyu quickly stepped forward, smiling politely to apologize but secretly stabbing. "Sorry, everyone, but to be honest, this is my family's land. My Yaya shouldn't have to worry about everything in her own home." And clearly, it was Sister Pang who did wrong. Since she was picking our vine peppers, she should follow our rules. If she takes an extra pound, she should pay a little more. We have no reason to lose money. So, the idea that Sister Pang was deliberately targeting us is not true. Jiang Sun looked away from Suyu's face and exchanged a glance with Jiang Yan and Jiang Xian. Jiang Yan frowned and pulled at the vine peppers Sister Pang had cut. Jiang Xian mumbled, "Sister Pang, you cut the vine peppers along with the branches, not carefully. If everyone did things this way, why would we hire workers? Isn't it better to earn money ourselves?" My older brother and sister-in-law hired people to pick because they want to earn more money and also help out the local community. When everyone earns together, why are you ungrateful and turning things around? Be careful. My sister-in-law might refuse to do anything if she gets angry. When he said this, everyone no longer dared to be angry at Suyu. They all turned and looked angrily at Sister Pang, who was groaning on the ground. "Sister Pang, why are you working like this? How can you just cut the branches like that? No wonder people won't want to pick from you." "Exactly, doing such a careless job and then bothering others is just asking for trouble. You brought this on yourself, and now you're dragging us down too." The crowd kept talking, pointing fingers at Sister Pang. Sister Pang finally recovered, got up from the ground, and was about to speak back in anger, but she was pulled away by Yundalu and Sun's two people, who had been called over by Zhou Chang'an. Yundalu and Sun were busy picking vine peppers when their mother suddenly came to cause trouble. They felt ashamed and tired. "Just follow how they want you to pick the peppers. Why argue with them?" Sister Pang was so angry she cursed loudly. "You two have no conscience. Why are you turning against us? Don't you see that the Jiang family is deliberately targeting our mother? With her son and daughter-in-law protecting her, she felt confident and pointed directly at Suyu. Especially when that wicked woman came over and threw herself at my mother without reason, almost causing her to die. She must pay for my medical expenses. My life is hard. My father died early, but I still have a son and a daughter. On the mainland, we can't let this person know our family is easy to bully. Also, Jiao Jiao is friends with Lord Shen from Anping Town. When the time comes, she will surely punish this wicked woman severely." Suyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "I thought everything should be fair. Turns out here, just having many people is enough." "Well, if that's the case, then your family should all step forward together." Seeing her ready to fight, Yundalu and Sun sure dared not act. This is a fierce woman, so strong that 7 or 8 men couldn't hold her down. They weren't enough to fight her. Moreover, today, it was clear that their mother was in the wrong. Both felt ashamed and awkward, each helping their mother to leave. Angrily, Fat Aunt scolded Suyu for bullying with her power and blamed her son and daughter-in-law for favoring outsiders. Wicked woman, don't be too proud. You only rely on brute strength to bully others. Do you think no one can stop you? There are always stronger people outside. One day, you'll be dealt with harshly. Looking at Suyu, who seemed unconcerned, Jong-sun narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Hold on." Surprised, Fat Aunt turned back and asked, "Jong family's eldest son, have you changed your mind and decided to punish the wicked woman?" Jong-sun sneered and said, "Take away the vine peppers you picked. Also, Fat Aunt, you are like a great Buddha. Our Jong family can't afford to support you. From now on, our two families will never work together." Hearing Jong-sun's words, Yundalu and Sun Shur both trembled. They wanted to try to fix things, but it seemed everyone in the Jong family had already discussed and was busy collecting other people's vine peppers. Their family was pushed out of the Jong family's door. Yundalu looked very upset, but said nothing. Sun Shur, however, was less calm. She couldn't help but complain. It's all because of Mother. Why did she have to argue with others? Their business is their business. They get to decide. Now, they won't buy our vine peppers anymore. 1 coin per gene. Where can we find such good work? As a mother-in-law, she naturally felt she shouldn't be scolded by her daughter-in-law. Fat Aunt was furious and reached out to grab Sun Shur's arm. "But you little brat, your wings are getting stronger." Before she could touch Sun Shur, her own son stepped in and stopped her. Cloud Continent looked a bit gloomy and said, "Mother, right now, the crops in the fields haven't been harvested yet. Picking the pepper vines is the best job we can find. The whole village is busy with it, but our family is excluded. I'm afraid our days will be hard." Aunt Fat was also shaken by these words. She muttered, "Is it that serious? There aren't many of these on the hill. Once we finish harvesting, it will be fine." Seeing her husband supporting her, Sun Shur continued to complain. The Jiang family said they will never cooperate. "Mother, haven't you seen how well they are doing now? They've built a water wheel, their cold noodle business is booming, and they've started hiring people. Without the pepper vines, they might find new business opportunities." Her family only picked pepper vines for 2 days and earned 300 coins. 300 coins. Usually, they wouldn't earn so much in a whole month. It's a shame that they just tasted success and then lost it. It's all the mother's fault. Thinking of this, her gaze toward Aunt Fat was filled with resentment. She looked at her husband and started to think about splitting up. Cloud Continent rarely spoke up to suppress the situation. Aunt Fat, seeing this, started to cry loudly again. They cursed Cloud Continent as ungrateful, selfish, and said they should have strangled him at birth if they knew it would turn out like this. The scene was getting out of control. At this moment, Yun Jiao Jiao came over. She was carrying a bag and was about to go to Sheryang City to look for opportunities. Seeing the family arguing, she stepped forward and shouted coldly, "Stop fighting. What kind of scene is this? Can constant arguing solve any problems?" She swept her gaze over everyone, searching for useful information. Just now, her son had looked down on her, and now her daughter was scolding her. Aunt Fat was so angry she wanted to curse, and she did. "You little brat, how dare you interfere in my affairs? Have you forgotten who you crawled out of? Stop pretending to be so mighty." Yun Jiao Jiao was not afraid of Aunt Fat's tantrums. She took 2 steps forward and looked directly at her. "Mother, the Jiang family is no longer what it used to be. If you still want to cooperate, you need to put away your aggressive attitude and sincerely apologize to them. If you don't, keep fighting and you'll end up alienating everyone." After rebirth, Yun Jiao Jiao was also annoyed with Aunt Fat, but since she was her own mother, her words were straightforward but honest. She sensed that Zhang's family seemed a bit strange, as if they were out of her control. But thinking about how they had little interaction in her previous life, she didn't dwell on it. She now has Silver and the Sky Eye, and she wants to help Jiang Sun heal his leg, as long as he's willing to stay by her side and help her. She also happens to need more help. But clearly, he is not willing. He would rather be mistreated by a wicked woman than help her. What a stubborn person. Since that's the case, once she rises high and reaches great success, she will make sure to see him regret it with her own eyes. Thinking of this, she no longer wanted to waste time. Looking at Sun's displeased face, she narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, "The words I just told Mother also apply to sister-in-law. When facing problems, don't just complain. Think of a solution." Being scolded by her younger sister-in-law, Sun rolled her eyes and said, "Who do you think you are?" Before she finished speaking, she was surprised and widened her eyes. She saw Yun Jiao Jiao take out 3 taels of silver from her sleeve pocket and give each of them 1 tael. "I am going to Pyeong City to work. I will come back regularly to see you.
Goodbye."
After saying that, she left without looking back, leaving the 3 of them stunned while holding the silver. "Dalu, do you think your sister has changed a lot recently? Now she seems more like the head of the family." Meanwhile, after Suyu finished preparing the spicy pepper, Lin Hongyu had already made lunch. She, Jiang Yan, and Jiang Xian brought the food to the table, not forgetting to greet Zhou Chang'an. "Chang'an, thank you for calling Dalu here. Auntie specially cooked 2 dishes. Let's eat together at my house today." Zhou Chang'an happily agreed. "Thank you, Aunt Jiang." Suyu also took out her homemade pickled radish kimchi. As soon as it was served, a tangy, spicy, and fresh aroma filled the air, instantly covering the smell of the plain stir-fried dishes. Zhou Chang'an, Jiang Yan, and Jiang Xian almost simultaneously reached for the pickled radish, and after tasting it, they all fell silent. One word: amazing. Seeing this, Lin Hongyu understood everything. She wore a proud smile like a caring mother. "Yaya is really impressive. Even a simple pickled radish can taste better than dishes cooked with oil. We are so lucky." After saying that, she couldn't help but pick up a piece and put it in her mouth. She chewed carefully, her eyes brightening, and she praised endlessly. "Yaya, how did you make this? It's so crispy, sour, and spicy, delicious beyond words." Jiang Sun, who had not yet started eating, finally picked up a piece to taste. He found it surprisingly delicious. Seeing Suyu's smiling face, he felt a simple happiness. When Suyu smiled at him again, he instinctively grabbed 2 more pieces, almost choking himself.
Suyu visibly showed dislike.
"Where is your calmness?" Jiang Sun, who had stopped coughing, realized he was being disliked and frowned deeply. Lin Hongyu, who had experience, was very happy inside. She thought that young people are often full of love and don't hide their feelings. Soon, she might even hold her grandchild. If she's lucky enough to see her family in the future, it would be a small comfort. At this moment, a young man's voice came from outside the door. "Grandma Jiang, big brother Jiang, sister-in-law Jiang, sorry to bother you while you eat. I've come to deliver the pepper." The person was Tai Nyo, the grandson of Old Li, a widower in the village. He was about the same age as Jiang Yan and looked very short, clearly from long-term poor nutrition. Suyu noticed that Tai Nyo always arrived last. Despite his young age, he worked hard and harvested just as much as adult men. Today, after weighing his harvest, he had already collected 45 jin in the morning. Suyu handed him 2 strings of copper coins plus some small change. "Here you go." "Thank you, sister-in-law Jiang." Tai Nyo carefully put the coins into his sleeve pocket. He didn't leave immediately, but instead moved the pepper he had picked to the corner of the wall, even tidying up the peppers that others had brought but not yet placed. He was a very thoughtful and grateful child. Suyu raised an eyebrow. After tidying everything, Tai Nyo hesitated, rubbing the white, washed sleeves of his clothes. "Sister-in-law Jiang, I'll go now if there's nothing else." He wanted to leave quickly, but Suyu called him back. Suyu went to the kitchen, scooped a bowl of plain rice, and handed it to him. "There's so little left. Stay and eat with us before you go." Looking at the plump, shiny white rice in front of him, Tai Nyo's pupils shrank suddenly. Then, he quickly shook his head. "No, my grandpa left me some rice." He refused, but his stomach growled loudly. He felt embarrassed and wished he could find a hole to hide in. It wasn't something he could control. It was his body's natural craving for food. He hurriedly looked away and grabbed his cloth bag, then ran off. Looking at the hurried departure of that figure, Su-yu helplessly shook her head. Truly, he is a well-behaved and obedient child. Tai-nyo ran all the way back to his home yard. An old man with a full head of white hair was sitting in the yard, clumsily fixing his shoes, occasionally glancing toward the door. Only after hearing the familiar voice, "Grandpa, I'm back," did he relax. He put down his shoe and went to the kitchen to serve food. Tai-nyo quickly washed his hands, grabbed 2 bowls of porridge before the old man, and served them. The bowls looked the same on the surface, but one bowl secretly contained some rice grains at the bottom. He placed the bowl with rice grains in front of the old man and said, "Grandpa, eat your meal." Afterward, he also handed over the silver coins he earned today to his grandfather. "Grandpa, look, I earned 45 coins this morning. Keep them." Seeing the string of copper coins in his hand, the old man's wrinkled face lit up with a bright smile like blooming chrysanthemums. "Work hard for the Jiang family. No matter what others say about your sister-in-law Jiang, this livelihood she provides is something we should be grateful for. Grandpa, I know. I always remember. If I can't find any more tangerine peppers, I'll go to town to buy 2 pounds of meat and 2 pounds of wine for you to try." Hearing this, the old man's smile grew even brighter, and he kept saying, "Good, good, good. Grandpa is proud of you, Tai-nyo. This life was worth it." After speaking, he staggered into the kitchen, took out a pre-placed warm pancake wrapped in cloth, and handed it to Tai-nyo. "Eat quickly." Seeing only one pancake, Tai-nyo hurriedly pushed it toward his grandfather. "Grandpa, you eat." The old man pushed it back. "Grandpa doesn't work at home, and eating too much isn't good for digestion. Tai-nyo, you're still growing, and you need to pick tangerine peppers. You eat." But Tai-nyo refused to give up and insisted on sharing half the pancake with his grandfather. Only then did they stop arguing. Tai-nyo quickly finished his porridge, grabbed the other half of the pancake, and said, "Grandpa, take your time eating. I'm going to pick tangerine peppers." Afterward, he took a cloth bag and hurried out like he was stepping on wind. This child, the old man looked up again, but he couldn't see his grandson's back, and he chuckled softly to himself. When he noticed rice grains clearly remaining at the bottom of his bowl, his cloudy eyes became a little clearer. This child. Meanwhile, Su-yu and the others finished their meal and were about to go back to rest when a young boy's voice came from outside the door again. "Excuse me, is this Sister Su-yu's house?" Jiang Xian, who was grimacing while taking medicine, looked up and saw this. He immediately put down his bitter medicine and loudly called out, "Big sister-in-law, Brother Shirtu from Jishir Hall is looking for you today." Su stopped and turned around to see Shirtu. He was covered in fresh blood. Shirtu saw the light again, and his tense face relaxed instantly, but he suddenly lost all his energy and collapsed softly. Suyu called Dr. Liu to treat Shirtu. Lin Hongyu quickly turned to the kitchen to boil water. Zhou Chang'an carefully examined Shirtu. He felt the boy looked familiar, but couldn't remember why. He asked, "This child is?" Jiang Sun noticed some wood shavings on Shirtu's bloodstained clothes and reminded, "Did he work at Hong Ri Wood Workshop?" Zhou Chang'an suddenly understood and patted his thigh. "Yes. He's one of those little kids who are always beaten and scolded by Wang De-hu and Wang De-nyo in the backyard." Su frowned. "What's going on?" Zhou Chang'an didn't know much, only that he often heard the sounds of beating and scolding from the backyard. He told Su everything he knew. Su understood. They're illegally employing child labor. Zhou Chang'an didn't fully understand but felt it made sense. Jiang Sun knew this was dialect from the Black Mountain Old Demon's place and nodded in agreement. Fortunately, although Shirtu looked covered in blood, it was only superficial injuries and not internal. He was fine overall. Dr. Liu worked hard to bandage him and then sighed. "This child is mainly hungry. Quickly boil a bowl of red sugar water for him." Lin Hongyu hurried to boil the red sugar water, with Jiang Yan and Jiang Xian helping her. After feeding him the red sugar water, another quarter of an hour passed before Shirtu slowly woke up. He looked at the scene in front of him, was stunned for a moment, then his eyes locked onto Su-yu's face. "Sister Yu, please save Su-chi." He was sold by Wang De-nyo. Thinking of Su-chi's words, Stone's heart trembled. He struggled to sit up, but the sudden movement pulled at his wound, causing him to grunt in pain. He didn't care and tightly grabbed Suyu's sleeve, begging with all his might, "Sister Yu, please save Suchi. It's too late if we wait any longer." "He is the only family I have in this world." Suyu was confused. "The only family?" Jong Sun reminded her. "Madam, Suchi is your younger brother from your maiden family." Su Yu was not the wicked woman she used to be. She was possessed by a dark mountain demon. Since she arrived, she hadn't seen Suchi, so she naturally couldn't remember him for a moment. At this moment, Su Yu also remembered. She recalled that the original owner had a younger brother. He was fair and delicate, gentle and weak, with a scholarly air. Her parents had once wanted to send him to study, but he passed away before they could do so. She remembered that the original owner didn't like her younger brother very much. But that little boy always called her sister, and she called him brother. Living under someone else's roof was hard, but that little boy always stood by her side. He knew that only she and he were truly family, because he remembered his parents' last words before they died. From then on, he and his sister would be each other's closest kin. Suyu suddenly recalled her parents' last words. "You two must support each other." Once she remembered, Suyu didn't hesitate. She got up quickly, grabbed a stick, and left. Seeing this, Jong Sun hurried to follow with his cane. Jiang Yen felt responsible. He practiced martial arts every day to protect his family. Now that his family was in danger, he couldn't stay behind. Seeing that Suyu took his usual martial arts stick, he turned to the outhouse to grab a shovel and followed her. Little Jiang Xian also wanted to follow, grabbing a hoe, but was pulled back by Lin Hongyu. "My little ancestor, don't cause trouble. Stay here and watch over Stone. Mother will go see what's happening." Zhou Chang'an stopped her. "Aunt Jiang, you stay and guard the house. I'll go and call for help." He had dealt with Wang Dahu and Wang Danyu before and knew their strength and unruly nature. If Su Yu and the others went unprepared, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. As he spoke, he couldn't help but quicken his steps. Meanwhile, old Master Du mischievously reached out and groped Su Chi's little bottom. "Little beauty, follow me. As long as you listen, I promise you'll enjoy a good life from now on." Su Chi's bottom was injured, and when old Master Du touched it, he felt a sharp pain that made him more alert. He shivered and bit down hard on the hand that was about to wipe his bottom. Old Master Du was momentarily bitten and struggled to pull his hand away. He then slapped Su Chi hard, knocking him to the ground. "You little rascal, you're quite spicy, huh? But I like my spicy little peppers like you. When we get back to the estate, I'll make sure you're thoroughly punished. Dog Chi, dare to bite a nobleman?" Wang Danyu, afraid of angering old Master Du, kicked Su Chi's bruised buttocks several times. Su Chi was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He lay on the ground, his hair messy, face pale, looking very miserable. Fortunately, old Master Du didn't bother to argue. Instead, he became more excited. He gave Wang Danyu 10 taels of silver, took Su Chi's contract of sale, and hurriedly left with his people. Holding the silver ingot, Wang Danyu felt proud and went to find Wang Dahu. "Big brother, look, if I find another employer, I can make up for the silver I lost." Wang Danyu's back was still sore from his injuries, and his wife, Rong Shi, was applying medicine to him now. Although his wife had once worn a green hat for him, he couldn't do anything about her. She was a notable figure in the underworld, known as the Mother Night Demon, and was even stronger than him. He couldn't fight or scold her, so he could only endure. Thinking about the humiliation he suffered that day, the Mother Night Demon was furious. She exerted a little more force. "Just because you drink some wine and cause trouble? Why hit the steward in the county lord's mansion? You lost 14 taels of silver for no reason." It's getting worse and worse. The pain from the whip made Wang Dahu cry out. "Oh, wife, be gentle. It hurts me to death. If it weren't for Zhou Chang'an and that stinky girl selling cold noodles, I wouldn't have suffered this loss. Don't let me see them again, or I'll make sure they pay dearly." In recent days, he kept replaying the incident in his mind. He was sure that the little girl and Zhou Chang'an had teamed up to set him up. And whatever they said, that's what happened. Suddenly, outside the door, Su Yu's voice shouted, "Wang Danyu, Where did you sell my brother Su-chi? Su-yu held a wooden stick, standing firmly in front of the door, her eyes sharp like an eagle's, shining with a bright light. Wow, it really is true that enemies never meet by chance. That sister of the crying dog, Jeezy, is actually you little troublemaker, Wang Dahu said with a sly look, staring at Su-yu. Not to mention that day when she pushed him, today seeing her again made his heart feel itchy. His wife had cheated on him, so he decided to get back at her with something green and fresh. And that was this delicate young lady in front of him. But he was dreaming too much. Just as he had this thought, his wife, the fierce mother-in-law, started to attack Su-yu. Well, where did this little troublemaker come from? Not only did she frame my husband, but today she dares to come here and cause trouble openly. Just wait, I'll beat you so badly that your parents won't recognize you. Before she finished speaking, she was kicked hard by Su-yu. She thought that if she leaned her waist forward, she could push Su-yu back, but instead, she was not only pushed back but also kicked from the door, hitting the wall, then falling clumsily to the ground. She was in so much pain she lay on the ground like a dog eating dirt, unable to get up. Only then did Wang Dahu stop his teasing look. He thought he was only knocked down that day because he was caught off guard, but now his wife was also knocked down by Su-yu. It was definitely not a coincidence. Could this troublemaker really have some extraordinary strength? He quickly sat up on guard. You little troublemaker, do you have some skills? But you can't think that just because you, a lame girl, and a kid who hasn't grown all his hair, can beat the three of us who are strong and healthy, right? Hearing this, Su finally turned to look and saw the one-legged, small figure walking over, both of them panting heavily. Both looked exhausted. One had a lame leg and the other was short and struggling to move. In short, it was both funny and embarrassing. She twitched her lips and said, "Why did you two follow me?" Especially when she saw the useless Jiang Sun, her brows furrowed so tightly they seemed ready to kill a fly, clearly wanting to slap him into silence. Jiang Sun instinctively tensed his buttocks and quickly tried to make amends. "Don't worry, I won't hold you back." He hadn't thought much, just saw Su-yu come out and instinctively followed her. Su-yu really wanted to slap him into silence at this moment. She came alone without any burden. Even if she couldn't win with real strength, she always found a way to outsmart her opponents using her cleverness. But why is this useless person here? Is he looking for trouble because he's not enough of a burden? Her anger made her want to kick him away first. But she couldn't lose her composure now. She turned around with a look of disdain, her eyes fixed on Wang Danyu, and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. I only want to know where you sold my brother, Su-chi."
Doki? Haha.
You really think I will tell you willingly? It seems you don't know when to stop. You should be talking to yourself like that. Ugh. Before she finished speaking, Su-yu's stick swung toward him. At the same time, Su-yu shouted for Jiang Sun and Jiang Yan to leave quickly. But how could they leave? Not only that, Jiang Sun quickly made a decision. Second brother, attack that woman. Her footing is unstable. Focus on her lower body. He then drew a soft whip from his waist and aimed it at Wang Dahu, who was about to attack Su-yu. Wang Dahu was struck hard by the soft whip, leaving a bloody mark on his face. The sharp pain made him furious. He roared and charged at Jiang Sun. "You crippled, dead waste, dare to interfere in my affairs? I think you're tired of living." Wang Dahu, furious, grabbed a stool and threw it fiercely at Jiang Sun. At first, Jiang Sun could dodge, but gradually he couldn't keep up. After suffering from his limp, he slowed down. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dahu took a quick step forward, grabbing Jiang Sun's collar with iron-like hands and lifting him up. "Dead cripple, you refuse to take the right path, and even when there's no way out, you still insist on breaking in. Today, I'll make sure you lose your other leg too." Wang Dahu touched his painful cheek, then looked ferociously and raised Jiang Sun high, ready to smash him to the ground. This blow would surely ruin his two legs. While fighting Wang Danyu, Su saw the situation and her pupils shrank suddenly. She unleashed her full strength, threw down her stick, grabbed Wang Danyu's wrist, and used a powerful over-the-shoulder throw to bring him down. Then, using that force, She quickly moved under Jiang Sun and caught him steadily. She didn't forget to kneel and kick hard at Wang Dahe's leg, who was proudly standing nearby. She used all her strength for this kick. There was a loud cracking sound, and Wang Dahe, unprepared, fell heavily to the ground. He clutched his seemingly broken left leg, angry and crying out, "Damn woman, today I will make you regret this." But Suyu didn't give him a chance to breathe. After gently setting down Jiang Sun, she immediately lifted her foot and kicked Wang Dahe's right leg hard. Seeing him clutching both legs and crying out, she then kicked him hard on the back. This kick sent Wang Dahe flying 2 meters away. He spat blood and could no longer get up. Afterward, she glanced at Jiang Yan, who was attacking like a mouse beneath the fierce woman. Even though her posture was awkward, it was effective. She was quick and agile, making the fierce woman helpless for a moment. It seemed her training had been effective. The fierce woman was so angry that she kept dodging while gagging and saying, "Where did this black egg come from? So smelly, like it just crawled out of a dung pit. Ugh, using a shovel to deal with someone like you is right. How dare you call me a black egg? Today, I will treat you like dirt and shovel you away." After saying that, Jiang Yan waved his shovel vigorously. Seeing Jiang Yan had the upper hand, Suyu stopped paying attention to him and picked up a stick from the ground to continue hitting Wang Dainiu. Wang Dainiu was no match for Suyu. He kept covering his head and shouted to the young servant in the yard, "A bunch of useless fools. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the tools so we can attack together." At this moment, there were not only young servants but also 3 or 5 apprentices in the yard. Jiang Sun was worried they might all attack together and cause Suyu to suffer more. He quickly shouted, "You all must have been bullied by Wang Dahe and Wang Dainiu before. Do you still want to help the villains now? The person who worked with you, Zhou Chang'an, has asked to take back his silver and find another way to make a living. You might as well unite today, take back the silver, and each find your own way. There's no point wasting time and family money on this, as everyone is poor and can't afford it." His words expressed the feelings of all the apprentices. They all came with their family savings, dreaming of learning a skill. But instead of learning, they were constantly exploited by Wang Pai Bai. They looked at each other, and then all embraced the young servants who wanted to help. With no worries, Suyu hit Wang Dainiu even harder. Her gaze turned fierce as she threw down her stick and directly dislocated Wang Dainiu's arm. "I ask again, where did you sell Su Qi?" Wang Dainiu cried out in pain. "Ah.
Ugh. Oh.
Heroine, spare me."
Spare me? Ugh.
Still have the mood to sing? Seems like it still hurts enough. While saying this, Suyu also dislocated his other arm. Wang Dainiu twitched from the pain but no longer made any noise, instead saying calmly, "Do mansion." Seeing this, Suyu stopped. She kicked Wang Dainiu away from Wang Dahe, who was wailing with a cold look. "Remember, our score isn't settled yet." She would come back after finding her brother to continue settling the score with them. Anyone who hurts her will pay double. At this moment, Zhou Chang'an and his followers arrived. Looking at Suyu standing above the suffering Wang Dahe and Wang Dainiu, he swallowed and silently gave her a thumbs up. Big sister is mighty. It seems he still misunderstood the fighting power of the fierce woman. Lu Yiming, Zhou Chuanxue, and Zhang Feng didn't misunderstand. They were the 3 who were knocked down by the fierce woman that day. Today, they gathered again as a group. But now, all 3 looked at Suyu with envy. Suyu calmly accepted this and reminded them, "First, tie them up. This isn't over." After saying that, she quickly disappeared. Jiang Sun instinctively followed. Like a mole attacking the mother demon, Jiang Yan said, "Big brother, did you forget something?" Big brother couldn't hear, so Zhou Chang'an said, "Your older brother is easily distracted by beauty, but in critical moments, you still need Brother Chang'an to help you." This fierce woman often scolds him, but today he doesn't hold grudges or seek revenge. As soon as he got close, she kicked him away with a swift kick. Zhou Chang'an was stunned by the kick. Damn it, can he not even beat a small person like Jiang Yan? Seeing Jiang Sun, who was limping, follow her, Suyu frowned and said, "Behave yourself and wait here." After speaking, she quickened her pace. Jiang Sun gritted his teeth and followed, angry that Suyu threatened, "When I get the chance, I'll beat you up." Jong Sun's injured leg hurt badly, but hearing Suyu's words, his bottom tightened involuntarily. However, he showed no emotion and said calmly, "Once your brother is rescued, do as you like." Then, noticing Jong-nan anxiously waiting beside the ox cart, he quickly said, "Let's go by the ox cart." At this moment, Jong-nan saw him and Suyu and hurried over to ask, "Ah-sun, are you okay?" Jong-sun shook his head. "Thanks to second uncle for coming. I'm fine." Jong-nan let out a long breath. "Look at you, what are you saying? Am I not your second uncle?" "As long as you're fine." Jong-sun didn't say anything sentimental. He simply nodded and told Jong-nan to drive the ox cart toward the Du residence. Meanwhile, old Master Du had just ordered a servant to wash Su-chi clean. Seeing how handsome and pure he looked after washing, he looked at him with greed and said, "Little beauty, from now on, no one will bother us too." He then bent down with a wicked smile and approached the young boy, his hand sneaking towards Su-chi's handsome face. Disgusted, Su-chi quickly stepped back. He clenched his fists and prepared to fight, saying, "Get away, old lecher, don't touch me." But he was weak from a fever, staggering and unsteady. He swayed unsteadily, looking pitiful. Master Du looked at the scene with a sigh of admiration. "You're so fiery at such a young age. I like little spicy peppers like you. Otherwise, life would be too dull." Tsk. His lips curled into a charming smile as he admired her beauty, comparing her to a delicate flower. He couldn't help but want to cherish her. Master Du swallowed nervously as he saw the young man raise his fist. With a mischievous smile, he easily sidestepped and then lifted the young man onto the bed. "Little beauty, don't struggle so bravely, or you'll only provoke a stronger storm from me." Su-chi was tied to the bed by Master Du, unable to move. Tears of humiliation streamed down his face. Though he had a fever, his body was cold all over. The coldness spread from his heart to every part of his body, making his skin tremble. As the sound of fabric tearing echoed, he looked utterly hopeless.
Why?
Why was he being treated like this? Thinking of his late parents, his distant sister, and the battered brother Stone, he couldn't hold back his tears and started crying loudly.
Sniff.
"Help! Dad!
Mom. Sister. Stone. Please save me.
I'm so scared." At that moment, a young servant hurried in and reported, "Master, something's wrong." "A woman is rushing in." Before he finished speaking, the loud voice of Suyueru echoed through the courtyard. "Master Du, come out now. Release my brother Su-chi, or I will tear down your house." Hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar voice, the young man froze, his face full of disbelief.
Brother Suki?
"Is it sister? Why has she come? Is he hallucinating because he's about to die?" He stayed frozen on the bed, like a broken puppet, unable to move. Hearing the commotion outside, Master Du had to stop. His face darkened as he got up, dressed quickly, and hurried out of the room. Seeing the crazy woman and the crippled man, Master Du was furious. "Who are you two? Why are you causing trouble in my house in broad daylight? Be careful, or I'll report you to the authorities and have you thrown in jail." "Go quickly, go now," Suyu sneered and said. "They kidnapped my brother in broad daylight. We wanted to report it to the authorities. If you're smart, you'll hand my brother over now. Otherwise, even if you don't report it, we will." Jong-sun replied, "According to the laws of the Great Shao Dynasty, those who sell people are punished by branding and exile for 3,000 miles. Those who secretly imprison civilians or have malicious intentions are lightly beaten and imprisoned, or worse, their lives are at risk. Old Master Du, if you release him now, we will forget this matter. But if we report it later, not only will your reputation be ruined, but you might also end up in jail or worse." He spoke calmly, looking serious and upright, with a sharp gaze fixed on old Master Du. "Oh, you've got some skills. You know the laws of the Great Shao Dynasty, but everything you're saying is nonsense. Su-chi was bought with my real money. There's no such thing as human trafficking or illegal detention. I have the sales contract right here. If you dare to lie again, I will sue you for defamation." Suyu shouted sternly. "You're talking nonsense." "Sales contract?" Su-chi is my only family in this world.
How could I not know about this?
Show me the contract. Inside, Su-chi stared with wide eyes, looking utterly shocked. His sister said she was his only family in this world? He had always said that, but she never agreed, sometimes even getting annoyed and slapping him away. Now, how could this be? He realized. Actually, his sister had always known. She could bully him, but she wouldn't allow others to do so. Only family members are like that. Seeing the crippled man understand the law and the despicable woman being so strong, Old Master Du had no choice but to take out the contract. Suyu stepped forward and examined it carefully. She saw that it stated Su-chi voluntarily apprenticed at Hongri-wood Workshop for 10 years, during which he would follow their orders without pay. If he broke the contract, he would pay 10 taels of silver. The contract was signed by Li Wenlan, the so-called second aunt of the original owner. Looking at this contract, Suyu and Jiang Sun exchanged glances and both smiled at the same time. Especially Suyu, who suddenly cursed loudly. Idiot! Then she looked directly at the confused old Master Du, smiling beautifully. Sorry, we've broken the contract. Her words were full of sarcasm, yet also firm. Angrily, Lord Du shouted. You dare to be so arrogant. You say you broke the contract, but what about my 10 taels of silver?
Bah!
Why do I need silver? I finally met someone I like, and you won't ruin my happiness. Be sensible and get out now, or don't blame me for turning ruthless and throwing you out. Inside, Su-chi trembled again. Did Lord Du want a servant to beat his sister? Would his sister abandon him? Although his sister was very strong, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. Over time, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. He was afraid his sister would leave him, and also afraid she would be bullied. But Sui was not afraid at all. She looked around at the servants and sneered, then asked, Why can't we break the contract? We are willing to pay 10 taels of silver. But that's not for you. It's between us and Hongri-wood Workshop. As for the silver you spent, buy from whoever you want. That has nothing to do with us. We only want my brother Su-chi. After saying this, she unexpectedly snatched the contract from Lord Du's hand. Lord Du wanted to take it back, but it was too late. He was about to get angry and order the servants to attack, but Jiang Sun spoke. Seems like Lord Du has built up quite a fortune, huh? There's an old saying, where there's grass, there's hope. Someone like your younger brother is just a finger snap away from being found. We, who have nothing, aren't afraid of those with everything. Why risk everything over this? Since we broke the contract, Lord Du, you're basically imprisoning a child. According to the law, you could be jailed and punished. Our official, Mr. Shen, is a fair man who doesn't tolerate corruption. Do you think he would side with you if this goes to the authorities? Lord Du choked on his words. He had just been playing around, but he didn't expect Su-chi to be so complicated. He didn't want to cause big trouble over a little kid. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and said, People can be returned to you, but I want my 10 taels of silver back. Suyu was amused. She clenched her fists and stepped forward with a stick. I'll say it again. You get your silver from whoever you want. We are in the right today. Stop bothering us. Either hand over the person now or fight, and then hand him over. Jiang Sun also said while whipping, My wife is very strong. It's really a pity that Lord Du built such a nice courtyard. They didn't really fight. When Suyu just swung her fist to knock 3 young men into the fake mountain she had just had repaired, Lord Du felt heartache. 500 taels of silver. He raised his hand in helpless acceptance. Nothing special, Suyu snorted, put away the wooden stick, and went inside to find her brother. When she entered the house, Suyu was immediately shocked by what she saw. A thin young boy was tied to the bed with red silk, his hair messy, face flushed, eyes dazed, clearly frightened, staring blankly at her. That damn Du thief, Suyu cursed silently. Damn it, Su-chi is only 10 years old. She tried to speak softly to comfort him. Don't be afraid, sister is here. But just this short sentence made the tears in the boy's eyes suddenly pour out. He stammered, softly choking, Sister. Is it really sister who came? After saying that, his dry lips curled down as if feeling a little wronged, or perhaps a little uneasy. His wet eyelashes trembled, and he lowered his eyelids, crying silently. Seeing that Suchi recognized her, Suyu quickly moved her hands faster. Yes, sister. Sister will take you home now. Home? The boy was stunned again. He wanted to ask which home his sister was taking him to, but under the strong emotions of sadness and happiness, his already fragile body couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't breathe properly and fainted. Just before losing consciousness, he barely grabbed his sister's clothes. He no longer wanted to go back to Hongri Wood Workshop. He and the Stones would really be beaten to death by Wang Dainiu. He also didn't want to go back to his second uncle and aunt's house, where they didn't treat him like a person. He wanted to be with his sister. But his sister was already married, and she didn't treat him kindly either. In the end, he still had to return to that hell on earth. You didn't think so much. When she saw the boy faint, she quickly wrapped him in a quilt and hurriedly carried him out of the house. Seeing old Master Du's angry face, Suyu was so annoyed that she kicked his fake mountain, which was hurting him. With a loud crash, the fake mountain, which was only slightly damaged at one corner, finally collapsed loudly under Suyu's force. Old Master Du stomped his feet and pointed at Suyu's nose, shouting, "Shrew, you crazy woman! Stealing my little beauty in broad daylight is bad enough, but now you dare to damage my fake mountain without reason. Today, I will make sure you pay for this. Come on, who's afraid? Old disrespectful fat man, daring to bully my brother. If I don't punch your teeth out, I'm being kind. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ring the bell and tell everyone in Onping Town about your disgusting, perverted habits." Old Master Du's face turned red with anger. "This is too much. You stole my little beauty, damaged my fake mountain, and now you call me fat? Am I fat? That's just—" Before he could finish, a young man hurriedly interrupted him. "Dad, whether I'm fat or not can wait. Here's the account book for the tea shop on the street. Take a look. If we don't stop the losses now, we'll lose more than just a fake mountain." After speaking, he signaled Suyu and others to leave quickly. Suyu showed no expression, nodded lightly, and then carried Suchi as she strode out of the Du residence. Jiang Sun also nodded gently and hobbled to catch up with Suyu. Seeing this, old Master Du wanted to call them back, but was stopped again by the young man. "Dad, don't worry about them now. Let's go inside and discuss the plan. I've already warned you that the tea house's location is spacious but remote and not suitable for opening a tea shop." The young man was Du Hung, old Master Du's only son. He usually disliked his father's strange habits that couldn't be seen in the light, so he mostly stayed outside at his shop. He didn't want to see or bother with his father's eccentricities. But his disrespectful, fat father not only refused to give him authority, but also held opinions opposite to his. He originally wanted to develop the tea house into a special building, but as soon as he mentioned it, his fat father rejected it. He said he had more experience with salt than rice, implying he had been managing businesses long before he was born. He called it a specialty, but it was clearly just laziness. Could a specialty really easily open the market? Instead of dreaming about unrealistic ideas, he preferred to follow the tried-and-true path of his predecessors. Now, the tea house was losing money like crazy. Meanwhile, Suyu quickly arrived at Jishir Hall in a bullock cart. Dr. Yang became familiar with her. Seeing that Su Chi was very sick, he took care of him first. "Why is this child so feverish?" Dr. Yang looked serious. After feeling Su Chi's forehead and lifting his eyelids, he carefully checked his pulse. After a long while, he sighed and said, "The child has a high fever that has caused him to faint, likely due to emotional ups and downs. I will give him some medicine to reduce the fever and let the second apprentice brew it in the medicine hall. We will observe him for a while." Suyu replied, "Thank you, Dr. Yang." Remembering the bloodied stone, she quickly asked, "Thank you, Dr. Yang, for checking my brother. Is there any injury on his body?" This look was shocking. Upon inspection, she found that Su Chi's thin body was covered with many scars. The bruises varied in color, with some fresh and some old. They were layered and disturbing to see. Even though the boy was unconscious, He kept twisting his body as if being bitten by a poisonous snake or beast. Dr. Yang hurriedly turned him over carefully. Suyu wanted to help, but Jiang Sun, standing nearby, took the lead. However, Jiang Sun's injured leg was also at its limit. With a forceful move, he staggered. Dr. Yang was angry and scolded him. "You're already disabled. What are you trying to show off? Sit down over there." Then, Dr. Yang called a servant to help and told Suyu to stay aside, as she was already causing trouble. He struggled to cut open the pants stuck to the skin. When he saw the bloodied buttocks, he couldn't help but curse. This is terrible. How could such a young child be hurt like this? Yes, how could someone do this? Suyu gritted her teeth, staring at the bloody, torn flesh of the boy's buttocks, then quickly left the clinic. She didn't take a carriage, but ran straight to the Hongri wood workshop. By now, Wang Dahu, Wang Daniu, and the mother ghost had been tied up by Zhou Chang'an and others. Suyu sneered and walked directly toward the main culprit, Wang Daniu. Wang Daniu's arms had already been dislocated. Seeing Suyu's fierce look, he was so scared he kept retreating. Wicked woman, breaking into someone's home without permission. If I report you to the authorities, you'll get whipped. Before he finished speaking, a strong wind hit his face, followed by a sharp pain. A series of loud, crisp, and harsh slaps echoed in the air. Suyu was naturally strong, and these few slaps carried her intense anger. Wang Dania's face instantly swelled up. He howled loudly, blood filling his mouth, mixing with the teeth she had knocked out, looking very miserable. All the little children in the yard watched with a mix of fear and excitement. Revenge is a cycle. Even the wicked Wang Daniu has his day. But they dared not show their feelings. Each one shrank back, afraid that if they drew attention, they would suffer another harsh beating. Zhou Chang'an, Lu Yiming, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Yan saw the furious rage of the wicked woman and dared not step forward. Don't ask, they had also been slapped by her before. In the end, the wicked woman had shown mercy to them. Look at all this blood and the teeth flowing out as if they were free. Heroine, Mississippi, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Wang Daniu, despite his defiance, was now afraid after losing a few teeth. He knew he needed some to eat. He stammered and begged for mercy. Ha! Can't take it anymore? Why didn't you think of sparing him when you hit my brother? He's so small. How dare you beat him so cruelly? Suyu coldly snorted, and she did stop. But it wasn't because she spared Wang Daniu. She turned around and grabbed a whip. With a flick, the whip sliced through the air in a curve and struck Wang Daniu's face hard. The single lash made his skin split and flesh tear, and he howled even louder. Ugh. It hurts so much. Heroine, please spare me. It's all my fault for not recognizing the situation. I didn't know that was your brother. Wang Daniu begged for mercy with his mouth, but inside, he cursed Su Qi 1,000,000 times. Where did this fierce sister come from? Why had she never appeared before? Before he could finish his words, another whip struck him again. Is it okay to hit other people's children? Today, I will settle the score for what happened to my brother and Stone. Hearing this, Stone, who was helped over by Lin Hongyu, trembled violently. His eyes filled with admiration and gratitude as he looked at Suyu. When she heard the sound, Suyu finally stopped. She turned around, slightly furrowing her brows. Shirtu? Why are you here with an injury? Shirtu choked up and couldn't speak right away. Lin Hongyu spoke for him instead, saying, Yeah, this child keeps worrying about your brother. I couldn't refuse, so I came along. Did I hurt your hand? She glanced at Wang Daniu, who was covered in blood, and then asked Suyu with concern. Everyone in the yard couldn't help but smile at her caring attitude. Did the person who hit him get hurt? This mother-in-law's kind image was almost too much. But they didn't say anything bad about her. Instead, they even praised her, saying, Well done. This is what you call karma. Bad people get what they deserve. Lin Hongyu was worried that things might get out of control, but she also genuinely admired Suyu. Her daughter-in-law was truly exceptional. She was brave when facing problems and gave a real sense of safety. Just like her missing husband, who was also very confident when he paid her ransom years ago. Suyu gently shook her head and then continued speaking to Shirtu. Shirtu, it was thanks to your brave message that I could rescue my brother. Those two brothers, Hu Nyo and Yi Cha, and their mother, often bullied you. Do you still have the strength now? If so, you should take revenge. Wang Dahu and Yi Cha, who had been hiding, trembled at her words. We didn't hit those little brats. Wang Daniu, who was in pain and grimacing, immediately retorted, didn't we? Big brother and sister-in-law, don't think you can avoid it. We're all in this together. He was hurt so badly by Suyu that he just wanted someone to share the pain. Besides, his older brother and sister-in-law had also fought just as hard as he did. They were all in the same boat. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Suyu swung her whip and lashed each of Wang Dahu and Yi Cha. Shut up. All of you are scoundrels. No good ones among you. Shirtu wanted to fight but was afraid. He really wanted to bite these three to death, but he was sold here by his eldest uncle. Once Suyu left, he would be beaten to death by these three if he dared to fight back. He hesitated, afraid to step forward. Suyu clearly saw his worries. She had already taken back the contract for Su Chi, and now wanted to help Shirtu get his rights back. By the way, Shirtu, does your family know what happened to you at Hongriwood Workshop? Stone pursed his lips before shaking his head and saying, I don't know, but even if I did, I wouldn't care. My eldest uncle took a bag of grain from the Red Sunwood Workshop and sent me here. His words revealed endless bitterness. He was in the same situation as Su Chi. Suyu understood. She raised her whip and lashed it 3 times at the 3 people. Seeing them trembling, she stopped and said coldly, hand over the deed to Stone. Now that they were already beaten into submission, they hurriedly nodded eagerly. Heroine, is it true that if we hand over Stone's deed, you'll let us go? Seeing them regain some strength, Suyu sneered and slowly said, let you go? Think again. First, you must hand over Stone's deed. Then we can talk. When she saw their sneaky plans, she was about to whip them again, but Jiang Yen grabbed her arm. Sister-in-law, I'll do it for you. He believed it was his duty to act for justice. He was the only healthy man in their family. Practicing martial arts was to protect his family. Since someone else was willing to do it, Suyu was happy to let him. She handed him the whip and smiled. All right. Jiang Yen took the whip and, imitating his sister-in-law, swung it skillfully. In just a few strikes, the 3 men begged for mercy and handed over the deed. Young hero, stop hitting. We'll give it to you. Suyu carefully examined the deed, then solemnly handed it to Stone. Stone trembled as he took it, his eyes filling with tears. Though he couldn't read the characters, as long as Suyu confirmed it, it was trustworthy. No matter where his eldest uncle would sell him in the future, he was free at this moment. Thank you, Sister Yu. He choked with emotion, unable to say more. Instead, he tore the deed into pieces with force, then bowed deeply to Suyu. He stood up, took the whip from Jiang Yen and said, let me do it. Thinking of the insults from Wang Dahu, Wang Daniu, and the Mother Knight Yasha during this time, he ignored his injuries. Gripping the whip tightly, he lashed out at them fiercely, including Su Chi's share. Every strike carried the sound of wind and his suppressed anger. Ah! You dog Stone. You brat. You've gone too far. Ah! Ah! Grandpa Stone, have mercy. The 3 of them, who started out shouting angrily, gradually began to beg for mercy. But once Stone found a way to vent his anger, he wouldn't stop easily. This gave hope to the other small victims who had been bullied. One by one, they bravely stepped forward, knelt before Suyu and begged, Sister Yu, please get back our contract papers. We beg you, Sister Yu. We are beaten and forced to work every day, and we only get 1 meal a day. Not only the small victims, but also a few adult men who had paid 2 taels of silver to work came forward, asking Suyu to help recover the 2 taels of silver they had pooled together from their homes. Suyu thought about it and decided to act decisively. She was about to agree to everyone's requests when Lu Yiming reminded her, Sister-in-law, this matter involves many people. It's better to report it to the authorities. He had seen how his father handled village affairs since he was young and knew that such situations should be reported. Lin Hongyu also whispered, Yeah, Luda Wang makes a good point. There are too many people involved, and we can't handle it alone. You're familiar with Steward Shen, so if you report it, he will surely support us. Seeing about 10 people crowding around her, Suyu knew she couldn't handle it alone. She nodded in agreement. She decided to go report the matter herself. First, she would find Steward Shen to explain everything clearly. Before leaving, she told everyone, "I will report this. You can take this chance to settle your grievances and seek revenge if you want." In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Steward Shen personally arrived at Hongri Workshop with 2 constables. When they arrived, they saw chaos in the yard. The fierce mother was tightly held by a group of apprentices, unable to move, while Wang Dahu and Wang Daniu were crawling on the ground, biting, pulling hair, and twisting ears with a group of small victims. The scene was very chaotic. Steward Shen's mouth twitched as he quickly ordered the constables to step forward and stop the fight. Jiang Yan took advantage of the crowd of small victims to hide behind them and kicked Wang Dahu and Wang Daniu hard. He kicked exactly where Suyu had previously removed their legs and arms, causing them to scream loudly in pain. Then, the small children suddenly fell to the ground, crying out loudly, "Oh no! Please, Lord County, help us." The Hongri Workshop is a dishonest place. They pretend to make furniture, but actually sell people. They almost killed my sister's younger brother and many children. They falsely accused others, making Wang Dahu and Wang Daniu angry. One almost stood up, the other almost raised his arm. "Manager, Shen should decide for us. We are not selling people, we have contracts. It's that wicked woman who led others to break into our home and nearly beat us to death." But at this moment, who else was there? Zhou Chang'an and the others had already quietly left without a trace. Instead, Suyu openly admitted, "Manager Shen, I was the one who entered. But if I hadn't come in, my brother and all these children would have been beaten to death by them. My brother is still unconscious and in critical condition at Jishir Hall." Suyu had already told Manager Shen all about this matter. Seeing the current situation, the helpless expression on the apprentice's face, the fear and anger on the children's faces, Manager Shen saw everything. He shouted sternly, "Do they have a family contract that allows them to beat or sell others? Remember, you only have a contract to work at Hongri Workshop, not a sale contract. They have their own household registration, not slave records, and they are not your slaves. You have no right to decide their lives or deaths." Coming from a noble family and well-informed, Manager Shen spoke directly to the key point. Contracts like this are usually vague, but not to mention that he was giving Suyu face. Even for Manager Shen himself, he disliked Wang Dahu and the others very much. So, at this moment, he was definitely on Suyu's side, wanting to give everyone an explanation. Wang Dahu and the others were unhappy. "Manager Shen, please see clearly. We just wanted to scare these children a little because we're disappointed in them. We didn't really mean to hurt them. Moreover, we take care of their meals and teach them skills. Isn't learning a skill supposed to be hard? Instead, they don't show gratitude and even team up with outsiders to attack us. That's a betrayal of our kindness. Please help us, Manager Shen." After speaking, the 3 showed their injuries to Manager Shen and the constable. Their swollen faces were covered with crisscrossed whip marks. But Manager Shen was unmoved. When he saw the fresh and old scars on the boy's body, he was immediately furious. "Is this what you call scaring?" she said. "These scars didn't form in a day. You keep claiming to teach skills, but you have tortured the children like this. You even try to lie and shift the blame onto innocent children and Lady Sue. What a clever trick." The other children's injuries were not as serious as those from stones, but they all showed signs of harsh treatment. Suyu added, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. My brother was beaten even worse. If I hadn't arrived in time today, I might not have seen my brother again. He's still unconscious at the Ji Shirtang." Seeing Steward Shen's gloomy face, some adult apprentices knelt down and asked him to help recover their tuition fees. Hongri Workshop is a dishonest place. They pretend to teach skills but are actually stealing money illegally. Please, Steward Shen, help us. We are poor children. 2 silver coins can feed my family for a year. Seeing everyone turn against them, Wang Dahu and others quickly said, "Steward Shen, don't believe their words alone. Learning skills isn't easy. We all have contracts. We stand by what's right wherever we go. We want to see Lord Shen, hire a lawyer, and take this to court. They realized that Steward Shen and Suyu were on the same side. They didn't plan to let the victims become the villains without a fight. But little did they know, not only Steward Shen but also Lord Shen supported Suyu. Shin Jixing was a rare good official and was about to become a father. He couldn't stand such cruelty and abuse of children. But as the local magistrate of Anping Town, he had to follow the law. He said, "Your words will be investigated. The contract is here, but if its contents go against morality or break the law, it cannot be used to justify your evil deeds. I will order a thorough investigation. All records of Hongri Wood Workshop, including accounts, apprentice contracts, and daily logs, must be checked. During this time, the workshop will be closed and you must cooperate with the officials." Hearing this, Wang Dahu and others looked at the children in the yard with cruel intent. They wanted to torment them further, but their plan was doomed to fail. Su Yu suggested, "Lord Shen, to prevent Wang Dahu and others from retaliating against the children, I think it's safer to take them to the government office for custody." Shen Zixing agreed immediately. Yes. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahu and the others collapsed to the ground, like dogs being dragged away by officials. As for the other involved people, they were temporarily kept at Hongri Wood Workshop to cooperate with the authorities' investigation. Su Qi and Stone, because of their serious injuries, needed medical treatment. They were temporarily cared for by Su Yu, but they had to be ready to respond at any moment, as they would need to testify later. This was just the procedural part. Wang Dahu and others' misdeeds would surely lead to exile. This battle, finally, Su Yu managed to vent her anger for Su Qi, but in her eyes, it was still not enough. However, that was a story for later. The most urgent thing now was to wait for Su Qi to wake up. When she arrived at Jishir Hall, Su Qi's blush had faded. The servant gave him a bowl of brown sugar water, and he slowly woke up. His fever was one issue, but mainly he was hungry. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar figure. Tears filled his eyes again. He hesitantly called out, "Sister, is that really you?" Seeing the young boy's pitiful and distressed look, Su Yu spoke softly, gently patting his thin little head, and said, "Yes, it's sister. Cheer has suffered, but it's all over now. In the future, I promise you won't suffer even a little." Her voice was gentle but firm. Hearing this, Su Qi was momentarily stunned. His head no longer felt dizzy, but it still seemed unreal. Sister is so gentle, like never before. Could he still be dreaming? His small hand, hidden under the blanket, clenched tightly into his thigh, causing a sharp pain. Could it really be true? He blinked his big eyes and stared blankly at the smiling face before him, as if bathed in spring breeze. Seeing Su Qi lost in thought, Stone quickly stepped forward and gently patted his small face. "Su Qi, you didn't see just now. Sister Yu was so mighty. She fought Wang Daniu and his brothers so badly they were crying for their mothers. Sister Yu even told me to use the whip to beat them, and I did, along with you. Your sister is really amazing. She's the best and strongest sister in the world." The prominent Bao Jiangyan quickly chimed in, "I testify. My sister-in-law is definitely the most powerful and mighty sister-in-law in the world. As long as sister-in-law didn't hit them, she looked so cool when she fought." Next to them, Jiang Sun heard this and couldn't help but smile. Looking at the proud expressions on the two faces, Su Qi was finally pulled back to reality. He bit his lip and softly said to Su Yu, "I knew sister has always cared about me. His parents were right. Sister is his only family in this world." Su Yu smiled awkwardly. "Of course. Cheer is my only family here." Seeing the boy's funny little face filled with secret joy, she couldn't help but reach out and pinch his cheek. To her surprise, this small gesture made Su Qi's eyes turn red again. Feeling worried, Su Yu quickly stuffed a piece of sugar into his mouth. "Just eat something sweet." At this moment, Dr. Yang came in. Seeing that Su Qi had woken up, he was very happy, but he spoke seriously. "The room is small, and with so many people around. Is there enough air? Everyone else, please leave." Jiang Yan and Stone exchanged glances and left voluntarily. Suyu also moved aside to give space for Dr. Yang to check Su Chi's pulse. After checking, Dr. Yang rarely showed a smile. The fever has gone down, and there's no serious problem. Just drink some soup tonight to strengthen your recovery. As for the external injuries, take good care of them and you'll heal in a few days. Hearing this, Suyu let out a long breath. That's wonderful.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. Doctor.
Yang waved his hand, indicating Suyu didn't need to thank him, then turned his gaze to Jiang Sun, who seemed very unremarkable. His tone was cold. It's your turn now. For some reason, Jiang Sun, who was handsome and tall, probably the best-looking man he had ever seen, made him feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. Especially when he saw Jiang Sun's left leg, which was swollen and not just unhealed but worse than before, he felt even angrier. During the check, he deliberately pressed down hard on Jiang Sun's leg. Jiang Sun groaned softly, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He clenched the chair's armrest tightly to keep from losing his composure. Dr. Yang asked coldly, "Does it hurt?" Jiang Sun gritted his teeth and nodded with a frown. Seeing this, Dr. Yang sneered. "You know it hurts, but still don't take care of your leg? You have plenty of healthy limbs in your family, and your wife is very capable. Why are you showing off? Do you think you're helping her? You're actually hurting her. Would you be willing to cut off your leg and become a one-legged hero?" He had never seen someone so careless about their own body. His good leg was ruined like this. Isn't this damaging his reputation? He doesn't even want to treat it anymore. Suyu also said, "Dr. Yang, look, there's no need to force it. If it really can't be saved, we can just cut it." Looking at Jiang Sun's twisted left leg, she was furious. It was clearly his fault. Was it because she hadn't hit him recently, so he became so arrogant? No, that won't do. He must be disciplined every day from now on. He really doesn't know his own strength. Dr. Yang thought carefully. Maybe we should just cut it. Lin Hongyu looked worried. No. Maybe we can try to save it again. As a doctor with a tough exterior but a kind heart, Dr. Yang found a way out. All right, since your mother loves her son so much, I will do my best to save him. But he naturally looked at Suyu. Because your husband is restless, ordinary ointments won't work. I will need to do acupuncture, bloodletting, and bone setting. It will cost 2 taels of silver each time. After 5 sessions, the leg should be better. This meant they would need to spend an extra 10 taels of silver on top of the original treatment costs. It was truly an unexpected disaster. Lin Hongyu was distressed that her son had to suffer 5 more times and worried about the money. Even Su Chi, lying quietly on the bed, trembled hard. 10 taels of silver? How could they earn that much? Would his sister think he was a burden? Should he just be sent back to his second uncle and aunt now? He really didn't want to go back. Jiang Sun frowned slightly and looked at Suyu. He wasn't thinking much, just feeling responsible as a husband to help her. He didn't expect that not only would he fail to help, but the family would lose so much money. When they got home, the old demon from Black Mountain probably wouldn't be angry and slap him hard, would he? Thinking of this, his legs tensed involuntarily. Everyone in the room had their own thoughts, but Suyu smiled brightly. Dr. Yang, whatever you say, just do it. Please treat him.
Don't hold back.
Treat him with all you've got. Dr. Yang, Lin Hongyu, and Su Chi didn't seem to notice anything. Jiang Sun didn't understand, but he knew he was doomed. However, before Suyu could slap him, after Dr. Yang finished the acupuncture, bloodletting, and bone-setting procedures, he was completely exhausted. They couldn't even hold the handcart tightly. Seeing how much he was hurting, Suyu gently helped him onto the ox cart. Then she went to the counter to pay, which, along with Su Chi's medical expenses, totaled 2 taels of silver and 200 coins. Suyu comforted herself, thinking that money is always hard to keep, and you can earn more if you lose it. After arranging the next bone-setting appointment with Dr. Yang, they all left. The woman sat in front, the child in the middle, and the man at the back. The ox cart was surprisingly full. By the time they reached home, it was dusk, and it was time for dinner. To save time, Lu Yiming didn't take the small path at the end of the village. Of course, he ran into Fat Aunt and a group of women who were eating. When they saw them return, the women gathered around as if they had planned it. Hongyu, Has the person been rescued? Are you all okay? Wow, look at these two new faces on the cart. The fair-skinned one lying down is probably Jeong-sun's younger brother, right? Why did you bring him to our bear village? There's a saying, a half-grown child can drain a mother's strength. Hearing this, Soo-chi's eyes flickered. Is that so? He had never heard of a sister living with her brother from her family. Once the case at Hongri Wooden Workshop was settled, he would have to return to their widow village. Shirtu also trembled slightly. He was only able to stay at Suyu's house for a few days because of Soo-chi's help. During these days, he planned to eat as little as possible, just like at Hongri Wooden Workshop, where he only ate once a day. The two teenagers looked at each other, both feeling nervous and uncertain, worried about what the future held. Living by the sea. Why are you so strict? I want my brother to eat plain white rice every day. Does that matter? It's just like the saying, salted radishes are bland but satisfying. After speaking, Suyu affectionately patted Soo-chi's thin, round little head. My chitsi is so good. Sister will cook you some meat when we get home. When they heard meat, Soo-chi and Shirtu immediately swallowed their saliva, unable to control their hunger. This was a natural response from being hungry for so long, and they felt embarrassed, quickly lowering their heads. Oh, still thinking about eating meat? You look like you're about to eat dirt. Tomorrow is the deadline for the water will agreement, and I've already prepared manure for you. Seeing that Suyu still had the mood to show off, Fat Aunt couldn't help but tease her. Suyu replied calmly, just be prepared, so I don't have to find you tomorrow. Aunt Fat, remember to eat less tonight and save some space for later. After saying that, she did what she usually did, whipped the ox with a single lash. The yellow ox winced in pain but increased its effort, raising a cloud of dust. Aunt Fat, covering her bowl, grumbled, does that wicked woman have no other tricks? She always causes trouble. The woman with a round face, caught in the chaos, couldn't help but complain. It's because you always fall for her tricks. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang'an couldn't help but ask Suyu, sister-in-law, will we be able to make the water will tomorrow? Suyu stopped joking and replied seriously, all the parts are finished. We can assemble it tonight after working overtime. Then she added, don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. I'll pay you for a day's work. Hearing this, Zhou Chang'an quickly waved his hand. No, I didn't mean that. Since the wicked woman helped him recover 2 taels of silver, he had a much better opinion of her. He truly didn't want to see her suffer. Suyu thought, thank you. When they arrived home and got off the carriage, she called out to everyone, thank you all for your hard work today. Please stay and have dinner at my house tonight. Seeing how thoughtful Suyu was, Lin Hongyu smiled with satisfaction. She quickly added, yes, everyone stay and eat with us. I'll go cook a few of our best dishes now. However, everyone was honest and considerate. Knowing they still had to work overtime on the water will tonight, they all politely decided to leave quickly. No one could stop them. Seeing this, Suyu chuckled softly and comforted her mother. Mom, don't worry. I know how to repay them. She allowed herself to keep a little mystery for now. Lin Hongyu didn't ask further. She knew Suyu was thoughtful and nodded, saying, all right, I'll go prepare the food. Soo-chi and Shirtu hurriedly said they wanted to help in the kitchen. They were used to being beaten if they didn't work, so even at Suyu's house, they felt a bit uncomfortable. Lin Hongyu quickly stopped them. No, you two are injured. Go rest in your room first. Jiang Yen returned with the stick used for stirring and said, yes, with so many idle people at home, I can help my mother. The 2 young boys felt deeply touched by this chance encounter. Suyu saw this and felt heartache. These 2 children were so timid. They must have suffered a lot and endured much hardship. She stepped forward gently and comforted them. You both want to work, but first you need to take care of yourselves. Then, as if performing a magic trick, she suddenly had a piece of rock sugar in her hand and handed it to them. Take this as a snack. The 2 boys looked at the precious rock sugar in her hand, trembling and staring blankly, feeling it was unreal. They didn't dare to take it.
Suyu gently patted Sukai's moled.
Chi, I know that since our parents left, you've been through a lot, but those days are over. From now on, stay with me, and no one will bully you again. Soo-chi suddenly looked up, blinking his thin, sunken eyes, with hope and worry in his gaze. Does that mean I can? Stay and live with you. Is it really possible? Can he really not go back to Uncle Air and Aunt Air's house? Aunt Air might not hit him like Wang Daniu, but she would slap him if she was upset. His cousin often bullied him and refused to let him eat. He really didn't want to go back. But he was also worried about burdening his sister.
Sujoy nodded seriously.
You are the only family I have in this world. Since you're not an adult yet, you should live with me. Don't you want to? Su Chi quickly nodded, like pounding garlic. Yes, I want to. Uncle Air and Aunt Air. Su Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce look, but it quickly disappeared. As long as Chi is willing, that's enough. I will handle everything over there. Once she was free, she would deal with those two troublemakers. Hearing this, Su Chi's tense heart finally relaxed. But he couldn't help but choke up again. I'm willing to live with you, sister. I won't let you be troubled. I can do a lot of chores, doing laundry, cooking, washing dishes, cleaning up after the animals. I know how to do these. When he said this, he looked at Jiang Sun. He wondered if his brother-in-law would agree. Jiang Sun, who had just recovered from the pain, immediately expressed his support. Chi, don't worry. Brother-in-law agrees wholeheartedly. And this family, your sister says, is up to you. After saying that, he looked at Su Yu, hoping she would see that he was behaving well and wouldn't be angry with him anymore. But the idea was good. Su Yu just gave him a faint glance and continued to comfort her younger brother. The key point was that it wasn't the Black Mountain old demon himself. At this moment, Jiang Xian came out from the kitchen. He ran over to call out to his sister-in-law and eagerly approached Su Chi, looking up and asking, Are you Brother Chi, the younger brother of sister-in-law?
Suki nodded carefully.
Jiang Xian examined him closely before continuing. You do look a bit like sister-in-law. Fair and handsome, very nice. Su Chi's ears turned red and he whispered, You are also good-looking. Hearing this, Jiang Xian scratched his head and chuckled, showing a proud smile. I knew it. Even though I'm a bit less handsome than my older brother, I'm definitely better looking than my second brother. By the way, can you two walk? Do you want to see our wild chickens? Big brother said they are about to hatch eggs. Seeing the children chatting happily, Su handed the sugar candies she was holding to the three of them and then turned to go back to the kitchen. Looking at the candies in her hand and her back, Su Chi's eyes filled with tears again. Big sister is so good. This family is so good. Everyone in the family is so kind. Next to him, Shi Tu looked on with envy. Su Chi finally felt that his hardships were over and happiness was coming. Hard work is needed to strengthen oneself. Once Cheer is healthy, let him practice martial arts with you. I don't expect him to be as quick-witted as the second brother, but I want him to have the ability to protect himself. After hearing Su's praise, Zhang Yan's smile almost reached his chin. Lin Hongyu couldn't watch anymore. That's enough. With me and your sister-in-law here, it's enough. Go back to your room and move Ah Xian's things to the main house. Cheer and Stone will sleep in your room for now. Seeing that there wasn't enough space for everyone to sleep, Su started thinking about building a house. She considered her available money. 100 taels of silver would be kept as a backup for upgrades to ensure safety in critical moments. Another 100 taels would be used to treat Jiang Sun's leg, since he plays an important role later in the story. The remaining 60 taels she had plans for. So building a house would have to be postponed for now. Once the water will issue was settled tomorrow, she would find ways to earn more silver. Pressure gives motivation. Su Yu started chopping meat vigorously. Thinking about the two family members who often went hungry, she decided to make century egg and lean pork porridge tonight. She secretly chopped the century eggs bought from the trading mall, then turned around to scoop a spoonful of clear, white rice from a ceramic jar, washed it carefully, and put it into the boiling water that Lin Hongyu had already heated. While the porridge was cooking, she added the sliced meat into a bowl, then added a little salt, cooking wine, and starch, gently mixing with her hand so each strip was coated with a thin layer of batter. This made the meat more tender and smooth when cooked. When the porridge started to bubble, Su slowly poured the marinated meat into the pot, stirring gently with a spoon to prevent the meat strips from sticking together. A rich aroma of meat mixed with rice filled the air, making Lin Hongyu swallow hard. Her Yeye's cooking always amazed her. Porridge with meat? Why does adding meat to the porridge make such a big difference? It's not the same. She saw Yaya add diced eggs into the pot, blending fully with the meat and rice. As she stirred slowly, it looked less like food and more like a colorful painting they couldn't afford. And there was more. Before serving, Yaya sprinkled chopped green onions into the pot for extra flavor. Instantly, a fresh onion aroma filled the air, transforming the meat porridge into a beautiful landscape painting. Because there are many people at home, Siyu specially cooked a lot of food. When Lin Hongyu wasn't looking, she quietly put some into her space. Her space keeps things fresh. One day, she plans to send some to Madame Shen. Madame Shen is the local official of Anping Town and a key character in the original story. She needs to maintain a good relationship with her. At this moment, the three boys in the yard are no longer interested in playing with chickens. Their noses are filled with the strong smell of meat, eggs, and porridge, making their stomachs churn. How can it smell so good? Jiang Xian raised his eyebrows and said to Su Qi and Stone, "Tonight we are lucky. You don't know, but sister-in-law's cooking is so delicious, better than meat. Even a simple radish dish can taste better." After tidying up the house, Jiang Yan was already very hungry. He usually spends a lot of energy practicing with swords and sticks, and since he's growing, he's always either hungry or starving. Seeing that his mother and sister-in-law seem ready with dinner, he quickly went to the kitchen to help serve the food. Su Qi and Stone instinctively followed, and little Jiang Xian, being confident, also hurried to carry the food with his short legs. They had simple dishes: preserved egg and lean pork porridge, plain egg pancakes, stir-fried cabbage, a cold dish of fire root, and radishes pickled by Suyu. It was a simple but hearty dinner. But Su Qi and Stone hesitated to start eating. Such a rich meal. Can they really eat it? How long has it been since they last had dinner? Jiang Yan and Jiang Xian are now used to such luxurious living. They called everyone over and started eating their meat porridge happily. They ate silently, one spoonful after another. It was so fragrant and delicious, even better than braised pork. Seeing the two boys still hesitant, Siyu smiled and said, "Cheer, Stone, this is the chicken and lean pork porridge I specially cooked for you. You've been hungry for a long time, and your bodies are weak. You need good nourishment, but you can't eat too much at once, so I added nourishing eggs and tender shredded meat. It won't upset your stomach, and it's full of nutrients. Eat it while it's hot. Only when you're full can your injuries heal quickly." As they tasted the tender, smooth porridge, Su Qi and Stone both welled up with tears. It was so delicious. How could something taste so good? Do they even deserve to eat such precious food? How could Moon Sister, treat them so well? The two of them were deeply moved but also very cautious as they ate their porridge. Suyu did not speak much. Children who have lacked a sense of security for a long time cannot change overnight. As long as they feel loved, they will gradually improve over time. This is similar to the noticeable Bao Jiangyan across from them. In the past, he felt guilty even eating one more grain of rice. Now, he is the one eating the most and in the messiest way at the table. He follows whatever is said, eating quietly without complaints. Seeing Su Qi and Stone eating elegantly, he repeats the words Siyu once told him. "Look at you two, so thin you look like noodles. Do you think it's okay to eat so little? Now is the time to grow. You need to eat more. Don't think about saving food for our family. We have a strict rule. Eat as much as you can. Any leftovers will be fed to the chickens." A wild chicken, busy incubating eggs, chirped in response. Cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck. Su Qi and Stone looked at each other in surprise. Nowadays, they've seen people refuse to eat, but this is the first time they've seen someone force others to eat more. Lin Hongyu scolded her son with a light tap on his head. "Don't scare the newcomers." Looking at his younger brother, Jiang Sun felt a bit annoyed. No talking during meals or bedtime. Su Yu also disliked this and agreed. Yes, from now on, the second brother is not allowed to talk while eating. "Cheer, Stone, you two just eat according to your ability." After saying that, she went ahead to assemble the water wheel. Thanks to her, Jiang Sun and Zhou Chang'an working all night, by early morning, a large water wheel was beautifully placed in the river downstream. Everyone was stunned. Seeing the well-made water wheel, the The local official was very excited and asked eagerly, Jiang Sun's family, can you show us how it works? Suyu raised an eyebrow, confident it would be fine. But as she turned the wheel, it didn't spin smoothly as expected. Instead, with a squeak, it got stuck. Seeing how useless it looked, the crowd immediately started to stir. Oh wow, this woman is the best at pretending. You all really believe she can make a water wheel? She's just fooling you all, haha. The chubby ant, who had been worried all along, couldn't hold back her laughter and started mocking loudly. Yeah, we've been waiting for half a month, only to end up disappointed. It's so boring. That wicked woman is just wicked. She's living a good life but messing around for no reason. What is she even making? It looks fancy, but is actually useless. She even claims she can save effort by watering the fields herself. She's just bragging and might hurt herself. With Aunt Fatty leading the way, everyone couldn't help but complain. They really are fools. Why believe that wicked woman can make a water wheel? Wouldn't it be better to do some work instead? The village chief also chuckled at himself. No one knew how much he wished the wicked woman could really make a water wheel. That would be a great honor for their village, and even for Onping Town. But he was overestimating her. Even if she made some small progress, she couldn't change her proud nature. Still, he didn't mock Sue like others did. Honestly, even if she couldn't succeed, she at least had the intention. And her appearance looked serious, so it seemed she really understood how to make a water wheel, even if only a little. But he thought that others didn't, especially those who had been tricked by the wicked woman and had bet against her. Led by Aunt Fatty, she said, "Ha! Everyone saw it. The wicked woman didn't make the water wheel on time. According to our agreement, I get to start pouring her manure. Yeah, Jiang Sun's family owes me 100 coins. Forget it. Recently, she's been helping us get rich. I don't need to call my 10 Saonan anymore." Talking about this made Aunt Fatty angry. If it weren't for the wicked woman targeting her, her family wouldn't have picked bitter gourds together. Because of this, her ungrateful daughter-in-law already had opinions about her. So today, she was determined to settle the score. Hey, what good intentions are you showing? If you could let her go, she wouldn't bother to make a water wheel. If she really could, she wouldn't let you do it. Then she raised her eyebrows at Suyu. The Jiang Sun family, are you going to eat it yourself or let me feed you? Hearing this, Jiang Sun immediately stepped forward, glaring coldly. I dare anyone to try. Aunt Fatty was scared by Jiang Sun's presence and took a step back, but she quickly shouted, "The village chief and all the villagers are witnesses. You can't just say one thing and do another." Village chief, you personally wrote down the agreement that day. As the village chief, you should speak fairly. A sharp-featured woman stepped forward and said, "Yes, the village chief should help us seek justice." This woman was Mrs. Du, Li Sheng's wife, the eldest daughter-in-law of old Li. After marrying in, she encouraged her husband to divide the land from the old bachelor, taking away all of old Li's land. This was very unfair. People in both villages thought badly of her. That day, she impulsively bet 200 coins with Suyu, clearly standing on the same side as Aunt Fatty. The village chief felt very troubled. Not only because he was friendly with Jiang Sun's family, but also because he had seen how much the wicked woman had changed recently. He didn't want to cause trouble over a joke and really pour filth on the wicked woman. So, he frowned and looked at Suyu. But Suyu paid no attention to them, just carefully examining the water wheel, trying to find out why it wouldn't turn. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang'an was sweating nervously. "Everyone, don't worry. My sister-in-law's skills are definitely fine. Maybe I made a mistake with the part. It's my fault. He was not very skilled and worried he might ruin Suyu's important work." He squatted down to check the joints with Suyu. Seeing Aunt Fatty had somehow brought a big bucket of manure, Jiang Yan quickly stepped forward with a stick. "If you want to pour manure on my sister-in-law, you'll have to get past me first." But Aunt Fatty, who was quite unruly, scooped up some manure and threw it at him. He quickly dodged, feeling disgusted. Hearing the commotion behind him, he turned around and saw Jiang Yan being pushed back step by the dirty substance. Suyu's eyes flashed coldly, and she quickly grabbed a handful of mud from the river and threw it precisely at Aunt Fatty's face. Aunt Fatty, feeling proud, didn't notice she was blinded and stumbled, stepping right into the manure she had just dropped. This caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Haha. She didn't hit Jeong-sun's family, but she stepped into manure herself. Haha. Aunt Fatty, disgusted, wiped her face with her hand, but kept getting dirtier. She was so angry she cursed loudly. Suyu, you're unfair. You clearly lost, but the village chief is biased. You're siding with the wicked woman, Suyu sneered. Who lost? The time is only at dusk, and the appointment hasn't come yet. Why are you so anxious? The village chief immediately said. All right, everyone disperse. The time isn't up yet. Li Sure, stop causing trouble. The chubby woman finally opened her eyes and said, even if it is midnight, can the water will really turn? You have already been tricked once by her. Why would you believe her again? Fine. I have nothing to do today, so I will watch her work until midnight. Let's see what you have to say then. Suyu waved her hand and said, no need to wait until midnight. In just an hour, I can make you eat manure. Looking at the mud in her hand, she had already found the problem. The village chief's eyes lit up. The Jeong-sun family, do you know what's wrong? Suyu took the stick from Jiang Yen and suddenly poked at the riverbed below the water wheel. The muddy sediment immediately surged up. She said loudly, village chief, look at this. The river is full of mud. In the morning, when we set up the water wheel, the water level was shallow and the mud hadn't yet affected the wheel. But as the sun rises, water from upstream carries more mud and sediment, which keeps settling. Although the water wheel is well made, the riverbed is blocked with mud, and the water flow is slowed down. The power isn't enough, so it can't turn. The village chief looked closely and nodded. That's right. Jeong-sun family, how can we fix this? The chubby woman listened and scoffed coldly. Fix it? Do you think we can clean all the mud from the river? That's just talk. Suyu ignored her provocation and told Zhou Chang'an, go cut some thick wood. Make sure they are long. Zhou Chang'an immediately obeyed. Not only that, a group of young men who were usually friendly with him also went along. Then, Suyu turned to the village chief and said, Village chief, we can dig a few shallow ditches on both sides of the river. The mud can be diverted into the nearby farmland. This way, we clean the river and water the fields at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. The village chief thought it was a good idea but asked, won't we have to do this every day? Suyu shook her head. No need. Once the wood is laid across the riverbed to block the mud, it will stay in place. The village chief was convinced. He quickly ordered the villagers watching to follow Suyu's instructions and start working. Seeing everyone really begin to work, the chubby woman felt uneasy. Everyone is working together. Is this just the work of a wicked woman? Don't think I'll admit it if it succeeds, and I won't if it fails either, Suyu sneered. At first, no one believed in me. I said I would do it myself, so everyone wouldn't have to. Today, I can clear this mud alone. I'm just giving everyone a chance. Some people prefer to stand on the shore and laugh at others, rather than lend a hand to clear the silt. When the water wheel starts turning, don't expect to use it for free. This is only to ensure that in the future, you can use the water wheel, and it has nothing to do with gambling. Hearing this, some people who were just watching quickly joined in. Basically, if you move your hands, you have a chance to use the water wheel. Anyone who doesn't try is a fool. Aunt Fat and the Du family scowled. Let's see how long you can make trouble. After all this fuss, if the water still doesn't turn, how will you explain yourselves? Suyu no longer paid attention to the 2 hormonal women. She was sure they would get what they deserved later. She was confident her water wheel would work perfectly. Jeong-sun's family, do you think the ditch is big enough? It can be a bit bigger. We'll need it for watering the fields later. Can it really turn? Absolutely. The mud is already starting to flow out. Everyone put in more effort. Some believed, some doubted, but no one stopped. After all, a little effort could mean the water wheel would work, and no one was willing to hold back. Among them, the village chief and Jiang Yen worked the hardest. Both of them had suffered the most from watering the fields. While they were digging mud with their hands, suddenly they heard a loud, excited voice. It's turning, windmill. Ugh, water wheel. It's turning. The village chief looked up excitedly but accidentally lost his balance when the rushing water caused by the turning wheel made him stumble. In a panic, he grabbed at something. Though he ended up kneeling in the river water, at least he didn't fall flat on his face. But what about those delicate, white legs in front of him? And further up? That's a bit abrupt. He realized too late that he had grabbed Jiang Yan's pants and pulled them down. He swore this was the most embarrassing thing he had ever done in his life. No doubt about it. Everyone's attention was on the turning water wheel, so no one noticed. But suddenly, a child from some family let out a loud, inhuman scream. Gaga gaga, Li Zhengbo pulled down our flying dragon general's pants. Gaga gaga. Our flying dragon general was harassed by Li Zhengbo. This immediately drew everyone's attention. The snow-white legs, in sharp contrast to Jiang Yan's dark face, quickly became the focus.
Hey.
Return my pants. Jiang Yan covered his private parts with one hand while grabbing his pants with the other. Looking at the laughing crowd, he felt his reputation was ruined and, in despair, he dove into the river. On the shore, Su Yu and Jiang Sun couldn't bear to watch. Their second brother is quite fair-skinned. Meanwhile, Li Zhengbo, who had lived most of his life, remained calm despite feeling embarrassed inside. He waved his hand and said, "It's no big deal. Everyone slips up sometimes. Who didn't have a bare bottom as a kid? What's so funny about that?" Then, looking at the turning water wheel, he broke the spell. Gaga gaga, it's really turning now. Our villagers in Two-Horned Bear Village are lucky. We won't have to carry water in buckets to irrigate anymore. Gaga gaga. Zhou Zhouan, who fixed the wood in the riverbed, looked up at the turning water wheel with pride. Gaga gaga. I knew I was careful enough not to make mistakes with the parts. Gaga gaga. Su Yu is mighty. I'm not bad either. Aunt Zhou wore a proud smile on her face. Her youngest son quietly participated in a big project. Watching the endlessly turning water wheel in the sunlight, she couldn't hide her excitement and shouted, "Our Two-Horned Bear Village has a water wheel. Jiang Sun, you're mighty. The Su family is mighty." With her shout, the crowd suddenly erupted with cheers. Su family is mighty. Su family is mighty. Su family is mighty. Fat Auntie and Dusher were overwhelmed by the rising cheers. They forced a smile and said, "What's so great about it? A small windmill can turn, but it doesn't necessarily mean it can irrigate the fields. It's true. Sometimes you don't realize the importance until it's too late." Su Yu walked over and, with a big hand, pushed the two women down, causing them to land in the mud. She might as well have been practicing her words for scolding. Then she turned around, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Gaga gaga, I've always believed in reasoning, digging water channels, testing irrigation." His family's land was almost completely dried out. Su Yu agreed without hesitation. That's natural. Under her guidance, they dug a water channel to bring water to their land. The water slowly flowed in, like a lively water snake winding through the newly dug channel, pouring into their fields. Everyone watched with wide eyes as the cracked, dry land gradually became damp and irrigated. Over time, more and more river water flowed in, turning the dry patches into small puddles, which then merged into larger areas. Jiang Yan, who came up from the river, jumped excitedly. "Wow, this is amazing. At this rate, our 4 acres of land will be watered in less than a day. Wow." He was truly very happy. Watering the fields was the biggest thing in his life. He had never managed to water his land properly even once. Not only was he happy, but everyone present was also very joyful. Who doesn't worry about watering their fields? They carried water bucket by bucket to water their land. Not just Jiang Yan. Even adult men felt nervous about it. Seeing the flowing river water, everyone chattered. "After we finish watering Jiang Sun's land, can we also water ours? We've always believed that the Su family could make a water wheel. We haven't watered our fields for half a month just waiting." Men's words are often lies. Do you dare say it's not because you finished watering your land half a month ago? We truly believe that the Su family can make a water wheel. Look at our dry land and theirs. Our trust means we should be the first to water. Get lost. That's just your laziness. Everyone was talking excitedly. With the water wheel, the village chief wasn't angry and was very patient. Everyone, don't worry. One household at a time. I'll organize the order now, Suyu reminded him. There's no need for a strict order. Just dig a main channel in advance, and each family can dig their own branch to water their land. We can water together. To ensure enough water flow, we just need to limit the number of people. The village chief, realizing this late, slapped his forehead. Look at me. I'm so happy I forgot. Sue family's words are like a dream. No wonder she's a true heroine among women. Because of the successful creation of the water wheel, the village chief changed how he addressed Suyu. He genuinely changed his view of her, accepted her fully, and admired her. Not only him, but because he led the villagers in harvesting the pepper vines and successfully built the water wheel, everyone in the village changed their opinion of the wicked woman. The wicked woman is still wicked, but now she no longer acts unjustly without reason. When the water wheel was successfully built, and everyone was happy and paying no attention to them, just as the group of people who lost bets, led by Aunt Fatty, was sneaking away, Sue called out to stop them. Since I successfully built the water wheel and didn't let everyone down, can we settle the bet now? The village chief immediately agreed. Of course. The bet was written clearly in black and white, as both sides requested. Jiangnan raised his hand to show support. I testify. Yes, I saw it too. There were bets about eating dirt, betting money, slipping between legs, and calling out grandma. Listening to these somewhat childish bets, Jiang Xin couldn't help but feel a bit helpless and smiled. How can people be so childish? But Jiang Yan didn't think it was childish. Instead, he was looking forward to it. He chuckled and said, Big brother, now you don't have to help sister-in-law eat dirt, and you can watch others do it. Surprised? Unexpected? Jiang Sun. Big brother, thank you, sister-in-law. According to what the village chief and the villagers said, the people who made bets that day were surrounded and brought in. These days, entertainment is scarce and everyone lives by watching the fun. Lady Sue, which one do you want to start with? Sue wanted to say she was not picky, but a conspicuous person jumped ahead of her. He stepped forward, a tall, rough man shouted loudly at Suyu. Grandma, Suyu, looking at someone old enough to be her father, what kind of joke is this? Moreover, was it you who made the bet that day? Just shouting out, I won't agree. Grandma, that day it was just a joke my wife made in a moment of fun. I am her husband, and I take responsibility. I apologize to you. She's kind-hearted, just a bit impulsive. Please forgive her, Grandma. After finishing, he glared at his wife and decided to go all out, shouting, Grandma, 20 times. Grandma. Following his gaze, Suyu remembered. It turned out to be the husband of the woman with the flat face. She never expected that, despite her flat face, he would be a responsible and good husband. Suyu was not always unkind to others, and just earlier she heard the woman with the big face say that her second aunt's family was excused. The key point was, she also didn't want to acknowledge such an ugly grandson. So she waved her hand and said, Forget it, forget it. Since you have some kindness in your heart, just call out to show respect. Now, step aside. This made the big-faced woman surprised. She quickly stopped her foolish husband, who seemed addicted to shouting. Fool, stop shouting. Lady Sue isn't going to argue with us. The rough man nodded and said politely, Thank you, young lady, for not arguing with us. Suyu quickly showed disgust and told him to leave. He was willing to shout, but she didn't want to listen. If she let him call her, it would be like aging her prematurely. Seeing how kind-hearted Suyu was, Mrs. Du quickly imitated the rough man and generously took out 2 strings of copper coins. Lady Sue, I was blind that day and didn't recognize your greatness. I was caught up in the moment and made a bet with you after some noisy women yelled at me. I didn't mean any harm. I was just caught up in the moment. Please, accept these 200 coins as a small apology. Her attitude was very sincere, and she had no grudge against Suyu. She believed Suyu would forgive her like she did the big-faced woman, and she only took 20 coins as a token. However, she saw Suyu with an expressionless face wave her hand and say, Second, take the money we deserve. Then she watched in shock as Zhang's second son took all 200 coins from her hand. She was stunned, frozen for a long time, then suddenly rushed forward like crazy to try to take it back. Suyu, you're so unfair. Before she finished speaking, two women, instructed by the village chief, pulled her away. You lost the bet, accept it and go. Looking at the shiny 200 coins in Zhang's second son's hand, Mrs. Du's eyes couldn't leave the money no matter what. She loved money more than anything, or she wouldn't dislike her father-in-law Old Li and her nephew Iron Bull, encouraging her husband to share the wealth. But unfortunately, people's plans are no match for heaven's. Today, she had suffered such a big setback because of Suyu. Her gaze on Suyu turned cruel and fierce, like poison. Suyu didn't care about her at all. She was a person who always repaid grudges. Any false kindness or evil spirit would never escape her revenge. She shot a challenging look at Mrs. Du, then turned her gaze to the next money-loving widow, Zhang. Widow Zhang choked and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Suyu raised an eyebrow and said, "Aunt Zhang, if you made a bet, you have to accept the result. Hand over 100 coins. Widow Zhang loved money more than anything. There was no way she would give up her silver to Suyu. She refused to take out the money, and Suyu couldn't do anything about it. Suyu had many tricks to tease people. With a sly smile, Zhang Sun's usually bored eyes suddenly lit up. Haha, don't miss this chance. His wife was about to play a trick again, but he thought too highly of himself. As everyone pointed and criticized Widow Zhang, Zhang Yuru stepped forward and gave Suyu 100 coins. That was all her family's savings. She had secretly saved this silver over the past few days by picking wild peppers. Big sister Zhang, I accept the bet. This is my family's money. Please take it. Then she pulled her mother, who was acting shamefully, away. Widow Zhang was so angry she cursed loudly as she walked away. You little brat, how dare you secretly save so much silver behind my back? Do you think it's easy for me to raise you? Is this how you show respect to your mother? Hearing these harsh words, Zhou Chongxin felt a pang of sympathy. He instinctively stepped forward, but his mother held him back. Aunt Shou looked down on the rude Widow Zhang and definitely wouldn't let her son get involved in this mess. Zhou Chong'an could only sigh as he watched Yuru's back. The next bet involved a short woman. Looking at her height, it was clear why she took this bet. Despite being short, she knew how to give birth. Her son was tall and very filial. Lady Su, my mother is old and confused. She didn't mean to joke with you. Maybe we can change the bet? I have strong arms and can do a lot of work for your family. Please forgive my mother this time. Su didn't like the idea of someone crawling under her, but she was kind and said, since you show such filial piety, I'll agree. Just water my fields 10 times. It's easy now with a water wheel, but even without it, a tall person wouldn't mind. He quickly bowed and thanked Suyu. Lady Su, you are like a living Buddha. Rest assured, I will carefully water your fields and watch over my mother so she won't do anything foolish again. At this moment, they reached Fat Ant. Fat Ant quickly used her son as a shield. She also has a son. But Suyu didn't give her a chance to speak and directly forced her to swallow some unpleasant substance. Fat Auntie, you brought this on yourself. Open your mouth and accept it, she gave the command. Zhou Chang'an and Zhang Feng immediately held down Fat Auntie, and Zhang Yan scooped a spoonful of the unpleasant substance and forced it into her mouth. Just as Fat Auntie was about to curse loudly, Zhang Yan truly forced the substance into her mouth. Disgusted, she even vomited her meal the next year, grimacing and retching, even vomiting bile, looking very miserable. The onlookers also gagged and looked on with pity. This was a shocking scene, something you wouldn't see in a play. Everyone loved watching. The scene was so intense that after returning home, Suyu and others hurriedly told Jiang Yan, who had also accidentally gotten some of the substance on himself, to take a bath. Jiang Yan looked down at himself, sniffed his arm, and indeed, it was smelly. He wondered how Fat Annie managed to swallow such a large spoonful. He chuckled and went to wash up. Su Qi and Shirtu, who had been anxiously waiting at home, quickly gathered around him. Sister, Moon Sister, did the water will fail? Did Brother Yen drink the unpleasant stuff for you? Because they were injured, so you didn't let them go together. worried they might get hurt in the crowd. But no one knew how much they were suffering all morning, feeling restless and eager to help. They wished they could drink the unpleasant stuff for their sister.
Sue's mouth twitched.
Thank you both. Can sister, Moon sister, really go out on a trip? Hearing Suyu say this, the two boys finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Suyu shining in the sunlight, they knew she was capable of anything. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to save them from danger. Suyu gave them a sense of security that no one else could replace. Sister, Moon sister, is so amazing. Suyu affectionately patted their little heads, then took out 2 strings of copper coins from her sleeve, one for each of them. Here, this is my gift to help you leave your hardships. May your future life be as smooth as these coins. The copper coins clinked pleasantly in her hand, making a cheerful sound, and warmed the hearts of the 2 boys. But both boys refused to accept the gifts, especially Stone, who quickly pushed them back. I'm lucky enough to stay at Sister Yu's house for a while because of the Red Sun Wood Workshop case. I dare not ask for anything more. Suyu replied seriously. Stone, I must thank you the most. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to reunite with my brother yet. Here, take this as pocket money. She then forcefully handed 2 strings of copper coins to the boys, adding, everyone in our family has money. This is both a reward for you and a way to teach you about managing money. Just accept it. At that moment, Jiang Yan finished his bath and came out of the house. Hearing this, he looked displeased. Big sister-in-law is biased. Now, I am the only one without money. Are you angry? Even little Jiang Xian has his own small savings. As the oldest among the little kids, he is the cleanest in his pockets. Suyu chuckled. How could we forget our flying dragon general? Recently, he has been doing well, so he gets a reward of 2 strings of copper coins. Looking at the 40 won coins in Suyu's hand, Jiang Yan was completely shocked. He not only has money, but he has the most. It made him feel like he suddenly became more important. But then, Suyu said something that made him instantly feel embarrassed. What are you staring for? Take it, second brother Bai, used to being called Black Egg. Jiang Yan immediately understood Suyu's meaning. Thinking about the awkward incident this morning, he blushed and looked at his older brother. Big brother, look at sister-in-law. Jiang Sun was momentarily stunned, then said, my wife, I am also very white. Suyu took a moment to react, then rolled up her sleeves and marched toward him, gritting her teeth. You dare tease me? Just wait, I'll beat you up. Before she could reach him, Lin Hongyu's worried voice came from the door. Yeah, has the water will issue been resolved? Lin Hongyu was genuinely worried about Suyu. But she also needed to sell cold noodles, so she had been anxious all morning. As soon as the ox cart arrived, she hurried over. Suyu had to put on a lively smile and say, Mother, I've handled it. Don't worry. Everything is perfectly settled, and our fields are all watered. Shouldn't we celebrate this good news? Lin Hongyu excitedly rubbed her hands and said, It's good that it's settled. Our village is the best every month. When the mother cares too much, she gets worried. Today, we are eating plain rice with braised pork to celebrate. After speaking, she looked proudly at Suyuro, as if admiring her daughter's growth. She smiled foolishly for a moment, then happily rushed into the kitchen. Jiang Yan twitched his mouth and said, Why do I feel like the older sister is more like the mother? Jiang Sun also twitched his mouth and said, You just noticed that. Then he looked at Suyu and stubbornly said, I didn't mean to tease the lady. I am really very fair. Seeing him still talking, Suyu felt like scolding him again. But today, Jiang Sun probably shouldn't be punished. At this moment, the village chief's voice came from outside the door. Su family, I have something to find you about. Although the water wheel was made by Suyu, when it could be used by which family was arranged by the village chief. The village chief was busy with villagers and couldn't wait to come find Suyu. He had said that if Suyu really could make a water wheel, he wouldn't let her build it for nothing. Suyu also had something to discuss with the village chief, so she invited him into the house. Knowing what it was about, Lin Hongyu prepared some water and went inside with him, pouring water for everyone. She spoke before Suyu could. Brother Lu, I want to register my younger brother Su Qi to be part of our family. Do we need any formalities here? The village chief looked at Suyu and replied seriously, just bring the child's household registration to handle it. But when the autumn harvest money is paid, that child will need to pay for a year like us. Lin Hongyu quickly responded, that's fair. Thank you, Brother Liu. The village chief waved his hand and said, once you bring the household registration, I will handle it immediately. Suyu and Lin Hongyu hurriedly thanked him. The village chief stroked his beard and said, Su family, I came to see you because you successfully made the water wheel and generously let the villagers use it. Such a helpful thing must not be done for nothing. I and the village elders have decided to give you some payment. He then placed a silver ingot on the table from his sleeve. 10 taels of silver, which is a fair market price. That day, what Suyu said then, she still said now. Thank you, village chief. But I said before that I won't make money by building water wheels for our villagers. So I won't accept this silver. It is not her pride, but the water wheel is just the beginning. She wants future benefits. Indeed, when Li Zheng heard this, he immediately stood up and assured her, Mrs. Su, the rights to explain the water wheel in our two-headed bear village will always belong to you alone. Afterward, Suyu, deep in thought, asked, by the way, Uncle Li Zheng, my house is too small now and can't fit us anymore. I want to ask if we can expand it. Although they can't build a new house right now, she can plan ahead. She starts with the land deed. Li Zheng took a sip of water before seriously replying, your house is at the end of the village. You don't need to build it the same size. How much do you want to expand? Suyu held up 2 fingers, causing the 3 of them to gasp in surprise. Double the size? How much money would that take? Seeing their misunderstanding, Suyu quickly explained, building a house doesn't need that much land. I just want to enclose it first to store some unused things. Li Zheng remembered the people collecting fragrant pepper and understood. He nodded and said, doubling the size costs about 3 or 2 silver coins. But Mrs. Su, you are so noble and considerate of our two-headed bear village villagers. So, I will charge you the price for 1 times the expansion, just 3 or 2 silver coins. If there are no issues, I will discuss with the elders and send you the land deed. There was no problem with that. After confirming, Li Zheng leisurely returned to his home. When he left, Lin Hongyu looked a bit surprised and asked, yeah, are we really going to build a house? Do we have enough silver? Lin Hongyu never checked exactly how much silver Suyu had, but she felt it was probably not enough. Jiang Xian always helped Suyu count the coins, so he roughly knew the amount, but he also understood Suyu's plans for the money. It's enough, but not to be used. Thinking of how Suyu left him 100 taels of silver to treat his leg, he felt warm inside. Suyu replied, I've already thought it through. There's no business without investment. Our family should buy a cart too, so it's more convenient for us. Later, we can hire 2 people, and it won't take up much of our time. In ancient times, labor was very cheap. Their business of making cold noodles only involved buying a cart. And having their own cart would be very convenient. Seeing that Suyu had already planned everything, Lin Hongyu had no objections. She smiled and nodded, saying, all right, since Yaya has thought everything through so carefully, do as you see fit. She didn't think Suyu was being reckless. Instead, she saw a bright future ahead. In short, Suyu gave her a strong sense of security. She would handle everything properly. All she needed to do was work a little, and that was enough. Thinking of this, she got up and went outside. You 2 didn't rest all night.
Take a nap first.
I'll prepare lunch and call you when it's ready. Suyu felt warm inside. Mother, you work so hard at home. Don't worry. When our days get better, I'll hire several servants to take good care of you. Lin Hongyu felt very comforted. She quickly replied, housework is nothing. It's much better than working day and night in the embroidery workshop. Plus, the 4 little ones in the yard are helping. It's not a big deal. You are the backbone of our family. You need to think carefully about everything. You've worked hard. Not managing the household makes one unaware of how expensive daily life is. Lin Hongyu wasn't used to managing the household. When her husband was alive, he handled everything. Now that it's Suyu, she finds she can do even more than her husband. Thinking of her husband, whose life and whereabouts were unknown, She looked at Jiang Sun's left leg with some guilt in her eyes. "Mother, are you alright?" It wasn't until Jiang Sun softly asked that she snapped back to herself. She sniffed and said, "Nothing's wrong. I'll go make braised pork for you." After speaking, she quickly left the room. Watching Lin Hongyu's back, Jiang Sun squinted her eyes. Mother is thinking about Dad again. Whenever her mother looked at his left leg, her eyes always carried a deep, unspoken sadness. It seemed she was worried about him, or perhaps missing her missing father. "Father." Suyu carefully searched the original book for clues about Jiang Bei, but after looking around, she found nothing. She only regretted that she had focused on the main characters when reading the book. That's a common mistake. Who doesn't love watching the male and female leads with their glowing aura and special abilities? Who doesn't enjoy scenes of hugging, cuddling, and gentle teasing? In the dungeon of the second prince's residence, there was a middle-aged man who was badly tortured. At that time, the second prince smiled wickedly and arrogantly. "Haha, it's easy to find what I want now.
Li Fen.
I want to see if your stubbornness or my whip is stronger." Although Li Feng was beaten nearly to death, he remained strong and silent, showing a kind of unwavering spirit. He was similar to the character Yan Yan later in the story. She didn't know why, but Suyu felt that Li Feng might be an important character. So she asked, "Jiang Sun, do you know a middle-aged man named Li Feng?" Jiang Sun knew she was recalling the story from the book. He thought carefully and shook his head. "No. Is he related to my father?" Suyu couldn't say for sure, but she knew that Li Feng was captured by the second prince on Yunshi Mountain. And it was still a year before Li Feng was caught. So she said seriously to Jiang Sun, "We will rescue him from Yunshi Mountain in a year, then we'll know." Thinking it might be related to her father, Jiang Sun didn't dare to relax. He asked for details about the time and place, and remembered them carefully. While they were discussing, outside the door, Suchi lowered his voice on purpose. "Sister, brother-in-law, dinner is ready." To celebrate Suyu successfully making a water wheel, Lin Hongyu prepared a rare feast. The steamed rice was mixed with some brown rice, and a dish of braised pork was served with half a head of cabbage to save costs. It was hard for ordinary people used to poverty to change their frugal habits. But this meal was already better than most families' dinners. Especially Su Chi and Shirtu were very surprised. They wondered what kind of conditions their sister's family had to eat like this. Dry rice, braised pork, stir-fried green beans, and a plate of translucent noodles. Could this be her own creation of cold noodles? Crystal clear, a mix of white and green, bright in color, looking very delicious. Compared to yesterday, they had made great progress, but they still only ate vegetables and didn't touch the braised pork. Suyu was calm and gentle as she placed a piece of braised pork into each of the two bowls. "Since you both are hurt, eating more meat will help you heal faster." Seeing her kind smile, Suchi secretly felt happy. Such a good sister. He then boldly took a piece of braised pork and put it in her bowl. "Eat some too, sister." "Good boy, Chi," Suyu replied with a smile. Hearing her praise, Suchi lowered his head and chuckled quietly. "Sister is so kind. Being with her is so nice. This family is so wonderful. Everyone is so good." As he chewed the soft, tasty braised pork, Suchi felt this happiness was almost unreal. Suddenly, a clear cracking sound broke the peace. Right after, Zhang Xian's loud shout echoed through the yard.
Wow.
Could it be a wild chicken hatching chicks? He jumped up from a stool, eyes wide with excitement, and ran toward the chicken coop, spitting out words like poop and rice in his excitement.
Sujue Said helplessly.
"From now on, Xiao Xian, you must keep quiet when eating." Jiang Sun chuckled and agreed. "I think so too." Lin Hongyu scolded directly. "Why are you so impatient? Later, pick up every grain of rice you dropped and feed the chickens, or Mom will spank you." Jiang Xian realized his mistake and blushed, laughing nervously. Hee, Mom, I didn't mean to." "I will. Wasting food is bad karma." He was just too excited, hoping that the wild chicken would hatch chicks. He happily ran to the chicken coop and saw a fluffy little wild chicken trembling, its wet feathers sticking to its tiny body. Weak, but adorable.
Wow.
"Come look. A wild chicken really hatched chicks." His shout finally made the three boys, who had been unable to sit still, lose their patience. They looked mature but couldn't resist and quickly ran toward the chicken coop. Even Suyu couldn't help but leave her seat to see. After all, she had picked the chick from the back mountain. How could she not be curious? Seeing the now empty dining table, Lin Hongyu couldn't help but smile and laugh. Look at that. Who in their family has such good food and no worries? Leaving the braised pork untouched to watch the chick hatch? At that moment, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of Iron Bull entering her yard and quickly leaving again. She called out in confusion, "Iron Bull, are you here to deliver the pepper?" Iron Bull felt a bit embarrassed. He had tried to avoid mealtime, but he still couldn't escape. He shyly turned around and said, "Aunt Jiang, sorry to bother you during your meal. Next time, we can weigh the peppers together." Lin Hongyu smiled as she took the peppers from his hand. "It's no trouble. I'll weigh them for you now." Hearing this, Iron Bull hurriedly handed over the peppers. They weighed a total of 18 jin. Now, everyone in the village knew that Jiang Sun's family was collecting peppers. Most of the nearby hills had already been picked clean, and the 18 jin Iron Bull carried was probably the most anyone had gathered. It showed how hard-working this young boy was. Lin Hongyu handed him 18 coins and kindly advised, "Iron Bull, when you're picking peppers, be careful and don't go too deep into the mountains." Iron Bull nodded quickly. "I understand. My grandpa always tells me the same." He then placed his peppers in the corner of the wall. Seeing how responsible and diligent the young boy was, Lin Hongyu invited him to sit and eat with her. "Iron Bull, it's mealtime. Come, have a meal at my house." Looking at the abundant food on the stone table, Iron Bull was surprised and quickly waved his hand.
No, auntie.
"I can't. Grandpa is waiting for me at home. I need to go back." After saying this, he hurriedly ran off. Watching his thin, weak figure, Lin Hongyu sighed softly. "This child, so sensible and kind-hearted, it really tugs at my heart." Suyu, who had just come back from the chicken coop, echoed, "Yes, Iron Bull is truly a rare and honest child." Jiang Yan, Jiang Xian, Su Qi, and Shirtu were all good children, very sensible. It really proves the saying, "Children from poor families grow up quickly." Lin Hongyu shook her head. Yeah, you don't know the full story. Iron Bull and his elderly grandfather rely on each other. They spend the whole year just digging wild vegetables in the mountains to avoid starving. Suyu asked, "Don't they have even 1 acre of land?" In Suyu's view, the villagers here survive on just over 1 acre of land they work themselves. Lin Hongyu sighed again and said, "When we split the land with his older brother, we only kept a small, old thatched cottage to live in. The first time I saw my son treat his parents like that, I truly felt like his conscience was eaten by dogs. Isn't filial piety the most important virtue in this time?" Suyu looked a bit confused and asked, "Would Grandpa Tinyu agree to that?" Lin Hongyu glanced at the door and whispered to Suyu, "Tinyu is Uncle Li's adopted son. His older brother and sister-in-law have always disagreed with having more people in the family. They argued for many years, and when the conflict finally exploded, they split up. Uncle Li tried to mediate at first, but he was heartbroken. He said as long as they were happy, they could take whatever they wanted. He could still support Tinyu at first by working in town, but as his health worsened over the years, he could only go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables now. Tinyu is about the same age as Jiang Yan. As a mother, Lin Hongyu felt very sorry for him. Suyu was not heartless and was always willing to help those in need. This child is sensible and well-behaved. If we have suitable work in the future, we will think of him." Lin Hongyu looked at Suyu with loving eyes. She thought her daughter-in-law really has a kind heart. Anyway, she couldn't understand how such a good person could be involved with a wicked woman. But if it weren't for Suyu's bad reputation, her son wouldn't have had the chance. Seeing the bruises in her son and daughter-in-law's eyes, she couldn't help but show concern and said, "You two didn't sleep last night. Eat well, and then rest early." When Jiang Sun finished washing up and entered the room, he confirmed that Suyu was lying peacefully inside. Only then did he slowly take off his shoes and get into bed. Before lying down, he suddenly asked, "Wife, do you want to hit me?" Suyu opened her eyes, looked at him and asked with confusion, "Hit you?" "What?" Jong Sun quickly said, No hitting." "Wife, you've worked hard. Sleep well." Siyu came to her senses and chuckled. "You've annoyed me twice recently, but since you were worried about me last time, I won't hold it against you for now. Anyway, it's been a meal's time, and I've lost the interest in hitting you. Sleep now." Jong Sun frowned slightly. "Interest? What do you mean?" Here, Siyu was about to close her eyes and sleep when she heard him dare to tease her again. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and said, "You really haven't been beaten in 3 days, and you still dare to tease me. Is that your idea of fun? Today, I'll show you what real fun is." After saying that, she raised her powerful palm like a Buddha's hand and started to give him a fierce, loud beating. Jong Sun looked very wronged. What did he say? How did he end up teasing her? He, an ordinary man, dared to tease the fierce mountain demon? He, with a pale face, insisted on proving he was innocent. "I didn't tease you." The more he said that, the harder Suyu hit him. In the end, Jong Sun felt that being innocent wasn't so important anymore. He gave up and said, "You're my wife. So what if I tease you a little?" Sure enough, he felt Suyu stop. He figured out her temper. She liked this kind of teasing. His face turned red, but it was different from the previous pale color. However, in the next second, his face quickly turned pale again. Suyu stopped, but in the next moment, she swung at him with an even stronger storm of blows. "You've got guts, huh? Watch me beat you until you have no temper." Jong Sun didn't know how many slaps he had taken. In the end, he was completely convinced. "Wife, I was wrong. My left side hurts. Can I just be hit on the right side?" Suyu was satisfied and stopped, then fell asleep in a second. Meanwhile, the other person was panting heavily, looking resentful, lying on the pillow unable to sleep. The pain still hurt, but at the same time, being beaten made him feel secure inside. Otherwise, he would always worry about owing something. Damn it, does he have some kind of masochistic tendency? The next day, before dawn, Siyu got up early and steamed cold noodles with Lin Hongyu. After breakfast, she took a bullock cart and went to Anping town. Today, she wanted to buy a new bullock cart. She had plenty of time, so she first took Jiang Xian to get acupuncture. With her sister-in-law accompanying her, Jiang Xian was very happy. He jumped into the clinic. Dr. Yang looked at him with admiration. "Xiao and Xian's health is visibly good. Come, Uncle Yang will check your pulse." Siyu smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Dr. Yang's skill. My Xiao and Xian recovered so quickly." Dr. Yang stroked his beard and said simply, "We are not very important. It's Lady Su, the eldest sister-in-law, who is talented enough to earn money to treat her family." After speaking, he carefully checked Jiang Xian's pulse, a hint of relief in his eyes. Xian's health has improved a lot now. In 7 more days of acupuncture, it will be stronger. After that, only herbal medicine is needed for recovery. With time, he will be as healthy as other children. Siyu quickly thanked him again. "That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Yang, for your careful care." Jiang Xian looked a bit sad. "Does that mean I can't listen to big sister-in-law's stories anymore?" Dr. Yang chuckled and gently patted his small head. "You, child, know how important it is to have a healthy body." Then he looked at Siyu seriously. "Lady Su, your stories are really good. The Monkey King story is now popular in town. Did you start writing a storybook? If so, when Jiang Xian no longer comes for acupuncture, he could buy a copy at Yun Duan bookstore to read. His grandson really admires the Monkey King."
So you have frowned slightly.
"No, I didn't." She was worried. Could there be other people who traveled through time? After finishing the acupuncture, she took Jiang Xian to say goodbye to Dr. Yang and hurried to Yun Duan bookstore. As soon as she entered, she saw a beautifully bound storybook titled The Great Sage Monkey King, placed prominently. Curious, she opened it and looked through. At first glance, she thought there might be other travelers. But after reading, she understood everything. It was clear someone had stolen her work. Of course, the Monkey King story wasn't her original idea. But in this era, no one knew she was a transporter. That was her real secret. This book, The Great Sage Monkey King, was exactly the story she told Jiang Xian, only rewritten in the old language of this time. She remembered she based it on a TV show she watched as a child. Many parts differed from the original story, and she added her own strong feelings. So, she could tell at once that this book was stolen from her work. No wonder she sometimes felt like her ideas were being taken at the Jisher Hall. It wasn't just her imagination. Someone was really eavesdropping. She closed the book and called the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, where did this Monkey King story come from?" Master Fan, stroking his beard, squinted and smiled, saying, "Of course, this story was written by our shop scholar." "Really?" Suyu's eyes darkened. "This story was clearly told by me at Jisher Hall, to my little brother-in-law. How did it become yours from the bookstore?" Master Fan saw the person involved and, not afraid, raised an eyebrow and said, "Miss, don't make false accusations. This script is officially recorded with the authorities, written in black and white. If you keep lying, don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, Xiao Jiangxian shrank back in fear. He tugged at Suyu's sleeve, signaling her to avoid trouble. Suyu gently patted his hand, then looked steadily at Master Fan and said clearly, "Shopkeeper, we both know where this book came from. If you are wise, share half the money with me. Don't lose more than you gain. Remember, this is a serialized version." Before she finished, Master Fan waved his hand to interrupt. "Where did this troublemaker come from?" "Guards, throw her out." Two burly young men immediately rushed forward. Frightened, Jiang Xian pulled Suyu back. But Suyu was not afraid. She kicked the two young men to the ground first. Then, before anyone could react, she loudly declared, "Blind fools and freeloaders. I never hold grudges, but this time, I will show you how much wealth you will lose in the future." After speaking, she led Jiang Xian out of Yunduan bookstore and straight to the opposite Xinghua bookstore. Seeing no one follow, Jiang Xian let out a long breath. "Big sister-in-law, don't be angry. It's all because Xian wanted to hear a story, and I accidentally fed the dog with a story I worked so hard to create." So you comforted him. "It's nothing." Xian said, "Feed the dog, but I wouldn't be angry with a dog. It's just a story from Journey to the West, where even Pigsy doesn't appear. No big deal." With that, they entered Xinghua bookstore. Jiang Xian then said, "Big sister-in-law, my older brother used to copy books here." Shopkeeper Su also recognized Jiang Xian. "Jiang family third young master, did you buy paper for your older brother?" Jiang Xian quickly shook his head. He looked at Suyu and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you have any popular storybooks here?" Hearing this, Shopkeeper Su sighed softly. Most storybooks on the market are quite similar, with no particularly best-selling titles. Originally, everyone's sales were not very good, and business was still balanced, so life was not too difficult. However, the Cloud bookstore suddenly opened with a new book about the Monkey King, which immediately drew all the customers' attention away. As a result, his Star Blossom bookstore's business became much quieter. Shopkeeper Su recommended a few books to Suyu. During their conversation, Suyu felt that Shopkeeper Su was honest and straightforward. Since he had worked with Jiang Sun for many years, she told him about the theft of her book, The Great Sage, Equal to Heaven, The Beautiful Monkey King, by Cloud Bookstore. When Shopkeeper Su heard this, he was so angry he clenched his teeth and said, "This is terrible. We all run respectable bookshops. How can Shopkeeper Fan do such a low thing? Stealing someone else's story is just like theft. It's a disgrace to this place of books." On one hand, he was upset about Cloud Bookstore's actions, and on the other hand, he had a bit of pride as a scholar. He was furious and scolded loudly. Suyu was not looking for comfort. She didn't understand the strict rules about copyright in this era. She just wanted to ask Shopkeeper Su, who knew a lot about this, if he had any good ideas. She realized something important. In this old, feudal society, protecting copyright was taken very seriously. Thinking about it, it made sense. Reading was considered very important in this time. Suyu understood and stopped worrying. As she turned to leave, Shopkeeper Su called her back. Since Lady Su can think of such a shocking story as The Great Sage, Equal to Heaven, The Beautiful Monkey King, do you have any other fresh stories? Maybe we can work together. Suyu smiled and turned around. Could this unexpected business opportunity be coming her way? To be honest, I do have many new ideas, Sue said, pointing to her head. Hearing this, shopkeeper Sue's eyes lit up immediately. I'm not talented, but seeing Lady Sue's bright eyes, I can tell you're extraordinary. You see, I've always enjoyed working with your husband, so. His eyes sparkled clearly, meaning he was very interested. This was exactly what Sue wanted. But she knew she had to discuss things carefully and slowly. How should we split the money? Shopkeeper Sue was worried that the books Sue wrote might not sell well, so he didn't want to set the price too high. He offered twice the price he paid Jong-sun for copying, which was 100 coins per book. That's about 10,000 words. It's roughly 10 coins for 1,000 words. Sue shook her head and said, Shopkeeper Sue, you're not being honest. If it was just a normal copying job, I wouldn't mind 100 coins. But now I am writing my own book, which takes a lot of effort and brainpower to come up with a story. Don't say 100 coins. If you add a zero behind it, I still wouldn't do it. It's not worth it. Shopkeeper Sue knew the price was low, but they also had to take risks. Who knew if the book would sell well? Since Sue could come up with the Monkey King story, it probably wouldn't be bad. So, he gritted his teeth and set his bottom line. If the book sells well later, I will give you an extra 20% of the profit. Sue still shook her head. I want a 50-50 split, and all the rights to my book must belong to me. As long as shopkeeper Sue wasn't foolish, he would agree. But maybe not. For example, shopkeeper Fan from Cloud Top Bookstore is short-sighted and foolish. Sooner or later, they will regret not cooperating. Although shopkeeper Sue has some vision, it's limited. Hearing this, he raised his voice. If the book sells well later and we have no rights and you kick us out, what will we do? We'll be left crying. He now seriously suspected that Suyu only saw their Xinhua bookstore as a stepping stone. Suyu did want to expand beyond just Xinhua bookstore in the future, but she wasn't as reckless as Sue thought. So, she thought carefully and offered a compromise. Better to try cooperation once. Let's see how it goes. Whether it's a good horse or not, it needs to be shown. The first book's rights will belong to your Xinhua bookstore. You pay me 500 coins per 1,000 words. Then you'll see if the second book is worth that price. Shopkeeper Sue almost lost his temper and wanted to curse. 500 coins per 1,000 words? Do some research. Where would you find that price? He was offering 100 coins for 10,000 words, and Sue was bargaining up to 500 coins per 1,000 words? That's more than 10 times higher. It's not comparable. If they could write something as good as mine, they would have already asked for that price. I just want to ask Shopkeeper Sue, does the Monkey King worth this much? The Monkey King definitely is worth that price. Suyu had won. 100 coins. 500 coins. If I write it, the story will be unlike anything you've heard before, and it's part of the same series as the Monkey King. As for the rights to the Monkey King, I will get them back in the end. I promise you that your Xinhua bookstore will be the first to sell it. Although she spoke confidently, Shopkeeper Sue still felt a bit hopeful. 200 coins, but I don't know if this book will sell well. 500 coins fixed price. If Shopkeeper Sue doesn't trust me, I can ask other bookstores. Shopkeeper Sue is getting frustrated. How could anyone be so confident about not lowering the price? She seemed so sure of herself, probably because she has great talent. With his last bit of stubbornness, he gritted his teeth and said, "For 100 coins." Zhang Xian, standing nearby, learned that now it costs 400 coins for 1,000 words. His older brother used to get only 50 coins for writing 10,000 words. The difference was huge. Since it's our first cooperation, I'll give Shopkeeper Sue a good deal. Deal, but you need to provide the paper, ink, and brushes. Shopkeeper Sue almost vomited blood when he heard that. He gritted his teeth and said, "Deal. But if the writing isn't good, I will end the partnership immediately and ask for my money back." Because Suyu is a woman, he didn't dare to mention that even the paper money should be returned too. Make it look nice, she had already decided. She would focus on mythological stories. The first book would be The Magic Lotus Lamp, then the prequel of The Magic Lotus Lamp, Neza's Legend, The Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, and The Later Journey to the West. Wouldn't that cover everything? Oh my, no wonder she loved watching these shows about gods fighting since she was young. Now she could turn that into a business. Hee hee, she thought if she just copies these stories, it should be fine, right? Good wine also fears a hidden alley. I will do some promotion in advance. Shopkeeper Sue, when I deliver 10,000 words in 5 days, you can promote the beginning heavily. When the exciting part comes, just stop abruptly to keep readers interested. Shopkeeper Sue nodded, feeling he learned something. He thought Sue must really have some skills. Otherwise, how could a woman easily outsmart him, who had been in business for nearly 20 years? With her clever mind, she would definitely become a shrewd businesswoman in the future. Marrying such a beautiful and capable businesswoman, old Zhang's little brother was truly lucky. Suyu continued to show her shrewd business spirit. By the way, Shopkeeper Sue, my family now sells cold noodles at the end of the market. Zue Xiang Lu and How Kulai restaurants all sell our cold noodles. When you're unsure what to eat, you should try some. They're really delicious. Shopkeeper Sue found her friendliness amusing but also genuinely admired her. Jiang Sun could see that the Jiang family was poor. But now, looking at Xiao Jiang, her face was rosy and healthy, and she looked very lively. She was completely different from her previous sickly appearance, clearly nourished by money. Don't worry, Lady Sue. I will send my younger brother to support you. To be honest, he also runs a small restaurant, so maybe you two can work together. This is just like Ah Qiao opening the door for Ah Qiao's mother. Seeing Sue clutching a bag with 4 tails of silver, Jiang Sun learned something new. It turns out that opportunities are always around us. It just depends on whether you can seize them. As expected, everything went smoothly. When they returned to their cold noodle stall, the hospitable shopkeeper Chu happened to arrive.